Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. We start with, I don't know. I don't know if I should get nervous or not or what. You got Logan Gilbert on the mound tonight. You got Fromber. Fromber's out there tonight against Logan Gilbert. And one win, and this thing is over. It gets a little scary when you lose the first game. I know.
Even if you get swept, you're still fine.
You got to win two games then.
You would have to lose every game for the rest of the year to lose.
Well, right. Well, you have to, right.
You're
but they have to lose. You two. The magic number is 2.
Yeah,
They have to lose. You have to win.
They have to basically win the rest of the year. You have to lose the rest of the year. That's not happening.
I hope you're right. This has been the most inconsistent
in
team.
what has been the greatest season in Astros history.
It really is.
This is not something to be afraid of.
No, I'm not afraid of it.
Fromber gets a W.
Yeah, it puts a little doubt in your mind. I go back to the Yankees up 3-0 on the Red Sox. Red Sox come back. That's all you have to do is win one at a time.
You can go back to last year with Astros and Rangers.
Do you? Yeah, just win one game.
Go to the Astros and Rangers, and the Rangers.
Well, I go back to the Astros and the Nationals.
I'm talking about Astros regular season at the end of the year.
Oh.
I'm talking about to get into the playoffs.
Well, they did what they needed to do.
Right, and they got some help.
Right. Well, and if you go back and you're Seattle, you go, look what we did, how we gagged that away.
Oh no, Seattle, yeah. So I would just say, no, it's not. Fromber will get the win, and they'll be celebrating. Steve Sparks will be hammered.
Oh yeah, I like that. That's fun. Austin Eckler looked pretty good last night.
I think somebody told me Steve Sparks claims he doesn't have any drinks down there. Then he's the greatest actor I've ever heard in my life. Then nobody plays drunk guy better than Steve Sparks.
I don't believe
that. Can't be possibly true.
No, not
if you've ever heard him.
Yeah.
If you've ever heard him on the post game, he's phenomenal.
Yep.
But also it does seem like he starts like, how do you get there that quick? That is a legitimate question. Well, he seems to get there pretty quick.
Unless you start in the morning.
Yeah. You're maybe a little.
He might be starting in the sixth inning.
Oh, Sparksy may be a little bit lightweight,
Yeah, maybe.
Sometimes maybe he didn't have anything to eat all day.
Or he starts in the 6th inning when he knows they're going to win.
No, you can't do that with our bullpen now.
Yeah, no, you can't do it. This would be a good night.
By the way, Robert Flores had some negative comments about the bullpen. And it's not, it's funny. Bullpen apparently is really good from what people tell me. It's just my eyes keep hurting me when I see things that don't look good in a bullpen. I just like a nice, boring, get guys out bullpen.
That's fun.
I just don't.
Oh, no, the bullpen will be fine for the postseason. I'm telling you. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Except the Presley thing. The Presley thing bothers me a little bit.
What about Ort?
What about what? Well, no, Ort. You ain't going to see Ort in the postseason.
Ort.
And
I
by the way, that was
day.
a little in a 1-0 game last night. He brings in Caleb Ferguson and Ort. What? I know you. There's no urgency because you got 6 games left and you only need 1 win. My goodness, man, Caleb Ferguson and Ort.
How about you traded for Caleb Ferguson?
Oh no, well, yeah, but nothing.
No, it was just an addition, but. That guy's no chance of making a playoff roster. Left hand, right hand.
He ain't afraid to give up a lot for something. Don't worry. He ain't afraid. 38-33. How are you putting all that on Joe Burrow?
So you're having conversations. Okay. We'll get to the Monday Night Football game in a second.
So this would be a good night to sit.
By the way, he also had 3 touchdown passes and over 300 yards. The stat. Oh, well, we'll get to it in a second. This would be a good day to sit.
Jeremy Pena.
Okay, why?
Well, against Logan Gilbert in his career.
And you told us, by the way, the Astros couldn't hit what's his name last night.
Yeah, right.
So what is this?
1 for 22.
Ugh.
Yikes. 1 for 22.
So are we going to get the doobie?
And that was a single. Okay. So I wouldn't mind at all if Mauricio Dubon started it short tonight. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Mm-hmm. 1 for 22. Mm-hmm. And he hasn't looked good lately. That slider is killing him again. It's just killing him again. No, Dubon, the best hitters, Altuve's 367, Bregman 357. So you could expect a little bit. Jordan is 286 hitter against him. We'll see if we see Jordan. Sat last night, got the MRI.
We won't be seeing him.
He won't be seeing him.
Spada said he's out for the series.
He's out for the entire series. So Yiner is 2 for 9 against him. I'm just looking for anybody that can give us a little spark tonight against a vaunted starting rotation of the Seattle Mariners, who just suck, if you want to know the truth. Yeah, Jordan. Jordan in the most. It's not like Jordan gets hurt like running into the wall, or he just slid. Remember when his knees came out when he was running in left field? All of a sudden, his both knees just gave out on him. It's not like Jordan gets hurt like in collision plays or anything. It's just regular stuff. And he just slides into second base. Oh, he's out now for, I don't know. We'll see how long. It's a contusion. We'll find out how long Jordan is out. But it's not like it's so funny how he gets hurt. It's not like, it's weird.
Yeah, he did not the standard injuries, but people said that about me, so I know what it's like for somebody to take heat about, hurting, getting a great.
Were we talking about a highly tuned professional athlete, and then we went to Lance?
No, it's weird how he gets hurt,
Lance.
and then I have a grade 2 ankle sprain from disc golf. It's the same.
No,
it's not the same.
It's not really the same.
And you can't say it's weird how he gets hurt in
you
weird
got hurt
ways.
Walking.
Yeah, you tripped over a curb. Okay.
Did you see when Jordan almost blew out both of his ACLs running into the wall?
But he was
it
running.
looks the exact same as what happened to me.
He was running.
He didn't turn forward. He didn't flip forward.
He was running. You were walking.
Yeah. And he was going after.
No, he was slowing down to get towards the wall.
But he was running.
Trust me.
And that's why he was slowing down.
It's the same.
You were walking.
I don't hit the ball as far, but we're the same.
You don't do a lot that Jordan does.
Yeah, true. Well, I did walk 3 miles yesterday, and I played disc golf.
You can hit a golf ball as long as he hits a baseball.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
I'm like, golly, every time he hits a baseball and I hit a golf ball, I just do this. I just do little.
He's little.
I put my hand down and I do
too
little.
Small?
Right,
he's
too small. And
who
this is
Jordan's too little.
Who are you too small?
Too small is that.
Small.
And little,
on the
I
golf
think, is
course?
when you tap him on the head.
No, yeah. Or no, you tap it on your head when you make a play over someone. Like you moss them. You do the.
So getting back to the Astros for a second. You said something in there I wanted to follow up on. You had Jordan. But Hunter Brown had a good start yesterday.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown is just,
he left with 1 run.
Is steady Eddie. Oh, this
gave
is
it
what
to Caleb Ferguson.
This is what I want to say. As I'm watching Trevor Lawrence absolutely blow turds all over the bed.
Okay.
I mean, in an atrocious performance. I made a comment on Twitter. I just said, is there anything more nerve-wracking right now than a team having to give a quarterback who's never been consistently good? I mean, consistently good, not a year, not 2 year, consistently good, a second contract. I said, is there anything more nerve-wracking than giving quarterbacks second contracts right now? And somebody goes, yeah, Astros medical reports. I thought, well, that
is true.
Well played, sir.
Yeah.
Is what starts with bruises ends with fractures.
Yeah.
But not this time with Fromber, right? We don't have any fractures or breaks we know of, right?
No, not on Fromber?
I'm sorry.
What
Jordan.
the bleep?
Jordan.
Oh, my God.
Jordan.
No, Jordan. No, we have no, but that doesn't matter.
But it's early in the process.
It doesn't matter.
Let's just see if we see him the rest of the year.
It doesn't matter what they say
no.
ever. 2 months into it, it doesn't matter what they say.
Justin Verlander's got a sore neck.
Out 6 months.
Sore. This is the longest sore neck ever.
Well,
remember when your neck was sore?
Yeah.
And you really, you couldn't have pitched that day.
No, but you know what?
But
I would have been back 2 days later.
You went to the deep tissue massage and then you got back.
Yeah.
Can we do, and not Carlos, Correa's
Javier
massage.
Was the same thing. Javier was out with a neck too. We led the league in necks.
Neck forever.
Yeah.
These neck injuries are hurting guys forever. And then it's just weird. The Astros injuries linger like crazy.
Yeah.
Remember that time? Nah, I mean, that's really more of a HIPAA violation where I don't think the Astros announced that Urquidy, it was a while back. Remember when Urquidy had COVID and then he was out for about 3 months? Maybe just had long COVID. I feel like my dad has long COVID.
You
Still.
think so? He's still
No,
sick?
he told me, a doctor told him it's been 2 years.
He's got 2 years COVID?
Yeah.
No.
Long COVID. Yeah, he has a hard time breathing to this day.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Long COVID.
Wow, that is
He had to
really
go to the
long
hospital
COVID.
for it, too.
I've never heard of long COVID like that.
Remember, when he's got it is when he was remember when we had the super freeze? The mega freeze, that's when he got it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's got long COVID. So,
Wait.
not ideal for him when you're in your 70s.
Jordan has fat boy injuries. Lance has soft boy injuries. Jordan's not fat. What are you
What?
you
Who
talking
would
about?
say that about him?
Jordan is not a fat boy.
First of all, my foot just slipped on an incline. It could have happened to anybody going after a disc.
Yeah.
And it was a good disc. I still didn't find it.
Well, you're going to hear it this morning. You are probably going to catch it. Little do you know. You are going to catch it this morning from Gilbert, but for sure.
Oh, he's going to call?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, I'm sure you didn't spike anything up.
Well, did you get my FaceTimes yesterday that you didn't even answer?
No, I saw it later. Yeah, I was in a doctor's appointment.
Oh.
And I'm like, why is John FaceTiming me?
Did you try to
I
cross another curb?
I thought
Why
you
were
were
at a doctor's appointment?
Hearing. I thought, okay, John, this is a butt dial. Like, John doesn't FaceTime anybody. And then I saw your post later and I realized, oh, this would have been a Gilbert call.
Gilbert wanted to talk to you, okay? And he probably will call today. So I'll tell you why on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I was there yesterday. We found the best King Ranch. It's awesome. And we found a pre-owned vehicle there, okay? They've got the selection. They have got wonderful. I'm talking about wonderful deals. Oh, speaking of wonderful deals, holy crap. I saw Allie there yesterday and she said, oh, how about these deals? Are you kidding me? Chastang specials, $5,000 off all in stock Broncos, $10,000 off Bronco Raptor in stock, $10,000 off Heritage Bronco limited edition, up to $12,000 off Ford F-150s. We test drove the new Ford F-150. They've got one 2023 left. One 2023 left. You're not going to find a better deal on a vehicle than you're going to find on that one F-150. They have got an unbelievable deal right now on F-150s, the XLTs. This is, I'm telling you, a great time. I've never seen $5,000 in stock Broncos, $10,000 off the Raptor, $10,000 off the Heritage, and every vehicle that they sell, $100 goes to Texas Children's Hospital. There's no better place to go. You can do it all online at ChastangFord.com. A lot of dealerships won't let you because they want to add on and markup. That ain't the case at Chastang Ford. They don't want to. They don't care about that. They're not going to do that. You're looking for the best vehicle in the market. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I went to see Gilbert yesterday, and I brought him some. Oh, by the way, big ups to Cecil over at Saltgrass Steakhouse.
He was listening to the show, apparently, right?
He was listening to the show. He heard Gilbert, and he was like, "Man, I don't have corn on the cob. I don't know. I don't know what. I hate to let him down.
Why do you think they did, though?
We don't have corn on the cob. I don't know. I don't know why Gilbert thought.
I think he just wanted corn on the cob. But
No, he thought. He said, corn on the cob is best or whatever. He was
Gilbert
anyway.
knows, like that's something.
That's
I don't remember them ever having it, but
so anyway. For those who don't know, Gilbert called in yesterday. He put in his order with me. First, he wanted Damaris, a sausage. Hey, I want a sausage sandwich. I want fries. I want a Dr. Pepper. And I was like, well, it's too. Gilbert, is there any way I'll go to Nick's place? No, give me Saltgrass. I want a steak, sirloin, medium rare. I want fries. I want corn on the cob. I want garlic
with
bread.
salt and pepper.
With salt and pepper. And I want garlic bread.
By the way, I didn't see garlic bread in the picture.
There was garlic bread. There was garlic bread. And he gave him a loaf of the regular. And he gave him a hat. He gave him a Saltgrass hat, which was very nice of him. Anyway, so Cecil calls me after the show and says, I got you. Go pick it up. And I went and picked it up, and I brought it over to Gilbert. So
if it doesn't cost you money, it doesn't count. John. You have to redo an order now.
He was, I would have.
Was he thankful? I didn't think so.
He was, he was bossy. Give me a ketchup. Give me a Coke. Give me a fork. Hey, pick up my towel. I mean, he was.
You were a maid.
He is something.
You were a butler. You're Gilbert's butler.
Anything. So then we watched TJ.
Here we are, face to face, a couple of silver spoons. So I didn't know he was Ricky Schroeder, and you were his.
I am.
Whatever.
So no, that's Gilbert though. Put the cap on the ketchup. Put the ketchup back where.
You ever seen that show, The Toy, with Richard Pryor?
Yeah.
It was a weird show. It's a show. Del, have you ever heard of a show called The Toy?
Yeah.
I thought it was a movie.
It is
a movie. Can you tell people what the premise of this movie is that was made in the 80s?
I don't remember exactly other than Richard Pryor as a grown man was a toy for a little white boy.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It was a movie where a rich white kid had a black man as a toy. He just was being paid a certain amount of money. So from what I remember, and Richard Pryor said, okay, I'll do it. I'll go be, and this kid bossed him around and the 80s. Ta-da! Richard Pryor, The Toy.
Well, that was me. That was
you. That's what I'm thinking of.
So then we watched TJ Hooker for a while.
Oh, and how long did you stay? How long was that expected?
We hung out. Me and Gilbert, we hung out.
And you watched TJ Hooker?
I didn't realize how bad the acting was back then. It was awful. It was awful. So we had some laughs. Anyway, but the next up, guess who's next up?
Well, I already know I am, which is fine. I want to do that.
Wait, call Lance. I called you a couple of times. You didn't answer.
I didn't know you FaceTimed me.
I FaceTimed you because Gilbert wanted to see you. I FaceTimed Wendy so he could see Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was nice. And he was like, yeah. I was like, I thought, I might have stoked it a little bit.
Oh, really? I never would have guessed.
I think Lance should come up here. Lance should come see you, shouldn't he, Gilbert? Yeah, Lance come see. Yes, well, you need to call tomorrow.
This is probably him.
Yeah, it's probably is. Hey, Lance, when are you gonna go see me?
I know.
Hey, everybody should go see him.
Go ahead.
It's
depressing.
That's what it is a depressing place. It is a depressing place. So he sparked up. I walked in the room and he looked at me and it took him a minute and he goes, Granado. Oh,
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he was happy. So that was
Good.
good. It was good. It was good.
And then he immediately said, "Where's my food?"
Give me the ketchup. I had to go to the kitchen and get him a fork. Then I had to go back and get him a Coke. And then and then it was.
Is he moving around okay? I didn't think so.
No, he's not moving.
It looked like he was in bed, right?
Yeah, he was. He sleeps in a chair. He's got a chair. He's got a recliner, and he sleeps in that. And there's crap all over his bed, and so, and I had to clean it up. And then, holy crap, did I get yelled at? He's got this.
You get yelled at by who?
Gilbert.
Oh, what did he yell at you about?
Well, he's got this container that's got all of these glass cleaners, these little packets that clean your glasses.
Oh, yeah,
little packets. Anyway, he had a bunch of garbage in it, and he was like, "Hey, throw this garbage out." Okay.
Oh, you threw away glass
threw it
cleaners?
all out, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, "Hey, what's all this stuff in?" Don't throw that. Oh, I was like, "I got it, Gilbert. I'll get it. I swear. I promise. I'll get it back."
Does he have Alexa in there?
He does not have an Alexa.
Are you positive?
Yeah, no. Turn the fan off. Okay, I'll turn the fan off. He is. I can imagine how hard it is for them in there with him.
Is that right?
I was there for I don't know how long, and it wasn't. I couldn't sit down for a minute.
It sounds almost like a hospital. Can he push a button and somebody come in and?
I don't know that he has a button to push. I don't know, but all he would do is yell. He would just yell, so he would be fine. Anyway, so Gilbert, you're next on the list, buddy. You made the list.
That's fine. That's fine.
You made the list.
That's
Okay.
fine. You painted quite a picture.
Where do you go? I swear, it's just all orders. You are at beck and call.
I wasn't obviously face to face with Gilbert, but
you're going.
We'll see. Yeah, I don't think he's looking for me.
Hey, don't try to steal my. He's in there trying to take my stuff.
Possibly, but I had a, let's just say, 2-hour conversation with my mother about getting her internet back working.
Oh,
for long distance.
That's the best.
This all started on Saturday when, for some reason, her wireless mouse to her iMac doesn't work, and I tried to look up stuff. So I said, "Hey, you're just gonna have to get a wired mouse to fix some of the things right now." Because I'm not
that's
here.
Unacceptable.
What
kind of son are you?
We went through, but no, she needs a wireless mouse to hit something on the computer, click something, so she can actually cycle through and get the mouse back to working. So she have to do that. But
problem solving.
Yeah, but yesterday was, hey, I unplugged all my modem, my router to see if that would make the computer either not recognize or recognize the mouse.
No.
So we had a 2-hour phone conversation about getting her internet back, and her sending me pictures of the modem and the router, looking up the modem and the router online. What do you have? Spectrum? That's the service.
Is she Spectrum?
Watch
I'm with Spectrum.
Watch it.
It's terrible.
Oh, I thought you said, is she on the Spectrum? Watch it.
No. I've got Spectrum. I've got Spectrum in LA. It's awful.
I don't know. It was user error. She unplugged all these things thinking it will work. And I said, okay, walk me through everything. Take pictures of everything, because I'm losing my mind on the phone. So we got it done.
Mom with a remote or wireless mouse. Terrible.
So we got
Not
it
gonna
done.
work.
The internet's back. By the time we got off the phone, the modem and the router, all the stuff, of course, now is locked into security. The internet, her security is based on the internet. She has a Google thing in the home, so all that's working. But 2 hours,
2 hours
on a Monday night.
Nice.
It's not Gilbert-like, but it felt like it.
Yeah, but at least she says things.
She did say thank you.
She does.
She dropped an "I love you" on me at the end. There wasn't really ordering. She just wanted her stuff, and I was like, okay, let's get this done.
It's different. Gilbert's different.
Yeah,
it's ordering.
I bet
It's ordering.
I've got nobody at my house who can. I've got a bunch of Dell's moms at my house who can't figure out how to do anything. I'm just like, all I'm going to do is Google it and see what to do. Everything's on YouTube. Everything that you need to figure out is just on YouTube.
Yeah.
You've all got smartphones. What are we doing here?
Well, you
can't do it over a certain age.
Kids are supposed to know that stuff innately.
But yeah, I know. But they just don't look up like how to fix things. They should just be able to go and fix. No, here's what they say. Okay, it's broken. Can't fix it. Go tell your dad. I mean, this is
Wait,
stuff. I mean,
they're
I've got
supposed to know
the
these
worst
things.
kids are not even problem solvers anymore.
No.
You used to have to solve problems. Remember when you had to go, you didn't have an internet, so you had to go figure things out? It made you a better thinker. It made you a problem solver. Now, nobody's a problem solver. Now, once you get a parent, you can't just tell them Google it. Like, they're so far behind the eight ball on technology. You can't possibly.
All right.
Okay, turn off your router. Just unplug it and unplug it back in.
Oh.
What is a router?
She didn't have to. I didn't have to tell her that. She did that, and that was the problem. But it's good.
You got through it.
We got through it.
Nice.
And that's great.
All right, 713-780-3776. If you've got somebody ordering you around, come on. But keep on listening today because Gilbert's calling in for sure. For certain, he's calling in today. So we got that going.
Unless they take his phone.
Time to. He had another phone. He's got a burner.
He's got a burner?
I don't know. He had this other phone that was. I don't know what it is. I don't know what kind of phone it is. It's not an iPhone. He was like, answer that. Answer. The phone was ringing. Somebody was calling him, and he never uses that phone or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know how to answer this phone, Gilbert.
What do you mean? What kind of phone was it?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of phone. Why not? It stopped ringing. He goes, who was it? I was like, I don't know.
Oh,
Gilbert.
my God. You're making me nervous. It sounds like it's nerve-wracking being in there.
It is. You just have to, okay. It's a bunch of
It's just a bunch of bossing you around.
He's a dictator. I'm telling you. Gilbert's a
now
dictator.
You know why his mom was, get out the phone.
Right. Time to talk about MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. It's the best place to play, win and get paid. It's the best place to put your money down because here's the deal. You put money down, they'll double it. They double your money immediately whenever you put the money down. So you put in $500, they're going to make you, now you got $1,000 to play with. This does not happen other places. Of course, you got to play and you can't just, now take out the 1,000. That's not how it works. So anyway, but you're going to have more to play with because that's how they do it at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for the best way to get live in-game betting. You got it. You're looking for the best way to whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It could be football, baseball, basketball, cricket, volleyball, election, casino games. It doesn't matter. You've got it at MyBookie. I mean, literally thousands of different bets that you can make at any one time at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. They're giving you a free Thursday bet as well. That's crazy. You bet, and they're going to give you don't lose anything if you lose. That's great. That's great. That's the best I've ever heard. You get to bet and not lose. That's the best. And MyBookie Plus as well, where you play. The more you play, the more that you are going to more giveaways and all kinds of great stuff. MyBookie Plus, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.
Maestro Nobel was a huge hit during the listener party. They were not a sponsor. People just got into my stash. Well, I brought my stash out. And so we finished the bottle of Cristalino, and then I let a couple of listeners try out the Añejo because I'd been bragging on it. And the compliments were off the charts. People just couldn't believe how smooth it was, how tasty, how flavorful, the flavor profiles, and just it was a really delicious tequila. And one of the things you'll notice is there are people who, if you've never had a really good tequila like Maestro Nobel, when you drink it, there's not the burn. Like there's just not a burn there because it's distilled properly, it's aged properly, they use the best ingredients. The process is going to make it a very not just flavorful but smooth tequila. And I know there are some people who are big tequila fans don't like the phrase smooth with the tequila, but I mean, I just want to impart on you that it is just an easy drink. And that's why sipping tequilas are such a big deal right now. There's so many people who are enjoying Maestro Nobel as a sipping tequila because they have a wide variety of types: Añejo, Reposado, the Cristalino, which is called a Diamante, is what the Cristalino is the type, the Diamante is the name, and many more. Actually, the smoked silver is great for margaritas. So make sure that you try a bottle of Maestro Nobel. Take a picture, send it to me. Let me know how you like it. If you're looking for a great tequila at a very reasonable price, it's Maestro Nobel.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
That's weird. Let's get, who's this, B? It says B. B wants to talk about the Jaguars. They're awful. What do you say, B?
Hey, what's up, man? Lance, I got a question for you. At what point do we call Trevor Lawrence a bust? He threw DeMar Hamlin his first career interception last night. Like, come on, man.
And it was why. And how about B? How about he hung up. It was such an easy throw. There was no one even underneath the route. Like he didn't even have to. He dropped his shoulder down low. His fundamentals have really gotten bad. He dropped his shoulder and the ball, which causes balls to sail, and he just sailed it over a wide open crossing route. Like it was an easy throw, super easy.
At what point do you call him a bust? No,
we're getting pretty close.
No, he's a bust.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close. Like, how long can he hang on to the comeback win? All you got right now with him is comeback win against Chargers. And look, granted, he did not get a good start to his career with what they did, kind of like Bryce Young.
Well, that was Urban, yeah.
But it was a bad start. They didn't have great talent around him. He was on the run forever. It wasn't a good start. But at some point, they have surrounded him now with some players. They've spent money. They spent draft picks. You could argue that the front office hasn't done a great job. But at the same time, Trevor Lawrence hasn't. Great quarterbacks elevate people around them. I don't see him elevate anybody. And, I missed on him. I think most people missed on him. He has the elements of being a great quarterback. But at some point, you can't worry about the ingredients of this and that. Like, did he make the cake? Nope. He never did anything with the ingredients, not to this point. Now, he was in that famous 21 draft or infamous 21 draft. So it's not like he's played forever was it 21? Yeah. With Lawrence, Justin Fields, that was 21 or was that 20? God, was it 21? I think it was 21.
Mac Jones.
It seems like they've been around longer than that. 21, 22, 23, 24. So this is just his fourth year. It seems like Trevor Lawrence has been around longer than the fourth year.
Well, he's been in our lives for a long time.
Yeah.
So since a freshman.
Can you call a fourth? I don't think you can call a fourth-year player just yet a bust, but I don't care if you do call him that. It ain't gonna hurt my feelings because that's how he's playing. And you gave him a second contract that is going to bloody what you can do moving forward. This is now Deshaun Watson, who by the way was back to being atrocious this last game. I mean, horrific. Deshaun Watson, you've got the contract now for Dak that you're going to have to sweat. Daniel Jones's contract, which wasn't as much money, but still there was no reason. He had never played consistently good football. Trevor Lawrence, look how many quarterbacks. Kyler Murray. Oh, Kyler's playing a little better now, But how nerve-wracking is it to have to deal with second contracts on these guys? Because you're just afraid, like, I can't let him go. So now Trevor Lawrence is going to beat you twice. Not only the original draft pick, but now you're going to get really beaten up by his contract number. You're limited on what you can do because he's taking up so much of the cap. I mean, look how many of these guys with second contracts aren't living up to him. Just a ton. And because it's a free market economy, just like baseball, but in baseball, only the best players get the elite money. You don't get it because it's your turn in baseball. Not one owner in baseball says it's your turn. Now, the difference is quarterback is like being a number one pitcher or something, like quarterback. But even average, the worst thing you can have is an average quarterback, because then you have to stick with them, like a Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Then you got to stick with them and pay them.
Well, but they didn't. The Redskins, at the time, Redskins let him go and said, okay, bye. And then the Vikings picked him up, and now he's with Atlanta. You don't have to do that if you don't think you can win. If you don't think you can
all
win
along the way, he made a lot of money at Minnesota. Minnesota paid him 2 contracts. They just let him go. Eventually they did. But that second contract, people can't. He was a 4th round pick. Eventually you can't get past that second. Like, name somebody who makes that decision. Baker was an easy decision. I would argue that Justin Fields was an easy decision.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's easy decisions out there. Like this whole draft, actually. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones.
And yet, Trevor got a $275 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
deal.
Well,
what do you do with that now?
No, you're screwed. You're screwed. He's lost 8 straight games.
And when you trade him, a big chunk of that's going to come forward and hit you with the cap hit if you try to trade him.
Yeah.
Dak, if you're Dallas, what difference does Dak make on this team?
There's talk of benching him for Mac Jones.
I think you need to do it. And it doesn't mean you have to stay that way.
Trevor Lawrence from Mac Jones.
Yeah, because I think Mac would run hey, you know what? Andy Dalton knows how to run the offense. He's not your solution or your answer long term. He knew how to run the offense. Mac Jones may run the offense better. I bet you Mac Jones would have hit that pass that sailed over his receiver and landed right in DeMar Hamlin's hands. I mean, you just have to. I'm not a fan of calling everyone bust right away and things like that. But on Trevor Lawrence, he's playing so far below our expectations that at some point you got to believe who a player tells you who he is. And Trevor Lawrence is starting to tell us this is who he is. On the flip side, Josh Allen is a Superman. Incredible yesterday. No matter who was around him. And did you see his comment? He goes, it's so good to have a locker room full of guys who don't care about their stats or who get the touchdowns. He literally saying, I'm so happy Diggs is gone. You have no idea how much more fun football is now that Stephon Diggs is out of my life. Yeah. That's what he was telling everyone yesterday.
Yeah.
And I've been glad to have Diggs. I know who Diggs is, so eventually he'll wear out his welcome. But he's been a good Texan. I've got no issues with Stephon Diggs. But clearly they had issues in Buffalo because I think he made Josh's life miserable a lot of times. And if you watch, I thought it was really going to hurt them losing their 2 wide receivers.
Not a problem.
They've scored over 30 in all 3 games, and and Joe Brady is back in his bag now. Yeah. Joe Brady looks good as a coordinator.
Well, he's the favorite. He looks great. He looks great. Josh Allen.
Josh has been tremendous.
Yep. And I'm going to tell you what. They should be the favorite right now to win the Super Bowl.
It looks like we may be looking at the MVP and the Offensive Rookie of the Year yesterday. Jaden Daniels was absolutely outstanding. And, his senior tape, I thought was great. It was way better than Caleb Williams and way better than Drake May, but you have to take everything into account. So I put Caleb 1/10 of a point ahead. They both were in 6.7s. I made one, I think, a 6.73 and one a 6.72. But, if you just say who had the best senior year, it was Jaden Daniels and it was Bo Nix. They're the 2 who look best on tape. Jaden Daniels yesterday, man, he's accurate. He can stay on time when he needs to. He had a 91% accuracy yesterday. He was terrific.
Yeah.
Jaden was great against the Bengals. He never punted. And the week before, John, a lot was made of they couldn't convert. And I was like, it's true they couldn't convert, but they had 7 field goals. Washington scored 7 times. They just didn't turn them into touchdowns.
Yeah.
This time they did. I'm going to go back and look. I'm not sure that Jaden Daniels' offense has punted more than 2 times in the last 2 games. It's been an amazing amount of scores on possessions. Terry McLaurin looked good. I mean, hey, Dallas, I don't know that you get I'm not sure Dallas is going to be a better team than Washington. Have you seen some of the stuff going on in Dallas?
Yeah.
With CeeDee Lamb. These are guys who are getting paid and they're crying.
Well, you just got how much?
Let's talk about Micah Parsons. Now the writers are saying, look, you're going to have to deal Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons, like, he loves him some Michael Parsons on podcasts and stuff like that. And apparently he's, I guess, behind the scenes, he is a bit of an issue.
Yeah. Well, there's a story this morning, how Dallas is going to, the rift between CD and Dak Prescott, and whether or not how healthy that's going to be for the organization going forward.
And both of them just got enormous deals.
Huge deals. And it's awful. 743 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? Let's go. You got to talk about Craig DeSurf right now.
Yeah, I love talking about Craig DeSurf because I love talking about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I talk a lot about the people over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC because I think that makes a huge difference. But I do want to mention also the Classic Car Show is coming up, and that's going to be October the 5th. October the 5th, in 2 weeks. You are going to be able to go out and see it's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. It's their 7th annual Classic Car Show. It's a free event, so you can bring the whole family out there. And they've got incredible classic cars. It looks, they are so awesome. And they pop the hood on it, and you can see inside. You can check these cars out for yourself. They're right there, easy to interact with. They've got food trucks, a craft fair, a live band, and lots more. It's really a lot of fun. And if you've got a classic car and you want to enter, it's just $20 per vehicle, and all proceeds benefit Saving Souls, which provides shoes for underprivileged kids. So Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC 7th annual Classic Car Show. Just head on out there. It's out in Angleton, and it's really a cool event, something you won't get an opportunity to experience very often, and it's absolutely free from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. only in Angleton. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Astros lose yesterday. 6-1 was the final. They've got Logan Gilbert tonight against Fromm. We got Frommer on the mound. Be a nice night to end this thing. Let's go and move on to the postseason. Holy crap. Has the I didn't even realize it yesterday. I'm watching so much football and whatnot. Man, the Twins have fallen apart. It's just awful how bad they are and how bad they've been. They've fallen apart. The Royals have fallen apart. They're 2-8, and the Twins are 3-7 in their last 10. What a time to just totally fall apart for these teams. And let's see. Oh no, not overall. I'm looking at division. Okay. Wild card race. This is just unbelievable. It's going to be right now. It's the Orioles and the Royals, and the Tigers are the third team.
Well, the Orioles have really fallen off.
They're
playing bad
baseball. The Orioles have fallen off. They're 3-7. The Royals are 2-8, and the Twins are 3-7 over their last 10.
Woo!
That's how bad all three of them are playing.
It's a race not to make the playoffs.
Detroit is 7-3. Seattle is 7-3. Seattle's making a move. They're just a game and a half out of the wild card. Of the four teams, the Royals, the Tigers, the Twins, and the Mariners, because it could be any of those teams. Which one do you want to say?
I don't want to see Scooball. I never want to see an ace pitcher.
No,
because of what happened to us with the Padres years ago with Kevin Brown. It doesn't take much. It takes one guy to ruin everything.
But Scooball can only pitch in one of the games.
Of course, that was historic lack of pitcher rest that they were working off of back then. I would say I'd probably most like to see the I'm sorry, I'm just not afraid of the Mariners this year, but I don't feel like I can say them. I almost would say
Twins or Royals.
Twins.
The Royals, you've just destroyed the Royals.
Yeah, well, they got you earlier this year, but you did just destroy them. They got a really good hitter who could get hot, but do they have enough pitching?
He has not been good.
He's not been hot. Yeah, he's not been hot. But we have a guy like Jordan who's like that a lot, where he'll just go on a funk and then all of a sudden he can rip your throat out for an entire series.
Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr., though, has really not been good of late. He is this month. His OPS is down to 866 this month. He's been over 1,000 for most of the year. But lately he's been hitting it a little bit. He's been hitting a little bit better, but he went through a funk. And I don't mind the Royals at all. I don't want to see Scooball. I don't want to see a team that's hot. And I'd much rather face one of these teams. I don't want the Mariners. The Twins are easy.
Yeah,
the Twins have no bullpen at all. No bullpen at all, and their starting pitching isn't good. So I mean, the Twins would be ideal because and you took care of that business last year. You'll take care of that business, but you don't have Jose Abreu this year. That's the problem. Jose Abreu was awesome in that Twin series last year. I don't know if you remember.
Was Abreu terrible or good?
Good?
I don't remember. He was
in that series. You don't remember Jose Abreu homering in that series against the Twins last year?
I don't remember Abreu doing anything good.
Yes.
It's
Abreu.
Like my memory only goes with bad stuff.
I mean, that's all you think about is the bad things.
I just don't remember him doing anything good in baseball.
Yeah. Well, you mean the future Hall of Famer?
Well, he did have no. Jose Abreu's not getting a Hall of Fame.
You don't think Jose Abreu is going to be a Hall of Famer?
No. Okay. He did have that MVP year during the freaking COVID.
Mm-hmm. Jose Abreu, Baseball Reference stats. Let's see. He is a career 283 hitter. Okay.
Sweet.
A career 833 OPS. He's got 263. Nah, he's probably not a Hall of Famer.
No, not even close.
No, he's not. Probably not a Hall of Famer.
He didn't play all that
He
long.
did win an MVP. I don't know if you heard.
He didn't get into baseball till he was 27.
He's
I know he won. That's what I was saying. He won an MVP.
he was Rookie of the Year.
He won
an All-Star.
He won a COVID MVP.
3-time All-Star. 4-time All-Star. And
Sweet.
MVP. Yeah.
During COVID.
Yeah.
He probably had 45 at bats.
He led the league in RBIs.
Stop trying to sell.
twice.
You're wasting people's time selling Jose Abreu into the
slugging
Hall of
percentage
Fame.
twice.
Would you like to know what his Hall of Fame monitor numbers are?
Yeah.
Okay. His batting is 18th. The average Hall of Famer is 27. That's black ink. Gray ink, whatever that means. He's 99. Average Hall of Famer is 144. Hall of Fame monitor 69. Average Hall of Famer is a 100. Hall of Fame standards batting 19. Average Hall of Famer is a 50. He's 906th.
He's right there.
Not even close.
He's right there. You don't know if he's going to play anymore, though. He might be just taking a little break right now and then coming back.
He is most similar to Andres Galarraga, though.
Thank you. Ted Klazuski, Moises Alou,
And Ryan Klesko. And Justin Morneau, Adam LaRoche. These are some similar batters to him.
Ryan Klesko a Jets defensive end or something?
No.
Yeah. It's 7:53, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, my Hall of Fame case. Okay, that notwithstanding, Jose Abreu had a great series against the Twins last year.
That was good.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just so you know. And you don't, guess what? Jose Abreu ain't walking through that door.
No. Instead, we have a guy who's hitting better, John Singleton.
Oh. You got to give him the Canty sound, because I do want to talk about this.
Okay.
Because you got to get him the Canty sound about Chris Canty sound about Joe Burrow, because it does sound like a little bit. It does sound a little bit off. Your Houston Texans. You had D'Amico Ryans meeting the media yesterday, and you got him talking about the offensive line, and you got him talking about Tunsil. He did admit that Tunsil does know how to line up. He does.
You know what? But nobody asked about the false starts. Nobody asked about false starts.
They did just ask about the lining up thing.
Yeah. I mean, false starts is kind of that's his
what
gimmick.
What are you going to say
That's his
about
wrestling
it,
gimmick, the false starter. Well, I don't know. You could say, Coach, it's got to be frustrating. What can be done about these consistent false starts game after game, year after year? And he could say, it's just year 2. I've only personally seen it for 20 games. And not even 20. He didn't play every game last year.
Yeah, but you've seen enough of it that
he can say, I don't know. Is it really a problem? We could say, yeah. He goes, no, what he'd say is, we got to do a better job of coaching it. We got to be now. D'Amico never shirked responsibility for players. Like he never called out the players, but at the same time, he didn't just said, we've got to coach it better. He said, as a collective, as a team, he does an amazing, I think it's instinctive in him, but everything is a collective. He's really good about not
singling out guys,
singling out, but at the same time, not giving guys passes either. But he does it in a smart way. What you'll hear, like you can hear it right now.
Yeah. All right. He lied to everybody yesterday.
D'Amico lied?
D.
D'Amico doesn't lie to people.
Well, listen to this soundbite.
Offensive line, they'll get it going. They'll do exactly what we need them to do. They had some really good reps in the game. Everybody likes to talk about the negative reps. We had a lot of good protection in the game where we completed a lot of deep passes in the middle of the field. We had a lot of explosive plays that were made, and we had really good protection. So I don't let a few bad plays dictate of who we are. I know who we are, and I know how our guys will respond. So I'm excited about our O-line and what's in front of them.
It was better the second half. We had a lot of really good protection. I don't know. I need to go look at it, because I feel like in my mind, it doesn't feel like it was really good.
No, I feel like that CJ was under a lot of pressure, and we had a lot of explosive plays in that 7-point game.
Well, at least one, maybe two got called back.
We got a lot of
lining up.
Did we have a lot of explosive plays, really?
I don't feel like
we had a lot of explosive
I know we
plays.
didn't have a lot of explosive runs.
I missed
Here,
those.
let me look this up.
I must have missed something.
They had, as I mentioned, 124 yards of total offense, literally at 2:08 p.m. when I typed that to somebody. When somebody was like, our offense has actually been pretty good. Like, they have 8 first downs and 124 total yards, and we're coming up on the end of the third quarter. What? But then Davis Mills rescued you statistically
He really
to make
did.
it not look as terrible as it was.
Is there a quarterback controversy here? That's my question. That's something I don't.
Hey, I'd
did
like-
anybody ask D'Amico about that yesterday?
I would like to see
You asked the tough questions. Where were you? Oh yeah, you were with Gilbert.
getting bossed around.
I was, instead of asking the tough questions, I was getting
You were being ordered around.
I was getting ordered around yesterday. I don't feel like
I'm going to look up.
I just kind of feel like
explosive
D'Amico
plays.
lied to us there, and I don't feel like he does that.
I'm going to
too
look up
much.
explosive plays.
When you score 7 points and you get your ass kicked, look, you may have found your way to look at the film and say you had explosive plays, but if you say it out loud to the people, it feels like you're lying to my face. Don't play games with me.
Yeah,
I know what I saw.
See, I don't understand this. Pro Football Focus has the Texans called for 4 penalties.
I don't understand that. They were called for far more.
I mean, maybe they don't. Maybe pre-snap penalties don't count.
Why? What?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is going on here. I'm going to send an email to somebody there, but because this just doesn't make sense. It says the Texans had 4 penalties and only 1 was accepted.
So I'm looking through.
Oh, it does excludes pre-snap penalties.
Okay.
Why would you exclude pre-snap
They
penalties?
count.
They definitely
They
count.
absolutely put you in a hole.
Because how they measure performance, it's once the play begins.
It must be. But I would say if you have a penalty,
Yeah,
you're putting your team in a bad situation.
this is the issue I have with people who strictly, that's in an extreme, but people watch film, but they don't take into the context of the game. Like
Mhm.
film watchers will grade a play that happened in the second quarter the same way it happens in the fourth. Like, oh, he completed a pass for 7 yards in the second quarter. But I would, in my head, I'm like, well, the fourth quarter when he really needed it and he didn't make the play, that feels more important. But they'll grade them the same.
Mhm.
So maybe that's the case here. Hey, we don't care about context. Once the play begins, that's what we grade. And we're not going to grade anything that happens before the play because we grade play.
Mhm.
Although if Laramie Tunsil's committing penalty after penalty, you would think that would affect his grade.
Yeah, I mean it's important to lose 5 yards to wipe out a to lose 5 yards to go from 3rd and 7 to 3rd and 12 is a massive deal. To go from 3rd and 3 to 3rd and 8 is even bigger in terms of the plays that are really truly available to you. So I don't know.
But I guess I never remember them having a situation where they're knocking guys down for penalties committed before the play. So it just might be part of what they do.
They had one play over 20 yards.
A lot of
34
explosives.
a 34-yard, and that was on the touchdown drive.
Yeah, it was 3rd and 11. It was a great throw by CJ, but
Yeah.
that was it.
That was it.
So 15 plus is explosive, I think, on passing, and it's 10
Is it
10 plus
is it
for rushing. I believe.
15?
It might
or
be
20?
more than that. It might be 20.
Well, they had a few 19-yard plays. They had, I think, 3. They had a 17-yard play. But that I didn't see much explosion there. That was not explosive to me.
And you
at
can't
all.
lean on explosives when you score 7 points.
7 points. No. Nope. And they got, I don't know. What do you do as a coach to clean it up? Honestly, what the false starts?
People talk about being on an offensive line coach. I've heard that all the time. I mean, Laramie doesn't care what the line coach says. He's going to jump. He's going to keep trying to jump and guess the snap so he can get a head start.
Well,
and that's why I call it selfish, is just because he doesn't care what the coach says. The only thing you can bench him if you want, but
How are you going to bench him?
these people talking about
You can't
cutting
bench
him and
No,
trading
get
him,
out.
like
Stop.
you're just screwed. You can't. He's too good.
Laramie's operating like Pro Football Focus. If I commit penalties before the snap, doesn't affect my grade. You know what else doesn't affect my money? Penalties. Like, if I give up sacks, I get my quarterback hit. That affects my salary, my next contract. Committing a couple penalties, no one's going to take my money off the table because I commit a couple penalties.
That's true.
So the sacks, the pressures, that's what he's looking at. So you cheat. You cheat the snap, and who cares if it's 5 yards?
It is true. Like, he does cheat the snap. I feel like you actually, everything you said there is true. I think that's how he thinks that, I don't care if I get a 5-yard penalty, which is why I said selfish. I don't think he cares if he gets a 5-yard penalty. He just doesn't want to give up a pressure or a sack. And while it's admirable, I'm sorry, you got to hold your water. You got to sit there and your foot quickness is good enough. Like he's a really good pass protector. You got the foot quickness to slide out there and get to half man and redirect him around the pocket. It can't just be about, I don't care if I get a 5-yard penalty, I'm getting off the ball as fast as I possibly can. It's not working for your team. You've had year after year these penalties, and it's not. So what can an offensive line coach do about that? Bench him. Okay. I mean, I guess the only thing I can think of is you fine him or you bench him. That's it. I don't know how else you do it.
Yeah.
I don't know how else
you're not
coach
benching him. You're not benching. He's one of the best tackles in the league. That's not happening. You just got to hope that he can control
Are
himself.
you allowed to fine as a team for play? Is that inside the CBA? Like, are you allowed to do that?
No, for play, I don't think so. No, because that's taking money out of the guy's pocket.
Well,
There's
no,
no
but
way.
they've had kangaroo courts for stuff like that. Like, you could get fined for things that you do.
Well, that's a player's thing,
But
not the team can't. Team can't take
Well,
your money away because you get false start. No.
when you say it out loud,
Yeah.
when you say it out loud, I guess
Time to talk about.
they should have put it in the contract.
Time to talk about Jim Fiume and what he does for you, what he's doing for the city, what he's done for the city for over 35 years. I'm not sure what type of windows or doors that you need, but they've got professionally trained staff that it's going to help you in picking the right product for you, whether it's composite or vinyl or aluminum or wood clad or hurricane or storm windows and doors. They've got the best, just the best. If you can hear outside what's going on, your windows suck. If it's cold in the house and then you get near the window and it's warmer, your windows suck. You need replacement windows. Get the perfect installation. Make sure that it is sealed perfectly. Make sure that you get the best windows you possibly can. Double pane, double strength windows, Performer 1, aluminum windows, Performer 2, vinyl windows, Performer 3, hurricane windows, wood clad windows. And if you're building a new home, you need Jim Fiume and Gulf Coast Windows, because you put the best windows in that house. You want protection, you want security, you want privacy, you want it all at GulfCoastWindows.com. Give him a call, 713-849-5454, or go to GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim that you heard it right here. The loaded baked potato from Damaris Barbecue is the sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour today. Warm, loaded with butter, cheese, sour cream, chives, and topped with your favorite barbecue meat. Ooh, that sounds good today. You'll keep you full all day long. Get it over at either Damaris location. You will thank me later. 713-780-3776 is the number. There were a lot of things.
Oh, my God. The Washington Commanders under a rookie quarterback have not punted in 2 games.
How about that?
They haven't punted for 2 straight games.
There were 0 punts in that game last night.
Oh, that can't be true, is it?
Yeah, 0 punts. Every possession.
Burrow, you loser.
Every possession. McPherson missed the first. Otherwise, the Bengals scored every possession.
How do you like the over in that one?
Yeah, that was a good over. It was easy.
Anytime.
They scored every possession.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's get Robert in here. This is something I have issue with in what he's talking about here. What's up, Robert?
Guys, first of all, I just wanted to say that I applaud Shannon Sharp yesterday. He ripped Jerry Jones a new one and made everybody realize that what's causing the problems in Dallas is Jerry Jones. That's all I want to say about that one. But my question is after the game Sunday, they interviewed Jonathan Grenard, and Grenard acted insulted that Texans would put Stover on him to try to block him. Why would we do that? I mean, is Dalton Schultz not a better blocker than Stover?
No, he's not.
And if Stover's such a project, then why are we putting him in that position when we see the game's kind of not going our way?
Well,
Well,
it was
that
the
happened
first
early.
play of the game.
Yeah, that happened early. But D'Amico actually addressed that. Do we have that sound? Because D'Amico addressed how tight ends get involved. I'll have to pull it up.
That's great.
And he said, look, there's going to be certain protection calls where you end up with that, where they've got it. Sometimes they chip, sometimes they do that. Okay, Dalton Schultz is, number one, not better than Stover. Dalton Schultz is not a high-effort blocker. Stover will be better, but he's not ready yet. So the point I made yesterday was that I was surprised that Stover was that overwhelmed in some of those spots. And Brevin Jordan is much better than both of those guys in pass pro stuff that I've seen with him. And he's not great, but it never looks good. What's the win rate for a tight end against a rusher? Historically, 3%, 5%? Every time I see a tight end on a pass rusher, I see them getting their butt kicked immediately. Like, it seems like it never works. There's only a few tight ends that can actually handle a pass rusher competently. And Stover ain't it. Not yet, at least. And I know Schultz isn't it. So, yeah, that was a really bad look when he just got, and it's not like he beat him with a hand slap move. He literally just stabbed him and ran him into the ground. Boom, long armed him. It was an embarrassing loss. Well, there were
so many questionable calls. I mean, I never understand. I never understand where a great defensive end just goes unblocked. It happens all the time I don't know. I just don't get it. And all he has to do is knife down and get the running back in the backfield, but they leave him unblocked. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. What else doesn't make any sense is all these safeties that are covering Justin Jefferson. I don't understand. I don't understand what the heck, who designed this defense, or that the first play of the game, Cade Stover is going to block Jonathan Grenard. Jonathan Grenard, who is amped up, wants to destroy the team that let him go and decided that Danielle Hunter was going to be better. Jonathan Grenard had something to prove in this game, and you put Cade Stover on him to start the game? The first play?
Right.
I mean, I could see if it's a little bit later in the game, but that dude was ready to play. He was ready to go and crush people. And first thing you put Cade Stover on him? Mm-hmm. I don't know. It just that doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Boulder wants to get on the show. Hey, Boulder.
Hey, what's happening, brothers? Love the show. I had a question about the Tunsil conversation, and it might be more directed to Lance. What I don't understand is when they break the huddle, I mean, isn't there a cue, a signal that he should understand or know? Because it's hurting us. It's killing us.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a selfishness issue, well, then, yeah, Ryans will have to figure that out. But I guess my question to Lance is, isn't there a cue or something that these guys should know? I mean, at least watch the ball or something. I don't know. Help me out there.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's not. We're not overthinking it. It's just snap count. You know, if you're on the road, there's silent count. Sometime you have to go to where it's a clap. Silent count. A lot of time, the tackles have to zero in on the center and the ball, just like you said. Everything you said is right. John, I don't know if Knox College, if you guys ever had to go to silent count on the road. So I don't know if you ever had to deal with the silent count.
When the Prairie Fire were in a tough environment, did you guys have to go silent count?
Did you guys have to go when you were
your
quarterback?
Guard have to look back and you lift your leg
where he touches the center?
Yeah.
To let him know when to snap?
Not often.
Yeah.
I mean, he's wearing us out.
I know. It's
love the
terrible.
show. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Boulder. No. Everything you said is right. He knows the snap count. He knows on silent count, you know, you have to take a look at the center when the ball snaps. Sometimes you can hear the claps depending on who does that and which teams do that. And Melissa's coming in here. She got to see. It's funny, Melissa from Power. Yeah, just come on real quick, Melissa. You got to see, because we feel like we just have some unfinished business. All the listeners, I went to somebody sent one of your Instagram pictures. And so I went to your why? Just because that's how they do. And I went and saw the comments, and a lot of people did tell you to come to the party. Well, I can't.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
you. You're on.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation on Friday. It was amazing. I love to get to know all of your listeners. They're so nice.
Uh-huh.
They welcome me so nice. And then I was very surprised about your personality. What's going on with you? Like, you're super asleep during the morning, but you were like really outgoing on Friday afternoon. I was like, who's that guy?
I'm always like that.
Right, Del?
You'd never seen that, John.
Correct.
No. You've never seen
You'd
that,
never
John?
seen that, John.
No.
She was very surprised. So was Abigail, and so was Sam. And it's to me and Dell, it's like, wait, y'all, I don't know. Like, he tells you who he is.
Because in the morning, he's very like, hi, good morning, Melissa. And that's it, like very quiet, calm. But then everyone was following you around the room, and you were talking to everyone and taking pictures. And I was like, okay.
And then how was he behaving?
Good.
Yeah.
No, not behaving.
No, he didn't misbehave, but he was like really outgoing.
Yeah.
Like extra outgoing.
Yeah, that's
super
what I'm
outgoing.
Yes.
Well, that's what
tremendously outgoing.
A few?
A few. More than a few beers will do.
No, but it was really nice. A lot of people came to your party, and it was
You
really
had
nice.
fun?
Yes.
Was everybody nice, or were there any pervs?
No, they were super respectful.
Who hit on you?
No one did.
No one did?
Why you want to get people in trouble?
Yes.
Our listeners are respectful.
Yeah, they were telling me and inviting me to a golf tournament. So I start training. Am I being invited to it?
You're going to go play golf with them?
Which tournament? We don't.
With you guys. I don't know. That's what they were saying.
We
don't have a
Gil
tournament coming
was
up.
trying to.
We have a celebrity. No, don't we have a charity thing coming up? You're like, is it the bat?
Because you're not going to be.
You're
there,
not going to
huh?
be there.
No, the CCA is coming up,
Yeah,
but I
the
don't know if we
CCA.
have a team. Do we have a team?
I don't know.
I don't know that.
That's what they were saying.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, you going to play?
Of course.
You are?
Yeah,
Of
I'm
course.
training.
You're training.
Yeah, I'm
right
very
now.
competitive.
You're in training right now.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in the mood. I'm dreaming about it.
So you had
No,
fun.
I'm kidding. Yes, it was really fun. It was
Yes.
really nice.
You looked wonderful, and thank you for coming.
Thank you guys for the invitation. It was really
Yes,
nice.
It was very nice of you to come and meet our
So yeah, I wanted to thank you and thank the listeners because they keep following me
So
on
I
Instagram
read
and
your
chatting
comments,
with me.
and a lot of people were telling you,
Yes.
and they weren't bad comments. They just said come to the
No.
party. That's all.
No, even on my DM, because he was suggesting them to slide on my DM,
saw
but
that,
they
yeah.
didn't. No, they were really respectful.
I didn't say. He said it.
No,
actually.
you said it.
No,
I
Del.
didn't say it.
He said it.
Was John, right?
Slide in. No, don't.
It was
you said,
John, right?
No, don't slide.
And she turned right to you and
Yeah.
said it. Why do you think she turned
No.
right to you?
No.
Yeah, because you said, "Oh, you mean a slide?" And I was like, "No, I didn't mean a slide on my DM. Just like
John,
being
don't
gay."
blame anyone else. It was you.
Yes, it was you, John.
It was him that
I know
said
you were
it.
sleepy at this time, but it was
I'm
you.
pretty sure it wasn't me. But either way, don't slide into her
No.
DMs. Okay, don't do it.
No, they were very respectful.
That's
Yeah.
they are very
And a
respectful.
lot of guys with their significant other, with wife,
Yes.
that they also showed up, and I made friendships with the girls, so it was nice.
That's
Good.
very good.
Yeah,
very good.
our
We have
Very
wonderful listeners, and it was a lot of fun. We had a great time had by all. Yep. Thank
Thank you,
so
guys.
much for coming.
Thank you.
We appreciate
Bye.
it.
I
There's
gotta go
Melissa
back to work.
Blanco from what's the station?
Power 105.
No.
Yeah, it is.
105 point.
We don't do points.
Yes, we do.
Not in.
Yes.
We do. I thought we just say power
105.3.
105.
105.3. Okay.
Are you
power-
sure it's not 0.7?
No, it's 0.3.
Okay.
Okay. Because I see it every day when we walked in here. Okay.
Mm.
Every day. 713-780. I don't think I said slide into the DMs. I'm
You
pretty
did.
sure I
She
didn't.
said she knows. She said no, it was you.
I don't think so. But I'd like to imitate her. Slide into the DMs. Time to talk about HR&P. Okay. I was very nice that night. She said it. So HR&P shouldn't be on my ass right
She
now.
said you weren't misbehaved, but you weren't behaved though.
Yeah,
That's
you weren't
not
behaved.
Yeah, she said I was very
No.
nice. I was very
How
nice.
come we had to say
Outgoing.
no one takes
Super
no one gets
outgoing, I believe is what she
What
said.
about if we said
Outgoing.
put the camera away? We had to tell people put your
If
camera
there's
away.
ever an instance where you have to tell people in the public to not film something, maybe you weren't behaving as you should have.
I didn't say that, did I?
Some people
Did I tell everybody not
put
to?
the camera down.
Oh, okay.
Sam, no.
No.
Well,
She wants to tape everything. Sam, this is not things that we tape.
This is not something we tape, and this is what we do is we just do this for the party, and that's it. And HR&P, you know what? They didn't. I've not gotten one call. But here's the deal: is you need to call HR&P. You need to call them and set up, because I don't know what you're doing business. I don't know what your business is. Doesn't matter what your business is. You're not in the payroll business, right? They're in the payroll business. They know what payroll. They know how to do payroll. You don't know how to do payroll. You're not doing it well enough. You're paying more than you probably have to. Do you want to streamline? Do you want to make as much money for your business as possible? Do you want to keep people employed there, or do you want to waste money? Do you want to throw away money on a payroll department that you don't even need? All right. But if you have a payroll department, put those people to work doing something else. Because here's the deal: is because you will make more money, you will do it more efficiently, you will do it better, you will do it technologically perfect every time, because it seems like ours is perfect every time. I've never seen anyone with a payroll issue here at this station, and we've been with HR&P for I don't know how long. It's the best. It's the best way to go about this thing. And then you choose your benefit packages. They don't choose it for you, because that's what the other admin companies do. Look, you're looking for the best way to get payroll to your people? HR&P. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Aggies got Arkansas this week. Yeah, I don't know how much longer they're going to be playing in Arkansas. Next year, they're scheduled to play at Arkansas. I think the last year of the deal in Arlington is they haven't played there. The Aggies have been. It hasn't been good for Arkansas in Arlington since the Aggies have won 12 of the last 13 meetings between the two teams. Well, the Aggies since 2009 season, the Aggies and Razorbacks have played 12 of their 15 meetings at AT&T Stadium, but it looks like it's heading back there. It looks like they're going to stick with and Mike Elko made a pretty good point yesterday. He's like, yeah, just because we beat Bowling Green 26-20, maybe Bowling Green is pretty good. Okay, maybe is Bowling Green possibly better than Florida? Is there a chance? They went to Florida and took care of that business. Marcel Reed played really well. Marcel Reed played almost the same, I think, statistically against Bowling Green, and yet everybody's like, oh, that sucked.
Well, it's Bowling Green. Although Bowling Green, I talked about it last week, they challenged Penn State, so
yeah.
they're not a soft out.
No, that's not. No, I think just because their name is Bowling Green, that you just go, maybe Bowling Green is pretty good. Maybe Bowling Green is better than Arkansas. There is that chance because Arkansas isn't all that
Arkansas went in to beat Hugh Freeze, and then Hugh Freeze told everybody, no disrespect, I like Sam Pittman, but we would win that game 9 out of 10 times. Like, Hugh Freeze has got to shut up. Like, this is really a problem. Hugh Freeze is a problem for humanity. This is the same guy. You just got your butt kicked at home by Arkansas. I don't care what even happened in the game. I don't even know how it went down. I just know you lost by, I think, 10 at home. 27-17, I believe. You lost by 10 at home, and now you go out and say we will beat them 9 out of 10 times. That sounds like somebody on the internet would say.
That sounds like
sounds like a Twitter fan. That sounds like
like one of your kids.
Like something Mason would say. Absolutely. He talks about his quarter. We got to find a quarterback that doesn't throw interceptions and running backs that don't fumble. Like, man, what? He's literally a Twitter account who's a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Twitter troll who is a head coach.
Oh, I give a rat's ass about Twitter.
I like. Listen, you got to stick with Marcel Reed though. I don't know how you can go back to Connor Wegman right now. Marcel Reed stumbles, and Marcel Reed is, I think, on, and that's a shame too because Marcel Reed probably deserves to be the guy with the way that he's played as opposed to the way Connor Wegman played early on. I know Connor Wegman was just anointed, but Marcel Reed has played better. And if he does stumble, it's going to be Connor Wegman's job again, which is a shame because every quarterback is going to struggle at some point.
Well, but who do they consider the best talent? Like, here's the thought. The thought from that I've heard.
You can be considered the best talent, but what did you do on the field? Connor, if they got any quarterback play at all, they beat Notre Dame.
Wegman was
awful.
Recruited for Jimbo's offense.
Yeah.
This offense is different. If Colin Klein asks quarterbacks to run, Wegman is actually not a good fit. Wegman will transfer. He'll be in a transfer portal by the end of the year. After the year's over, Wegman will transfer. He's not going to be an Aggie. He's not a fit for Colin Klein. Colin Klein expects his quarterbacks to be Colin Klein.
Yeah.
Like in all offense is supposed to look like Bucky Richardson and no.
That snap and then he just pauses for a second and then runs.
Yeah.
That was Colin Klein.
That was Colin Klein. That guy was almost a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
I think he actually went to, if I remember correctly, he went to Manhattan. He was a finalist.
He might have, yeah.
Yeah, I think was that the whole bit from Manhattan to Manhattan?
Yeah, was, but he did a lot of like Tim Tebow-y stuff. It was quarterback run. That's not Connor Wegman. So I think Wegman's going to look at that and say, this offense is not for me. I think Wegman will not be an Aggie because he was recruited to be a certain kind of offense. And if that's the case, then yeah, the other quarterback's a better fit.
Yeah. And listen, it ain't Donovan Smith's job. It just ain't automatically Donovan Smith's job.
In Houston?
Yeah, in Houston. Zion is going to play. He is playing in this week. He said we got, I don't know if it's just packages or if he's going to get just going to alternate, whatever the case may be. It just ain't his job, and it ain't Jackson Arnold's job anymore. That's a
No, it shouldn't be.
Is he bad? Is he bad? They had the turnover where they were on the 5-yard line, and the very next play he fumbles the ball away. Holy crap!
John's talking about Oklahoma's quarterback, and this kid
Oklahoma
Michael Hawkins
played with them.
This kid Michael Hawkins, who they had, he was much more competitive. The only reason Oklahoma even stayed within 10 points is just because Tennessee just played so conservative. I mean, field goals galore. They weren't going for fourth downs, things they always do. And Josh Heupel at the end ended up saying, when they asked him, I was like, we played the game we felt like we needed to play against Oklahoma. It was basically they're saying, we know their offense isn't very good. But the Hawkins kid is their backup who came in, he'll be the new starter. He's better. And he's a freshman. You get to grow with the freshman. So, week 3, week 4 of college football is where the changing of the guard starts happening at quarterbacks. And maybe it'll happen at Houston. I think it may have already happened, maybe full-time for A&M. We'll see. But this is where you got to start making decisions about, okay, if our quarterback's not good enough, do we have somebody on the bench that we can go to? Because you better find out, because they'll portal out of there.
U of H is 129th out of 133 schools in scoring.
So
122nd in total offense, 107th in passing, 107th in passing and rushing. 52 points fewest through 4 games for U of H since 51 in 1995. It's bad. They're bad offensively. And so Chris is going to get, he got some looks. He ran a lot. He doesn't throw much, but he ran a lot. So we'll find out it ain't going to get any easier with Iowa State coming in here this Saturday. That's for sure. So they're going to have to figure something out offensively. But it was kind of a weird hire. I mean, Mississippi State was awful last year, and they hired their OC. It's kind of that was kind of a strange hire, but we'll see. We'll see whether or not he can turn it around. 713-780-3776 to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5. Tyrone, you're first up on the other side, but first, Underdog Fantasy.
Underdog Fantasy gives you a chance to play along with the games that you're watching, and it gives you a chance to have a lot of fun and win good money. Really cool feature that they have now where and all the stats that they give you for all the different players, and you choose which ones you want to go higher or lower in their cash pick'em game. You can actually alter and change the stats to make it easier where the multiplier is less than 1, or make it harder on yourself where you end up winning even more money. And you got a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play. So this is really rare air that we're talking about in a game that is so much fun. The Pick'em Challenge, where you are watching and you're like, every snap is important to you here in the football season. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward. Signing up is even easier. Just head over to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Users must be 18 or older and present state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. Consult with your play. Call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Lance was just watching Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings head coach, in the locker room after the game. 3 game balls given out. 3 game balls. Of course, Jonathan Grenard had 3 sacks and 4 tackles. Camus Grugier-Hill had the interception to start the game. Both former Texans.
I thought Blake Cashman was going to be the last ball.
I don't think he really stood out that much in the game. David Quessenberry was in there, too. He came into the game, too. He played some.
Yeah, and he said we ran behind him. He mentioned every Texan.
Yeah, every Texan.
I didn't know this was a big deal to go from a team that wasn't like.
Well, those 4 guys, well, and one more guy.
Camus Grugier-Hill mad about the Texans? Does he have beef with the Texans? They gave you free money with bad coaches.
When they let you go, they release you, or they say, we don't want you to come back.
Yeah, no, I get it. But the last game ball was one that I was shocked by because I didn't know.
Yeah, Mike Parson.
A lot of people don't know who this is.
He was the equipment guy for the Texans. Beloved. They love Mike Parson.
And he got Easterby.
He plays up at Wildcat all the time when he's in town.
He literally, Jack Easterby whacked him because there was a huge paranoia going around. Like,
Jack Easterby paranoia.
Yeah. Well, he and Bill. He got whacked when Bill was
Jack Easterby. He's a busy bee.
Bill too.
Yeah.
He wasn't Bill's guy. Bill, I guess you have to have a certain guy to handle uniform stuff.
I guess.
Equipment.
I guess.
Because this guy who is beloved, and they say the best. I mean, everyone says he's the best guy. The best guy. Everyone in the building loves him. And the Texans got rid of him out of pure paranoia. The guy went to Minnesota, and they love him in Minnesota.
Yeah, they love him, and they loved him here. And it was a shock when he was fired. I talked to him for about an hour after that when he got fired, and there was a lot of crap. I heard a lot of crap going on. Man, it is so good that crap is out of the building. That Jack Easterby created such an atmosphere. We don't have to rehash all of that, but it was directly because of Jack Easterby wanting everybody that was in that building to be beholden to him.
Yeah.
That he hired you.
That you guys thought we were making too big a deal. Some of you thought we were making too big a deal. We really weren't. And probably not even a big enough deal. It really, like on yesterday, we got to talk about with no other consideration other than guys didn't get guys blocked. CJ didn't play great. The coaches got out coached defensively. It was football, and there's nothing else in my mind because I'm clear headed on the back end. I know that for the last couple of years, or when Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien were here, it was all about all the crap that was going. Like, you could talk about the games, but in your heart, it can't really get any better because there are cancers inside of the building that are in charge of everything. So even if we're talking about games, you're playing with a bunch of players who are not going to be factors. You have a team that can't go anywhere, and you got an organization that literally is dying from the inside. And now our conversations are legitimate, football stuff. Like, they got a big head, and the Texans maybe needed to get their butts kicked and things like that. We don't have to worry about. Like, I'm not worried about ownership. I'm not worried about front office. I'm not worried about what's going on in the building. None of that stuff. I don't care about that. It's all working itself out. That's not a problem. That's clear.
Yeah,
that's clear. That's fine.
D'Amico at the head, and Nick Caserio. All business. It ain't any of that BS. It's not about any paranoia. It's not nothing like that. No, it's about football, and football sucked on Sunday. There's no question. I almost said it. What a crappy weekend we had between the U of H, between the Astros losing to the Angels, between the Texans.
Well, they lost 2. The Astros won 2 out of 3.
Yeah, but Sunday it could have been a 1 down to 1. Okay, and they lost the game. You don't lose to the Angels. I mean, come on. I know you beat them 7 straight games.
I mean, you might lose once to them.
Yeah, You don't know. You don't need to do that. You need to, and especially when you got the lead the ninth inning with Josh Hader on the mound giving up 4 runs. I don't need that in my life. I need Tyrone in my life. What's up, Tyrone?
Hey, I just got a question for y'all. What's going to be y'all's reaction when the Jaguars come in and beat us at home? Because that's what it's looking like it's going to happen.
Oh, wow.
Hang up and listen.
Wow.
What is wrong with you?
Wow.
What?
Well, after what they did, why do you think they're going to come in here and win?
They're
47-10?
8 straight losses by Trevor Lawrence.
Doug Peterson was asked about changes being made, including in fact, they specifically said about Trevor Lawrence. He goes, well, everything's on the table as far as changes.
Everyone, what?
He said everything's on the table because he wouldn't answer it specifically about Lawrence. He was asked about him. He goes, everything's on the table. He would even say, yeah, he's going to start next week.
Trevor Lawrence has lost 8 straight games. You've got Jaden Daniels has scored 15 consecutive possessions. Hasn't punted since the first week of football. He's either got a field goal, other than 2 different end of the half, 1 snap handoffs, which are not drives. He has scored in 15 straight drives as a rookie. Cliff Kingsbury's doing a hell of a job, by the way.
Cliff is doing great.
Cliff Kingsbury is probably better off being an OC than a head coach. Cliff still knows what he's doing now. Cliff and Jaden have been a match made in heaven. It's been great. I thought O'Connell would be a match made in heaven with, I thought Bo Nix with Sean Payton, Jaden Daniels with Cliff, and also who's the one that we just said? JJ McCarthy, who is going to be out for the year. We don't know. Yeah. With Caleb.
Well, he's doing a hell of a job with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I don't know about Caleb. I'll say this. I watched that Colts game. Also, I watched both of them on dual receivers.
How's
Caleb,
Anthony look? Bad.
I don't know. He's got to run the football. There's the only reason that you got to follow the Cam Newton pathway, or you're going to kill your team if you throw the football. He was 10 of 20 with 2 of the worst interceptions you've ever seen. And you've got to be willing to just duck your head and just go get yards on the ground. Guys who can run the football, who choose not to because they want to try to prove themselves in the pocket, they're just going to be out of the league. Like, it doesn't, we saw that. Remember years ago when Slash, unfortunately, Cordell Stewart was trying to, he played at a time that, the timing of when he played quarterback was rough because it wasn't developed to really incorporate the dual threat quarterback. Although I think Chicago wanted him to be dual threat. I think they loved that he was dual threat, and then he, wanted to prove he could win from the pocket. It was the worst mistake Cordell Stewart ever made. Run. It's one of the things that cannot be game planned against when you're dropping back to pass. Like, now teams, they played a lot of zone, so it's harder for a quarterback to run, and gain these big yards. You get a team playing man-to-man in passing situations, you break the pocket, you can go for a long way. But if you're Anthony Richardson, I got news for you. You're a dual threat quarterback. You better be dual threat. You better run it a whole lot more than that. Will Levis, you better get out of the pocket and start running more to prove that you can, be a dual threat quarterback as well, because he's a really tough runner. Jaden Daniels, he's doing both, just like he did at LSU.
Yep.
And he's got pretty good, not bad wide receivers over there. They've actually got some talent. Terry McLaurin is a good wide receiver. He just had bad quarterback play the last few years. But I think Terry McLaurin's a pretty good receiver, and he looked great yesterday.
Yep. First NFL coach to get fired.
Hold on. What do you got? Peterson's been bad. Zach Taylor's 0-3 now.
Well, the odds are the favorite, Mike McCarthy.
Oh, yeah, of course. Cowboys.
Doug Peterson, second. He's 3-1, 4-1. Brian Daboll, 6-1.
Mm-hmm.
Stefanski's 6-1. Antonio Pierce is 10-1. Eberflus 10. Dennis Allen.
Dennis Allen of the Saints?
Of the Saints.
All it took was losing one game. They're 2-1.
Yeah, I guess. Zach Taylor is 16-1.
In the history of football, considering what the Bengals have been, that's an automatic Bengals win. Like, the Commanders are going in to play a desperate Bengals team was on to. Joe Burrow, Chase, Higgins is back. The Bengals gotta win. In the history of football, that's a Commander's ass kicking. Instead, Daniels goes in there and beats him. Like, when does that ever happen that the rookie goes into a place where the team is desperate as hell and they go and win that game?
Yeah, no.
That never happens.
No. Well, they had to score every possession to do it.
It did take a lot, but
well,
they got it
now,
done.
Canty, get him the Canty soundbite. Canty makes one pretty good point. But
pull up unnecessary. What's the name of their show? Unsportsmanlike conduct or unsportsmanlike or whatever. Chris Canty goes off on Joe Burrow.
We'll do that on the other side.
Yeah, and this is an example of somebody who's been waiting to say something, but you just should wait another week. Right now is not the time to do this.
And John Daspit is the right time.
John Daspit's always the right time if you've got an injury. Personal injury lawyers out there, there's a lot of them who are pretty shady with how they operate. And with John Daspit, that's not the case. Hires a lot of lawyers. He's got the most lawyers here in the city of Houston because he files the most claims and he spends the most time on the cases. His lawyers actually spend time with making sure and find, they find what's going on with your case. They find out all the medical stuff. Sometimes they're kind of hidden medical expenses that don't pop up until later, like physical therapy, like MRIs that need to be done because you're not getting any better. All of this needs to be accounted for. And John Daspit makes sure that he accounts for all of these things so that they don't come out of your pocket. You shouldn't have to pay anything if you've been hurt due to someone else's negligence. He's going to get you a strong settlement for your pain and suffering. And if you are injured to the point where you are not able to work, that time you miss from work is going to be accounted for as well. John Daspit is here for you. He's going to passionately pursue justice for the injured, and that includes everyone across the state. So even if you know somebody who's somewhere else here in the state of Texas, make sure you have them reach out to their local John Daspit office because there's 12 across Houston. It's John Daspit. Go to DaspitLaw.com. That's DaspitLaw.com or call 713. Call now.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You got that Chris Canty sound?
Yes.
You need to stop the buffoonery, Dell.
I'm not the one who needs to. Dan Orlovsky does.
Apparently, Dan Orlovsky needs to stop.
And that's the different clip. The clip that started this all isn't even that one. Apparently, ESPN personalities are allowed to bite back at each other. So
there's a little sniping going on.
Yeah, but this is the first clip where Chris Canty took issue with Joe Burrow after what many would consider a great Joe Burrow night.
When your quarterback has a chance to go win the game, he's got to win the game. Fair. And Joe Burrow didn't do that. Jaden Daniels did. That's the problem that I have. The Cincinnati Bengals, they have a very, very specific formula for how they're going to have to win games. They're going to have to be led by their offense. You know how I know that? How they spend money. The Cincinnati Bengals are top 5 in spend on the offensive side of the ball relative to the rest of the league. They're 22nd in cash spend on defense. Newsflash, the defense for the Bengals ain't going to be as good as the offense. The offense is what's going to have to win the day. Only problem is the Commanders' offense with a rookie quarterback in his 3rd start won the damn game. I'm tired of all the excuses for Joe Burrow. Oh, the defense let Joe Burrow. No, Joe Burrow let Joe Burrow down. Joe Burrow let the offense down. Joe Burrow let the team down. Great stats, great stat line. Oh, it's amazing. He's had all of these touchdowns, no interceptions. But what did you do when the game was in the balance? What did you do when the game was on the line?
Scored a touchdown.
You know the answer is it's not enough. You know how I know it's not enough? It's because your team doesn't have a win and you're going into week 4.
He scored a touchdown.
This is such a bad time.
Every possession of the second half.
This is a generation.
He ran out of time. He scored with 1:30 to play. What are you talking about?
Go out there and get a stop. Joe.
It's a generationally.
Joe, go get a stop.
Yeah.
It's a generationally bad take.
The problem for Chris Canty is he allowed the first 2 weeks to push him
he
into
could have said it. I got what he was saying, but he had already
If he
set
said
this
this
up.
last week, that's a different
No,
story.
he had already set this up. He knew what he was going to say, and he could have even said, look, you got to get out of the gate faster, Joe, because you know this defense. The offense scored 3 consecutive touchdowns in the second half. And their possessions, the last 3 possessions, all Joe Burrow did was try to win, score touchdowns. You know what the offense did that led that offense? They had 30 first downs, Cincinnati did, which is one of the highest numbers I've seen in like ever. 30 first downs yesterday. They had 60 total plays on 30 first downs. 436 total yards of offense. The timing was so Canty knew what he wanted to say. People are making excuses for Joe Burrow. And
they only had 6 possessions and they had 400 yards. 6 possessions.
That's it?
That's it. And they scored every time, except the first time when McPherson missed the field goal.
Yeah.
He got him in scoring position every possession.
It's just such a poorly timed comment by Canty. What he should have said was, hey, it's a great game, but we got to, I know the stats look great, but this is Joe Burrow. The first 2 weeks was not good. He got off to I don't know. There's really actually nothing you could say.
He was actually fine in week 2. They lost a 1-point game to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I don't think he was actually good. Yeah, he was bad against the Patriots.
Yes.
This is Chris Canty's been waiting to say this.
Yeah.
And so he just thought he was going to get it out. Like, you're right. He was good against, because I was expecting him to be bad against the Chiefs, and he wasn't bad against the Chiefs. It is, Canty really wanted to, like, okay, people are taking shots at these other quarterbacks. I'm going to go and say, Joe Burrow, I'm tired of Joe Burrow getting, you can say it in a general sense. Joe Burrow has had injury issues. He's not gone back to, what's the highest level he's gone back to ever since the second year in the league. He's not been as consistent, but man, that take was so forced. You got to go make plays to win the game. Scored touchdowns every time he was on the field.
He scored a touchdown with his last possession.
What that is, hey, we talk a lot about Joe Burrow. Jaden Daniels, you could have turned it into a Jaden Daniels thing. Right. And save your Joe Burrow take for later in the year if it happens. You got to put that in your folder.
Yeah.
Put that in your drafts. Put that Joe Burrow, anti-Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's not giving enough heat. Just go put it in your drafts and have it when it makes more sense.
Canty's
not now.
What did Orlovsky say to Canty?
Well, he tweeted, I got a lot of love for Chris. That is ludicrous to say.
Nothing wrong with that.
And then Canty responded with this.
To defend Joe Burrow. I'm talking to Stephen A. Smith. I'm talking to Shannon Sharp. Yeah, I saw you put them laughing emojis on that first take Instagram post. I saw that, Shay. I saw that. And I'm talking to Dan Orlovsky, who wanted to chime in on Twitter, Smalls.
He did.
And I explained to him, unlike Bengals wins, I ain't hard to find. I'm right here on Unsportsmanlike. Just saying. Can we cut the buffoonery, Dan? Can we cut it out when it comes to the Cincinnati Bengals?
Buffoonery.
He's a buffoon?
It's kind of buffoonery what he did with his comment. And, and I'm there with him. Like, I get what he's saying about Burrow, that Burrow is I think Burrow is given, I think he's given more credit than maybe he deserves and some stuff, because he has not ever, like, we're still living off of LSU in the second year in the league. And he's a perennially slow starter. He's the Alex Bregman of quarterbacks. Well, so are the Bengals. But, man, yesterday was not the day to unleash that take.
Yeah. Not the way he played.
No, I mean, he played fine. Yesterday should be a Jaden Daniels thing. They should be talking about how great. Yeah, you talk about the Bengals being 0-3, and can they come back and get to the playoffs? I don't think so. I think Mike T and the Cincinnati and the Pittsburgh Steelers are just going to play steady Eddie football. They got a good defense. They'll run the ball. I think having a quarterback that's a little less inclined to throw, I think it actually helps them, because you sit there and you think you need to throw the football with Kenny Pickett, and just wasn't very good at it. And then with Justin Fields, you're going to say, well, we're not going to throw it a ton. That's not Justin's strong point. But they're using him in a really good way. They're managing football. Like, this really good job by the Steelers. Justin Fields is growing up and playing, looks like he's more comfortable the way he's playing. I know we're talking about a lot of other NFL teams and not the Texans as much, but we got a lot of our Texans thoughts. I don't really.
What thoughts about the Texans?
I'm on to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Do you have anything new with the Texans that you were ruminating on yesterday?
No, I was pissed that, I mean, some of the decision making.
Okay,
I you know what? I don't think it's not often, and D'Amico's is a saint here, or Saint D'Amico already, and he's got he hasn't been criticized at all. He had a piss poor game. The defensive strategy against Justin Jefferson was garbage, and the offense sucked. I mean, you did nothing offensively. I don't know where these big plays that he's talking about that the offensive line has not been good since the opening game. The offensive line, and you know what? CJ hasn't been great. They need to start playing. They played really, really well in week 1, and since then, not so much. And they need to play better. They didn't play well against the Bears, and especially and even defensively. Well, defensively they played great against.
What about Kugblaze just said, Chris Canty, say that again, but replace Burrow with Stroud.
What? Don't be a jerk. Say that about CJ.
Replace him with CJ.
2-1. Okay.
I will say it fits a little.
Makes you
after this last game.
It makes you a little uncomfortable how well it fits.
It makes me. I come in today, and I will admit this. I'm not as comfortable as I once was with calling other people poor.
Well, that's something you should never have been comfortable with.
And when I say other people, I mean other team fan bases.
You mean quarterback
poor. Yeah, like I still have a lot of faith. I still have a lot of faith in CJ Stroud.
Now the Vikings quarterback poor.
I mean, they don't seem like it.
Quarterback middle class, at least.
Yeah, they're quarterback middle class, but like middle class in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, that middle class.
Not like this now middle class where you still can't afford stuff, or you can't sell your house because you know that you'll get smashed by interest rates trying to buy a new one. You can't afford to go to college. Yeah, not this middle class. No, he said, yeah, like right now, Sam Darnold is comfortable 1980s middle class. Bought his first home, 2 cars, kids are doing fine and all that.
You thought the Texans were like living on the beach.
I thought can
walk.
Get my turn in my head.
Yeah, had a place in Malibu.
Yeah,
in my head, we were the Jeffersons. That we were moving on up. We were already in a penthouse in the sky. Like everything, we went from down here to like we were moving on up. And I thought we were here, and we had Bentley running around stepping on people's back. We had a maid. Well, you're a maid. You're a butler now, John, to Gilbert. But
that's true.
You had that nasty Florence who was just the worst maid I've ever seen. Should have been fired years ago. And Wheezy's mom, who always had smart ass things to say to George.
So you're getting away from where we were.
Well, we were the Jeffersons. I know.
Okay.
But we were the Jeffersons. I thought we had moved up to a deluxe apartment in the sky. I thought we had. Yeah. I felt like we were like up in a penthouse suite, like George Jefferson, and I thought everything was really sweet for us, but
seems like today maybe we're a 2-bedroom. We're
2-1 in a bad division. We're 2-1 in a bad division. Everything's fine.
You beat 2 bad football teams.
Everything's fine.
I don't know. We're on the Lower East Side on the 3rd floor.
No, everything's
Okay.
fine.
Not
Everything's
sure.
fine. We're 2-1. The Colts have 1 win. The Jaguars and Titans are both 0-3.
That sound you hear is me smacking a roach that just crawled across my sink.
Hey, that's because you're smacking your roach for your Dolphins.
I know because
your Dolphins.
You're
doing it.
living okay.
No, I'm living comfortable. And going, you know what?
You're not living comfortable.
No, I am living
Jets,
comfortable.
are you kidding? You won't even get to the playoffs. You're dead. You're dead.
No,
your season's done already.
I'm living very comfortably because, like I said, in defense of the Texans yesterday, unlike you guys who were so damn negative, on my show, we led with positivity. Yes, I said they're undisciplined. And by the way, that's D'Amico's teams are undisciplined. It's a long-ass season. What that game meant in a long season. Hey, you know what happened last year?
What's up with Skyler?
He's not going to play. The Chiefs.
So Tim Boyle starts this week?
Or Tyler Huntley.
It's Tim Boyle or Tyler Huntley
against Will Levis.
taking on Will Levis in the worst game.
Yeah. I'm
Your
good.
quarterback room is so bad.
I'm good because when you have Skyler or Tim Boyle playing, there's no hope, so you don't care what happens. So I'm comfortable. That's why I said I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable in my poorness because I realized what I am. I don't have any dreams. Hope is a killer, Lance. You have hope, and hope kills.
Hope does.
Man, when is Joe going to go back to his regular hair color?
Joe looks like he's
That's
about
what
to
Joe
cry.
needs to do. Joe needs to go back to his regular hair color, wear a T-shirt and jeans
He is wearing
instead
a
of a
T-shirt now.
blown-out back.
No, Joe.
Okay? Stop.
He had a great day last night. What do you mean?
No,
the
they're
hair's
0-3.
great.
He's 0-3
You're
is what
Canty.
he is.
John Canty.
Yeah. Time to talk about access.
That's not your LSU Joe. That's Joe who smokes a cigar.
Yeah, no.
Who goes to fashion
that's
shows.
Joe.
You don't even know that Joe.
Cigar boat.
Yeah, but you should be thrilled. Your LSU won last night. Jane Daniels.
LSU did win last night.
Won.
LSU couldn't lose.
Couldn't lose.
LSU won and they lost. Okay, Joe's my guy, and it's hard to claim him anymore though.
What do you
with
mean?
the blown out back
He
and
doesn't
the
have
hair.
a blown out back.
Okay, stop already.
He has.
Joe, go back to being from Ohio.
He's a fashionista. That's
Okay.
all. Don't worry about it.
He's Burrow. Your people turn him into this.
No.
Burreux. He thought he was.
Now that's
that
the
man.
Burrow
That
he
man
needs to be.
sold his soul.
No, that's the Burrow he needs to be, not Bordeaux in Paris.
Did you think
Bordeaux.
he had like a 5-year thing on selling his soul? Now he's coming back. Now the devil's claiming.
Devils. So I'll give you 5. I'll give
5
you
years?
No, he took him out 2 years with injuries.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean really, he had 2 years.
2
The
years.
Super Bowl year and the LSU year, and that's really it.
Okay.
That is about it. All right, we got a break. 716-780-3777.
Paycheck. I mean, he did get a new contract.
We got to talk about Doc Manavis. That's what we're talking about, not Joe. We're talking about Doc Manavis, and we're talking about your prostate. There's not a lot of times you don't even think about your prostate, do you? Well, if you're going to the bathroom quite a bit, if you have to get up in the middle of the night a bunch, if you're going up and down 2-3 times a night, it's like, what? Now you've got a real prostate issue, and it's serious, okay? Because you could get urinary tract infections, you could get liver problems, kidney problems. You don't want kidney problems. All right. So stop already and get this checked out. It's an MRI. There's no pain involved here. No pain whatsoever. You get an IV. You get the MRI, and then doc's going to give you an IV where you sit there for about 45 minutes, and your prostate decreases, and you're living a wonderful life again. It's supposed to go into the bathroom all the time. Look, you're looking for the best way to get rid of this. Now, do not get surgery because the surgery is awful, awful, awful. If your doctor says you got an enlarged prostate and you need surgery, you immediately leave and go to 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's bring in Julian. He wants to talk about Chris Canty. What do you say, Julian?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm always, well, not always, but a lot of time I spend in the Eastern time zone. So from 5 to 7 Eastern, or from 6 to 7 Eastern, which is 5 to 7 you guys' time, I have to listen to that show. And, man, it's terrible. Evan sucks. Chris Canty, he does the loud, boisterous stuff because someone has to yell, right? That's what ESPN is now. Like, you have to shout, and that's how you get your point across. The girl, Michelle, she's all right. But, man, every day I have to go through that stuff until I get to listen to y'all. Then I listen to the Mopey and Mates. And then I listen to 49ers podcast. And then the rest of the day, man, it's terrible. Colin Cowherd has some good times, but he's redundant. And then the other shows, it's just all shot. All they want to do is yell. But all that to say, thank you guys for pulling quality radio out there when everyone else seems to.
Yeah, we're Hall of Famers. And we didn't say that. Like, other people have told us we're Hall of Famers.
Well, you've said that consistently since you've been elected.
But other people have told us that. Other people have elected us.
You remind people quite a bit.
No, but to his point,
Hall of Fame elected.
To his point, other people have dubbed us Hall of Famers. There's a reason that you get this consistent greatness, and that Dell is able to just kind of slide in and on with Mopey and Mapes. Is that he's the Skylar Thompson of.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
So I mean, everything that you said makes perfect sense to me, John.
Why did you have to turn a very nice call into something hateful?
What are you talking about?
He called me Skylar Thompson.
Well, I mean, that's your guy.
No,
would you rather be Tim Boyle?
Yeah, I saw Tim Boyle on Sunday. He's better.
He's better than Skylar Tim
Thompson.
Boyle. I told my son, said, "Dad, is this Thompson guy terrible? I have Tyreek Hill on my fantasy team." I said, "You're in a lot of trouble."
Yeah,
he's terrible.
Yeah, he's bad.
And he said, "Well, I'm trading him then." I said, "Well,
he won't." Well,
I said I would sit tight right now just in case they find a different quarterback. Would you deal a 6th-round pick for Russell Wilson? I don't know that the Steelers would, but would you trade a 6th-round pick for Russell Wilson?
What's the status? Is the starting quarterback going to be back after he gets off of IR? Then no, I'm not.
It's not my business to say that.
Well, I'm asking the question as the Dolphins general manager. If I believe my starting quarterback's not retiring, maybe he'll put on a Guardian cap and come back and play. I'm not giving up a 6th-round pick for 3 weeks to Russell Wilson.
I saw a defensive player with the Guardian cap.
Jabril Peppers wears one.
That's him. Yeah, it was Peppers the other day.
I know a couple Colts wear them. The tight end Granson wears one.
Why would you not? It doesn't slow you down. You just it's just literally goofy. You think you look goofy.
You look goofy.
That's the only reason that you know what I would hate to have. I would hate to look stupid and not get CTE. I mean, to look goofy with that great Gazoo.
You don't mind looking stupid though.
No, look stupid. Stop trying to.
Yeah, but you've given up.
You stopped.
No, what are y'all talking
That's
about?
That's what he said. He just said you don't mind looking stupid.
You'd rather have brain damage?
You'll wear orange socks up to here and stuff. No, a lot of times.
No, not for years.
Yeah.
No, but that's the style.
No, your style.
No,
it is
not really great. Not really.
So he is. So John,
I would rather
John would wear the Guardian cap.
No, John would rather just get CTE. He's kind of a CTE.
Yeah,
guy.
I'd rather get CTE.
He treats his liver like that, so who cares?
CTL.
I don't care. No, I'm gonna die soon. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me anymore.
Now it just got sad for some people, not for me.
No. It didn't get sad.
Not for me. No. I actually perked up.
713-780-3776 to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Come on in. We got an Astros game that means something tonight, okay? We got, by the way, Logan Gilbert, Alex, my pick to click, Alex Bregman. 10 for 28, a double, a triple and 3 homers in 28 at bats.
He likes Logan Gilbert.
He likes
Logan has had some. We've had some issues with Logan in the past.
Yeah, no. We've had plenty of issues with
Your
Logan
pick to
Gilbert.
not click.
My pick to not click. Jeremy Pena.
How's he
1
done,
for
John?
22 against Logan Gilbert.
I'm guessing that one wasn't a
And
home
it's
run.
a single.
Yeah.
5 strikeouts, 1 walk.
I don't do. I'm a numbers guy. I can just tell in the community, our numbers community, we believe his OPS is very low against Logan Gilbert.
Yes, it's very low. It is 132 is OPS.
That's what the numbers told us.
132. 132.
That's what the numbers told us.
OPS.
Yep, makes sense now.
Yikes. That is really, really bad. An 067 average, or 045 average, 067, 087 on base, 045 slugging. Wow. That is really, really terrible. Jeremy may need to. And by the way, Jeremy hasn't played a great shortstop this year. He's made some really great plays and then some really crappy routine plays. It's really been a weird year for Jeremy. He was laying off the slider, and now he's back on, can't stay away from it anymore. He's going the other way every once in a while, which is nice. That slider just keep on going the other way, Jeremy. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't even know. Do you play him tonight against Logan Gilbert when you've got this big a sample size? Or do you say, why don't we just rest you tonight?
I mean, you're going to play him.
Jake Myers is a better option. He's 4 for 14 against him with 2 doubles. Much better option. Play him and play Dupont at short.
Wouldn't be bad.
No.
Wouldn't be bad according to the numbers. We'll see if the Astros look at the numbers. That's a pretty decent sample size, 1 of 22.
1 for 22 is
With a single.
I don't think that's good, in my opinion.
No.
In my humble
But
opinion.
some people say he's due.
Well, or he just really can't hit this guy.
Yeah.
He really
What
can't.
is Logan going to say if he sees Jeremy Pena out there to the Astros?
You are not serious people.
What are you guys doing? You know what I do to this guy.
You know what I do to him. There's a hole in your lineup. Oh, look at this. Machete Pena.
Oh.
What if that's what Logan's thinking? I don't think that, but what if Logan Gilbert is thinking, this guy's easier to get out than Maldonado
So you think he's going to, once after his first strikeout, look at the back of his jersey? Does that say? I thought that was Maldonado. What? Oh, Pena, huh?
I'll tell you this. It is a lock that Jeremy Pena gets a hit tonight.
Lock?
After all this trash
A
talk?
mortal lock, yes. He's due. It's a mortal lock that Jeremy Pena doubles
An extra base hit.
and drives a run in. Double, right center gap, drives a run in. Jeremy Pena, base hit, 1 of 3. He's also he'll be 1 for 3 with the walk. Astros will win 3-1.
Astros win 3-1. That's it. It's over.
It's over. Astros celebrate.
Let's go. Now all that needs to be decided is who they're going to play. Bring on the Twins. Let's go. I want to bring on Zadok Jewelers for the rings.
Zadok Jewelers for the rings. You want to get a championship ring? Go to Zadok Jewelers. That's what it's going to be when you get your fiance an engagement ring. Your soon-to-be fiance. They've got a diamond. They got a selection of diamonds that is truly incredible. And it's not just the diamond. Look, diamonds are awesome. The diamond is beautiful. But the way that it's presented, the settings are so important. The brands and the jewelers who are making these and are just top notch. I mean, it's truly incredible how beautiful so many of these rings are. But if you've got an idea of what you'd like to do, you can purchase a loose diamond from them. And what they'll do is custom craft an exact replica of whatever you would like to have them make. They can do that for pendants. They can do it for bracelets. And of course, they can do it for diamond rings as well. You want to have someone who can help you find the right diamond ring for your prospective wife. They are the solution. 28,000 square feet. And the second story, there's 2 stories. The second story is dedicated to the engagement. So make sure that you get there. And if you're one who is not looking to surprise your girl and you're both doing it together and shopping together, that's a perfect place to take her as well. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Do not miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime with Zadok Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
920 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number to hang with us here. Mito is here. We met Mito the other night. Mito, what up?
Hey. First off, I'm calling double banger on what Lance said. Jeremy P, he's going to get a hit, and he's going to get a home run. A little cheap Crawford box first run home run, but no home run nonetheless.
Okay.
How about that?
Home run nonetheless.
Eat that,
and second, and second, after we clinch and we get our spot, y'all want to go backdoor that with some Thursday night wrestling, go check us out at New Texas Pro Wrestling. Your boy Mito, a.k.a. Mundo, will be in the ring for an open challenge. So, fans or other pro wrestlers in the back, whoever wants to get that ass whooped, jump in the ring against Mundo, baby. New Texas Pro, baby.
Yeah, Mundo's a pro wrestler. I don't love the idea of open wrestling where fans can come in. That doesn't feel very.
So wait.
That feels more like
somebody can come and fight you, Mito?
They can fight Mundo, not Mito.
They fight Mundo.
Yeah, they can fight Mundo, baby.
I was a little upset. I thought you were going to wear a mask. I thought you were a luchador. Yeah.
What I need a mask for when you're handsome as this?
That is true.
Yeah,
you can't hide that.
Yeah,
Mito handsome.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But shout out to y'all though, man. The party was great. Y'all are cool, man. Dale was cool. Man of the people, Dale. Man, it was great, man.
He's not a
y'all
man
come
of the
check out
people. He doesn't do anything.
Man
Far
of the
from it.
people.
No. He doesn't.
Man away from the people.
Yeah, man hates the people.
Man of the people.
Man who hates
just because
the
people.
I
Man against people.
I'm not a drunken lout like you are.
Man
mean
versus
I'm not a man
people.
of the people.
You know, man versus food. You're man versus people.
I'm not man versus people. I'm
Yeah.
man versus you two.
Yeah. No.
That's clear.
And people came up and tried to hug him.
Oh, well,
What'd he say?
her name's Melissa.
What did he say?
He said that's Sofia Vergara
Sofia
lookalike.
Oh.
I was gonna shoot the shot, but I found out she was engaged. So I was like, oh no, can't do that. That's bad juju.
Well,
yeah,
you can try.
What? You can try.
I mean,
shoot your shot.
I mean, they're not down the aisle yet.
Shoot your shot. Mito.
Thanks, Mundo.
Thanks for coming. We appreciate you, man.
Hey,
All right,
man.
Thursday
Thank
night.
y'all.
What is it? Thursday night?
Yeah, just look up New Texas Pro on all the platforms, or just look at my IG, Mr. Mundo Dream, and you'll find everything you need on there, baby.
All right, there you go. Mr. Mundo. You can fight Mr. Mundo. I don't know if I want people coming up.
I saw some. He's pretty good with the one hand slam, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mundo can slam you. I don't love the idea of fans can just come up and that feels like it's going to turn into a bare knuckle
weight
fight.
Class.
Well, also, like, are they in on it?
No.
Do the fans know how to
no
sell things? And
there's no in on it, Lance. You're going and you're going to fight Mr. Mundo. Okay.
We're already done with the John Stossel getting slapped in the ears.
You know what I don't want to do? Fight Mr. Mundo anytime.
You saw him the other day.
Yeah. He's a big dude.
Yeah, he's not small.
No, I don't get that. Why would people want to come up and fight him when he's a professional wrestler, when he knows what he's doing? I don't know. That doesn't seem like makes much sense to me. Larry's here. Let's talk about the Astros. Hey, Larry.
Yes, sir. I wanted to talk about starting pitching like Brown, for example, specifically. You know, everybody, the announcers love him, say he's one of the best pitchers right now. But how many innings does he throw in each start? You know, like last night, he was at 100 pitches in 6 innings. We may have good pitchers, but they don't pitch more than 5 or 6 innings.
All right.
Can you tell me how many starts Brown has and how many innings he's thrown?
Okay.
And I know you're not going to be able to look that up on this call, but
yeah, we can right now. His last
get
so
my
he's
point?
pitched 6 innings his last outing, 6 the before, 5 before that, 6 before that, 6 2/3, 6, 7, 5 1/3, 6. Mostly 6 innings. It's
Okay.
usually right around 6. So you have a problem with that guy throwing 6 innings?
Yes. I mean, last night, if he hadn't already been at 100 pitches, we wouldn't have to go into the bullpen so early. I mean, what happened to the 7 and 8 innings the old pitchers used to pitch?
They just are very strict with pitch count now. It's a combination of more arm, like, you know, Well, you can talk about it, but I mean, the fact is, do you know how many arm surgery, you know how many surgeries are being had now by pitchers? And I think it's a legitimate argument about just because you baby them on innings doesn't mean anything. But I mean, seriously, Larry, we've got 2, 3 now that are not even pitching because of arm issues that they had to have surgery. So they're very strict.
Well, the bullpen has let him down. I will say this. If he could pitch longer, it would be better. But yeah, he throws pretty much. If he hits 6 innings, he's at 100 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
He throws a lot of pitches. But when you're throwing more, when you're getting more strikeouts, Larry, you throw more pitches. That now,
yes, sir. So is it fair?
But
fair
back in the
that
day, they wouldn't mind you throwing 120, 130 pitches.
No,
not anymore. They don't let you.
What were you saying? Is it fair to say what?
So can we say that he's averaging less than 6 innings on the statistics you just gave me? Is he averaging less than 6 full innings?
Well, he's had I just went and counted this. He's got, out of his last 22 starts, 19 of them have gone 6 innings or more. So he's been really consistent in that regard. Like, he gives you a chance, and that's all Major League Baseball wants now, is they want you to have 3 innings for the bullpen. You go 3 innings, and the Astros paid a bunch of money for Presley. They've got Abreu, and they paid a ton of money for Hader. You know, in theory, the Astros should be able to lock down the final 3. I mean, granted, all 3 pitchers aren't going to pitch every single game, but you should have the formula should be there for the Astros to win. You throw 6 innings for the Astros, it's pretty good, but his innings versus, his innings pitch versus hits have been 54 innings over the last 2 months, and he's allowed 38 hits. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what point are you making that? Because Hunter Brown certainly is not one of the problems on the Astros. He's been about as consistent as it gets, other than the first month and maybe month and a half.
Okay, and I appreciate y'all's input. I'm just going to make this little statement. Our starting pitching is going to kill us in the playoffs. Arrighetti, not that good. The blonde-headed guy, the Hispanic, whatever, they're not pitching enough.
Blanco.
They're going to the bullpen. Yeah, we're not going to win because our starting pitching, including Brown, is not that great. Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your call.
He's averaging 5.5
for the season.
5.48. Yeah,
for the season.
But he had an outing
way better.
With one inning,
it's
3
been
innings.
Way better since June.
Yeah.
Substantially better.
Renel
Blanco, the blonde-headed pitcher.
That blonde-headed guy, yeah.
He's fine. I mean,
I don't think he gets a start, if you want to know the truth.
Well, I mean, listen,
he comes out of the pen.
His last 3 starts, he's given up 2 earned runs in 6 innings, 0 earned runs in 6 innings, 0 earned runs in 5 innings. Those are his last 3 starts.
Well, one of them was a relief.
No, his last 3 starts. When he came in as reliever, 2 innings, no runs. Oh, no, there's one, 5 2/3. He gave up 2 runs. Like, his last 5 appearances, 4 have been starts.
Yeah.
And the most he's given up is 2 runs. Like, he's not been bad.
No, he's been good.
I don't know. I mean, what Larry sounds like he might be a little bit of an older caller who has expectations of starting pitchers that are the hammers, that are the Justin Verlanders, but that's not really.
I don't know how you could take issue with the Astros starting pitchers right now. It's been the strength of the team.
Just doesn't think it's good enough to win it all.
I think it's probably the second best rotation in baseball.
They got the second best rotation, one of the 3 best bullpens. There's really no way that you're going to score runs on the Astros. There's no way.
I mean,
when you add it all up.
Well, runs were scored in the last 2 nights against them.
But none of these pitchers.
And it was all on the bullpen.
But only
the crappy bullpen that we're not going to use in the postseason.
Okay. Wait, what? Didn't Hader pitch on Sunday?
Yeah,
he's not getting in. He's not getting in the postseason.
That's good to know.
What about Kyle?
Why do you keep doing that?
He just likes saying that.
He actually was.
Sounds like somebody burped or farted. Who's pitching? You okay? Yeah, it's.
No, it's Ort.
That's what I said.
No, enunciate. Ort.
Tell it to Deshaun Watson to enunciate, and I will.
Why would I tell it to Deshaun Watson?
Because it always bothered me. He would say Tessins. It just always bothered me. Deshaun would say Tessins.
That's just him being Southern.
I know.
Georgia.
It's just Southern. That's just country. He was saying Tessins. It's Texans, and I can say Ort. I don't have to put the T on there, and I don't have to enunciate.
Well, your job
rules.
Your job is to enunciate. Deshaun's job was to throw touchdown passes.
Was it?
When he was here. Your job is to speak clearly.
At the end, his job was just to walk around on the practice field.
Well, when he was here. Yeah, but at one point when he was arguing about when he was saying Tessins, his job was to throw touchdown passes, not to enunciate.
Okay. Fair enough.
My job is to drink Coors
But
Light.
hold on. Was that really a caller named Larry, or was that Scott McGrath from the commercials where Chance is doing the Scott McGrath voice? When I see the pitchers that don't have the bullpen, I'm really worried about our pitchers and those crafty little bugs.
My name is Scott McGrath from McGrath Pest Control. My Aunt Peggy
Sometimes I
makes
see
you
Astros
Larry,
starters.
it didn't sound like that. Okay.
It didn't.
He did not sound like that.
It didn't?
No.
That did sound like Larry.
Don't listen to him.
No,
Larry.
Larry's fine. I just was getting a Scott McGrath vibe off of him. I was.
By the way,
Sometimes when
that's Scott McGrath.
when I see starting
That's
pitchers,
Scott McGrath on a mobile.
It's
it's
not
actually
Scott
not real Scott.
It's
Yeah.
not Scott McGrath for the guy playing Scott McGrath.
Yeah.
Sometime when that blonde hair pitcher comes in the game, I do not believe
What is
that
he,
he's
Latino
gonna get
like?
a Latino pitcher with blonde hair, and Hunter Brown is also one of the problems.
Sometimes when I see that Latino pitcher with that blonde hair, I ask myself, why does he have blonde hair and why is he on my team?
That was not it. All right. Stop it. Poor Larry called in. I think that's the first time he's ever called.
Yeah, the call was fine.
it was
He
like-
just sounded to me like the character. I just thought he sounded like the
Wonder no one
McGrath
calls
character.
this show.
Hey, you guys, if you don't want to be slandered or berated for calling, call in at 10:15.
Do you know that
Fair
while we
choice.
were at our
Larry,
we were introduced as the guys that helped me get a divorce by Jared. Actually, I introduced us that way. I went, John, here's the guy that we got divorced.
Oh yeah,
Jared. Yeah,
What up, Jared?
yeah. And then you said something really, really not great about his ex-wife.
What?
You called her a name.
You called his ex-wife a name?
Yeah.
I don't believe I did that.
No, it doesn't sound like something you would have done.
Hey, Larry, if you felt this less,
I'll tell you why. I might have.
he was on. He had some Coors Lights.
I had
in
some
him,
Coors Lights
probably.
in me, and if you got some Coors Lights in you, maybe gives you a little bit more energy. I don't know.
Clarity.
Yeah, it did. It made things clear for me on Friday night. That's for sure. I had me some cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light, and I had me some fun. I had me some Coors Lights last night, as a matter of fact, and had me some fun. We were watching the game at a show. It was great. It was awesome. It was a big night had by all, and it includes Coors Lights. That's right. I love me some Coors Lights, and you know what? I need you to too. If you haven't tried them, I mean, if you're going to go pick up some beer, a 6-pack, 12-pack, put it in the fridge, make it Coors Light, because I'm telling you, there's nobody going to refuse it. When they see them Blue Mountains, yes, absolutely. It's cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. That's what I want. I want to be refreshed when I drink a beer, and that's what I get when I drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill, people. Drink Coors Light. Drink it responsibly, but climb on, brother.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, our final segment before news of the weird, Dell. Have we missed anything this morning? We did Jaguars suck. We did Jaden Daniels is great. We did the Astros loss. We talked some college football. Firing coaches, Blanco's blonde hair. Did we do?
Well, Larry did Blanco's blonde hair.
Yeah.
There's more realignment stuff in the Pac-12 gains another
Gonzaga?
team. Well, yes, but they also gained Utah State as a full football member.
Yeah.
So the Pac-12 is becoming some Mountain West
It's the
hybrid.
Mountain West.
Yeah. But keeping the
It's
name.
the Pac
I
West.
think it's cool.
Pac
I'm
West.
glad that regionally there's a conference in the West. It doesn't make sense for there not to be. And honestly, I think that there's going to be a lot of schools. I'll bet you Michigan. I bet you USC after this Michigan loss is like, what are we doing here?
What do you mean?
We got to make these travel. It's their first road game. They travel to Michigan. They get beat there, and now they're going to have to. I haven't looked at their schedule, but I think some of these Pac-12 teams, I'm going to keep calling them Pac-12 teams, when they have to live with this travel. Now, they may have games where they have 4 that are out that way in a single year. It won't be as heavy, but it is not going to be fun for them. To travel 2 time zones away is a little bit of a heckler. To travel 3 time zones away, whoo, that sucks.
I tell you what I learned this weekend that I forgot to tell you. This Mullings running back from Michigan, did you watch him?
Yeah. No, he's good.
Holy crap. He just runs over. He is a strong.
He's a freight train. But have you seen Ashton Genty from Boise?
Yeah.
This guy,
For whatever reason, he's fallen out of the Heisman race, though.
Well, okay. That's fine. He's averaging 10.5 yards a carry. He's got 9 touchdowns so far in 3 games. Here's his games so far this year. He started off with 20 carries for 267 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's against Georgia Southern. Then once he had to face a better team like Oregon, he fell off 25 for 192 and 3 touchdowns. Then against Portland State in an easy win, he only rushed for 127 yards, but that was on 11 carries where he averaged 11.5. He's not much of a receiver at all and has not fumbled yet, but he ran for last year 1,347 yards, averaged 6 yards a carry, 14 touchdowns. Like, this guy is serious business. And he's going to be, my guess is he'll be the first running back taken. He's 5'9", 215. But if you haven't seen him, he is electric. He's a Boise State running back who's given me a little bit of LaDainian Tomlinson vibes, coming from kind of a second-tier school a little bit. I don't mean that in a bad way for TCU, just not, when LaDainian came out, TCU was not the powerhouse necessarily, but I remember his numbers behind – who was he behind? Not Kenneth. Who was the running back that was there first?
Where?
At TCU, because he was playing behind another good running back, LaDainian was, and I remember his sophomore numbers going, oh my God, he's averaging like 9 yards a carry every year. It was incredible. And that's what this kid, Ashton Genty, does from Boise State. There was another running back that came right before LaDainian Tomlinson. There was a good back, but not a great back.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I can't remember his name. Are you buying Travis Hunter for Heisman?
No, I haven't. No,
are you buying
although they've
Travis
won 3
Hunter
games,
for
right?
the first overall pick?
No, that's not even remotely close. The 180-pound wide receiver, or are you talking about the 180-pound cornerback? No, those guys don't get drafted first. Won't be drafted in the top 5. I don't think he's good enough as a cornerback. And wide receivers aren't getting drafted in the top 5.
They are hyping him up, boy. I mean, you want to talk about
really?
Oh my!
Media's hyping up a player?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, Ashton Genty is 33-1 right now.
Yeah, Boise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at his numbers though. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Travis Hunter, but every play they slobber all over him.
Yeah, it's really bad. Like, It's really he's a good football player, really
Yeah.
good football player. It's just sometimes we get fatigue on hearing about the same guy over and over and over and over. But he's a really good player. Nothing against Travis Hunter. I can't wait to study him draft wise and see if I like him better as a wide receiver or a corner. I'm pretty sure it's going to be as a wide receiver, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what the tape says. But he could win. I mean, you know, who is think about it this way. You know where he has a chance? How many wins do they have?
2.
Aren't they 3-1?
They're 3-1.
They're 3-1. Do you believe now?
No. I mean, they're going.
It's been the least impressive 3-1 I've maybe ever seen, but they're 3-1.
They're 3-1.
He's 3-1. And who's the Heisman guy that you love? Who's the quarterback?
Cam Ward.
That's as close as you get. Cam Ward. And I think Cam Ward's fine, but from a hype standpoint, Cam Ward better get ready because all of the media wants to push Travis Hunter.
Yes. Yeah. Like Travis Hunter may end up in Manhattan.
He'll wind up in New York.
He is.
Yeah.
And it's always a good story. He plays two ways. He should be in Manhattan.
Yeah. The issue for Travis Hunter is the fact that Cam Ward could possibly be, if they can avoid the Cristobal nonsense that always occurs, be on a top 5 Miami team.
Yeah, Colorado's not going to be in the playoffs, I don't think.
A quarterback on a top 5 big brand program.
Mm-hmm.
If Miami wins the ACC and gets a bye, Cam Ward will be he will win.
He's winning the Heisman.
He's winning the Heisman.
If it goes that way, if they finish 12-1, something like that, he's winning the Heisman.
Yeah. And you're watching. He's good. He's Heisman worthy.
I think the style of play, the casualness, the calmness is winning people over. He's not as turnover prone as he was at Washington. In fact, he's only turned the ball over twice, and one of them was the one that bounced off his receiver's hand right into a guy. It would have been a touchdown if the receiver caught it. He could have ran in stride. So yeah, the numbers are going to be there. He's done something. It's 4 straight games of plus 300 yards and 3 touchdowns at least. The numbers, he continues to put up these numbers. He's going to win it as long as they keep winning games. There's no real guy out there other than like a Travis Hunter type, but Travis Hunter's doing something remarkable, playing both ways, those number of plays. But can Colorado win enough games to give him a real shot other than being a finalist? Can they win? If Colorado wins 9 games, he may have a real shot.
We'll make him there.
No, I'm saying a finalist.
Anyway.
I'm talking about winning.
Yeah.
Like, can Colorado win enough games for him to win it?
No, but you don't. I mean, historically, Heisman Trophy winner doesn't have to win it all.
But they have to be good. The team has to be good.
We've had a couple. I think Paul Hornung was on a really bad team.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Paul Hornung. Okay. Sure. But for the most part, but what he's doing, he'll be a finalist even if they're like 8-4. But to win it, he's got to be someone. That Colorado team's got to be competing for something.
Yeah. Yeah, but he could get there though.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. 713-780-3776. Oh, wait. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So don't even bother calling us. I had Aqueduct in my house.
It's about time.
Carlos came and he took care of business. It's something that you can't do. And they come in and they make you look really stupid because it takes them like 3 minutes and they're done. And it's like, oh, sorry, I had to bother you to come all the way out here to do this. But I had such a clogged drain that I don't know who did it. Probably JT. Probably JT clogged it all up. It was in my bathroom in my sink, but probably JT did it, I'm sure. Or Frankie, I don't know. But somebody did it. And here they come to the rescue again. I mean, Billy's like, all right, John, yeah, we'll send somebody out there. Okay.
Why don't you just let somebody let's live in your house?
I know, right?
Anytime something happens, they can
Aqueduct room.
And you can just say, hey, Dan, can you get down there and do this while he's up? Like, hey, what are you doing up there? Like, nothing. I'm just in the bedroom. Like, hey, you're taking a long time in the shower.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no, wait, that's my house.
Hey, you need a house sitter.
That's your house. Yeah. No, I'd rather not have a Dan, maybe a Margaret or a.
You want a Margaret
Sue.
in your home?
I mean, not a Dan.
Sue or Margaret? Whose grandmas are you having in your home?
Yeah.
And Ashley.
Hey, Sue.
Well, we have
Susan. That's a nice name.
Still not a name that anyone's being named anymore. Susan is
we
a
have
dead
someone
name.
who works here who house sits.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna give them.
Do they get paid?
No, they just do it and take care of the cats or whoever the pet, and
They just get to live in a nice place.
How about my plumbing? I got Aqueduct Plumbing to do that, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Aqueduct Plumbing company and house sitter.
They'll sleep at your house. Well, they should sleep at mine because I keep
Whether you
calling.
like it or
Sorry,
not.
Billy. But here's the deal: is you need Aqueduct Plumbing whenever you have any issue whatsoever. Or Johnny on the spot. 281-488-6238. That's a number that you have to have in your phone. I needed it on my speed dial. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. How often do you wash your clothes? A UK public washing, UK says public washing, they're washing your clothes too often. A major laundry brand is saying you're washing your clothes too often because of they're putting too many microplastics into the water system. How often do you wash your jeans? Every time you wear them? No.
Depends on how long I wear them for the day. Like, it just depends on how long, but no, not necessarily.
No.
Sometime like one every two. I mean, shirts every day, underwear, socks, all that stuff.
My wife, every day, everything.
My wife washes clothes every day. I can't.
Every day.
It's like you got clothes to put away on the day bed. Like, again?
I know, right? I can't. If I throw it in the hamper, it's in the washing machine.
I told her
like minutes later.
I told her, I said, well, you need to be waiting. Just do it one day a week.
Yeah.
So you could save water. She goes, oh, the guy who turns the water on and sits and waits for 15 minutes in the shower. I'm like, why does it got to be about me?
Well,
this is about you.
Well,
and
because you shouldn't say things. That's why.
this is about
probably.
you washing clothes too much, not me letting the water get warm.
You know what happens when you point a finger? They're
Three more
pointing
pointing
right back at
you.
you, Lance.
When you point your finger, 3 more pointing back at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Not
That
the
is-
thumb, obviously.
No, the thumb doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. A California firefighter arrested, allegedly starting 5 wildfires.
Jeez.
Hey,
These guys.
Does anybody know more? That's like I always say, an OC knows more about defense than anybody, right?
Yeah, it's true.
A firefighter, he should know more about starting fires than anybody.
Bill Belichick thought the same when he hired what's
Matt
his name?
Patricia.
Matt Patricia to coach his
Yeah, how'd that
offense.
work out?
Yeah, not well. Not well for Mac Jones.
Hey, we're going to take a lifetime defensive guy and let's see how he calls plays for Mac Jones.
The DeSoto fire chief was charged with DWI after crashing into
a fire truck.
Fire hydrant.
Oh,
a fire hydrant. Ironic, just a little
bit.
The fire chief arrested.
Oh, he was a fire chief. Okay.
He's the fire chief, and he ran into a fire hydrant and caught for DWI. Congratulations. Apparently, Army training, when you get trained for the Army, they've been mislabeling nonprofits as terror groups for years.
What?
Yeah. Terrorist groups, National Right to Life, Operation Rescue. Terrorist groups. Yeah. I think our Army is misguided or misdirected.
Well, somebody in there is just putting the wrong filters on there. The
A
wrong
boy
tags.
that was abducted in California at the age of 6.
Yep.
Found 70 years later and still alive. Luis Armando Albino was 6 years old in 1951, and he has been found. He's a father and a grandfather, retired firefighter, and Marine Corps veteran.
Yeah, sounds like everything worked out good. Whoever took him did a hell of a job.
Well, I mean, poor mom and dad.
Yeah.
There are some people who may not be thrilled with
No,
how
but
things turned out.
at least it turned out okay.
At least he's okay. At least the child was okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do not be conspicuous. Apparently, Spanish cities, billboards are urging British tourists to keep their clothes on and behave. This is happening in Malaga in the south.
Yeah.
Apparently, British travelers are taking their clothes off, and they should. They think that the beaches are new beaches, apparently.
Huh.
And in Malaga, they say, hey, do you want British people to keep their clothes on? Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the regular ones. I mean, I know the ones we see on TV are like, yeah, why not? But the regular ones, yeah, keep your clothes on.
Pasty and no. And
Yeah, in real life,
and
it's
bad
never-
teeth. And
yeah.
by the way, wear a mouthpiece.
A mouthpiece?
Well, they got bad teeth. We know that.
You ever seen a mouthpiece at a beach? Not to mention a nude beach.
Guess who's the number one?
Oh, what's going on there?
Guess who
I
is?
got my mouth closed in case I got my mouthpiece in. Yeah.
Guess who's the number one breakdancer in the world?
No, it's not.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes, she is.
I'm going to go with Turbo.
What do you mean most popular or someone
No,
ranked
she's
her?
rated the
Oh.
number one.
So I read this article. Apparently, none of the other that ranking system is such a joke that none of the other breakers will sign up for. Like they don't participate in it. Because I saw that too. I'm like, how is this possible? So I read that article. I saw it a couple weeks ago, and apparently none of the serious ones, like none of the real ones, will even. It's basically some off-brand world rankings.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
Because how could she be?
she is. She's the number one, and I believe it too.
What's her name again?
Ray Gunn.
Ray Gunn. Yeah. Best cities in America for women in 2024. The best in terms of jobs, health, safety, and more.
For women, wait. For women to consider
No, to where the best places for them to live for women.
jobs, safety, and what else?
Jobs, health, safety, and more, and other stuff.
I'm just gonna say
Columbia, Maryland. You would have never got it. Fremont, California, Huntington Beach, San Francisco's up there. Santa Clara, all up there. Seattle,
California, good for women, apparently.
Scottsdale. Worst places: Columbus, Georgia; Lubbock, Texas; Akron, Ohio; Laredo, Texas.
Wait. Do you know that Lubbock
Brownsville, Texas. We got a lot of bad places
Lubbock's
for women.
got the old 96er. Like any woman is treated the exact same. Where if you go in there and you finish that steak, including the gristle and the baked potato, yeah,
that's good.
You
for
can
women?
get that for free. Yeah, you're treated the same as men. If you eat that whole steak dinner with the full loaded baked potato, and I think there's other stuff you have to have too, you get that for free. That's in Lubbock, people. That's not other places.
I don't think women do that too often.
But women can do it, and it's their rights to do it.
Right. I know they have the right to eat a 96-pound steak or whatever.
Ounce.
You think when around the country, when they're doing these bits where they, hey, if you eat this, it's free, or if not, if you eat a certain amount of time, it's free. If not, it's $45. You think they're attracting women for those things?
Yeah.
But I'm saying if a woman loves steak, she's got the same right that a man has to get it for free.
I bet you if
she better love baked potatoes with all the fixings.
I bet you if a woman loves steak, she'll just have a normal steak.
Yeah,
I mean that's the other
8
angle.
ounce as opposed to 96.
She's
That's
not
the other
testing
angle.
herself
Yeah.
a feat of strength.
Or you could pay for a smaller piece. Does that make sense? You want to pay for a small piece or get a free or get something big for free? In America, we love free as me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Give me 3.
And big portions.
That's right.
So if you can get a big portion for free, John, do you hate? Just tell me you're a communist now if you want
Porky,
to. Because
hog,
if you're a
fat ass, double wide, butterball.
No, not at all. Because it's protein, and that is carnivore diet.
New study out says protein is bad. Eating all protein, bad for your health.
Oh, wow. Is that a real one that you just read?
That is a real one.
Wow.
Yeah. Longevity experts say eating a high-protein diet can take years off your life.
So that's brand new. I mean,
everything.
Can you imagine following what new studies say? That's a new. Supposedly the carnivore diet or whatever is the caveman diet's the best thing in the world for you. And now it's not. I got Sebastian telling me, Dad, I need to make steak, but I don't want any seed oil on it. I need a steak, and I need a big fat cap on it, so I like to fry it in its own fat. I said, Sebastian, what are you talking about? You love chicken wings that are deep fried, but you're telling me you don't want any seed oil? Get out of here.
What would I have told him the other night?
You said the same thing.
Out of here. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
So the magic number remains 2, and that's really the only time I'm going to care about magic numbers. If it's in the low single digits, a magic number of like 9, what are we doing? What are we doing? But the countdown is on. The Astros had a chance to win the division, pop the champagne, put on the hats, throw on the shirts. It did not happen because Bryce Miller wouldn't allow it to happen. And Joe Espada treated it like, you know what? We got plenty of shots at this, right? We're gonna throw our B squad bullpen out there and see how it goes. But the Astros still in the game after Hunter Brown goes 6, closes out his 6 inning strong, strikes out the last 2 batters he faces, including Randy Arozarena to close out the 6th. The next guys up were guys you don't want in high leverage situations, the Orts of the world, the Caleb Fergusons of the world. And predictably, although those guys haven't been bad, it went the way it probably should have gone. Those guys didn't get the job done. The Astros lose what was a 1-0 deficit, turns into a 6-1 defeat. The only guy who showed any real signs was Hayward. He hit a home run late in the game to make it, I think, what was it, 4-1 at the time he hits his home run. So unfortunately, no division title to celebrate last night and into the early morning. Certainly have a chance to do that tonight with Framber on the mound. And the news that came after the game was we aren't going to see Jordan in this series. The imaging, the X-rays, the MRIs, I won't say they were positive, but as far as, oh no, we're gonna lose Jordan for an extended amount of time, we're not there yet. Of course, the caveat remains, this is the Astros we're talking about. So we already are at he's going to miss the series, because I think Joe Espada was asked, what's Jordan's status for the rest of the season? And he said he's going to miss this series. He's got a sprained knee. What does that mean as far as his status for the Guardian series? Maybe they deem, particularly if they wrap up the series or wrap up the division in this series, they deem Jordan playing not necessary. So maybe he wouldn't play the entirety of that series anyway if they close out the Mariners. But we don't know. I'd like to see him play against the Guardians, if only to tell me that he's going to be okay. I don't have the energy for the speculation going into the playoffs. And of course, their opponent still up for grabs as far as who's that going to be, because the AL Central, wild. So we're still trying to figure that out. But the first step is winning the division, and hopefully that gets done tonight. So we had a caller call the previous show from 7 to 10 late in the show, and he asked this question. Well, it was mostly about Hunter Brown. He went 6, and I say only because that's how the caller kind of couched it. He questioned the praise for Hunter Brown because he only went 6 innings. It's not the baseball he grew up with. The baseball he grew up with, 6 innings ain't something to applaud. Hey, get your soft ass in there for the 7th. That's what I'm putting my spin on, what his thoughts, but that's what I took from it. Hey, go 7. What's so big? What's so big about going 6 innings? Oh, 100 pitches, maybe be more efficient with your pitches so you go more than 6 innings. So I'm looking for out of my starters. Stop patting Hunter Brown on the back. That's what modern baseball is. You go 6 innings, you give up 1 run. Job well done, young man.
What happened to the game I love?
That's what Larry was saying.
I agree with Larry.
Why are we applauding a guy for going 6 innings? And he said this, and this leads me to my question. It's something I think we've discussed before. He said this Astros rotation is going to kill them in the playoffs. Now, the numbers would suggest otherwise, but when we think about it, when we tell people to do it when it matters, there's only one person in that rotation that's done it when it matters. Framber. There's not another guy, at least as it stands right now, unless there's some miraculous turnaround and somehow Verlander's in the rotation.
I was gonna say there is
I
one
know.
more.
I had it. I kept it in my back pocket.
He hasn't done it in the regular season so far. But
This season.
He has done it in the playoffs.
True. If the Astros go against conventional wisdom, considering the way this season has gone, and they decide that Justin Verlander is going to be a part of the rotation, unless they do that, there's only one guy who's done it before, Framber Valdez. So, or Framber, depending on the day and the person, how they want to say his name. Do we believe Hunter Brown and Kikuchi, Blanco, Arrighetti are going to get it done? That's the question. I've said before that the thought of the Verlander, Javier, Fromber, and I guess at that point, Luis Garcia rotation was one where I thought the team had a high floor and potentially a very high ceiling in the playoffs. This one, the floor could be very low. We don't know. We just don't know. What is Hunter Brown going to be like in the playoffs? We normally equate this with basketball, where a guy doesn't show up in the playoffs, or football where the lights are too bright. But why should baseball be excluded from this discussion when we get into the can they get it done when it matters most? They're unknowns from that standpoint. Good regular season, good enough to survive all the injuries and win the division. But as far as this rotation is concerned, we got a lot of guys who ain't spent a lot of time pitching in the playoffs. That would be my concern. Do we believe? Do we think they're good enough and unbothered by the moment enough to be just fine? At some point, you got to have your first time in the playoffs. So it had to happen at some point for Hunter Brown, because he was always going to be someone that the Astros were going to count on. I just didn't expect him to be. I don't think anyone expected him to be the number 2 guy in a playoff series.
Yeah. Also, you look at the other teams in the American League. Look at their rotations. It's like they're not exactly overflowing with guys that have done it before in the playoffs. No one on the Tigers has done it before. No one on the Mariners really has done it before. Their entire franchise has played 2 playoff series in 20 years.
Yeah, if they make the playoffs. And now, because of what's going on in the AL Central, the Mariners, I know we're concerned about the division, but the Mariners have plenty to play for. I think they're a game and a half out of the final playoff spot. So obviously this series is big for them. Beyond just winning the division, they've got a shot to make the playoffs, and they played well in their last 10. I think they're now 7-3. So a big series for them. So yeah, the benefit of, or the consolation of all of this is, it's not like all the other rotations are filled with guys who are locked down, got it done in the postseason types.
Yeah.
The Astros are one of several teams who may like their guys, but just don't know. And the rotation, or at least the playoffs, will kind of prove out who's ready to go and who isn't.
Yeah, I think that that's something that it's almost like, has anyone done it in the postseason other than the Astros, really? Because when one franchise just goes to the ALCS every year, it does kind of limit how much playoff success like the Minnesota Twins can, because they lost to the Astros last year. And when you have teams like the Rangers that make a deep run, win the World Series, and then don't make it again, there's just a vacuum of, it's a lot of young it's the Royals, it's the Tigers, it's even the Orioles. They only played one series last year and got swept. So unless it's Garrett Cole on the Yankees, there's really not a ton of pitchers that have done it in the playoffs other than Fromber and Justin Verlander, funny enough.
Yeah. The Astros, at least when you mention all those teams, they would be the team, at least if you didn't think of injuries playing such a huge factor, would be that guy has done it, that guy's done it, that guy's done it. You have a staff full of guys who had far more experience than their opponents. Now, you just got the one.
Half of the 2022 World Series rotation has been hurt all year.
Yeah. Yeah. And
then another guy is
he's either been hurt
40-something years old
or pitched like he's hurt
for
the last month or so. We are where we are. The immediate thing in question is, will they win the division tonight, or will they have to do it on another night? But either way, that seems like a foregone conclusion.
Would have been great if they did it in the Space City unis.
I know people are like, get those things out of our faces.
Just those pictures lasting forever. You know how much the division championship pictures in Astros recent Astros history have lived on forever.
Yeah, because how important that is for a team who always does it. Yeah, sure.
You know how much we celebrate those?
Yeah. I wouldn't say we're spoiled, although very early in the season people were very upset, and the team was playing poorly, but they ignored all the old baseball cliches about how long the season was, and was ripping a team who all they provided for you was joy and success.
they did reach levels where it was like no team ever has made the playoffs starting this poorly. Like they did.
They were very bad.
They
yes.
did reach levels where you're like, oh.
But even if that maybe not had continued, but it was too much to overcome and it was very obvious. 7 years, maybe give them an off year. But the Astros like, nah, don't worry about us.
We don't do
off. Yeah, the fans don't, and the team said no, we're not going to do an off year. We're gonna find a way to take over this division and really run away with it. Relatively speaking, I mean, they're going into the final week of the season, only needing a win against your rival because you're playing them, and that will win you the division. It's not exactly running away, but a comfortable division lead for the last month or so. Although the Mariners, like I said, have been playing well as of late, but they didn't get it done yesterday, thanks to Miller and the silence from their bats not getting it done, and the bullpen didn't help. I know you only scored the one run, but I believe in game flow and game pressure. It's perhaps if the bullpen had not blown up late, who knows? Maybe that bat in the 8th and 9th inning would have mattered, and maybe you beat the Mariners yesterday if your bullpen didn't screw it up. I think there is such a thing as game pressure and momentum, and the Astros bullpen didn't allow for some big time high leverage at bats late because they gave it up rather easily, so they go down 6-1. Okay, there was other things to get to, and if you want to get in 713-780-3776, there was it wasn't exactly a doubleheader, but a double feature with Monday Night Football. One game, one result certainly has my agenda with a certain quarterback thriving, and we'll get into that because his coach was somewhat non-committal about his status and what that means for a Texans game coming up here. And also Jane Daniels and the Commanders did something that kind of goes against a lot of conventional wisdom. And we'll get into that because that was a moment where a certain team was expected to win because the teams in those situations always win. And then Jane Daniels said, nah, not tonight. So we'll get into that when we come back. A lot to get to. We'll do our misery index. A lot of teams can be involved. Maybe we go to Chapel Hill. Maybe we go to Waco. A lot of teams a lot of fan bases watch their teams do things that they didn't expect. One of them led to a coach almost resigning in the locker room and then pulling in the back. Someone that's maybe close to some people's hearts here in this state. So we'll get to that. A lot to get to. We're just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We had Monday Night Football last night, but our team played a game, and of course, they played a game on Sunday. And of course, every time your team plays a game, your coach speaks the day after because he's been able to review the film. He is now prepared for any questions the reporters who may have reviewed film want to ask. This answer to a question about the O-line play makes me think DeMeco's covering for his guys, because if he's not, and he watched the film and this answer is what he simply deduced from watching it, I gotta feel like, hey man, either you didn't watch the same stuff that I did, and to be fair, he got the all 22. I watched the broadcast film, or you're lying to my face. Now, if you're covering for your guys and that's why you're lying, I'm cool. This is what you do. You don't have to be Hugh Freeze. You don't have to come out and go, man, we didn't execute. I and Bobby put our guys in a position to win, and our guys screwed it up. That's what Hugh Freeze pretty much did. So DeMeco protecting his guys possibly, but you listen to this and remember what you saw on Sunday and think they match up.
Offensive line, they'll get it going. They'll do exactly what we need them to do. They had some really good reps in the game. Everybody likes to talk about the negative reps. We had a lot of good protection in the game where we completed a lot of deep passes in the middle of the field. We had a lot of explosive plays that were made, and we had really good protection. So I don't let a few bad plays dictate of who we are. I know who we are, and I know how our guys will respond. So I'm excited about our O-line and what's in front of them.
So 34-7. Your offense, when it wasn't committing penalties, seems stuck in the mud. So what do we call explosive plays, I guess, is the question. What's the standard? Is it 10-plus yards per play? Is it 15 for a pass, 10 for a run? What is explosive? Because when you score 7 points and you have a lot of explosive plays, there's a disconnect there. Now, obviously, penalties will set you back. So maybe he's discounting or thinking about, yeah, we had explosive plays that were called back. Hell, the first play of the game could have been considered an explosive play and then was called back because of holding. But if it took a hold to get the play off, perhaps you can't take credit for that. Perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I'm looking at the box score. The longest rush by Texan was 9 yards by Cam Akers. Is that explosive?
No, it's not considered an explosive play by any real metric.
CJ Stroud had the second with 7-yard rush. Longest reception, Stephon Diggs with 12-yard reception.
What? No way. Didn't he convert like a 3rd and 11 down the field?
Oh, no, wait. That was the 19.
Okay.
19.
19.
They moved the column on.
Gotcha.
It was 12 targets. Okay. No, Nico Collins got a 34-yard explosive play.
So we're looking at what, 3 passing plays that were explosive?
A couple 19s and a 34.
Yeah. Okay. So a lot of explosive plays resulted in 7 points. If you want to cover for your O-line for being terrible, I'm good. But don't tell me you guys look, understood. In over the course of the game, your O-line isn't going to be terrible on every snap. But let's not lean into how well they played when the missteps are so clear and obvious. Because yes, if you're an O-line and you're great for 80% of the time, the 20% are going to be highlighted, and the 20% will wreck your game. You can't be a strikeout team, to make a baseball reference. Even if you aren't great, it's got to be a foul. You got to foul out. You got to foul the ball off, hit a weak grounder. But the Texans did a lot of striking out from their offensive line, and it caused their quarterback to get hit, and it caused plays to get blown up, and it resulted in 7 points. They did a lot of swing and missing, sometimes literally, when they're trying to get their hands on guys. So, look, DeMeco Ryans protecting his guys. That's cool. But for the people who don't care to watch the all 22 and break down every individual rep, It didn't look like you got a lot done on offense, and the result tells you that. A dominating win for the Vikings, and you get to get a little bit of a reprieve because the Jags are coming to town, and boy was that awful last night, or funny depending on who you root for. Like if you're a Texans fan and you can feel some comfort in knowing your division is not very good. The Colts got their first win because they got to play the Bears. The Jags went to go play. At this point, let's just call them the front runner for MVP, and got smoked. And, going up to Buffalo and losing is expected. We talked about it before. That was going to be an 0-3 team. They were not going to win that game. But the Trevor Lawrence stuff, I like being right sometimes, particularly when it comes to quarterbacks. I have to listen to people glaze for whatever reason, and I don't get it. But this one, now we got Doug Peterson not being committal about whether he's going to bench or keep Trevor Lawrence in the starting lineup after what is he making? That the numbers popped up 55 APY.
Yeah.
Come on now, it was a good. I don't root against Trevor Lawrence specifically, but because I don't have to, I just know it's going to happen. I don't have to go out. I don't have to sit down and go, man, Trevor Lawrence, I need you to be terrible. I just expect to happen what always happens. Trevor Lawrence not being very good. 0-8 in his last 8 starts. The money is his. You can't get it back. And you got to start him, right? What's the recourse? Putting Mac Jones in the game? You can't treat him like you treat Bryce Young. Oh, we're just going to bench Bryce Young for a couple games. Andy Dalton will play, but the plan is to bring Bryce Young back. We're just going to let him sit. You can't do that to Trevor Lawrence. He's got to play.
Yeah, because Trevor Lawrence makes $40 more million than Bryce Young
unless you're well, maybe you can because you're 0-3, unless you're telling the world we're punting on this season. Because if you bench Trevor Lawrence, what's the recourse? You're going to bring him back in 5 games when Mac Jones inevitably disappoints? Not disappoints. There's no expectations for Mac Jones. When he inevitably plays to Mac Jones's level, you can't bring Trevor Lawrence back then. Trevor Lawrence doesn't sit unless he's injured. That's the deal. You can't bench him. You can bench him in a game. You can go, all right, this is rough, Trevor. You can sit down. But you can't bench him for an entire – you can't take him out of the starting lineup. What are you going to do? You're going to 3 games into your season tell the world we made a mistake on paying him? I mean, I could have told you that in the offseason, but it's not happening. Trevor Lawrence will play unless there's some mystery injury. And so the Texans will get to feast on him and the Jags. Now, you got to go out there and win the game. But it's nice after the butt kicking in Minnesota to welcome the Jags to town. It's not so great that the Bills are coming up. So you better be 3-1. You don't want the Bills team coming to town off of 2 straight losses. I don't think that's going to happen. Sure, the Jags will be desperate, but boy, are they bad.
Boy,
they're just bad.
A lot of people complain about the 2 Monday night staggered starts. This was the perfect situation.
And next week probably will too.
This
be
is
too, yeah.
Perfect situation for it because once it was 20-3, the other game started.
No one's punting in that game,
and I peaced out.
Yeah.
And then thank God. Well, not really thank God, but in this situation, it's funny that they kept the score up in the top left-hand corner of the ABC game. And so I could keep just checking in on the Jags. And I saw at one point it was 34-3 at halftime. And I thought this was like when Clemson plays Charles or Georgia Southern or something,
or App State or NC State, like the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, like I was like, this is non-conference game in college football levels of blowout where 34-3, you're like, all right, the walk-ons are gonna get to play. You honestly, you do not see 47-10 hardly ever in the NFL. You see it like twice a year, maybe.
How bad do you have to have played for a team to be up 34-3 on you at the half?
Lose by 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, in the NFL.
Yes.
Where it's based off of parity, where no one's that much better than anyone. All of you guys are, all the lines. All these guys are all Americans or 5, not really 5 stars. But the point is, all these guys are good enough to make NFL rosters. There should not be that big of a difference between any team, particularly one team who decided our quarterback is worth $55 million APY, and we're investing in the offensive line, and we're paying weapons. You should not be this bad. And the Bills said, yeah, the Jags can be this bad.
The Texans lost 34-7.
And that was a butt kicking.
Yes. It was 34-3 at halftime of this game.
And so the Bills are taking their foot off the gas.
Yes.
And
they scored 13 points in the second half. I mean, I don't know. Does Doug Peterson get fired? Do you have to fire your coach?
If not after this specific game, but you've paid your quarterback, you can't get rid of him. So the coach can't even be like, hey, it's the wrong guy, because of course the coach will tell you, this is my guy. Let's get him his money. So it's got to be Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson's going to be the guy who gets fired. Well, probably the OC first. I believe there's some question. There's some question of whether Doug Peterson calls plays or the other guy calls plays.
Then you know what? Then fire Doug Peterson.
Well, the thing is,
if it's not clear who's calling
because
plays,
Doug Peterson his history is he'll give his guys opportunities because he wants them to grow and get jobs. So
they can be like, I learned at the feet of Doug Peterson.
He's a Super Bowl winner.
I'm part of the Doug Peterson coaching tree.
He did win a Super Bowl. He
Congrats.
did win one of those. Congrats. So with the backup. So I'll give him his credit
So
there.
Bruce Arians. Not with the backup.
Yeah, one of Tom Brady.
Saying a lot of guys won a Super Bowl.
Well, still. How many bad coaches have won a Super Bowl then? How many
At least one.
Barry Switzer. Well, you're gonna go Doug Peterson. I was gonna go Barry Switzer. I was gonna go Barry Switzer. How many? So you're putting Doug Peterson firmly in the bad quarterback, bad coaching category. It's not Trevor Lawrence stinks. It's Doug Peterson's the terrible coach.
Trevor Lawrence isn't helping, but Doug Peterson stinks.
Can I say that
for sure Doug Peterson stinks?
What about Doug Peterson made Carson Wentz an MVP candidate for nearly a full season until he got hurt?
Season.
Look at Carson Wentz since. Maybe Doug Peterson deserves some credit.
All right,
Nick Foles wins the Super Bowl. He gets Nick Foles to beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Although Eli Manning did that twice, so maybe it's not such a big deal. Tom Brady in the NFC. Tom Brady's gonna go down as, at least for like the next 8 years, as the best quarterback of all time until Patrick Mahomes takes that from him. I would say I'm sorry, Paul, but I'm not. I'm rooting for it.
Doug Peterson went 7-9 in Philadelphia. Went
That's
7-9.
Eventually, you get fired. Yeah.
13-3, 9-7, 9-7, 4-11.
And got himself fired.
And then in Jacksonville, 9-8, 9-8, 0-3.
That doesn't mean he sucks. That just means
he's Jeff Fisher.
He's average with the Super Bowl win. Yes, he's Jeff Fisher with the Super Bowl win. Sure, I'll give
Jeff
him
Fisher was 1 yard away from winning the Super Bowl.
1 yard away from tying the Super Bowl. People always put, they still had overtime. There's no guarantee he would have won.
I trust. They're the momentum.
Maybe, but I love how people like default. Oh, they would have won. No, there's no guarantee they would have won.
They could have gone for 2, even though it was like 1999 and no one would have ever
Jeff
done that.
Fisher's going for 2 in 1999. No chance. No chance. So, Doug Peterson could get fired. Oh, that's not where I was going, but sure. Doug Peterson could get fired. Zach Taylor, will he get fired? We'll talk about what happened in the other Monday night game, as that game went against all conventional wisdom. Beyond the whole we're not punting or turning the ball over. What the Commanders did, we'll talk about. It was something that very unexpected considering what the Bengals had at stake. So we'll talk about that. What does it mean for Zach Taylor? Maybe Sean will be firm on him sucking too. I don't know why he wouldn't. Zach Taylor ain't even got a Super Bowl win, and he thinks Doug Peterson sucks. So we'll talk about that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about my bookie. My bookie is the place to go to. I'm sure they have first coach to get fired props. And if you agree with Sean, you can put some money down on one Doug. I think he sucks, Peterson, according to Sean. But if that's not what you're into, maybe you don't want to root on someone's downfall, then why are you listening to this show? We love to do that. But if that's not what you want to do, my bookie's giving you opportunities to win hundreds of thousands in prizes. At least they're giving those away. You might get one of those prizes with their Super Survivor and Squares contest. Join in now for your shot at huge cash rewards. Remember, you can use promo code BET975 to claim some extra bank on your first deposit. They match up to $1,000 on that first deposit. So why not make your money go further? And remember, they have that loyalty program, just MyBookie Plus. That's what it's called. The more you play, the more you win. It's pretty simple. You just climb through their tiers of that rewards program and unlock even more promotions, giveaways, and bigger rewards. Remember, MyBookie, You can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Just go there. MyBookie.ag. From football to baseball. Hell, I saw, surprisingly, hockey preseason is going. So if you're a sicko, you want to bet on hockey preseason, you can do that too. MyBookie.ag. That's MyBookie.ag.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We will get to Commanders and Bengals from last night. Well, it really depends on where this Jerry call goes. We may have to get to it in the next segment. We're already a little behind. Well, a lot behind. Hey, but we'll get to Jerry here. Jerry, you want to talk about last night's game? What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's just like you were talking about it. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is a bad quarterback. I think it's just in the NFL. I think they're just more bad offensive coordinators and quarterback coaches than coaches themselves. Because you see, Geno Smith has revived his career. Andy Dalton, albeit one game, has revived his, I guess, the end of his career. But I honestly think, just after watching yesterday's games, Trevor Lawrence just looks stiff. Joe Burrow, he looks stiff. Like, they don't look comfortable in whatever systems they're trying to run. And I just don't put a lot of stock on Sam Darnold himself, even though he's kind of revived his career. He did start 3-0 in Carolina a couple of years ago. So the Vikings are a good team. I just think it's going to, just like last year, Josh Dobbs had a good couple of games. I think that's just what's going to happen to the Vikings. To hang up and listen.
Appreciate it, Jerry. Yeah, it is an interesting thing. Darnold hasn't been a career backup. In fact, he's got more opportunities than most because of his draft status. Is this just one of those 4-game things where eventually he'll revert back to his former play? Or is he like a Rich Gannon? Now, that's a name from the past where Rich Gannon kind of moved around the league until he found John Gruden, and he became an MVP. We have these scenarios. Baker Mayfield, we thought, look, Baker Mayfield was pretty good last year. It wasn't just Dave Canales, because we saw the first couple games this year, and then we see one game against the Broncos, and then that's more the Baker we remember. But it's just one game. So it's a lot to kind of parse through and figure out what's real and what isn't. Joe Burrow was good last night. Joe Burrow's dealt with injuries throughout the last couple of years, so I'm not gonna smack him over the head like Chris Canty did this morning about his play. He was good. Didn't punt the football, didn't turn the ball over. His defense certainly couldn't get any stops, and that's why they lost. But as far as Trevor Lawrence is concerned, yes, Doug Peterson and we I was half jokingly defending him just because I just pushed back on him sucking like Sean said he did. But well, there's Sean's confirmation that he does suck apparently. But is that Trevor Lawrence or is it a combo? And I think Jerry's right. I think there are less good coaches than we might think. And I think a lot of players could be at least average if they had good to better coaching, particularly at the quarterback position. But we see some of those guys hampered by their play callers and the guys who create their offenses, and we get the results. Andy Dalton was a good player in Cincinnati. He was not great, and unfortunately, we hold people to a standard of if you're not great, you suck. Like if you are not a great player, then you stink, and we don't want you around. But Andy Dalton for years was a quarterback of a team in Cincinnati who, for a lot of us when we were young, did nothing. And then when he got there, Marvin Lewis got there, they were a perennial playoff team, just couldn't do anything when they got there. I mean, the Cowboys are a different example, but they're kind of like the Bengals. I mean, maybe that Bengals version, the version of the Bengals.
Yeah, the Marvin Lewis.
Yeah. Bengals. Is Dak Prescott a bad quarterback? No. Is he Patrick Mahomes? No. Does he have the skill set of a Josh Allen? No. But Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. Now, if being good isn't good enough, then we say, okay, why would you pay him? I get that aspect of it, but I think we're too extreme about how we judge guys. Not everyone's going to win a Super Bowl. If Dak Prescott's career is filled with division titles and what could have been, it's going to suck for Cowboy fans and make it fun for everybody else to make fun of him. But that's a pretty good career, and I get it. Always reaching for more, but we see the quarterbacks in this league right now. Trevor Lawrence is making 55 per year. And we don't think he's that good. Look around the league. How many quarterbacks are better than Dak Prescott? And the assumption that you can just wait for another one, you still got to run a franchise and try to be successful. You're going to wait. Well, he's not good enough. Let's wait a couple more years and see if we can get another one. We got people's careers we're talking about beyond Dak Prescott. A lot of guys on that roster want to win games. And even if it's not winning a Super Bowl, you still want to feel like you got a shot. So we're too extreme, except for Sean, because he's dead on with Doug Peterson.
I mean, you can stand by 47-10.
I'm not
being
okay.
Not being an indictment of coaching.
Oh yeah, you should be writing the attack campaign against Doug Peterson. You should be.
I just don't think he's good.
You should be the campaign manager for whoever's trying to take that Jack job away from him. You're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I also think there's a lot of in the league so far this year. There's a lot of great coaches that are getting it done with quarterbacks that we don't think is good. And then there's like, other than Mahomes and maybe Stafford, all the good quarterbacks have offensive coordinators that you're not thrilled with. And I think that's part of it, is that they're just not the team that is like top to bottom coaching and player, just awesome so far. Like even Matt LaFleur with Jordan Love, like he only got to play one game with Jordan Love, and he's been making it work with Malik Willis.
Yeah, and Jordan Love in that first game before the injury. Like you said, only one game, but he wasn't great. But you see him manage Malik Willis. Now, it was the Colts and the Titans, but at least Malik Willis wasn't throwing the game away like his counterparts.
He was playing like he has a good passer rating so far this year. It's not like they're...
So there's a balance. Yeah. So there's a balance. You have some play callers who I do believe are enhancing the capabilities of their quarterbacks. Like Sam Darnold is now a journeyman, but he was drafted number 3.
He was 3.
He was 3, but he could have been the number 1 pick. He has talent, and the Vikings saw that talent and thought to themselves, we can make something of it. And Kevin O'Connell, known as a guy so far who can scheme a team.
I mean,
scheme up an offense and beat what we thought was a pretty good defensive combo in Burke and D'Amico.
Yeah, you just look at the 3-0 teams, and it's the Minnesota Vikings with Sam Darnold. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers with Justin Fields. The Bills, the Chiefs with Allen and Mahomes. Then you have the Seahawks with Geno Smith, and that's it. That's your 3-0 teams. Half of them are guys that were given up on because they stink.
Yeah, and they got to a different spot. Now,
and 2 of them from the Jets.
Now Geno is dealing with a different coordinator in Seattle, I believe.
Ryan Grubb.
Yeah, so it's not just the first guy when he got to Seattle who helped him out. There's now a second guy there doing it. And if we're talking about fraud watch, look to Miami. Everyone thought Mike McDaniel was the reason Tua was what he was what he became, because we saw Tua be average to below average under Flores and his coordinators. The numbers for Mike McDaniel when Tua does not play, woof, we're talking about in the high 20s, low 30s as like the worst offense in the league in non-Tua starts. So
that is a lot of Skylar Thompson though.
And Teddy Bridgewater, among others.
Okay.
So sorry you don't have an elite backup, but you're supposed to be a great schemer.
I just didn't want it all to be like the
understood.
The on-off is just
understood.
Tua versus Skylar Thompson.
No, understood. I get what you're saying, but it just speaks to how important a quarterback can be, and maybe we just don't assume that the play caller all the time is the reason things are maybe what was going on in Miami was so awful that we shouldn't give Mike McDaniel all the credit, considering what he has done when his starter isn't available. And like you mentioned, Mike LaFleur, great with Malik Willis. Is Malik Willis so much more talented than, like, we watched Malik Willis throw a football, and it's like, is he that much better than what Skylar Thompson might be in Green Bay? I don't know. I don't have any evidence. Yeah. All I know is one guy looks competent as an NFL quarterback with LaFleur, Matt LaFleur. Mike LaFleur is his brother. And then the other guy looks like, I don't care if you have a rib injury. You're doing us all a favor by not playing. You never know. You just never know.
Yeah.
You just hope you get a great combo like you have in Kansas City and in LA. You get a great combo, you got a chance to win big. We didn't get really much into the Commanders Bengals. I do want to talk about what Jaden Daniels did in that game beyond the numbers, but flying in the face of conventional wisdom to go get that win. Julian wants to talk TV. We'll get to him when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
If you want to get in on the show, 713-780-3776. Well, when we get into hour 2, we'll do our misery index of college football. It was an interesting weekend. If you like watching fan bases be miserable. Different reasons for it happening, but miserable all the same. Let's get to Julian here. He wants to talk about some TV. What's up, Julian?
What it is, turkeys. It's been a while since I've talked TV with y'all. I stumbled upon Brothers Soon, and I thought it was pretty good. But once again, just like what was that other one that was only one season, and I complained about it. There was another Asian one on. It was on. But anyways, yes, Brothers Soon. I liked it. Also, have y'all paid attention to From or Them?
You mean, what was the first show again?
The first show was Brother's Son.
Brother's Son. I thought you
And then
changed. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I've watched Them.
And then the
Or From. I'm
Them,
watching From.
Yes. So Them is I want to say Jordan Peele. Pretty intense, man. It's really, really wild. I like both of them, and I was excited about From coming back for the third season, but it's simulcast. So now we got to be some peasants and wait every single week for a new episode. Y'all have a good day.
I thought it was always one episode at a time. I mean, weren't you catching it after because you're behind, so you were getting the bulk? You're getting them in bulk because it's not a Amazon Prime show where in some cases they'll drop them all, but with like Rings of Power, they're not dropping them all at once because it's one of their big shows. I think it's a MGM Plus show that's From, and it was always like a weekly thing. I think you were just behind. You got the binge. It is what it is.
That's always a come down though. When you binge seasons like 1 and 2, or even just one of a show, and then it comes back and it's like, oh, it's week by week.
What am I doing here? I gotta wait.
I'm gonna forget.
Yeah. And Them is on Amazon as well. And as you mentioned, it's he told you, it's by Jordan Peele. At least he's involved, which means it'll probably be a horror show, which it is. Yeah, I haven't checked that one out. It comes across because I watch a lot of horror stuff, so it wants me to watch it. I haven't seen it yet. The algorithm asked me to watch it, but I haven't seen it. But I'll take a look. I always like a little horror. I don't know, and I don't know that Jordan Peele is involved. Maybe his production company is, but he's not involved in the directing or the producing, at least from what I can tell. So maybe he has a little stake in it, but I don't see his name there. But it is, as he said, horror. What else have I watched? We've talked about the Penguin a little bit. You didn't watch it, did you?
No. I'm probably gonna watch it either tonight or tomorrow.
Ain't no rush until next
Until
Friday. Until Friday, because I'm sure Michael has watched it. But hey, I don't know if it'll reach the level where we're talking about it, because the callers will determine that for the most part. So I'm not gonna start rambling on about the Penguin if people aren't interested. But
no subtitles. That's
it is in English, although there is some accents, so maybe you need it. But it's all in English, so maybe you need a little help.
Is it like Peaky Blinders accent?
No, it's not that. It's just Gotham-ish, New York-ish stuff.
Oh yeah, the famous Gotham accent.
I mean, we know it's a stand-in for New York, so the Italians are going to sound like Italians from New York. The crime family, the Falcones and the Maronis are involved. Yeah, so far so good. And Colin Farrell as Oswald, which is nuts. When you watch it, there's no resemblance.
Disappears into the role.
It disappears into the role, into the fat suit.
Disappears into the prosthetics.
And yes, the makeup and the fat suit. Yes, he does disappear into that. You forget that Colin Farrell is in that suit. It's good so far, and we'll see. No mention of Batman yet. In episode 1, no mention at all. The music, as I told you, the theme from the Batman plays as it opens, as Oz is looking out over the city, but no mention of the Bat yet.
There's got to be a mention.
I imagine.
It was a pretty big deal.
Not even to mention Bruce Wayne, like Wayne Enterprises. Not even that.
Well, why would he come up?
Well, because Wayne Enterprises always comes up. Wayne Enterprises has their tendrils on everything. But as of yet, no mention of that either. We'll see. I imagine there'll be some loose tie-in or maybe a strong tie-in. I don't think we're going to see Robert Pattinson.
That was my question. Do you think we get a R-Pat cameo?
I'm trying, because is crime just going to run amok and Batman makes no appearances?
That's what I'm saying.
I imagine we'll see footage.
Oh, you know how Bruce Wayne is studying abroad this semester.
Just to get him out of the series, so you don't have to explain why Batman's not showing up in a crime show in Gotham.
Yeah, it's like when a sitcom actress gets pregnant. You know,
yeah.
They have to just like, oh yeah, she's on vacation.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see like news footage of the Bat stopping crime, but I don't think, I don't think we'll see Robert Pattinson. Maybe we see someone in the costume at some point.
Yeah.
But I don't think we'll actually see Robert Pattinson in the show. Although you never know. If it's like the Disney Plus shows, there's always a chance. I don't know if they want to be compared to those
I was
shows.
going to say they should follow the Disney Plus show
that's
formula.
working out. That has worked out
They
for
should
people.
do whatever it takes to be like Disney Plus.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. We'll see how Agatha all along does. I don't know if it's getting good reviews, but I saw it. It's witchy stuff, which is okay with me. But yes, you make a great point. Avoid Disney Plus type scenarios. 78% on Rotten Tomatoes for Agatha all along. So better than what it has been for those shows. As Catherine Hahn, she's good. Obviously, she's been working a long time and in a lot of big roles, but I like her in this show. All right, that's hour one wrapped up. When we come back, we will talk about what Jane Daniels did, because I did want to get to it, because beyond the numbers, just what that might mean for him in that locker room and with his teammates is big, and also what it means for the Bengals. We'll talk about that when we come back. Hour 2 begins, and it begins with a uninvited but special guest. Radio gods or whatever they're called don't want me to get to my Jaden Daniels point for whatever reason. Maybe that's a clue. Don't talk about it. A guy who was asked about at the listener party, I was asked about him specifically, and I said he was never come to this party. Here is Raheel Ramzanali of CityCast. What did you want from me or Sean? What's up, Easy?
What's up, Delphilius?
What did you call me?
Delphilius, isn't that your full name?
No, it's not. But go on. What do you want?
What a great time at the listener party.
You weren't
man.
there.
I had a blast.
You weren't there.
I was there. I was
there.
there. You guys
Trust me.
didn't notice me. I came
as
undercover.
much as I stood out as one of like 4 black people there. You would have been like the one Pakistani dude. Don't worry. Everyone would have noticed. You weren't there. You can't hide.
I did see a lot of the pictures, so I was there in spirit.
No.
I truly wanted to come. I was out of town because no, I truly was. I was at a Girl Scout camp. I was a dad chaperone for my daughter's Girl Scout camp, so I couldn't make it. But man, that party.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
you couldn't make it because you're
gathering.
You're gorging on Thin Mint, so you couldn't come to the party, huh? Do they sell those? Are those cookies everywhere, or do they only sell them at a certain time? Like if you go to a Girl Scout event, are there cookies for you to have, or are they only sold at certain times of the year and only available?
No, it's only beginning of the year, like around February, March is the only time you can get it. So stock up, right? Because you won't get a chance to get them but once a year. But you did see last year they made deodorant. This company, Native, made Girl Scout flavored deodorant.
Why is it flavored?
I don't know. I don't know. That's what it said. There's a peppermint patty one, a Samoa one.
I don't think you can say that anymore.
I don't think you're allowed to call them Samoas anymore. Yeah.
No.
It's like you can't say Redskins anymore.
Well,
so
you just said both,
Samoa.
so congratulations to you. They're caramel delights
For
now.
context.
The caramel delights
Yeah.
now. Yes.
Yeah, I take offense to that. As somebody who's caramel colored, I don't like them using my skin tone.
No, that's not how things work. You can't be offended by something that existed before you. A food that existed. So you couldn't come to the event because you were doing the I'm a good dad thing.
Yeah, I am a good dad. That's why. I'm like, you phoned me. I actually am a good dad.
I'm not a phony. I'm not a dad. I don't even have to pretend to be a good dad. I barely pretend to be a good person. I don't have to be a phony. Maybe you're talking to people who normally sit in this room.
I'm taking shots at John and Lance more on this one. I mean, we don't.
I don't know if that they're bad dads. I know they're bad people, but maybe they tone it down when they're around their children.
So I have a reason for calling. Okay, this isn't just to throw you off your show because I know you have important things planned.
Obviously,
but number one, I wanted to fact check you. They do make reference to the Batman in the opening scene of The Penguin.
What do they say?
They show the footage of Madison Square Garden being flooded. And they referenced the Batman vigilante.
Okay.
That was it. And
he is
I
right.
think they show a news clip of him saving people like really quick. So that was the fact check because I know how important the facts are to you.
Yeah, maybe I was thinking that no one in the show, the actor, said it, but you're right. The news clips did say that, and I think that's as much as we're probably going to get for a while about the Batman in this show.
Yeah. I think there will be a Robert Pattinson cameo just because they are trying to set up this as a franchise. So it would be smart of them to put in the guy that is the anchor of the franchise, right? Like we all love a guy in a fat suit with a really bad limp. I get it.
And they showed his feet
we're
too.
all watching for that one little cameo, right?
I'm not watching to see Robert Pattinson. It would be cool if he's in. Do you think he shows up as the Batman or does he show up as Bruce Wayne?
I think it's going to be Bruce Wayne.
Emo Bruce Wayne.
I think he shows up and they probably spent so many millions on the rights to that Nirvana song that they want to use it one more time because they didn't use it enough in the Batman movie.
No, we didn't hear it enough.
Like, man, we get it.
Well, maybe it's their Lord of the Rings theme song. This whole universe will have that song attached to it, just like House of the Dragon had the Lord of the Rings song. Maybe that's what it is. It's the connective tissue for the entire universe.
Now, it would be cooler if they used a Paramore song, and this can't be.
Why? Why?
I don't know.
Ain't it fun? Why do you want Pattinson to come out to Ain't It Fun?
Because it would be better. I think it would lighten up the mood a little bit.
Can he feel the? You want him to come out the pressure?
Yeah. I mean, such a depressing vibe in this Gotham. Like maybe we need a little light.
What if the Batman's theme song was Misery Business?
Okay, my second thing, and this is because you are one of the best football minds, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, or you are. I'm giving you a compliment. Accept it. I like it when you talk football, especially when it's low.
Are the lights off? Is there music on?
Going deep into. Hold on, there's an ambulance behind me, so I'm going to wait here because I'm a safe driver. You guys hear the sound? There you go.
You're a safe driver, but you're on your phone while you're a safe driver, but you're on your phone while you're driving. Okay. Congratulations.
Okay. My second question, we're roughly through 30% of the NFL season, right? 3 games in. If the season ended right now, what would the playoff matchup be?
I'm not doing this with you. I thought you were about to say you're roughly 30% through with your call. So we have like 70, like what, 8 more minutes to go before you're done here. I'm not doing that with you. Who cares?
Why?
It's stupid.
Right now,
you know it's stupid.
Right now, if the season ended, who would the Texans be playing? Because
hold on. What are you doing? Don't you have a job? Why are you calling up here with this? You must have nothing to do right now.
If there was a catastrophic event and the NFL is like, we have to end the season right now for the first time ever, and here's the playoff matchup, what would the playoff matchup be?
So a catastrophic event that ends the regular season, but the playoffs keep going?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty catastrophic, but we still need to wrap up the season.
We still need a Super Bowl.
A lot of sponsorship money.
Uh-huh.
And there's a whole Super Bowl. We got to pay off all the DraftKings ads and BetUS and MyBookie, all those ads, right? Because those are the important things.
So, yes. Let's find.
What would the matchup be?
No, forget that. Could you name the event that would end the year after 3 games, but we were still allowed to play the rest of the year? What event would be so bad to end the season, but not bad enough to cancel the year completely? What event would it be? Name a tragedy.
I don't want to say it because I don't want to come off insensitive.
Oh, you don't want to come off insensitive?
Yeah, because I truly care about people, and I'm a nice person. That's why.
Text it to me, and I'll say it. I'll say it after you're done. You text me what you think the event will be, and I'll say it.
I want no connection to it.
Okay.
I want nothing to do with it.
Okay.
I want nothing to do with the event that I'm thinking about because this event would be the only one where they'd be like, oh, man, this season has to end right now. But we need to wrap up the season. We need a conclusion to this season of the NFL.
Like it's TV, yeah. Okay. You need So you want to treat the NFL like 911 on Fox? Where it's an awful thing that's happening, but look at the heroism of all the people saving who survived. So you want the season to continue. So
they need this.
Would the Texans be a 2 seed right now? No, the Bills and the Chiefs would be your top 2 seeds right now.
Texans would be the 4 seed.
Yeah.
And the Bills maybe on point differential would be number 1.
I'm looking at it has the Steelers as the number 1 in the playoff bracket.
So
the Steelers?
Yeah.
Tiebreakers? They're winning tiebreakers? So do you want the season in today with Justin Fields having a bye?
Based off strength of victory.
Okay. So now that you've introduced this nonsense into my show, like we don't go to that anyway. Do you want the season to end today, or do you want to wait a week? Because now the Steelers are the number 1 seed and your Texans are a 4.
Maybe we play one more regular season game. And then
get the Jags game under our belt.
So the tragedy can be pushed off a week just to keep the Steelers out of the number 1 seed. Okay. Understood.
Yeah, just to let the people get back to normal, right? Like, hey, it's okay. This tragedy won't define us. So we're going to play one more game and hope that the Steelers lose and Kansas City gets the number 1 seed, and then we'll start.
Yeah, because nothing is worse, no matter how bad the tragedy is, than the Steelers having a bye, and we haven't listened to the Mike Tomlin, Justin Fields talk for a week as they wait for their opponent.
That's true.
Is there anything else? There's still more. Okay, go on.
Well, no, just more that, this tragedy, whatever it would
hypothetical
be,
tragedy.
Really tragic. yeah, it is a tragedy, but it's not tragic enough for us to like just avoid the NFC. Can we talk about the NFC? What would that picture look like? Because
Sean,
they're also going through this.
But as he's doing what he's doing, Sean, you can make a determination. I don't mind. I mean, the show is the show. Are you done with Raheel, or do you want to continue with the NFC conversation after 3 weeks?
I mean, it is one half of the NFL.
This is why people are like, why won't Raheel do a show? You could be doing this bit on a show, possibly, but instead you're doing it on mine. How come you don't call John and Lance and do this bit where you take over the show, pretending that you're not taking over the show?
Because Lance will just direct it to some other conversation. That's why you let me stay focused on my nonsense. That's why I call into Del Olaleye Show.
Can't even get the name right. A man who's dealt with people calling him Rachel Rams and all lie. Okay,
I can't stop thinking about the NFC. Okay, there's people as well.
It's fine. I mean, what do I have? 10 hours a week? Who cares?
Do it.
Vikings number 1 seed.
So the Vikings are the number 1 seed right now. So is that even more reason to make the season go one more week before the tragedy hits, or are the Vikings not in the Steelers realm?
That's a resume loss for the Texans.
If this was college basketball, cool. Resumes.
No, we like the Vikings. Look, I know it was tough to see the Texans go out there and really just Larry Tunsil it, but the Vikings are likable. I don't mind them.
Well,
the defense looks good.
Well, they're
Sam
Texans
Darnold,
North.
You got a good resurrection story. It's good. Justin Jefferson is a beast.
So you like the Viking as the 1 seed?
Purple uniforms. Really, zesty. I like it.
Zesty, huh? Honoring Prince. So Viking is the 1 seed. We're fine with. Sean, who's the 2 seed right now?
The Seattle Seahawks.
3-0 Gino. Oh, so the season has to go on because we can't have the Seahawks as a 2 seed.
Well, the 3 seed's the Saints.
Well, maybe we just avoid the NFC. Are you good with the Saints as a 3, or do you need more games?
No, I like the Saints. Let's move the Saints up to a 2.
We can deduct the win from the Seahawks because they played Skylar Thompson. That doesn't count.
Yeah,
they played Jacoby Brissett and Skylar Thompson. That doesn't count.
Playoff committee doesn't like
that. Doesn't count.
Yeah.
The numbers don't take that into account, but we do.
Yeah.
Yes. So the Saints go up. What about the Commanders? They had a big win last night. Where are the Commanders?
Commanders are the 4 seed as the
leader of the NFC East. Look at that. So
I like that. That's good. That's a good story right there.
So would you like to elevate the Commanders over the Seahawks?
Unfortunately, the tragedy that I'm thinking about might involve that area of the country.
Washington?
So I don't know if the Commanders are going to be able to play.
Oh, man. Is the stadium going to get hit, or are we talking about just the people are going to be so sad that things can't be done? So a game can't be played.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's just
if you're a real one, announce the tragedy on CityCast.
No, I can't. We don't do that on CityCast.
Oh, soft ass.
We're above that.
We're soft ass for Hill. He's gonna come on my show and bring up hypothetical tragedies that ends the football season, but won't do it on his show. Do this bit on your show. CityCast.
I can't.
Why not?
I can't do this bit on my show.
You got like an hour.
We're busy talking about why Harris County Jail right now is so packed and so unsafe. We're talking about real tragedies, not made up ones like you do on your show.
I don't make up tragedies. This is your bit. I'm just sitting here.
I'm sorry.
I'm just sitting here
Sean,
watching.
I'm going to ask you one question, Sean.
Okay.
Whose show is this?
It's my show. It's
own up to it.
Well,
yeah. You're the leader. You're the Laramie Tunsil of the show.
Yeah.
Then I'm really blaming everyone but me. All right. Now, are you done? Can I move on? Do you have anything else? All right. Real got his.
No, I'm done. Thank you so much for letting me waste this segment.
Yeah, look. This isn't your stand-up. This isn't your stand-up routine. You don't have a good 13 minutes. Get out of here.
Bye, guys. Love you.
Raheel Ramzanali, the host of CityCast. You can find that podcast anywhere. It won't be as fun as what he did here because he's soft and a P word.
And he has to talk about the jail system.
Yeah. Oh, look, I got a serious thing I got to talk about. I got actually bosses to answer to. Me, I think I have bosses to answer to. They just don't care enough.
In theory.
I mean, they're down the hall, I think, but I don't know if they're paying attention. And, well, they're probably right not to. All right. We did talk about the Commanders in some fashion.
4 seed if the season ended today.
Yeah, if a hypothetical tragedy happened that ended the season, but the Super Bowl still had to go on, the Commanders would be firmly in the playoffs with the home game as they lead their division, the NFC East. All right, we'll talk about the Commanders in a somewhat serious fashion. And someone said, considering Raheel brought up Robert Pattinson and Paramore, that the Batman's theme song should be Decode, which is a Paramore song from the soundtrack Twilight. So someone was doing all the work and putting it together. Not a bad song. I didn't know Raheel had Paramore in his bag. It's usually Sufjan Stevens and folk music, which I could do without. But hey, I'm not going to listen to a man say Sufjan Stevens has bangers. Can't trust that man musically at all. We are thankfully done with that segment. We'll be back with some serious stuff to get to. Unless you want to derail us, it's fine. I got 10 hours a week. I'll do what I want. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really. Okay.
Okay. We can do this here. Last night, the Commanders go in and beat the Bengals. Of course, there's a call, so we'll see. We'll see how long I stick with it. The Commanders go in and beat the Bengals. No punts, no turnovers for either team. The offenses were cooking. Jaden Daniels on a big drive to close out the Bengals after they had made it 31-26. Hits McLaurin on a deep ball in the face of a blitz to end the game. They did have to recover an onside kick, but that touchdown to make it 38 26, put that game away. And the Bengals were 0-2. So conventional wisdom is the Bengals are 0-2. They have a young quarterback coming in on Monday night. You got to get this win. Hell, the Bengals are slow starters. So this is the win they're going to get. This is going to get their season on track, because if they don't, how many teams come back from an 0-3 start to make the playoffs? So if you were anyone who paid attention to past, or at least the history of the NFL, you just assume the Bengals are going to win. And their offense played like that. They were not stopped, except they had a guy who was dealing, Jaden Daniels, who, even if you go back to last week where they weren't scoring touchdowns or kicking field goals, just doesn't punt the football. That guy, through 2 games, has been clearly the best rookie quarterback. And do we give good old Cliff Kingsbury some credit for what he's done?
Put some respect on his name.
Possibly, at least through the first 3 weeks as a OC, shepherding a young quarterback through it, and through 2 games, at least the last 2 games, it's been going pretty well. But really, my point is, it's not, I don't know how historical it is, but the fact that the Commanders went in there and won, what does that say for Jaden Daniels as a quarterback? What does it mean for us? What does his team look at him as? Because you watch these mic'd up segments, and even through the offseason, we've heard different thoughts about quarterbacks. Every time you ask a Texan about CJ Stroud, he's him. That's our guy. He's a leader. He's special. All those things. And you need proof of concept. No matter what you believe, you need to see it on the field. And I'm not sure what the Commanders thought of Jaden Daniels beforehand. Players will give you a shot, and if he's a guy who relates to his teammates, even better. But the fact that he did that last night in that situation, where I think a lot of those guys would know that we're not expected to win this game. We're the Commanders. We're playing the Bengals on the road. This is a game we don't normally win. And the fact that he was as good as he was and won, you're talking about points that he won with his team. If they didn't believe in him before, that goes a long way to go. Jaden's our guy. Even when the predictable struggles for a rookie come, they're going to always have that Bengals game to make them 2-1, where he showed up and went toe-to-toe with Joe Burrow.
So Jaden Daniels, not the first rookie quarterback to throw a touchdown pass. That was Caleb on Sunday.
Yes.
But he is maybe the first rookie quarterback from his draft class to be him.
He has his first.
Jaden Daniels' first him of the 2024
certainly
NFL draft.
He is the first rookie quarterback to have he's him moment this year.
We should track this for the rest of the season.
The him
who leads the he's him moments.
It would fit with our show to look at that. Like Bo Nix won his game, but Bo Nix, we saw him running around doing things. He was fine. He was better than fine, actually. It's surprising. Speaking of another team who went in and won a game no one expected them to win, but this was different. Tampa expected to win. They weren't desperate, and they got beat. This Bengals team has aspirations. They thought they had a shot to do some big things this year with Burrow, and they had T. Higgins back, and Chase was playing, and he scored, and he played well, and yet Jaden Daniels answered every time he needed to.
I really don't understand how they went without a punt or turnover for an entire game and lost. I mean, I get
because the other team did.
Yes, but I don't really understand how you.
Well, you kick field goals you kick a couple field goals instead of touchdowns. I think McPherson missed a field goal too, right? Their kicker.
If it's a shootout type game, and you have Joe Burrow, Chase, and Higgins, and the other team
is
the Washington Commanders
and McLaurin, and
I just if I'm a Bengals fan, like I don't know how. Like I'm still sitting in shock of how they actually lost that game.
Yeah.
The entire game, you're like, all right, all you need is one stop, and you win.
And you're going into that game thinking, okay, we're 0-2. Sure, we start poorly. This is what we've done over the last couple of years. But
mentally, it was a win in your head.
But going in, you think you're winning that game. Yeah, Jaden Daniels was pretty good against the Giants, but that's the Giants, and they didn't even score touchdowns. We're coming in here. We got our 2 starting wide receivers back. We're going to be fine. And the offense was fine. Their defense simply didn't get any stops, and that's why they're 0-3. And that's why Zach Taylor's going to start heading those first coach to get fired list. It is what it is. Lazy J, I see you. The intern put it in
quotes.
Wants to talk sports. which would imply she doesn't believe you, or you had to announce you want to talk sports. I don't know. I don't know how that call went. Maybe I'll ask her during the break to prepare myself, or just be surprised. But Lazy J will join us when we come back. Hang on, Lazy J. We'll get to you. We're actually going to try to go to break on time. But first, before I do that, let's talk about my bookie. Whether it be Doug Peterson or Zach Taylor, you can bet on the first coach to get fired. That's a little dark, but it's reality. You want to take a look at that? Go to my bookie for that. Just go to the website. It's the website, and it's mybookie.ag. So maybe you want to look at the positive. You think Fromber's going to get the Astros the division title this week. You could put your money down on the Astros winning tonight and Fromber cinching that deal. It's kind of, it was with the tagline, bet on anything, anytime, anywhere, whether it be baseball, football, props, odds, over-unders. You want to go to international soccer, you can do that too. You want to bet on preseason hockey, you can do any of that. And maybe you want to get to the live casino because you like playing cards. You want to sit down in front of your laptop or your desktop and play cards. My bookie will get that done for you too. Use that promo code BET975 to make your first deposit go further and take advantage of the live dealer, whether it be poker or blackjack. Makes the game more fun. So you got sports betting, you got the casino, and you got live betting in game. Things didn't go your way early, you can make up for it with the live betting. Go to mybookie.ag and bet on anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we'll get to Lazy J here. He wants to talk sports. What does that mean? We're about to find out. What's up, Lazy J?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
So, man, how are
I
you?
just wanted to get in, man. I like the reveal. Hopefully, y'all can do that weekly, man. A weekly segment. You know, it gave me flashbacks to old times. You know what I'm saying? So, love the show, man. Get real. What it do, real? What it do, baby? Get him back on the show, bro.
Oh, okay. That's not what I expected. It was a compliment and also a demand. I can't tell Raheel what to do. I didn't plan that. He called in. I called him an uninvited guest because I knew where that was going to go. And, well, I didn't know exactly, but I kind of figured it was going to be nonsense.
The direction of
I understood. I understood what he was trying to do. I don't know when he wants to come on. He can call in. He'll come on. It's at his prerogative, like a woman. Raheel coming on, he can do that at his prerogative. You don't tell Raheel what to do.
You don't tell him what to wear. You don't tell him what to do. You don't ask him what his age is.
No, none of that. When I'm at the will of Raheel. When he wants to do something, he can, and if he doesn't, so be it.
Yeah, because he might have a Girl Scout trip to go on.
Yeah, he couldn't come to the party because he was at a Girl Scout trip. Yes, I know, Sean. Whatever. But he was being a good dad. I did not know. I kind of knew, but I wasn't sure that the Girl Scout cookies were seasonal. Like, if you go to a trip, don't they just have some on stock they can give you?
I was gonna say they definitely at Girl Scout.
They don't
HQ,
sell them all.
Yeah, at HQ they keep a little. You know,
yeah, it's like a display when people walk in. I'm sure there's a display. Hey, look at the cookies we have to offer, even if they're not for sale. Like if the Girl Scout Cookies headquarters doesn't have like a store where you can buy cookies, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like I went to Hawaii, and I don't know if pineapples are ever out of season in Hawaii. I just don't know. But the Dole factory has they have their factory, but they also have a little attraction place where you can get on like this little ass train and ride through the Dole camp, and you can see where all their
like it's Willy Wonka for
pretty,
pineapples.
Pretty much, yeah. and then you go into the Dole, and then you go into the store, and they have like these pineapple smoothies, pineapple ices. They have everything out of pineapple because you can't tell people to come to the factory and go, sorry, we're out of pineapples.
No pineapples.
Yeah,
sorry.
pineapples are out of season. But I came
back in March.
I came to the famous Dole factory in Hawaii. Give me some pineapples in different varieties, whether it be part of a cake, part of a shake, part of ice cream, or a slushie. They do it all because they know you're there for the effing pineapples. You can't do that at the Girl Scout headquarters. If I show up weirdly and say, look.
Yeah, I think there's also two people that have. I don't think there's two people that have less of a reason to ever be at the Girl Scouts.
But for
HQ.
whatever reason, I don't even know where it is, but for whatever reason, I planned a trip someplace. Oh, the Girl Scout headquarters are here.
Oh, wow.
If
They're in Charlotte? Okay.
And if it's open and they're like, hey, come on in, don't tell me you don't have cookies for sale. What am I doing here? Other than to get cookies. Sell me the cookies. But apparently, when you're on a Girl Scout trip, you can't get them.
It looks like the headquarters is in New York.
They better have some cookies for sale. I don't
or either that or I'm going to the M&M store.
Well, they're never out of M&Ms there.
No.
So I don't know if it's open to the public or is it just open to members, the Girl Scout headquarters. So maybe they escape my slander. But if I found out they're treating it as like an amusement, like you can come in as an attraction and check out what the Girl Scout headquarters have to offer. Don't tell me if someone walks in they can't get some cookies, because what else would they be there for? I ain't look at all your buttons and sashes. That ain't what I'm here for. That if I care about that for. Sell me some cookies. I don't even like Thin Mints, but I'd be offended if I couldn't buy them.
No Thin Mints here. Oh,
okay. Oh, I guess we're not in America anymore. Okay. That's just my ad to go buy you some Girl Scout cookies when they're for sale. Support.
That was free promo.
Support the Girl Scouts and all charities, if you can. We move on. Okay, we'll start this here. The misery index in college football. Who do you think should be at the top? I think it's a tie between Baylor and North Carolina fans because of how the Baylor game ended, where they give up a Hail Mary and then when they're going in for the tying touchdown in overtime, they fumble into the end zone when all you had to do was run over 180-pound Travis Hunter. The running back, Travis Hunter, goes low, gets helmet on the football, ball, and on a wet, slippery day, ball pops out in the end zone. The Baylor Bears don't recover it. They lose. So we got that, the remarkable Hail Mary they gave up, and then fumbling into the end zone. Or we got North Carolina giving up 53 points and a half to James Madison, and then going on to lose 70-50. And your coach talking to the team after the game saying, "Hey, if you guys don't want me here, I'll leave." And
I
then,
guess old Mac will hit the dusty trail.
and then he had to come out and go, "I'm not going anywhere." And
I'm not effing leaving.
yeah, exactly. And I regret even bringing it up to the players because it was unfair to the young men to put them in that position. So those are two of the front runners for me. James, North Carolina fans, you lose to a new Sun Belt team, and then the Baylor fans, which you thought you had a win. And there's always a little extra when you're playing Colorado. I'm not sure if there's a back and forth between the two teams. It seemed very reasonable after the game. But you always want to beat Colorado because they're not good, but they are hyped up. So it's a feather in your cap to beat them.
They're the perfectly it's like a perfectly cast team to be like, we can beat, like most teams in the Big 12 think that when they play Colorado that they can beat them.
Yeah.
But they're also just good enough to where it's like you also get credit for beating them. You get a little bit of credit for beating Colorado, and people will watch it. But
and they're kind of like two big sides. Like there are people who are rooting for Colorado because of obviously the attention that Dion has brought to the program, and maybe you just want to root for them because you like Shador or Travis Hunter or whatever. And there's a lot of the population who's like, I don't even care about Baylor, but I hate Colorado. I want you to beat them. So there's some of that too to every Colorado game, and the social media people at Baylor probably had something special because everyone will for Colorado, but they lost in remarkable fashion. So that's out the window.
That to trash.
Yeah, delete that file. It's done. Get that GIF out of here. Whatever they're going to do. So I'll put Baylor.
I think Baylor's number one. When you lose or you don't lose on the Hail Mary, much like the Dyson play in the Super Bowl, that was only to tie.
Only to tie. Remember
that. Also, the fact that they almost gave up a Hail Mary the play before,
yeah,
and then also gave up the Hail Mary the next play, losing overtime, like you said, game of inches, fumble at the goal line. I think Baylor has to be number one.
What about Auburn? They lose a game to Arkansas. Their coach goes on record to tell everyone, my
coach or my players suck.
My players don't do what they should, and if they did, we'd win more games. You throw in Oklahoma fans, first game in the SEC.
I think Oklahoma probably has to be number two.
You think Oklahoma behind Baylor?
Behind Baylor.
Okay. You lose to your former national championship quarterback. He was on your staff. He got fired. It's your first game. You have to bench your starter.
Yes, that's part of it.
And then you name the backup the starter going forward.
Not only did you lose your first SEC game against a top
six team at the time,
the good old fashioned top six that we always talk about.
Yeah, of course.
But you lose to the sixth best team in the country in a way that now you're questioning the very foundation of your offense. That's bad. That to me is bad.
All the things you planned all summer and into fall camp.
It's up in smoke in week 4.
Yeah, the first time you play a team that anyone thought was legit, although you struggled with 2 teams before then, the first real test that people thought you had, everything you thought your season was going to be is over. Although Oklahoma people like the backup, but I mean, the guy's like, 5'11", 180 pounds. How big is he? He's small.
A little guy.
Yeah. For a quarterback in the SEC.
Yeah. I think just the fact that, especially if you are an OU fan and you spend all summer hyping up Jackson Arnold, and again, you make it 3.5 games.
Yeah. All that energy spent talking trash to Texas people about how good your quarterback was, and look what happened. And funny, you go from fighting the claims that you were just like the buy one get one. Texas was what they wanted, and then hey, we'll bring you in too. Buy one get one. With Oklahoma, you're fighting that. You think you're pretty good, right or wrong, and you're touting Jackson Arnold. It's clearly better than Dylan Gabriel, of course.
Yeah,
of course we're better off here.
Better than Quinn Ewers.
Well, I'm sure they said that too. And in 3 games, you didn't look good, and then 3.5 games, he had to go sit down, and now you're playing with your backup. Yeah, I can see it. I still think North Carolina fans being undefeated, thinking your quarterback's pretty good, who played pretty well, and then
they scored 50. Offense wasn't a problem.
But you give up 70 to James Madison puts you in miserable index.
Yeah.
Top, at least my top 2, but we can differ on that. Where do we put USC? Because USC fans at one point thought they had this game won. After being dominated early, they fought back. Credit to them. And as long as you weren't giving up big runs to Michigan, you had that game in your grasp. And Michigan wasn't going to be able to throw the ball to get down the field, but you gave up a big run. Mullings hit you again. If I'm a USC fan, knowing when all you had to do was stop the big run on that final drive, I would be pretty pissed, because the week was going to be filled with me saying, oh, you think we're not physical enough? You think we don't play defense here?
Mm-hmm.
Look at us. We went up against big bad Michigan. We're down early in the big house, came back and won, dominated that second half. They only scored off a pick 6. But when it was right within your grasp, you give up a long run to Mullings, and then they eventually score on 4th and goal to win the game.
I think this is a difference between someone who is a USC fan. Like, if you're a USC fan, all that you said is true, and it's probably very miserable. For me, a non-USC fan, I'm like, I think you should be pretty encouraged that you
were favored and higher ranked.
Yes, but the game plan for the other big picture, the game plan for the other team was these guys aren't tough enough. Let's punk them. And you made it until the very last drive, being tough enough and the not letting yourself get punked.
And really, and it took to 4th and goal too. It wasn't like they immediately rammed it in.
And no other team is going to be as good at that as Michigan, or they're only playing it. The other teams will at least play into your hands by throwing the football.
Sure. Yeah. Your questions about you were you physical enough?
And I think
that's true. That's true. Yes. But the way it goes down, look, the big picture, USC's in a better spot than we thought physically on the defensive end.
But for the game of misery index, they are
on a Tuesday.
They're probably like 3 or 4.
Yeah, when you thought we had a win and we're going to remain undefeated and put us in a spot where people will take us seriously, and defense is now back at USC. That one's tough. I think it's still back, but the way that game ended is tough.
Baylor, OU, UNC, USC, IMO. Not IMO is not a team. I realize I said a lot of acronyms, and then IMO
is
in my opinion.
Sure,
I was shortening it.
Yeah.
See how short that was? Kansas State deserves a mention.
That's true. I forgot to put them on the list.
You had to stay up late to watch that.
But the way that game went down, particularly, it was a close game up until late in the second quarter, and it just fell apart for them.
And you just had a big win against
Arizona.
A little bit of a look ahead to Oklahoma State, who probably should get mentioned because they get smoked by Utah's backup.
Sure. They fought back, but for the most part, that game was a Utah runaway.
I realized half my list is Big 12.
Yeah, I tried to diversify.
Yeah, no, you're doing a good job. But I think that if you're K-State, like, you have to feel very bad about yourself, not just because of the loss, not just because of what it means in the Big 12 title race, as far as they host Oklahoma State next week, or this Saturday coming up. So that one becomes really huge. But then also you look at Utah and you're like, oh my God, those guys are awesome. And we thought that we were on their level last week. Friday, before this game kicked off, we thought that we were probably on Twitter making cases that we're better than Utah. And now you really can't make that case.
No, you cannot.
Because you lost to BYU.
Yeah, and they go into Oklahoma State and dominate them for about 3.5 quarters with their backup quarterback, who isn't that good. I want to give Michael Hawkins some credit. I disrespected him a little bit. He's not 5'10" or 11. He's 6'1". He doesn't look it on the field.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order.
He's listed at 6'1", 196. He does not look it on the field. I will say that. Like I said before, it looks like what Bryce Young looks like compared to NFL players. That's what Michael Hawkins looks like compared to college players. He looks like a little fella, but according to Oklahoma's website and the recruiting services, 6'7", nearly 6'1", nearly 200 pounds. We'll see. Michael Hawkins Jr., the new starter at Oklahoma, with Jackson Arnold being benched after 1 week in the SEC. It just means more. You can't even keep your starter through a week.
Is Louisiana Monroe on this because
they lost to Quinn Ewers?
Well, because all the defensive players who beat Arch Manning in high school,
which wasn't true. We found that wasn't
have
true.
A loss against them.
If the initial statement was true, then sure. But through some research from Danny Davis up in Austin, he deduced that What that did not happen. The ULM defenders did not beat Arch Manning when they were in high school. That did not happen, despite what the ULM defensive coordinator said. So it's just a little fib. I don't know where he came up with that. Man was just out there talking. Was like, you know what? Let me throw this out here. Who's going to do the research? Who's going to look up ULM players and where they played high school?
Doesn't know about the UT journalism school.
One guy was like, hold on a second. Let me see. I got time today.
Although I don't think Danny Davis went to UT.
Well, Danny Davis had time that day and figured out that the ULM coach was not telling the truth. It happens sometimes when you're up here just talking. You listen to this show. You listen to other shows. Sometimes we just say stuff.
Dell said that Batman wasn't mentioned in the first episode of The Penguin, and that's what
but mine
compelled Raheel to call him
that's
and
what
correct him.
that's what compelled him to call. Yeah, I watched the show and got it wrong. I didn't just make stuff up. I just didn't remember. That guy, the ULM defensive coordinator, just made that up. He didn't do it. He didn't even look it up. He just assumed. All right, we got one more segment here to go. There's it's not new. It's back, though. There's something special back at Chipotle. I was surprised by it. It shouldn't be a limited time, though. We can discuss why some things that we like just become limited time at restaurants and why they do it. But I was surprised over the weekend. And you know what? I was so surprised. I'm going back today. We'll talk about that, and we'll close some loopholes as we close out the show. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to a couple things here before we go. Dan Campbell had to move earlier this year. Why? Because one of his daughter's classmates doxed the family. And why did he do it? Because he was upset that Dan Campbell lost the NFC title game. So he put the address of Dan Campbell's home on Snapchat, and he used expletives because he was very upset that they lost. Dumb F trying to go for it. That was the caption, I guess, on Snapchat. I don't remember the exact play he's referencing because I'm not a Lions fan, so their failures aren't committed to memory.
I just roughly remember that there's a go for it decision late in the Lions game, but I also don't really. I don't have the recall.
They're the Lions. I mean, it was a play in a game that was good, but whatever. It's just the Lions for us. So
also, if you're the kid, little entitled move by a Lions fan to be like, oh no, we didn't make the Super Bowl.
As a Lions fan,
let me bother this the head coach. Like, since when did they die and become Alabama football?
Yeah.
Like where you can complain about losing in a championship game.
Well, when asked about why he did it, the classmate said he and his friends were distraught by the Lions' loss.
Grow up.
And that he found exactly. And they're probably high school kids, so
grow up.
Even still.
Literally.
By the Lions' loss to the 49ers, and that he found humor in the Snapchat post. The classmate and his friends later drove to the Campbell's residence, parked on the street, and were yelling, according to the report, not nice things toward the house. Now, of course, the Campbell family was concerned because their daughter was at home while they were, I believe, in the Bay Area for the game. And the daughter's boyfriend stayed, and he sat in the car blinking lights every time someone drove by, like to tell people, hey, this house is occupied. We know what you're doing. So he sat in his car blinking his headlights to make people leave, and that's how he got people away. So the Campbells, understandably, have moved to a home where we don't know the address, and they have not reported any more problems.
Just wait until they lose Sunday night against the Texans in a couple weeks.
And it's not even like the daughter's friend, which obviously would be, but it's just some person who knows her and knows where they live. So he decided to ruin a place they probably love living. Congratulations to that guy.
Dan Campbell, not the first coach on my power rankings
to mess with.
Yeah,
like
as a high schooler.
You're protected,
or anyone. Really.
Yeah, you're protected by him having a lot to lose.
Yeah,
but you always wonder, how much does he think he has to lose? Because maybe he doesn't think it's that important to lose
Campbell
it.
doesn't seem like
yeah. You do have that protection. That man's an NFL coach. You can't go beat up someone. Could cost you your job.
But
you never know.
I'm just saying I'd mess with Doug Peterson before Dan Campbell. There's
a lot of guys you'd pick.
Zach Taylor before Dan Campbell.
There's a lot of guys.
Mike McDaniel, no offense.
He's a small
little guy.
Well,
he's about
probably
Michael Hawkins size.
Yeah, Michael Hawkins was like, watch it. I'm 6'1". McDaniel's 5'9", according to
Dennis Allen. I'd mess with. Maybe not now because they're good, but yeah.
I don't know how big Dennis Allen is, but just know Dan Campbell's not a guy I would pick. Him, Robert Saleh, D'Amico.
NFL tight end is not who
Saleh, D'Amico, Dan Campbell. Don't mess with them. Don't give out their address. Well, don't give out anyone's address, but if you're looking to rank the guys you least want to, those are the three at the top of my list. All right, the other thing, as far as connection to the Lions in that game, Christian McCaffrey's going to Germany to get that Achilles looked at.
Oh, I thought Oktoberfest coming up.
Yeah, he listened to Lance and his spot. No, he's looking at that Achilles, which probably means, at least according to doctors, they think if he's going to Germany, the IR stint will last longer than that 4 weeks. So the 49ers dealing with things beyond being 1-2 and blowing that game against the Rams. Their top running back could be out for longer than you might think, but Jordan Mason's been pretty good. Running back wasn't the problem in week 2 or week 3. Brandon Ayuk and missing Deebo Samuel, a bigger issue, and their defense blowing that lead late. Okay, what I found out on Sunday, Chipotle's got the brisket back, and it's not, the brisket you guys are getting when you go to a real barbecue place, but it's pretty good. So I ask, why can't the brisket be a permanent thing? I know the standard is the chicken and the steak, and they have the barbacoa. Brisket can't become a standard option at Chipotle. Why not? I'm not a McRib person, but I know some people like it. What's the purpose? Like, even Wingstop has adapted. Wingstop at one point was like, the hot honey rub, we're just going to make that a limited time thing. Oh, you guys love it? We're going to take it away. We're bringing it back. Oh, you guys really love it? Okay, we're going to keep it now. Now it's a permanent time. How many times do you got to pull the brisket away from me, and then I confirm that I love it before you keep it on the menu?
Yeah.
How many times Chipotle?
It's like the Buffalo Ranch chicken strip sandwich from Whataburger. I feel like that also falls into the, I know you have the buffalo sauce. I know you have the ranch dressing. I know you have the chicken tenders.
You have all of it. So why aren't you making it?
I know you have them at all
You
times.
can make your Whata nuggets where you have different varieties of things, but you can't keep the Buffalo Ranch chicken strips sandwich. Why not?
I had someone at a Whataburger late night make one for me out of season. He was like, I can't just do it. I was like, yes,
awesome.
do
Thank
it
you. Why can't it be done all the time?
I know it's not your problem, 17-year-old, but
Yeah.
why?
That 17-year-old would not be releasing Dan Campbell's information.
No, that's
a stand-up
you know what?
17-year-old.
He's one of the good ones.
That's right. Not all you high schoolers are the good ones, but that one clearly one of the good ones. And I asked Chipotle, what are we doing? Why are you playing games with me?
Yeah, that's messed up.
I show up on a Sunday. Oh, it's there. I would show up more Sundays if I knew it was there all the time. Instead, it's always a crapshoot. Is the rice going to be good? Are you going to have enough? Is the chicken cooked and seasoned the way I like it?
Am I going to have to film you so you give me this portion?
Am I going to force you to give me a bigger portion? Just keep the brisket there. That's all I'm asking for. I'm one man. I just want some brisket on some rice with some cheese. And I'm also done. Gallant George up next. What does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
That's right. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Ground ball right side, could be the ball game. Polanco gobbles it up and makes the throw in time, and a 1-2-3 ninth ends this one in favor of the Mariners. Mariners have won the season series against the Astros, taking their 7th game in 11 tries against Houston, and in the process, they gain a game in the AL West. They're now 4 back with 5 to play. The Astros still hold a magic number of 2 and can wrap it up tomorrow.
Well, the Astros stepdad is back in town, and even though Houston holds a 4-game lead on them in the American League West, the Mariners kept on doing what the Mariners have been doing to the Astros for the last 2 years since that ALDS. In 2022, they took down our beloved Stros 6-1 last night. The Astros get just 4 hits, only 2 off of starter Bryce Miller. And Seattle's now 16-8 against the Astros since the 2022 ALDS. They wore the Space City jerseys last night, right? That's it. Burn them.
I think that's the plan either way. But
Burn those jerseys, Sean Mapes. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Tuesday, September 24th of 2024. No Joe, and sorry to commit a HIPAA violation on the air that might be ripe with disinformation and or misinformation. I always forget which is which. Joe is out because he is getting not 1 but 2 root canals today. Could make it to the show. True team player, 713-780-3776. I actually wanted to see him come to the show while either dealing with a little cotton mouth from numbing agents put in his mouth, or even better, if he were on some sort of, I don't know, knock 'em outers.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see what he might be like on some drugs.
Yeah. He load him up with nitrous, have him on the show, but he didn't get it done, I think, at 10 o'clock. Wasn't that what he said yesterday?
Correct.
So,
I mean, he theoretically still could show up, and we'll see. Maybe he will.
We'll see.
Maybe he'll pull a Willis Reed.
It's a
and
3-hour
show up.
show. It's a 3-hour show. That's all we're saying.
A lot of time left. So the Mariners are 17-12 since Dan Wilson took over for Scott Service. And I don't know if last night should have anybody feeling differently about the Astros' chances of winning the American League West. Per Fangraphs, 97.5% chance at winning the division. But I will admit, this matchup with Seattle does have me a little bit antsy. Getting that last win to win the division, because the magic number is 2. You win either of the next 2 games, the American League West is officially the Astros. I've got some ants in my pants. Typically, when we feel a little bit nervous, we turn to old reliable, the Nicolas Cage scale of freakout on a 1 to 5 scale. 1, everything's fine. 5, you're screwed. I'm at a 2 right now. Nick, please enlighten the class how it feels to be at a 2 at the Nick Cage scale of freakout.
If you excuse me, I have to use the little boy's wee-wee room.
You might have to pee in a little bit, but you haven't gone quite yet. And I say that just because the Astros, for whatever reason, can't get hits off of the Seattle Mariners. It's a bad matchup. Has been a bad matchup for the last 2 years. Again, Seattle is 16-8 since the Astros swept them in the ALDS. You don't have Yordan Alvarez for the final 2 games of this series. We learned yesterday, courtesy of Chandler Rome, that he is dealing with a sprained knee. They're not shutting the door on him returning this regular season, but I would like to get this thing done tonight. And that might be tough too, because you do have Framber Valdez on the hill, and it's not like the Mariners can hit. Hunter Brown handled him last night until the Astros decided to use 4 nobodies in the bullpen. No offense to Caleb Ferguson, Caleb Ort, Brian King, and Seth Martinez. Those are not your high leverage guys that you put into a 1-0 deficit. But hey, whatever. You're saving him for Wednesday or Tuesday when things really get, I guess, terrifying, where we're at a 3 or a 4 or a 5 on the Nick Cage scale of freak out. But you got Fromber going up against Logan Gilbert. And Logan Gilbert, like many Seattle Mariners pitchers, has been pretty damn good against the Astros. I took out Logan Gilbert's numbers his rookie year against Houston because they weren't very good. In 2022, he was 2-1 against the Astros with a 2.52 ERA. Last year, he was 2-0 against them with a 2.08. This year, he's 1-1 against them with the 2.57 ERA. He has success against them. Are you going to be able to get enough runs across the plate without Yordan Alvarez tonight? I'm a little bit nervous, and I'm curious where you guys are. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on the HRNP listener line. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. A little more interactive when it's just one guy in studio. Sean Mapes, where are you at? The Mariners are, look, very unlikely to take the AL West away from you, but I don't really want to make this last any longer, especially after the Texans got smoked on Sunday. I was hoping that we'd have something fun to talk about today.
Yes, I like you, I'm not very high on the panic meter, but I think I'm just a little bit higher.
Yeah.
What do you say we cut the chit-chat? A-hole.
Ooh, you're at a 3.
Just cut the chit-chat. Let's get this over with.
I would like to cut the chit-chat too.
Like let's have this in the bag, and then we can really start now that the 2 seed is out of reach.
Pretty much out of reach. It's not officially out of reach.
Pretty much out of reach.
And you do play the Guardians the last 3 games of the year. So theoretically, Cleveland loses the next 2 and you win out. You got a shot, but you're right.
We'll see. But I think just getting all the hard work done. I don't want it to be like last year, winning the division on the last day of the season. Let's just cut the chit chat. Let's get this over with.
Mm-hmm. Surprising take from ETX Sasquatch on the Twitch. September baseball still doesn't matter. Man, who would say something like that? Can't believe a diehard baseball fan would say September baseball doesn't matter. You also have on YouTube, Rocky. My God, dude. Negative vibes much? We're getting swept. Book it. Then getting swept by the Guardians. They're losing the last 5 games of the year. Then we wouldn't even get October baseball.
He said book it.
He did say book it. I wonder what the odds would be for that. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975, or Prize Picks, Sean. Code MAPES.
Yes. Still use it.
Hell yeah. BVB 09. We will get swept and play Seattle in the playoffs the way the season is going. My God, we are wavering. We are wavering a little bit too much. Is it because of the Texans game?
I kind of blame the Texans.
Are we still not past what happened on Sunday? I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time to get past what happened on Sunday, especially looking at the schedule ahead for the Texans. I mean, the Jaguars, who you play on Sunday, they lost so bad to the Buffalo Bills. I mean, don't you look at the Jaguars right now and think to yourself, damn, I mean, now the Texans have to win by a score like that. That's the only way we'll feel good about a win over the Jaguars, who are 0-3, is if the Texans also beat them by 3 to 4 scores. You need style points. And then after that, you're playing the Buffalo Bills, who looked like the best team in the AFC last night.
Yes, I think this game for the Houston Texans is must cover.
Must cover.
I think it's must cover against the Jags. They're 6.5-point favorites. They have to beat the Jags by more than a touchdown.
I know. They got to finally cover the spread.
They have to do it.
But they don't do it, Sean. They don't do it. Junior Broncos comments, Seattle Antifa isn't going to go down without a fight. These games are going to be dogfights. Well, I don't believe they've hired any fentanyl-starved homeless folks to the roster, because that's where it really would turn into an actual rock fight. But thankfully, that hasn't happened. 713-780-3776 to call or to text. Where are you at? Going up against the Mariners. A bad matchup for the Astros tonight with Logan Gilbert on the hill after a 6-1 loss. You can answer that. Also, I want to laugh at the Jacksonville Jaguars being 0-3. I want to laugh at the Cincinnati Bengals being 0-3. I want to laugh at the Cowboys and the meltdown that's happening up I-45 after their blowout loss that they turned into a surprisingly not so bad loss, but they were down 26-3 at one point by the Cowboys. Can we here in Houston laugh at anything football related for the next couple of days? Or are we in timeout? Gallant and George, just Paul. Joe's getting a root canal or two. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Another ugly performance by the Astros offense against the Mariners pitchers last night in a 6-1 loss, just 4 hits, 2 hits off of Mariners starter Bryce Miller. On the Twitch, old school _ S7 says, if the first pitcher can't keep it 0-0 until the 7th, the Astros will be playing meaningful baseball till the season is over. So basically, he's asking for Framber Valdez to give you 7 shutout innings, assuming the Astros will be given 7 shutout innings by Logan Gilbert. I don't want to deal with a pitcher's duel again. I just want this over. I really just want this over. I really don't like September baseball. I really don't. In case you didn't know that. And the Mariners, who are 16-8 against the Astros the last 2 years, are making this just a little bit tighter than it needs to be. But I'm just at a 2 out of 5 on the Nick Cage scale of freak out. I would like, after an awful loss by the Houston Texans, 34-7 to the Vikings on Sunday, I would really like to make fun of teams like the Jacksonville Jaguars last night. I mean, it's rock bottom for Trevor Lawrence, especially when you've got Doug Peterson suggesting that changes could be in order. Trevor Lawrence got picked off by a dead guy last night.
Lawrence on the move, launching down the middle, intercepted. Overthrew the man in Damar Hamlin. A huge roar as one of the most popular, inspiring Bills comes up with the takeaway.
Popular and inspiring, yes. Good? I don't know. He's more of a special teams player. And yet, last night, Trevor Lawrence, with his trademark overthrow, it's the thing that really makes him special among overrated NFL quarterbacks, made Hamlin multiple times look like one of the better defensive backs in the league. Buffalo killed him. And this may say more about Buffalo and their attempts to prove that they are just as good as they were down the stretch last year. But Jacksonville looks so bad. And yet I don't know that we here in Houston, Texas can point a finger and laugh at them. I don't know if we can do that. And there's so much to laugh at. They're 0-3. Trevor Lawrence, statistically, 30th in completion percentage this year, 52.8%. 26th in touchdown percentage at 2.2%. 28th in success percentage at 36%. 23 in yards per attempt with 6.8. 26th in yards per game with 186.7. 26th in passer rating with 75.1. And on top of all of that, Trevor Lawrence has lost his last 8 starts. That one was surprising, but it does make sense given the Jaguars were 8-3 last year after beating the Houston Texans and finished the season 9-8, missed the playoffs, completely whiffed what should have been a layup to win the AFC South. I mean, the Twitter account at NFL_memes put up a graphic showing Daniel Jones next to Trevor Lawrence. And it says Trevor Lawrence is literally just Daniel Jones with long blonde hair. Statistics are comparable. 66-42 touchdown to interceptions over the course of Jones's career. 60-40 for Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence actually has a lower completion percentage than Daniel Jones over the course of his career. And at least Daniel Jones can run. He's more of a running back than a quarterback. So can we laugh at the Jaguars? I don't think we can. You lost the last time you played them. The first time you played them last year, you won in a freak show of a game. Right? You had a fullback returning a kickoff that got squibbed around for a touchdown. You had Tank Dell somehow running past the entire defense for the Jaguars. They forgot about him for a long touchdown. That was one of those games where I think you had a blocked field goal too. There's a lot of things that went your way. It was a weird one. You were 1-1 against them last year. You can't laugh at the Jaguars after a 47-10 win by Buffalo over Jacksonville last night, drops them to 0-3. You can't even laugh at the fact that the Jaguars had mechanical issues with their team plane and couldn't take off to go home from Buffalo until after 1 a.m. You can't even make fun of that. That's how bad Sunday was for the Texans. Oh, it's just one game. Nope, you're not doing that with me. I'm not allowing it. That was a really, really bad game. And the stink from that game is going to resonate and stay with us. It's going to linger. No amount of Febreze can get it out. It's gotten into the carpet, and it's stuck with you. So you can't make fun of the Jaguars today. I'm not allowing it. I want to make fun of them.
That's why it's a must cover.
But I'm not allowing them.
It's a must win and against the spread on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So we can go back and make fun of their playing.
Yeah. I want all these things for me, for Sean, but because the Texans embarrassed our city on Sunday, they did. They embarrassed our city
Embarrassed us. This was one game. Shut up, you loser. You have no expectations. You have no standards. We don't lower our expectations anymore. The standard is raised, baby. You'll all hype this team up going into the year. I was part of it, but I think that's going to be the only time the Texans lose like that. That was Sam Darnold. They still have to play the Bills in 2 weeks. You think that's not going to happen again?
Oh man, the transitive property math that's going to happen.
Oh boy, you ain't kidding.
They play the Jags and then the Bills, so there's going to be a lot of. You better beat them by a lot. You better beat them by a lot.
You better. By the way, I don't think we can even make fun of the Cincinnati Bengals, who are 0-3, who are having a middle management only meeting after the game. You see that? Like Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor, they went off to the side and met in the office before meeting with the team. Is that what Joe George is doing right now with the shadowy figure who runs our company? I don't know. Root canal? I don't know. I don't know, Jim. But yeah, Joe is out. He's having his root canals worked on. Multiple. Sorry for the HIPAA violation. But you got Bengals players. Sorry, I'm confusing my jungle cats. You got Bengals players with mouths that keep running checks that they can't cash. Cam Taylor-Britt. I'm so used to the Bengals talking bleep about the Chiefs, who they've lost their last 3 games against, that I totally missed that they also talked bleep about the Commanders this week. Cam Taylor-Britt said this about the Commanders offense before Jaden Daniels looked like the greatest quarterback ever against them last night.
Yeah, composed. They don't make them do a lot, so they keep it really simple for them. Nice college offense. Kingsbury's the OC, so I love to move guys around here and there, but just keep it real simple for him. I heard his pass percentage is very high, but he's only throwing short route. Some intermediate stuff, quick throws.
They said it was a college offense. Jaden Daniels made the Bengals look like a college defense last night. I mean, it's making it easy. The Bengals are really making it easy. They just need to shut the bleep up. Stop talking. Why are you talking? Successful cats, quiet. You got to stalk your prey instead of just constantly braying nonsense. Cam Taylor-Britt was asked if he regrets calling the Commanders offense a college offense after last night's game. No regrets from this guy.
Headlines with your comments about the Commanders offense this week. Do you regret what you said, and can you talk us through what happened from a defensive standpoint tonight?
No, ma'am, I do not regret it. And I didn't mean anything malicious out of the comment. It was just made bigger than what it was. Yes, I can eat my words, most definitely. We did take a L today. But as a team, it was sort of a college offense, very quick throws. He's very athletic in his stem plays. And that's how the game went, man. They stuck to their plan, and that's how it went.
Zach, I can't believe he says he had no regrets. I mean, he specifically looked horrible.
In fairness, neither offense punted or had a turnover, but specifically the Washington offense never punted or had a turnover last night. They scored on every possession.
They're doing historic stuff offensively these last 2 weeks. Maybe don't talk bleep before a game against a team that did something historic last week and has now done something historic in back-to-back weeks. Because they haven't turned it over or punted in 2 weeks, I guess.
I think there was only field goals and end of halves last week, and then obviously only scores this week.
Shout out to Cliff Kingsbury. He still got it.
Knows a thing or two.
He knows a thing or two. watch out, singles in your mid-30s of Washington, D.C. Watch out.
Yeah. A lot of young professionals.
A lot of young professionals and racist people too. I for whatever reason, DC seemingly has the most racist people I've ever interacted with. Like 3 in one weekend. You serious? Almost got in a fight with one of them. The worst. One more team that we can't make fun of. Can't make fun of the Dallas Cowboys because yes, even though the Ravens were beating them 26-3, you can't make fun of a team that was down 26-3 that actually made it a one-score game at the end. What was the final score? 29-26? Dallas came back, and the Ravens kicked your ass by the score of 59-19, I believe, in 2 games last year. Yeah.
You can't make fun of the Cowboys. They at least fought back. And while everything looks to be spiraling there to the point where Mike McCarthy thinks this question is dramatic.
The Harris Forward Star Telegram. I know you said you guys don't have a ton of time for corrections this week, but with Jordan Lewis talking about details, Michael Parsons last night talking about accountability, how do you kind of work those conversations in this?
Pretty dramatic there, Nick. I tell you must practice that one. Jeez, I mean, well, hey, Thursday schedule. I mean, that's what we're on. I mean, it's we didn't win the game, so I think that's part of where we are. I mean, so. Yeah, I think they do a good job of answering your questions. It's emotional after the game, so I'm not ever going to referee emotion on the field or after a game.
What a puss! Come on, dude. That was not a dramatic question by any means. Why did you want this job? You knew what comes with being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. At least Jason Garrett, who may be the first ever artificial intelligence. I mean, he does seem like a replicant, right? Cells. Interlinked. Did they do that test with him? Shows no emotion whenever he speaks. He just has that weird, creepy smile.
By the way, did you see the FaceTime that he did with Saquon Barkley?
I don't want to.
I think at like halftime of
I don't want to.
I might send you a still.
Oh no, he's Jason Garrett could handle that job though, because guess what? He is a robot with no emotions. Cells interlinked. Cells interlinked. I mean, that's Jason Garrett. Mike McCarthy took this job voluntarily. He knew what was going to come with it. That is a softball of a question. And you can't even make fun of that. We can't make fun of that here in Houston, Texas, because of how badly the Texans embarrassed us on Sunday. And I don't think you know what? I'm calling a timeout, a talking bleep timeout on this program indefinitely until the Houston Texans take care of business, either by covering the spread against the Jacksonville Jaguars or just winning the next two games, which would involve a win over the Buffalo Bills, who are right now the best team in the AFC.
Just a little humble pie on the menu for the next week or so.
Just humble pie for the next 2 weeks. It's a moratorium. We will not talk trash about the misfortune of other NFL teams because we got a lot of stuff to clean up in our backyard.
Starts at home.
It does. And when you watch an 80s movie and they show that montage of everyone putting everything together, it's all in fast forward. You know what didn't happen in fast forward? Those moments in real life. It took time. It took time to put all of that together and to turn the page. And it's going to take time to get this stink out of the air. What do you recommend? Is it Febreze? Is it lighting a candle? I feel like the people who light candles are kind of psychos.
Really?
Oh, yeah. If you just bombed the toilet, you're going to light a candle to get sent out of the room. Like there's methane gas there. I mean, theoretically, it could blow back in your face, right? You look like Seamus from Harry Potter. You don't want that.
I actually don't know the science behind that, but
I don't either. It burns the methane away.
I imagine it won't look like from Zoolander when they have the gas fight. I don't think it'll look
it's
like
a tragic gasoline fight mishap, which happens from time to time. Anyway, it's Gallant George. No Joe. He's getting his root canals taken care of. Brush your teeth, kids. I am Paul Gallant. You got Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Up next, our college football six-pack. We saw history in the Big Ten, and we also saw some vengeance for Josh Heupel and Texas covering the spread against those chirpy ULM, Monroe Warhawks. But the best thing of all, I really enjoy watching this school lose, especially when it happens against this school. Who are we talking about? You'll find out next. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Well, I don't think I helped you out with that Commanders-Bengals game last night, but I did tell you to take the Bills against the Jaguars, who stink. But we can't make fun of the Jaguars because the Texans are so bad. But at mybookie.ag, you can bet on so many things. You enter promo code BET975. You're going to get a deposit bonus immediately that you can play with to bet on blackjack, poker with live dealers. But you can also bet on NFL games, Major League Baseball games. You can bet on the presidential election if you so choose. That promo code is going to give you a deposit bonus that you can work with immediately. That is, again, 2 times what you put in. They used to just match it. Now they're doubling it. I mean, you are making all sorts of free money if you sign up at mybookie.ag with that promo code. You could do NFL futures. You can do NFL parlays, college football parlays, whatever you want. MyBookie.ag has it. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Just Paul today. We have a text from the 281, and I know Joe George is getting 2 root canals done today. That's at least what he tells us. But this text makes me wonder, from the 281, can we all agree that the Bears missed on the number 1 pick in the NFL draft again, just like last year? Jaden Daniels is a better quarterback than Caleb Williams. The Chicago Bears got it wrong, and the Washington Commanders got it right. I texted Joe asking him on our group chat last night.
Just a question.
Just a question, an honest question. Should they have taken Jaden Daniels? I get plausible deniability because my Patriots had the number 3 overall pick. Joe George's Chicago Bears took Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels has been the best rookie quarterback in the NFL. I do think it helps that he is able to run the football the way that he does. That's what won him the Heisman last year as well. 6 biggest things that happened in the college football weekend we just saw. Michigan took down USC 27-24 in the first Big Ten matchup between those 2 teams, thanks to this touchdown.
And Orgy under center. Mullings He's in. Touchdown, Michigan.
Jim Harbaugh would have been proud of that touchdown drive to win because Michigan just ran the ball. I kind of like it. I like seeing the West Coast get out physicaled in all things football, but specifically the collegiate side of things, because if you don't know this already, I hate USC. No, not for any reason other than the first love of my life transferred from Syracuse to USC. That's the only reason I hate USC. I feel like it's a very reasonable reason to hate them. Even though, I mean, who wouldn't transfer from Syracuse to USC if presented with the option? LA, Syracuse, New York.
Yeah, and USC did a decent job with holding up against the Michigan physicality until the last drive.
Yeah.
Until the last drive, and then it all kind of fell apart. So, yeah, Michigan, what a salute to you, winning a game, throwing for 32 yards.
It's nice. That's incredible, by the way. It's nice that there's more talent in the Big Ten because let's be honest, it's always been just Michigan and Ohio State. I understand people who are from the area. You might hate that the region has now just added a bunch of random outsiders. They are teams that you've seen play against the best teams in the Big Ten in the Rose Bowl for years and years. And now maybe you don't have that annual trip to the Rose Bowl with Papa. But, I mean, the Big Ten has always been lacking after Ohio State and Michigan. It's always felt slow and plodding. So while USC lost this game, it's nice to see another school that gets some of the best talent in the country, in the conference, in these games that we're going to be watching a lot more of now.
Yeah, they just created an interesting conference game out of thin air.
So you get that. Speaking of interesting conference games created out of thin air, Josh Heupel, who was with Oklahoma back in the day, is now the head coach at Tennessee. His Vols took down the Sooners in Oklahoma's first SEC game, 25-15. Not a pretty win for the Vols, but they'll take it. Oklahoma, meanwhile, is benching Jackson Arnold. They're turning to Michael Hawkins for their game against Auburn this coming Saturday. Oklahoma's not going to be a factor this year. That's all I really got on this one.
Yeah, not in the playoff, at least. And if you look at their schedule, they have a super tough schedule. So never great when you're starting a redshirt freshman going into the year and you think he's going to be awesome. He's the future of the program. And then you bench him after 3.5 games. That's never good.
I think we got to stop naming our kids Jackson. Just a take.
Okay.
Just a take.
No, I think I agree with that.
At least this Jackson is spelled right, unlike Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
But I guess he's doing okay at Ole Miss, right?
Yeah, it's hard to criticize that one. But you also got Jackson Mahomes. So boom.
Great point, Sean. They will play Auburn next weekend. Did you see what Hugh Freeze had to say after losing to Arkansas? This is an all-time loser comment. Hugh Freeze, head coach of Auburn, on losing to Arkansas. If we play them 9 more times, we beat them 9 times. Dude, you can't say that. You lost.
Yeah. And you're also not you're not that good of a team to say that. Like even if Georgia lost to Arkansas and they said that, that's still not a good quote, but at least you get where they're coming from. You're freaking Auburn, dude. You lost to Cal.
Exactly. I would never endorse someone lighting a bag of dog poo and putting it on Hugh Freeze's doorstep. Say Hugh Freeze were to get doxxed like Dan Campbell did. However, given the nature of Arkansas fans, the true psychopaths of SEC fans, I would not be surprised if it happened.
They lost by 10. Auburn lost by 10 at this game.
Yeah.
They never had a lead.
9 more times, though. 9 for 9.
Okay.
Just give them 9 more.
Sure thing.
Texas covered the 44-point spread in Arch Manning's first start against ULM. So maybe the head coach of ULM, whose name will be forgotten forever, a footnote in history, shouldn't have brought up how players on his team succeeded against Arch Manning in high school because they didn't. We double-checked that. None of them actually played against him. Arch, not a great game, Sean. 15-29 for 258 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Sark said it was a rough start. Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, it was what you would expect from a guy making his first start. There's a pretty rough interception on the first drive where he throws it into like triple coverage. I will say Arch didn't play scared for the rest of the game, though. He was still bombing it deep. And yeah, probably no one happier with Arch's performance than Quinn Ewers.
Definitely.
He's like avoided the headache of what could have happened.
Mark of a number one team. They lose their starting quarterback. The backup comes in, doesn't have his best game. They still win 51-3.
Yeah. The defense is really no one's going to talk about it because it was Arch's first start, but the defense, like UL Monroe didn't even have like a drive where they had a chance.
Do you feel like the defense is on the same level as last year where you had some guys who made it to the NFL?
I think there are NFL players on this defense. Probably not just the single like game-wrecking force that Murphy and Sweat were. It's a little bit more spread out.
Okay, gotcha. Their SEC debut Saturday against 1-3 Mississippi State. So you get to take on the dregs of the conference.
What kind of conference did we join?
Quinn Ewers is questionable with that oblique strain. And then they have a bye week. After that, it's Oklahoma and then Georgia, the next two. This was the best game of the weekend, probably. If you were watching Colorado because you're a sucker for primetime mojo, this one actually delivered. And even better, and I'm sorry to any Baylor grads that are out there, but entirely because of one person who unprompted, while we were talking, me and my friends, about Alabama football, asked us, how about Baylor 2 years ago? I now root for Baylor to fail at everything. Yes, I'm one of the pettiest, small-minded people there is. I'm at least honest about it.
Not because of the Art Briles stuff.
Also, while I went to that year, or back in 2022, I did go to that. Yeah, the Art Briles stuff and the murders, those are bad too.
Dave Bliss.
Yeah, but also I went to Baylor once while the campus is actually phenomenally beautiful. I was annoyed that I could not find any alcohol to drink.
Oh yeah.
That's
the problem.
That's racist against Irish people, to be honest. But that game between Colorado and Baylor had this. Imagine losing a game where this happens. First off, Shedeur Sanders with about 9 seconds left has a chance to tie this game via a Hail Mary. No way it's going to happen, right? Well, it came really close the first time.
On a 2nd and 10. Clock inside 10 seconds. Sanders takes his shot here toward the end zone. It is dropped! Shepard would have had a touchdown!
I mean, it's one thing to give up what should have been a Hail Mary touchdown, but surely the very next play won't also be a Hail Mary touchdown.
From one side. The Big 12 opener comes down to this play. Sanders gets the feet set toward the end zone for the game. It is caught by Wisher! Just like 1994!
A little bit of an overstatement because that game was against Michigan, but hey, moving to his left, Sanders putting that ball up. I don't know how the hell he got that off. That was a hell of a throw. So it goes to overtime. Colorado scores. It's 38-31. And it looks like Baylor has just scored what could be the game-tying touchdown. But Travis Hunter, at the very last second, steps in and punches the ball out. And this play gets reviewed because it was definitely not a sure thing that the Baylor player fumbled before going into the end zone. Colorado fans stormed the field and took out a goalpost while it was under review. It would have been really funny if that review found that it was a touchdown. It really would have been. But, man, that is a brutal way to lose if you're Baylor. 2 Hail Marys back-to-back, one of which fails. You think you're safe. No way it happens again. Second time it actually happens. And then you fumble on your way into the end zone. You just hate to see Baylor lose like that.
Yeah, all-time moment. Also watching this in the sports book at LeBurge Lake Charles with BMAC and Joe, because BMAC was on Baylor, I was on Colorado. The table next to us, which were Longhorn fans, so we made friends with them. They were all also on Baylor. So it was me against everyone in my surrounding area.
Nice.
Joe, when it did go to overtime, bet on Colorado.
Okay.
But it was a great, I don't know, 10 minutes for me. Great, intense 10 minutes inside the sports book there.
And as someone who didn't bet on that game, I just like watching Baylor lose.
Yes,
I just like that.
That also,
Sorry.
That also was fun, and what'll make you enjoy it even more. This is from Zach Smith from Waco Tribune. Baylor head coach Dave Aranda said the defensive play call on the final Hail Mary had a name: Victory Cigar.
Oh God. You hate to see it.
That's a tough one for Dave Aranda.
You just hate
in a game he really needed to win to keep his job.
You really hate to see it. Pretty crazy. I mean, they were Big 12 champs, what, 3 years ago?
Yes. 2022?
Yeah. 2021, I think. Because, they had the goal line stand against Oklahoma State. That's when that guy at the Chili's came up to me and said, "Oh, wow, how about Baylor?" Oh, man. Been all downhill since then.
The curse of that guy from Chili's.
Shouldn't have done it. Some close calls and embarrassment to wrap up our college football six-pack as we take a look at everything that happened on Saturday. Texas A&M held on for a 26-20 win over Bowling Green. I think Marcel Reed's good in this system. Wasn't a great performance against Bowling Green, but he had 91 on the ground, so you like to see that. There was a moment where I remember watching this at McIntyre's downtown. I could have sworn that they missed that field goal with 12:56. I could have sworn they missed that. Upon review, I guess it was a good field goal. I don't think they actually reviewed it. I think the refs underneath the goalpost just said, yeah, it's good. But that's one of those field goals where it goes right over the crossbar and it's going wide. And at first glance, it definitely looked like it was out. So I don't know. If I'm a Bowling Green fan, I might be bitching and moaning about that a little bit still on Tuesday. Number 7, Mizzou. Fake SEC. These frauds. They needed overtime to beat Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
30-27. Vandy's at least decent this year, but still. Missouri's been...
If you're playoff hopeful, you should beat them by more than 3 in overtime.
Exactly, especially after barely beating Boston College the week before.
Yes.
BYU smoked Kansas State. 13th ranked Kansas State. 38-9. And this might be the story of the year. BYU's quarterback is Jewish. Shout out to all the Jewish folk out there. There are actually, and I'm not making this up, you can buy BYU t-shirts.
What was that?
Yes.
BYU.
I
won't buy that shirt.
It's a funny shirt.
But it's a great shirt.
It's a funny shirt.
It's a great shirt.
I saw somebody on the field after the game was done. This is from Dan Wolkin's account. Look, check his Twitter. You'll see the picture. There's a guy who looks like he might be Jewish. Sorry to stereotype. Wow. I don't really.
I mean, he's holding the t-shirt.
He's
so
holding
I
the t-shirt.
I hope he's Jewish.
I would assume he is. Next to Jake Retzlaff. That's really funny to me.
That is great. I guess I figured you could be non-LDS and be at BYU. I guess I never thought about being something that isn't like Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Where theoretically there are people that are like, I just go here because it's a good education, or in Jake Retzlaff's case, so I can be on the football team and get a great education.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a funny one.
And to wrap up the college football six-pack, again, Joe George out, just taking the L's. Jaden Daniels looks better than Caleb Williams. And Notre Dame, remember when they lost to number 23 Northern Illinois? Well, after a bye week, number 23 Northern Illinois lost to unranked Buffalo. It's just action, baby.
That's a tough one.
That's rough. So does that drop Notre Dame in the rankings?
Their quality loss is less quality.
It's definitely less of a quality loss. At least they're ranked.
Yeah. No, that's a tough one.
You hate to see it
for Notre Dame.
Just like you hate to see Baylor lose.
Who also was in a little bit of a dogfight against. They played another. I think it was Miami, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
They played another MAC team. They won 28-3, but at one point, I believe it was tied at halftime.
Oh,
yeah, it was tied 0-0 at halftime. No, they're up. They're down 3-0 in the second quarter.
Okay, yikes. Not a great one for LSU either. It was tied at halftime against UCLA. They did ultimately close it out, though. So there you go. That's the college football six-pack. Let's just go straight into the next segment. On our YouTube chat at ESPN Houston, you'll notice that earlier in the Gallant George show, no Joe, just Paul. Joe's getting his root canals taken out. I think that's how that works. I'm not a dentist. But there's some negativity in the chat about the Astros. Here's another one from Oscar. I don't want to fathom a scenario in which the Mariners bump the Astros, similar to how it went down on the final day of the season last year. We need this done tonight. We need this done tonight. You got Fromber. You're going up against Logan Gilbert. Gilbert's had success against you the last 3 years. I would prefer it be done tonight. I would. And I do trust Fromber enough at this moment in time that it should be done tonight. But the offense, they got to step up. I get it. There's no Yordan Alvarez for the rest of this series and potentially the rest of the year, though the Astros have not ruled out a return by Yordan Alvarez before the postseason. He's dealing with a sprained knee, which he suffered while sliding into second base. It's always with Fromber something routine that turns into something bad. But do you trust tomorrow afternoon Yusei Kikuchi in what will be kind of his first playoff game ever against George Kirby? I need it done tonight. And perhaps this is me being unfair to Kikuchi, but the Astros have been so good with Kikuchi as a starter. They haven't lost yet. You might be due, especially considering they're going up against a team that has their number from a pitching perspective. I saw an article on ESPN.com. It gave the Astros a B grade for 2024. Do you buy that grade? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Did the Astros deserve a B for this season? And last night has me thinking long and hard about how good the D'Amico Ryans era has been to this point. All of that next. It's Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. Stay put. Astros fell 6-1 to the Seattle Mariners last night. Seattle won the season series against the Astros. They are 16-8 against the Stros, going all the way back to the 2022 American League Divisional Series. It's Gallant George on a Tuesday. Just Paul, no George. Panic-wise for the Astros going into tonight's game with Framber Valdez on the mound for the Stros and Logard and Gilbert on the mound for Seattle, a guy who over the last 3 years has been pretty good against the Astros. I am at a 1-5 on the Nick Cage scale of freakouts. In case you missed that, this is what a 2 on the Nick Cage scale of freakouts sounds like, courtesy of the world's greatest actor, Nicholas Coppola Cage.
Excuse me, I have to use the little boy's wee-wee room.
That's from Face Off. That's when masquerading as Castor Troy, fake Castor Troy, does some hard drugs.
So this is John Travolta with Nicolas Cage's face saying
Correct.
this line.
It's John Travolta's character as Nicolas Cage. Honestly, the movie needed more Nicolas Cage as Castor Troy.
Yeah,
But
he gets out of the body pretty quick.
you truly could not have picked two better people for that movie, which is a classic.
It probably is the most perfectly cast movie in history.
It's my favorite Nick Cage movie by far. Not even a close second. If you don't appreciate John Woo's use of doves,
Yeah,
you just don't know cinema.
I like Con Air too, but I think Face Off gets it by a nose.
Con Air's good. The Rock is great, but Face Off, even though it's probably considered by most to be worse than those two movies, it's my fave. Anyway, I'm at a 2 on the Nick Cage scale of panic about the Astros in tonight's game against the Mariners. Yeah, they just need to win one more game and the AL West is done. But last night doesn't make you feel good. 4 hits against Bryce Miller without Yordan Alvarez, who isn't going to be playing in the next 2 games. We got a grade of the Astros season from Dave Schoenfield, ESPN senior writer. B, the dynasty is bending, but it's not yet broken, writes Schoenfield for ESPN.com. The Astros looked lost the first couple of months of the season and fell 10 games behind Seattle June 18th. The rotation was hobbled, and those who were healthy weren't pitching well. The offense was scuffling. Luckily, Houston was in the AL West, and the Mariners and Rangers failed to meet expectations. The Astros righted the ship, even with Kyle Tucker injured, as Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown got hot. Alex Bregman broke out from a slow start, and Yordan Alvarez kicked into Superman mode. This isn't the same powerhouse team that won the World Series with 106 wins in 2022, but it's good enough to win it all. Tucker is back. They're 9-0 in games that Yusei Kikuchi has started since they got him at the trade deadline. They'll be seeking their 8th straight trip to the ALCS. I'm not betting against them. I like what he wrote. He did give them a B. And again, I feel like people, when they do grades in sports, I can tell you didn't go to a tough school. I can just tell. I can tell. Do I think less of you because you didn't go to the tough school? No. But I'm just saying you should raise your standards. This has been a satisfactory year for the Astros. Honestly, slightly below satisfactory, but satisfactory enough. It's a C- year. It's a C- year. I mean, the Rangers stunk. The Mariners had a meltdown. And you deserve credit for coming back and dealing with all these injuries and overcoming Jose Abreu and overcoming Rafael Montero and overcoming whatever Justin Verlander is right now. But, come on, we wanted more. It's a C-. People grade way too easily. A B? Is B the new C? It feels like a B is the new C.
Yeah, I feel like, and this is something where I'd have to look at all the playoff teams, but I doubt that they give a playoff team a C, which if there is any playoff team to give a C, it would be the Astros, but Yeah, I mean, this team is at 85 wins with, what, 5 games left?
Yeah, they might not have 90.
Like, they won 90 last year, and we
Yeah.
spent the entire offseason being like, well, they'll definitely win more than 90 last year.
Right. Right. And I
definitely
mean,
win more.
I think it's embarrassing to win less than 90 games if you're the Astros.
It's unbecoming.
I think it's fair. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I have to stop saying embarrassing. I'm sounding a little bit too ivory tower, a little bit too cake eater, a little bit too much like an elitist. I want to sound like a man of the people. It's unbecoming.
Yeah.
It's unbecoming to play in the fake first round of the playoffs, which I don't recognize.
Yeah. That's like having a car where one of the doors is a different color than the rest of the car, where it's like, listen, I get it. You know, we all have our problems in life. It's unbecoming to have to play in the wild card round or to have a car with one door being a different color than all the others.
Exactly. So we can't give them a B for this season, even though there have been some really impressive things down the stretch. Catfish 317 on Twitch. Paul, you're acting like a math teacher. Got to show your work. Results, baby. Division winner is a B. No, I'm sorry. Someone like me, who didn't just go to the 2 douchiest sounding schools in history, Thayer Academy and Shorecrest Preparatory School, but also went to the best broadcasting school in all of the land, I'm sorry. We have higher standards. This has been a C- of a season. We killed them earlier this year. Even if you come back from the dead, should you get a good grade? Do you think Jon Snow would have gotten a C- as Lord Commander of the Night's Watched? No, he would have gotten an incomplete because even though he was resurrected from the dead, he did quit.
Yeah, and who
right
killed
after?
him?
Right.
Who killed him?
Jorah. Not Jorah. Ollie and
Yeah.
Sir Alistair Thorne.
His own people.
His own people killed him.
You know what?
Some people didn't like the job he was doing.
I like my Night's Watch not to be murdered by his own people.
Some people might have been okay with letting the wildlings through, but listen, a lot of people that work for him weren't. And
Gotta know your audience.
You got to know who works for you. Okay. You can guard the realms of men without guarding the wildlings. You can.
That's not part of the job description, John.
It's not. F the wildlings, right? Build a wall. Bigger wall. Continuing talking about the Astros. If you want to weigh in on their grade for the year, a B, you can. If you've got a grade on the Nick Cage scale of freak out for where you're at with the Astros.
1 to 5.
1 to 5 with the Astros needing to just win one of these games against the Mariners, about them winning the AL West, finishing this thing up. I'm at a 2 out of 5. Sean is at a 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 sounds like this. Dead silence.
What do you say we cut the chit chat? A-hole.
Let's cut the chit chat. Let's cut the chit chat.
Just cut the chit chat. Win this game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm impatient, I guess. I'm not worried. I'm just impatient. I'm like, why are we dragging this out?
Someone's giving the Astros a C+ this year because of the injuries.
They can't have a B and play in the wild card round. Like that I can't allow that.
I agree with that.
C+ is about as high as I'm willing to entertain.
I could be talked into a C+ with extra credit. An extra credit would be winning tonight. I'll move it up to a C+.
Oh, okay. I'm good with that.
Compromise. I'll move it up to a C+.
I'm good with that.
If you get to 90 wins, I will move it up to a C+.
They had to win out, right?
You got to win out.
Ugh.
That's the only way they can get a bye. They are so close to losing the bye. If the Guardians win out, the Guardians win one game or the Astros lose one game, that's it. So the Guardians' magic number for the bye is 1. The Astros' magic number is 2 for the AL West. But if they beat the Mariners, that kills 2 birds with 1 victory.
The Guardians play the Reds next 2 days. Fire their manager.
Would you trust more in Cincinnati to get a win in a big spot? The Cincinnati Reds or the Cincinnati Bengals?
Ugh.
Yeah, it's rough. Cincinnati sports down bad once again. It was nice a couple of years that they had with Joe Burrow. Do those wins over the Chiefs count as Super Bowl victories? Do 3 wins against the Chiefs equate to 1 Super Bowl victory?
One of them was a playoff win.
It was an AFC Championship game. Yeah, you're right.
I might see where they're coming from.
Did anyone see the farewell that the Oakland A's gave to the city of Oakland? I love that they did it via statement. I love it. Do you want to read this? To our Oakland Athletic fans, this upcoming series against the Rangers will be the final games of the A's storied 57 years in Oakland. And while the A's previously played in Philadelphia and Kansas City, why are you bringing that up? Why are you bringing that up?
That's them laying this. It's like, hey, we moved before.
We moved a couple of times.
People in Philadelphia were upset when we moved.
They brought up all the championships, 4 World Series, 6 pennants, 17 division titles. And I know that is what makes our departure so very hard. The A's are a part of the fabric of Oakland, blah, blah, blah. We proposed and pursued 5 different locations in the Bay Area, and despite mutual and ongoing efforts to get a deal done, we came up short. Only in 2021, after 16 years of working exclusively on developing a home in the Bay Area, did we begin to explore taking the team to Las Vegas. Well, at least you admit it now, because everyone knew that was going to happen. There are millions of dedicated and passionate A's fans in Oakland and around the world, countless dedicated staff members, and Oakland Coliseum employees who have poured their hearts into this team, and their efforts have meant so much to our community. I know there is great disappointment, even bitterness. Though I wish I could speak to each one of you individually, I can tell you this from the heart via a statement. He didn't put that part in. We tried. Staying in Oakland was our goal. It was our mission, and we failed to achieve it. And for that, I am genuinely sorry. What a P-word move. And this is the worst part about it. Looking ahead, I hope you will join our beloved A's as we move forward on this amazing journey. What, you want people to move from Oakland to Vegas? I hope I will see you again sporting the green and gold. And I hope we will make you proud. What an a-hole. John Fisher, owner of the A's. If you're going to do something like this, which is in poor taste, you got to do it live in front of fans. And he knew if he did that they would turn it into a spectacle. He would get booed. He would get jeered. Sell the team. Sell the team. So instead, he released a statement. He didn't even release a video.
I was going to say video in his office would have been a step up. We probably still would have criticized him, but it would have been better than this.
This is pathetic.
At least seeing him say the word. It's like what we talk about with all these apologies or whatever that happen, these PR moments that happen where it's like putting out a statement is not enough. Like putting out just a typed, however many paragraphs that was, like that's not enough.
That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe George. It's Gallant and George. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text, and you can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join us on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. Miller brings up, didn't the Reds just sweep the Astros? Yeah, they sure did. Well, okay, I guess there's a chance.
You don't get credit for beating the Astros.
But if the Reds, transitive property, beat the Guardians, cooking with gas. All right, coming up next, I am looking at the D'Amico Ryans era of Houston Texans football a lot differently. Not just after the 34-7 loss to the Vikings, but also after what we saw happen to 2 teams last night. I'll explain how it's changed my tune next. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So the Texans are 2-1, even after losing 34-7 to the Vikings. Makes it feel like they're 2-3 because the Vikings are quarterbacked by Sam Darnold. I know everyone's talking about them as the top team in the National Football League this week. We're talking the greater NFL cognoscenti. How long will they be there? I doubt for long. I think that Sam Darnold is going to come back to earth. I think this Vikings team is going to come back down to earth. They do have some talent, but are we really thinking about the Minnesota Vikings as a Super Bowl contender? No. But we're also not thinking about the Houston Texans as a Super Bowl contender if we are somebody who believes that to prove something in this league, you got to beat good teams. I think the Texans' future looks very promising. I also think they're still a way off, and that the resume of the DeMeco Ryans era to this point is definitely something that you can put some asterisks next to. So the Bengals lose last night. They're 0-3. Jaden Daniels, rookie quarterback, is doing historic things to this Bengals team that keeps on flapping its gums, but has no ability to back up what they're saying. That's the best win of the DeMeco Ryans era. Last year's 30-27 win on the road against the Bengals. Are you looking at that Bengals victory a little bit differently? I get it. It's two different seasons. But at that point, before missing the playoffs, the Bengals were at the very least in the hunt. It was a great win for the Texans. But that's really your best win. Unless the 45-14 playoff victory over the Joe Flacco-led Browns floats your boat. Browns are 1-2 this season. Or last year's 39-37 win over the Baker Mayfield Bucks is the best win. By the way, that's something that happened because CJ Stroud is a magician. I mean, they almost lost that game. There were many games they almost lost last year. This is a team that doesn't cover. If you're a gambling person, they frustrate you. If you're somebody that wants style points, they frustrate you. Those are the three best wins of the DeMeco Ryans era to this point. And yeah, they added a lot of talent this offseason. They added a lot of names this offseason. But Sunday was a reality check. And focusing on last night a little bit more, the Texans are 1-1 against the Trevor Lawrence-led Jaguars. Jacksonville's 0-3. Do they look as bad or worse than Tennessee? Doesn't matter. They beat you the last time you played them. And yeah, there were injuries, blah, blah, blah. But the first game you beat the Jaguars, 0-2 week 3 last year, where CJ Stroud's hitting deep passes to Tank Dell. You block a field goal. You have a weird kick return for a touchdown. That's one of those games where you don't necessarily put an asterisk next to it, but you don't look at that victory as a super impressive one, right? A win is a win in the NFL, Paul. It's hard to win in the NFL. Okay, Bill O'Brien, fine. They're 2-1 against the Gardner Minshew and Anthony Richardson-led Colts. But it looks like the Colts might have been better last year with Gardner Minshew running the show, at least for now. The Texans lost to Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, and Zach Wilson last year. And they are 0-2 against the Ravens, having lost those two games 59-19. So just asking the question, especially after last night, you saw the Bengals fall to 0-3, and you saw the Jaguars fall to 0-3. Doesn't this era of Texans football look like it still has a lot to prove? The answer is obviously yes. I don't think there's any other answer. You can only play who you go up against, but they had a very easy schedule last season. And to this point, this year, have the Texans played somebody that you feel like a win against them would be a statement? No, and they're not doing that on Sunday either. They're 6.5-point favorites against the Jaguars on Sunday. We're hoping they cover the spread. Is covering the spread going to make you feel any different? Not really, because it looks like the Jaguars might be about to fire everybody. You had Doug Peterson after last night's game, when asked about possible changes, saying this.
I don't necessarily think you go in an opposite direction. You've invested a lot of time, but there has to be changes, whether it's play design, personnel, everything's on the table. Let's call it, right. And those are all things that we have to, I have to look at, we have to look at as a staff and make the adjustments.
We got to look at the staff. We got to make adjustments. Well, what is that adjustment? He wouldn't commit to Trevor Lawrence. When asked about Trevor Lawrence, he went a little bit further, saying, well, there's some guys playing with injuries. Is Trevor Lawrence injured? Is that the excuse that they're going to give here? Because wasn't Trevor Lawrence injured last year? They're 0-8 in his last 8 starts since the 8-3 start last year. But as I said in hour one, you can't poke fun at the Jaguars right now after a 34-7 loss to the Vikings. You can't poke fun at the Bengals right now. It sucks. We thought that we were in high society. Moving on up to the east side, we finally got a piece of the pie. We thought we were there because of splash offseason acquisitions. And we're clearly not. Could the Texans be there by the end of the year? Absolutely. I still feel pretty good about their chances to improve from where they're at now to the end of the year. But I think we got a little bit too chesty this offseason because of all the hype. I'll admit, I got carried away a little bit. I felt like over time I started to say, well, hang on. There's too much. There's too much praise. I can't handle all the positivity. I can't handle all the compliments. So I started to zag a little bit towards the end. But yeah, I was buying into it a little bit, and just about the entire station was. I think half the station predicted the Texans to make it to the AFC Championship game. And right now, we are doing that based off of the belief that they will get better. That's the only way you can right now. Because they look like a upper middle of the pack football team. Not a Super Bowl contender right now. And I know that's going to bother some, blah, 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 blah. You got CJ Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, all that stuff. Teams lose like this all the time and then go on to win Super Bowls. Well, about that, I don't know how many people decided to take a look at the last 10 Super Bowl champions like I did before the show. Because I know yesterday we had, Derek calling in saying, hey, well, one time the Redskins and Cowboys. What, we're talking like 30 years ago before I was football conscious? Okay, that's fun. I went and checked the last 10 Super Bowl champions for losses of 3 scores or more. There have not been many. Half of the last 10 Super Bowl champions never had a 3-score loss. 4 of those teams only lost by 1 score. The teams that did have 3-score losses, and this one's kind of a 2-score one. The Chiefs lost 24-9 to the Broncos last year on October 29th. The 2021 Rams lost 37-20 to the Arizona Cardinals October 3rd. 31-10 to the San Francisco 49ers November 15th. The 2020 Bucs had 1 loss like that. They lost 38-3 to the Saints November 8th. The 2018 Patriots lost 34-10 to the Titans November 11th. And the 2014 Patriots lost 41-14 to the Kansas City Chiefs September 29th. That's the game where everybody asks Bill Belichick if he was thinking about benching Tom Brady. So half of the last 10 Super Bowl champions never had a 3-score loss. The others had 1. If not 2, that was the Rams back in 2021. So ask yourself this question. Is a blowout loss to a team quarterbacked by Sam Darnold going to be the one Texans blowout loss this year? I don't think anyone can answer that with a straight face, especially with the Buffalo Bills 2 weeks from now having come off that win against the Jaguars. You play the Ravens again. You play the Chiefs. You play the Jets, who look a lot better. You got a lot of tough games on the schedule. So just something to keep in mind. Sorry for the ice bucket challenge to your crotch. The Battle Red Pants tent, it's going away. You might have some deep steel blue balls now. This got a little bit too sexual. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in. To text in. You can join us on Twitch. You can join us on YouTube as well. Up next, we got the 10-minute drill. In the 10-minute drill, we'll talk about how bad that loss was for the Jaguars. And we'll talk about how good that win was for Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. Plus, Dan Campbell. How did he get doxxed? The story's terrible. It gets even worse than it was before when we first brought it up. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thankfully, we had 2 Monday Night Football games last night because the Bills-Jaguars game was over at halftime. That thing ended quickly. The final score of that game, 47-10 as Jacksonville falls to 0-3. Never a good sign when you are constantly doing half-screen picture-in-picture to highlight that you got 2 Monday Night Football games competing against one another. The NFL, greedy. They're going to try to get as many games as they possibly can every single night of the week. It'll happen. There will be more Tuesday games. There will be more Wednesday games. They won't be pandemic related. Trust us, there's a Wednesday game coming up for the Houston Texans on Christmas this year. The first one ever. Ugh, awful. But you had the 2 games at the same time, and I got a kick at least out of regular cut-ins to Commanders Bengals at the same time. Commanders improved to 2-1 with a 38-33 win over Cincinnati. And what's really incredible about what the Commanders have been doing is that they're winning and they're not punting and they're not turning the football over with a rookie quarterback under center. And I think a lot of people looked at Jaden Daniels and you were skeptical about his size because of how much of his game is built on running the ball. But, man, he can really run it. That juke that he put on that poor Bengals defender last night was really something else to see. Is comparing him to Lamar Jackson extreme? Yes, but, I mean, this is the next closest thing to it as far as speed, quickness, and danger from a quarterback who can use his legs. It's different with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is one of those guys who is fast, but he chooses usually to scramble out of bounds. Jaden Daniels is someone who's actually running straight upfield. So to see him do what he did, really impressive. To see what Trevor Lawrence couldn't do, I hope it's eye-opening for the rest of people across the league. Lawrence is somebody that I will pat myself on the back for this. I have never really understood the hype. And it's not like I don't see that he's big, has a good arm, pretty mobile. I see all of those things. But there's a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL that have all of those things. It's about being consistent. And something that Trevor Lawrence regularly does is he overthrows passes. He sails them. And you saw it again last night. He sailed a pass. I don't know who it was intended for, but his receiver was wide open. And it goes right into the hands of formerly dead Damar Hamlin.
Lawrence on the move, launching down the middle, intercepted. Overthrew the man and Damar Hamlin. A huge roar as one of the most popular, inspiring Bills comes up with the takeaway.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. That interception right there. And look at his numbers. He's 30th in the NFL in completion percentage. He is 26th in touchdown percentage, 23rd in yards per attempt, 26th in passer rating, 0-8 his last 8 starts. Are we going to stop with the putting Trevor Lawrence on a pedestal stuff? You know, you heard in the last segment, Doug Peterson saying, hey, we're considering all options. I don't know if they're going to bench him for Mac Jones. It would be pretty funny. We can't laugh at it, though, because the Texans lost 34-7 to the Vikings on Sunday. It would be funny, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit like the Daniel Jones thing from last season where you pay a guy and then just immediately you're like, oh, my God, did we just make a giant mistake?
Yeah.
And you kind of have to grin and bear it for at least a little while because you just, I mean, it's like Deshaun Watson. It's like Russell Wilson with the Broncos. It's like, do you know how much money would have to eat to actually move on from him? Is that even better than just kind of like, well, we'll fire the coach, see what happens next?
You're throwing a Hail Mary if you're doing that.
Yeah. I mean, you're not in a good spot no matter what. It's just, there's not really a way to dig out of it.
They're in the same spot as the Mariners, where the Mariners fire Scott Servais. And they actually have done better since firing Scott Servais. And they are 7-4 against the Astros this season, 16-8 the last 2 seasons against the Astros. So definitely not a pushover for tonight, but the Mariners fired Scott Servais because they're like, I don't know.
It's just the thing to do.
Let's try this. Yeah. And that does seem like it'll be the next move for the Jaguars, who are a horrible organization. And you are very fortunate to be in this division. It is so bad right now. I mean, the Colts at least have Shane Steichen, but Anthony Richardson's inconsistency, everyone sees it now. I know a lot of people were getting annoyed with me saying CJ Stroud's lapped all the quarterbacks from that draft class. No, he has. I mean, Stroud is way better than all those quarterbacks. Even if you don't buy him as a top 5 quarterback, he is way better than both Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young. Like, I don't think it's even close. And especially Will Levis, who did another comical thing for the 3rd straight week. At least Brian Callahan wasn't mean to him at the podium this time.
Will Levis is such a fun quarterback to watch when you have all the games on all at once at like either a sports bar or a sports book, because you just glance over and you just see the most hilarious thing you've ever seen, and then you don't have to watch like all of a Titans game. You just hear people chuckle, and you're like, what are they laughing at? Oh, Will Levis tried to throw a ball sideways. So yeah, that's who the Texans are competing against. Anthony Richardson, Will Levis,
and this Trevor Lawrence. So you're in a good spot, but
just don't mess it up.
I mean, could you win the division at 8-9? I think you could.
I think you need to get to 9-8.
I would prefer 9-8 because I think it's embarrassing to have a sub 500 record and win the division, even though we have seen teams with a sub 500 record win the division and win a playoff game. But I think it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm all about the optics. Okay. I am vain. Yeah. It's the only reason I go to the gym. Glamour muscles. That's it. They're not even that big. Heaviest I've ever been at the gym this morning.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
186. Not thrilled with that. I've been a bit of a fatty boom batty the last 2 months.
You saw Bryce Young get benched. You're like, okay, I need to weigh a little bit more than him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, just because I went on a good date doesn't mean that I can, ease up.
No days off?
No days off. In fact, more days in. You got to get the bod back.
Mm-hmm.
Possible Mexico wedding in December.
Wow.
Got to get it back. Same resort as earlier this year. We'll see. We will see. Dan Campbell. My God, Lions fans. I heard Sean talking about this with Dell on the way in. Are you guys such uppity fans now that you think it's acceptable to dox Dan Campbell's home address because the Lions lost in the NFC Championship game? A high school classmate of his daughter was identified January 29th and questioned by investigators because he posted the address on Snapchat. The classmate said he and his friends were distraught by the Lions' loss to the 49ers and that he found humor in the Snapchat post. The classmate and his friends later drove to the Campbell's residence, parked on the street, and were yelling not nice things towards the house before leaving, according to the report. A police investigator informed Holly Campbell that the incident did not meet the standard to file criminal charges against the classmate. Holly's concern, I believe this is the daughter, is that their address is out now, and this is Dan Campbell's wife, and she fears next season people will know when her husband is out of town and try to take advantage of that. The investigator wrote they have since moved from that $4.5 million home. Yeah, loser fans stay loser fans. It's a loser fan base, loser DNA. You're getting mad about losing in the NFC Championship game. Your first year back in the playoffs, you're mad about that. What, you thought you were going to win? You have Jared Goff under center. You were living the high life. You should be thankful for every second that you were there. It might be gone, but you're going to dox the head coach?
Yeah, I mean, I get you're a high schooler not making sound decisions, but there has to be an adult in his life that's like, hey, we're the Lions. Like, this is by far the best year we've had in 30 years. Like, let's not dox and, I don't know, go to his house and yell at the most intimidating coach in the NFL. who, again, is the most successful Lions coach in 30 years.
I heard you saying something on the way in, and to piggyback off of it, you were saying, like, if I'm going to try my chances with somebody,
oh yeah,
it's not that head coach of all head coaches. Don't you think that the head coach who loves going for it on 4th and 1 is the one NFL coach that would snap and say, F it, I'm going to risk it all?
He's willing to gamble.
He's willing to gamble that he could kill you and hide the body.
The guy who's known, like you said, for being aggressive.
And
who
he's a gambler.
We don't have this information, but I'm just going to go ahead and guess he has the most testosterone in his body out of any of the 32 NFL head coaches.
I am not suggesting Dan Campbell would do this. All I am saying is the one coach who goes for it on 4th down seems like the most likely coach to perhaps turn this into a Mel Gibson movie and exact some sort of payback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying this against Jonathan Gannon. I'm trying this against Brian Callahan, the Titans coach. Zach Taylor can catch that. No, sir. No, sir, Dan Campbell. D'Amico Ryans? Nope. Robert Saleh? Nope. Well, maybe Robert Saleh. I don't know.
Maybe. By the way, all Mel Gibson movies are about payback. Braveheart, payback. The Patriot, payback. It's always some guy who's like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. Mad Max, payback.
I don't want to be part of this, but gosh, I have to be.
The movie Payback starring Mel Gibson, payback. It's all about payback.
Anyway. Passion of Christ, payback. Oh no.
Well,
Passion of Christ 2.
He didn't play Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Right. That was Jim Caviezel.
That was his directing.
That was his directorial debut. Yeah.
We'll see what the sequel that's coming out.
Right. Like Apocalypto, he wasn't in that either. He was the director in those two. So it texted what women want? Payback. I don't think he killed anybody in that.
Payback.
ETX Sasquatch asks a good question. Didn't Texans fans do the same thing to Matt Schaub? They did. I remember that. I don't know if Jacoby Jones had that happen as well, Virginia Buddenweed, but after the muffed punt against the Ravens in the playoffs. But yeah, Texans fans got a little uppity themselves too back in the day.
Was that 2013? Or is that no, that was when they cheered when he got hurt.
I think it was 13 when they found his address.
Too.
Yes. Yes.
Not 2013, not a great year for Texans football.
During the pick six streak. Yes, you're right. Coach had an effing stroke.
Not a good year.
We thought Case Keenum was the prince who was promised. And he's back in our lives now, doing commercials for Lowe's of all things.
I know. I was happy to see him. It's him and the Kelseys every commercial break.
It is interesting. They just say NFL backup quarterback. They should probably have him in uniform because it is. You look at him and you're nothing against Case Keenum. He's just a smaller guy, and you're like, oh.
I'm not sure if my mom is like, oh yeah, that's the backup quarterback.
The Case Keenum. Yeah. I mean, the quarterback there would have been Nick Foles, who won a Super Bowl as a backup or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I think Keenum is a pretty good choice. Chase Daniel's another good one.
Yeah, but that's like recognizable amongst NFL fans. I feel like you need to have somebody who is like a bigger cachet figure, and I think Foles would have applied there.
Tom Brady, backup quarterback, famous.
Shouldn't have been. Not at Michigan, at least.
Back in the day, he was.
He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. No, Joe. It's just me today. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Ryan Fitzpatrick also would have been a good one. By the way, we got free stuff. The University of Houston Cougars are taking on the Iowa State Cyclones on Saturday at TDECU Stadium. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. You get a pair of tickets to go see the game. It's family weekend and our Hispanic Heritage Game, a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. The Friday night special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, and wear red to support Willie, Fritz, and the boys. Good luck. May the odds ever be in your favor, caller, to get that pair of tickets. It's Gallant and George. Up next, we talk about the Astros' stepdad. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ground ball right side, could be the ball game. Polanco gobbles it up and makes the throw in time in a 1-2-3 ninth, and this one in favor of the Mariners. Mariners have won the season series against the Astros, taking their 7th game in 11 tries against Houston, and in the process, they gain a game in the AL West. They're now 4 back with 5 to play. The Astros still hold a magic number of 2 and can wrap it up tomorrow.
So wrap it up. Today is tomorrow. Framber Valdez on the hill against Logan Gilbert. Logan Gilbert's been pretty good against the Astros. Can you get more than 4 hits? Is that so much to ask for? I understand Yordan Alvarez has a sore knee, but can you get more than 4 hits? I'm not asking for much. I just want more than 4 hits. That's it. That's all. And more than 1 run. Maybe I'm asking for too much. But this should not be such a one-sided feeling affair. But that's how it feels when this lineup goes up against Mariners pitching. You would think that the more that this team faces pitchers like the Seattle Mariners have, that the better they'd get. And we're talking 2 years since the ALDS of 2022, which the Astros swept them in, but it was pretty close the whole way through. Probably the biggest challenge they faced. I thought it was a lot more stressful against the Mariners than it was against the Philadelphia Phillies in the World Series. There's a certain point where you got to do your effing job. So get some hits tonight. Framber, let's not have a vintage Framber against the Seattle Mariners like last year kind of performance where you get shelled and then you start throwing at people. The only throwback Astros-Mariners performance I want to see tonight, perhaps with slightly different language, is Hector Neris. I just want a Hector Neris confrontation, but I also don't really trust Hector Neris out there right now. I don't want him out there gobbling up innings. I'm sorry, I can't get past Todd Callis saying gobbling up the ball.
Gobbling them up. Nom, 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 nom.
Polanco gobbles those balls up.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Hector Neris needs to do this to get his mojo back. How about that? Maybe you put him in against Julio, thinking strike him out, use some, I'll say, controversial language.
Yeah, maybe just like something that won't require me to have a take on it and get yelled at by the people from Seattle who still follow me.
I'm okay with that. If that's what it takes to get his mojo back, I'm okay with you having to deal with that.
Wasn't fun. I think I said that was my favorite moment of last season, because last season, up to the Jose Altuve home run, was a rather disappointing year by the Astros standards, especially with how September unfolded. And I said that I really enjoyed that moment, and I had a bunch of people in Seattle come after me. And then I was basically like digging into my bag looking for rationalization. I was like, well, I mean, let's be honest. I live in a city that is majority Hispanic, totally different culture down here. And you guys live in a extremely, for lack of a better term, gay city. It's a very LGBTQ plus friendly city. So you have a different mindset. We have a different mindset. And, in the words of Dave Mason, a wise philosopher, whoa, 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 we just disagree. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. So there you go. There you go. We'll see if Hector Neris does anything tonight. But the Mariners are the Astros' stepdad. It's been a recent bit of dominance. You don't feel like it's going to last forever, but you're kind of getting tired of these guys coming over and hanging out with mom. 16-8. Surprising stretch of dominance because they can't hit. You would think it would be a little more even. It's not like the Astros pitching is terrible. Seattle can't score worth a damn, and you just can't put runs together against them.
Still not calling him dad.
No, you're not going to call them dad. You'll never call them dad.
They're Seattle. All right.
Exactly. You will never call them dad. Not even 20 years from now, if they were to give you an amazing speech at your wedding or something like that, you're still not going to call them dad. You're not.
You're going to say, thanks, Terry, or whatever his name
Yeah, exactly. And this is coming from someone. I have a great stepdad. I'm told I'm one of the few who has had a great stepdad. My stepdad Scott, awesome, the absolute best, truly. But it is one of those things where generally, this is just the way that it is, and they are your lingering stepdad that I'm not going to say beats you, just frustrates you, because that would be frowned upon.
It just it's rough ever since he moved in, just don't get along.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that kind of thing. And on that note, it is Gallant and George.
On that note,
no Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call it. To text in, you can join me on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Ryan Lost in Texas is asking, what if you had a teenage stepdad? That would be weird. Yeah, that would be weird. That would be weird.
That would be weird.
Do you think I would be good? Do you think I could be a stepdad? As someone who has constantly made random comments, just strays at you as a father, would I be a good stepdad?
I think it depends the age of the stepchild.
Okay.
I think if it's like high school and up, yeah, because the job's mostly done.
Okay. It's pertinent information.
But I can see you struggling with the 5 and under crowd.
Okay, so older than 5.
I still see you struggle with like I don't know, double digits. Is double digits the line to where
I don't know?
You start feeling confident in your ability to step it, not be the stepdad, but the dad who stepped up.
Truly wouldn't know. I've never dated someone with kids before. Never. So I wouldn't know. But am I open to it?
Hey, Sport, want to play catch?
Should I call him Sport?
That's what they do in the
situation.
movies.
If I'm ever like the Mariners with the Astros, because the Mariners are the Astros stepdad, maybe. But yeah, I never get hey Sport vibes from the Mariners. I get like kicking open the door and asking me for a beer.
I was gonna say they ask for a beer. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Don't let you watch what you want to watch. Have to watch what they want to watch.
Subtle passive aggressive comments. Oh, you still here? I wanted to shaboink on the couch with your mother. Can you go away? He locks you outside. Anyway, it's Gallant George.
Are you sure you like Scott?
No, Scott never did that. This is just a hypothetical horrible stepfather. 713-780-3776, because these Sugarland Space Cowboys are in the playoffs and competing for the PCL championship at the Reno Aces. If you want to see the future of the Astros compete for a title, we're giving away 2 4-packs of tickets for tonight's game to caller at caller number 3. My bad, I can't read. 713-780-3776. Caller number 3. 713-780-3776. You're getting a 4-pack of tickets for tonight's game. How about that? It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. lot of stuff to dive into after that debacle of a loss, 34-7 in Minneapolis against the Vikings on Sunday. I mean, just think about all that went wrong in that game. You had the 11 penalties for 88 yards. 5 of those penalties by Laramie Tunsil. Could have been 6. You had CJ Stroud getting sacked 4 times. You had CJ Stroud throwing 2 interceptions. Could have been 4 if you really think about it, because one of those penalties by Laramie Tunsil that was declined. Remember that one? That was the very last one. Stroud throws it down the left sideline, and you could have argued that for a moment that was an interception by that one Vikings defender. You also had Harrison Smith running in and deflecting that pass when he was completely unblocked off the left side. It was a rough outing for the Texans. Joining us to talk about it right now, the one, the only, wearing a sick hat, Super Bowl 29 Super Bowl hat with between the San Francisco 49ers and then San Diego Chargers from 1995, DJ Bien Ame.
I got this hat at a thrift store in New York.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. I forgot when, though. Is that a 2021 or 2022? One of the two. I did it with my best friend, Rebecca. She likes to go thrift storing.
She's a thrifter.
She's a thrifter by the highest order.
What's really funny is we used to have in the studio that's next to us, I think it's like Fox 26, and they have like a segment once a week about thrifting.
Really?
This is for the ladies.
Okay. All right.
Ladies like thrifting.
I haven't been back there since.
You haven't been back? Yeah, I don't think I would either. And I don't think the Texans ever want to go back to Minneapolis because the Vikings own that ass. And good God, DJ, 34-7. Biggest takeaway from that loss?
They were outcoached. I think in every, it all starts with the coaching and staff. They didn't have good answers against Brian Flores' defense. D'Amico didn't have, outside of the second quarter, didn't have really good answers to slow down Kevin O'Connell's passing attack. Because it wasn't like Sam Darnold really let them up. Like, he had obviously 4 touchdowns, but he threw for under 200 yards. It was more situationally, whether it's when to call the right play action, using D'Amico's tendencies against him. Because there was a lot of easy throws that Sam got to have because Kevin was calling plays when he knew specifically on early downs what D'Amico was going to be in. And he knows on third downs, D'Amico is going to play some variation of man coverage or zone where he becomes match or cover 4. And he was able to consistently exploit it for the most part. So I would say they completely got out coached from the top down. Like, I know everybody wants to talk about like the offensive line, Laramie, Titus, et cetera, et cetera. But it starts with Bobby. Like, since week 1, let's take week 1 out of it. Week 2 and 3, they're averaging 3.5 yards whenever they see a light box. CJ Stroud seeing the 3rd highest split safety look pre-snap, basically too high.
The cover 2.
Not necessarily cover 2. It's just because you can run a bunch of coverages from a too high look. It's just pre-snap, having the light boxes, things of that nature, what they're running. Again, it could be a bunch of stuff, but the Texans right now are seeing light boxes a lot, and they're averaging 3.5 yards per carry. I think it's like 53 yards on 15 carries.
It's bad.
Yeah, so like
even without Joe Mixon,
right,
it's unexcusable. I mean,
right.
You can't have that. And to what you're saying about Slowick, I'm glad we started with that. Bobby Slowick was getting way too much praise this offseason.
Yeah, I agree.
He's in a great situation with the young quarterback, and I'm not saying he's a bad coordinator.
He's not
by
a bad
any means.
coordinator by any means.
I don't know what a good coordinator is. I don't know what a great coordinator is, though. I mean, I don't know if you're a byproduct of the quarterback that you have. What I do know about Bobby Slowick is that after the game, I thought it was really interesting that CJ Stroud said of what the Vikings defense threw at the Texans. They didn't throw us anything that we weren't expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then what the hell was up with the offense? If you knew that was coming, why was that the output? Why didn't it ever change? Why was it such a struggle to make anything happen?
Well, I would say, when teams do go too high look, right? I think the Vikings had they had like a 2-high safety look on 27 plays.
Okay.
I'm not entirely too sure what.
So I'm guessing around half or something.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how many plays the Texans had in total, but one of the biggest issues, and it's been an issue from week 1 all the way to now, is the interior offensive line can't pick up stunts like at all. Like teams are attacking Juice and team are attacking Kenyon Green, right? Because when they do one-on-ones, and they just rush normally, guys aren't really getting past, guys, for the most part. But when they go stunts, the majority of the sacks, if you take away Cade sack, and I think Schultz might have given up a sack also. But if you take away those 2 sacks, the majority of the sacks throughout the year have been off of stunts, and they're struggling to pick them up. And I think that's a way bigger issue than anything when it comes to like being able to throw the football again. Because again, like when you see a 2-high safety, you need time. It's going to take like there's voids, but you need time to get there. But what teams are doing is when they go, too high, whether they're going cover 2, cover 4, cover 6, which is quarter half. They are sending stunts.
Okay.
Because they, and those guys are coming in scot-free. It's not like guys are. It's taking a while for the stunts to get in there. They're getting it's like downset height. She hits his back foot. There's a guy coming right through, right up the middle. You know what I'm saying?
That's pretty crazy because for those who don't know, stunts basically is the defensive lineman, instead of running straight upfield into the gap where it is directly across from him, he's going, a roundabout way. The fact that they are getting there that quickly and that they are running stunts is surprising, because honestly, you would think that this is just them running straight through those interior offensive linemen.
Right. So I mean, again, like I just they got to get that fixed.
Is that more on the players or whatever offensive line Slowick wants to work? Because obviously, as a scheme, you're going to do certain things when you're blocking for the run. You're going to do certain things when you're in pass protection too. Is it something that's perhaps more on Slowick than the players?
That's a good question. Right now, I'm going to say a combination of both. When I talk to more people, then I'll have a better feeling. But I'm going to just go right now with it's a combination right now. I think that's the biggest issue. The interior offensive line, and that was one of my biggest concerns coming into the season. The interior offensive line is not good right now. It's a problem. It's going to prevent the Texans from doing from reaching any type of expectation that they have this year. Because even when they try to run the ball, again, like they'll see light boxes and they can't run the ball. They have the second lowest success rate in week 2 and 3 against a light box. Okay, mainly, again, like for whatever reason, I'm not too sure why. It's on them to fix it. But anytime defensive lines slant inwards on obvious rundowns, they can't block it. They just flat out can't block it because you usually have one of the tackles instead of Juice and Shaq, or Juice and Kenyon Green working to the D tackle right next to Kenyon Green. They both double team and they're moving up to the second level. The D tackle is either immediately crossing Juice's face, and it throws off the whole, I guess, marriage of how they want to outside zone block. And the Bears did it in week 2. The Vikings did it a decent amount, which is why you saw all those plays where you'll see Jonathan Gennard slip in there immediately, and Cam had the double spin. But again, like for whatever reason, whenever teams slant in, and I'm not too sure why, they can't block it up. And so I think that starts with Bobby, right? That starts with the O-line coach. And whatever they're coaching these guys to do in those situations, they're not doing it. They'll try to counter and run power. And that, that's fine. They've had decent success, but not great success. You could throw on early downs.
That's a lot of people have been asking for that. I know Mina Kimes leading up to week 3, she had a little side rant, I think, before Monday Night Football.
She's been emotional on that.
She's emotional on
she's
that.
Been emotional on
it
that.
Does feel like there are some people where they look at it as this religious movement as opposed to taking it on a down by down, game by game, matchup by matchup basis.
In that Bears game, like
it's a spreadsheet versus the actual football kind of look.
Going into the fourth quarter, they were like 50-50 on first downs.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it was, I think ultimately it was like 5-2. So
like they ran the ball more in the fourth quarter on first downs because they're trying to ice the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to go back to what you were saying, maybe throwing on earlier downs
because if you throw it on first down when they're slanting inwards, that basically nullifies their ability to rush the pass,
especially if you get it out quick.
Right, because everybody's going to be mushed on top of each. Because really, when they try to pick offense, center, right? Because they're attacking juice in that aspect. It basically becomes like a mosh pit. It's just all cause of junk, right? But when that happens, if you drop back the pass, now everybody's just on top of each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Another thing too, I would say Bobby has to so it's interesting because it's like, do you just try to run out of shotgun more so then you can still give yourself the threat of being able to throw it effectively, have like actual concepts? Because again, okay, you can throw on first down, but if you throw on first down, it's obviously gonna be throwing on first down. They're not going to do the slanting thing, right? But if let's say you're in 12 personnel and they do the slanting thing and you're trying to throw you want to throw the football, you're gonna have only two receivers, obviously two tight ends. You're gonna have either Tank or Stephon off the field, right? And if let's say it's just ace formation with two tight ends on each side, one tight end on each side, a typical 2x2, your concepts, it's not like you can do anything that crazy, right? So they're gonna have to figure out how to be able to run the ball when teams are slanting inwards, because everybody's gonna just continue to copy it, because that's not something that I think that they can necessarily avoid by just throwing the football. Okay, if let's say you get a shotgun, you want to gain 11% on throw the football. All right, they're probably not gonna slant inwards.
Right.
You can try to run outside zone, which again that might be okay, but now you kind of lose the threat of the play action and the boot stuff. So in reality, they got to get that fixed up front, because if they can't do that, then that's going to stall out everything that they want to do.
Interesting. I feel a lot smarter with this little breakdown. They got to work on the stunts, but I'm going to dumb down the conversation. DJ Biename, Houston Texans beat reporter for ESPN, with me in studio. What the hell's up with Laremy Tunsil? And before we get into that, I'm going to, I don't know, DJ, if you saw this, but I'm going to read a quote from a Texans coach about Laremy Tunsil. Laremy, he's played very well, but he's had too many penalties. He would be the first to tell you that. I think nobody feels worse about that than him. He's a great guy. He's a great player, but we've got to fix it. Do you remember that coach saying that?
Who was that?
That was Bill O'Brien in 2019. And I mean, yesterday you heard D'Amico talk about it. He was really short when asked about Laremy Tunsil. He had time to look at the film. He said Laramy's got to work on that. But I mean, this has been a Laremy Tunsil issue for much of his career. Early on with the Texans, he was saying he felt like he had a target on his back. He's been, I think, a little bit more polite with the way he worded it. You saw after the game how he says, hey, I mean, it's a communication thing. It's not on just me, but hey, man, it's 3 false starts. It's 2 illegal formations. Could have been 3 illegal formations. And it's one of those things, too, where I do think he's a really good tackle, but I also think this is a guy that has been looking for every single edge he can over the course of his career. And he's talking about how the referees are singling him out. Well, shouldn't they single him out if he's somebody that is constantly false starting or perhaps lining a little bit off the offensive line? Wouldn't that make you a likely target going into a game for perhaps extra set of eyes on you?
Well, I would say the false start thing, obviously, that's something you just got to, get a handle on. It's just basically him trying to time the snap. Yeah, because Lane does it, Trent Williams do it, then they don't get called for it often. So that's from when we've talked, that's been his reasoning, is that they don't get called for it. So
but they should. Just a side note, they should. We make it so easy for offenses in the league. We do, and that is cheating.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I think the illegal formation. I was watching Inside the Texan on KPRC with Randy, Adam, and Cody Stoops. Adam made a good point that that the crew they had on Sunday was the same crew. Now, I didn't double check this, so this is from Adam. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, he's wrong. That it was the same crew that refed on Sunday Night Football to open the season,
which was very controversial.
Right.
With
So
all the false starts,
you know,
formations. Right.
so like, I don't think legal formation. I don't think it's gonna be a problem for Laramie. The false starts, obviously, he has to kind of get a handle on that. I'm not too worried about Laramie. I think the reason why like it got blown out of not out of proportion, but it got because his was the last false start on that one drive where they were in scoring range. His was the last one.
Yep.
Because it went from Juice to Titus to Laramie, right?
Mhm.
So like we always remember who was last. No one's talking about Juice having the false start that kind of threw everything out of whack.
And he also said, "Well, I didn't really know it was a false start, dude. You bobbed your head."
Right. So like again, like everybody's talking about Laramie, but in that sequence, right? The guy that set it off was Juice and then Titus, but we're only talking about Laramie, which is fine. And I think
because it's more than that. I mean, we go into every single game waiting for it to happen. We know it's going to happen.
The false start, the false start is like, as I say, obviously, like he got to get a handle on that. But for me, it's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's just that in that game, it blew everything out of proportion because you had basically 3 in a row that took you from the 25-yard line to the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
Now it's 3rd and 19 instead of you. Because again, like I think that the criticism is fair because if they would have scored on that drive, whether field goal or not, right, and they would have scored on the next one where the 17-yard completion to Tank was taken away by the illegal formation. If they score on those 2 drives, it's a completely different game. Even if it's a touchdown for 2 field goals, because then they're going to have 14-6.
Yeah,
right? And it's a completely different game.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
And I think we're on mostly the same page.
Yeah, we are.
But I think there's a lot of Texas fans that are just sick of this, and it's and the 5 penalties in one game is going to magnify, I think, more than the last penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it does. I think what really bothers me coming out of it is, like Tulsa's a good guy. I'm not wishing him to fail or anything like that, but it does annoy me to read it and say like, oh, it's a team thing. It's like, no, dude, you've been doing this your whole career. It's like you can fess up and even say like, yeah, I get called for a lot of false starts. I mean, it happens.
Right.
And I'd feel better about that than saying like, oh, it's a communication thing. Because we've seen other players like this before. Jadeveon Clowney, when he was here, 1 offsides a game. Same thing. Before him, Antonio Smith. Like there are certain players, they just do it. And you expect it.
Right.
But I'd almost be more understanding. I'd show more empathy if they were just like, yeah, I mean, that's me.
I think the criticism is fair. I think people are saying he should be benched. Or
that's insane. Like that's
insane. Like I see people say like Dr. Barrett, he's like, oh, take the C off of his chest. Like this isn't Pee Wee.
It'd be so dramatic.
Dr. Barrett, he got some good tweets, but that one's like, come on, bro.
It would be really funny if they like took it off and they just leave the outline.
Yeah, like come on, like, this ain't Pee Wee. Like that's not gonna change anything. Or people saying like, what John McClain was like. Bench Laramie Tunsil, like, come on, bro. Like, what like?
Listen. I don't want to see Michael Dieter out there.
Listen,
we already saw Cade Stover trying to block Jonathan Bernard off the blind side.
Blake Fisher is not ready to play.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, so like, you guys are stuck with Laramie. It is what it is. I do think that I just want to know, like, do Texas fans have something against Laramie? Because like it's almost it feels like he's public enemy number 1 sometimes.
I think it has to do with it's just a lot of things adding up. It's the perfect storm of he's highly paid. He doesn't show up for much of the offseason. And people are going to say, well, since he's not showing up to the offseason, this is why the false starts happen. That's a false equivalence. I don't agree with that. But I also, I'm not standing in the way. I'm not. I'm watching that. I'm getting pissed off seeing it happen all the time. And I know, like, hey, they need him for CJ Stroud. But if it happens that much, I mean, and it doesn't seem like it's ever going to change, then you're just going to get more and more mad the more that it happens because it doesn't feel like it's something he's going to correct, especially with that quote afterwards where he's saying like it's on all of us. Like, sure, there are other guys who false started, which you just brought up, but you got called for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he gets called for false starts.
He gets called for false starts a lot.
He gets called for false starts.
It is.
I mean, I think as much ado about nothing. Honestly, that's just me because, like, in reality, like I do think that in the second quarter, those obviously were killers. Right?
Yeah,
and I'm not going to disagree with that. But like, I don't think it's that big of a deal when it comes to Laramie and penalties because, like, again, like what he does on the field outweighs completely, just drastically outweighs the penalties. Like, like it is, like he does need to fix that. I'm not denying that. But
I
what
don't
he
think
does
you
on
are.
field is it completely like, because if he's not out there, the O-line, like, it's already a struggling O-line right now.
Yep.
Well, in terms of picking up stunts, but without Laramie, it could just fall off a cliff.
It could have been way worse. And I mean, look, that's the thing that's easiest to focus on in a 34-7 loss. But it was a 34-7 loss, and Sam Darnold threw for 4 touchdown passes on you. Like the Sam Darnold. And look, he's got talent, but I think he's White Jameis. I feel like he's got 3 or 4 dumb plays in him a game.
Yeah.
None of them in this game. And credit to Kevin O'Connell. What do you make of the Texans defense? They're getting after the passer, but this was finally a game where the run defense did not look like what we had seen the first 2 weeks. And on top of that, it felt like the Texans defense, from a playmaking perspective, it just never really was in a position. Justin Jefferson was always wide open. There was those 2 plays back to back, or almost back to back, where Jalen Petrie gets called for the PI. He's in the right spot, can't make a play. Jimmy Ward in the end zone, he's in the right spot, couldn't make a play.
Yeah, I wonder why they called a PI on Jalen Petrie on that one.
I didn't think it was PI.
I was looking at it today. I was just like, how's that PI?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like,
but at the same time, like, hey, that seems to be an issue with those 2 guys when it's coverage downfield. Like, there are moments where they struggle.
Right, that's fair. I think I think this game was one of those games just a perfect storm. Like,
I hope so.
Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Because think about it, like for the Vikings, there was a play when Sam Darnold got sacked and the ball went backwards and the running back picked it up and got 10 yards. You know what I'm saying?
That play was ridiculous.
Or like you have the trick play and you throw it down the field and like it's a phantom PI call and now you're on the one, or like the Texans are driving and then they get 3, false starts in a row, or like, you find a. Now I will say there were times where I felt like D'Amico, trusts his safeties too much in their coverage, because the touchdown to Jimmy Ward like, and then Eric Murray.
Oh man, Eric Murray against Justin Jefferson.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like, how does that happen?
Yeah.
Like I felt like they should have went into it either having Derek Stingley follow or having Kamari follow and double team him, because like all they have is Justin. Like, there's no Jordan Addison. All you have is Justin Jefferson, and like this is one of those games where like you can't let them get momentum. And yes, they scored on the first drive, whatever, like that's fine. But like we see teams all the time score on the first drive and do nothing afterwards. Like, that's whatever. Go ahead.
Didn't they say? And so this is going back to last year, but I remember D'Amico Ryans was like, "Hey, like, we're not going to have Derek Stingley shadow anybody," and then they changed their stripes for the game against the Browns.
Yeah, and they did. The thing is, it'd be different if they didn't do it the week before with DJ Moore.
Yeah.
So for me, it's
but Jefferson's God, right? Like, Moore's good, but
again, like if you could do it for a guy not as good as Jefferson, why not do it for a guy that is Jefferson? You feel me?
Yeah.
Like that's my point. It's like,
so they should do it more.
If the team only has one legitimate, viable threat through the pass game you don't have to scheme him open. You take him away by any means necessary.
Yeah, no Jordan Addison, no TJ Hawkins.
Come on.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that seemed obvious. Because again, like all Kevin O'Connell was trying to do is get him in the slot. Or if we're gonna throw the ball, let's throw the ball on early downs, play actions. And again, like there must have been like a tell on film that whenever somebody motions over to a side, if they're pressed up, the guy's gonna back off, and when that happens, we're gonna just hit a 10-yard out. Now, granted, that's a tough throw.
It was a great throw by Darnold.
Those 2 throws were great throws by Darnold, but like, because like again, like if it's even slightly off, those are interceptions.
But you're right, like the cushion's a lot. I saw a couple of people that were like, "Oh, Stingley's not even gonna walk up to a man on man. Like, how can I respect him as a corner?" And I was thinking to myself, well, I don't think Stingley is purposefully doing that. He's being told to do that.
Yeah, he's been told to do that, So I think across the board, D'Amico was just Burke was just one step behind Kevin O'Connell. But I think if they played them again, let's say they had to play them again like in a couple of weeks, obviously they don't. Like I think they would, it'd be a completely different game, because I felt like everything went the Vikings' way. Think about it. The first play of the game was like a first down.
Second play
tip. Interception. And mind you, Tank was wide open on the play that got tipped. Like, he was wide open.
Yeah, I remember I think you tweeted that. I saw that.
And it's like, and then, they take that down. They find a way on third down to get Eric Murray matched up with Justin Jefferson.
Oh, God.
Then the next drive is a bunch of nothing, and then like, they're able to go down, they're able to score. The only break they got was Dalton Schultz fumble. That should have been a fumble. But that was the only break. That was a fumble. Yeah, like he caught the ball, he tried to make a move, like That was a fumble, but that's the only break they caught. Even the play where Sam throws up a lollipop, Derek Stingley and Bullock are right there.
Yeah, they collided.
And they collide and drop the pick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was just one of those games. That's why like I thought they were gonna lose anyway. But that I don't.
You did say that.
I don't.
Very early prediction.
I did. I don't think that this was a game that leaves me like, man, they got a lot of things to clean up. It's more like they got a few things to clean up, and once they clean those things up, it should be a better team. But I do think that these next 2 weeks are going to tell us everything we need to know. If they can't beat the Jaguars, Super Bowl, you forget about that.
Jaguars. Whoa.
Hey man, anytime I can watch Trevor Lawrence struggle, I'm always happy. It's funny, like my disdain for Trevor is a lot different. It has a different feeling compared to like other like Texans fans. I just feel like he's overrated, and I just feel like with certain quarterbacks that look a certain way, they always get the benefit of the doubt.
Ooh.
Like, hey, how many people? There's so many people that are just waiting for Sam Darnold to become good, and just every time he has any type of moment, oh my God, he's amazing. But let Lamar have a bad game, right? Let Dak have a bad game. I just leave it at that. So watching Trevor be butt cheeks always brings me joy. Like I told you, it's so funny. Remember that throw in week 1? Oh my God, that was the best throw in the world. Oh my God. That's the only touchdown of the entire season, I think.
Okay. So I'm hoping next week that we can just laugh at Trevor Lawrence's failures.
He is 2-1 against the Texans in Houston. So
he is.
4 interceptions, 5 picks though.
That
4 touchdowns, 5 picks. Go ahead.
He made Damar Hamlin look like the top of the line corner last night.
That reminded me. I know. I mean, it's not the same, but it's similar. I remember in JUCO, 2015.
Glory days.
We were playing this thing called Feather River.
Sounds soft.
At Feather River, they were terrible. They had a kid go to Tennessee.
They have some deaf kids, blind kids.
No. Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Stay with me, Sean. They had a kid at safety with one arm. And
was he good?
Well, it was like half an arm.
That's kind of ableist.
But we had a backup quarterback. He had all the talent in the world. His name was Goy. He could really sling it, but he got concussed in week 2. To me, he should have never said he got concussed because he never played again. But whatever. Yeah, no. The coach benched him for a tight end. Our coach was an absolute moron. But that's not here nor there. He put a tight end at quarterback. Whatever. Like there would be times where like he would run power and have the quarterback lead block. So toss it and then have the quarterback lead block. But anyway, we're beating the what out of them. And Goy gets in there. He throws a pick to the one hand and safety. Hit him dead in the chest too. Boom, right in the chest. And we were just like, damn, Goy. Damn.
Shout out to that one-handed safety.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
what a legend.
Yeah, what a legend. What a legend.
All right. How do you see this one playing out against the Jaguars? Again, way too early prediction, but you were right last time.
I just don't see a scenario.
Spread is 6.5. Texans are 6.5 point favorites against a team that you said that Trevor Lawrence is 2-1 against.
At Houston, that is. But I don't know if they'll cover. Yeah, I don't think they'll cover, but I think they'll win by like a touchdown. Like they'll win by like 6. Mainly because like anybody that watched the Colts and Bears game. Like when you watch that game, you're like, oh my God, these two teams stink, right? The Texans barely beat both of them. So like, like point differential does matter. Like I think that's one key way to look at how good a team is what their point differential is. And the Texans going into last week, where I think their point differential, if my math is correct, was 8. And obviously now it's like minus 19. So like, they haven't proven that they're the type of team that can like we saw the Bills did like yesterday. They're not that. They haven't proven that they can like really like beat the living what. And it's like methodical. Like the Bills blowout. It didn't feel like I remember the Texans beat the Browns and like like they had a couple pick sixes. Pick sixes can throw things out of loop. The Bills were just like each drive touchdown. You know what I'm saying? The Texans aren't there yet.
Definitely
I think they could get there maybe one day, but right now they're not there yet. So, but I think they'll win. I think they'll win this.
Good, because the Bills loom large. They look like the best
Exactly.
team in the AFC.
Exactly.
Oh, geez,
Exactly.
That was crazy.
Exactly.
He is DJ Bienema. You can catch his work covering the Houston Texans at ESPN. I am Paul Gallant. No Joe, just me today. Stick around. Everything you missed from the weekend in sports next. In case you missed it, stay put. If you look at the final score of the Cowboys' loss to the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday, you'd think that things aren't that bad in Big D. But trust us, they are. Before we even get to their loss to the Ravens and the mood in the locker room afterwards, Jerry Jones put his foot in his mouth. I don't know that he knew he was putting his foot in his mouth because he was hanging out with Jamie Foxx at Cowboys practice. Jamie Foxx put on Instagram Live, and yet again, we had an incident in the sports world on Instagram Live because Jerry was very unfiltered.
9 3/8 head. 8.5 inch dick.
Jerry Jones was talking about combine measurables and brought up a player's wee size, 8.5 inches. That is well above average, I'm told.
Yeah. So he also mentioned the height and weight of this player, but it was a little too inaudible for us to play here. But people did look through the Cowboys depth chart, and people think it's Deuce Vaughn that he's talking about. The small running back they have.
Interesting.
Undersized in football.
Not undersized downstairs. It was interesting that Jamie Foxx was recording that. I don't really know what was going on there.
He was like filming practice or Instagram living practice and then flipping it back and forth, like showing him with Jerry, and then Jerry dropped that one.
I think he was trying to show off that he was hanging out with Jerry Jones, but instead it really seemed like Jamie Foxx was, for lack of a better term, wired. Like he was some part of some undercover operation investigating Jerry Jones, or maybe the greater works of the Dallas Cowboys.
It's sniffing around, seeing what crimes are going on.
Mm-hmm. WFAA TV in Dallas polled the city. Who's to blame for the Cowboys' 1-2 start? 70% of people voted for Jerry Jones. Jones today on the Shannon RJ show on 105.3 The Fan said, "That's very fair. It's well known that no decision is ultimately made here for what I have either acquiesced to or approved it. That's very fair. How could you think otherwise? Whether it be who's out there coaching, whether it be who's out there playing, whether it be who's talking about penis size, whether it be the stadium you're walking into." He didn't say that part. Whatever it is, that's the way it is. Now, let me just say this. Do I have a huge amount of input in making those decisions? When they've done their homework, they're very influential input to me. We've got a lot of people in the Dallas Cowboys that have done their input. I think I started sounding like Jimbo Fisher along the way there. Yeah, man. Jerry's under fire, but Jerry's going nowhere. Meanwhile, in this game between the Cowboys and Ravens, which didn't have the worst final score, CeeDee Lamb was yelling at Dak Prescott on the sidelines. Dak had this hilarious just fumble where no one touched him, and Tom Brady broke out of robot character and said, "Yeah, I've never done that." And that was funny.
That's what Tom Brady should do more of, is just absolutely rip like pretty good quarterbacks that make mistakes and goes like, won't win 7 Super Bowls doing that.
That's the only thing that he did to this point, and I love him, but the broadcasting experience has been great. Now, to his defense, the Cowboys also haven't been great, and he's been stuck with them the last 2 weeks.
He's been doing some tough games. I think all 3 weeks have been Cowboys.
Yeah.
Because it was Browns Cowboys week 1. And I think he did
right.
Saints Cowboys week 2.
So he's just had 3 Cowboys games in a row.
Yeah.
Oof. Meanwhile, Dak Prescott, while walking into the locker room, not talking to any players, says, "Jump off it if you want." I don't think he was saying the nearest tall building. I think he meant like jump off the bandwagon if you want. And then you also had after the game Micah Parsons saying that players are trying to do too much. Well, definitely not their run defenders, because no one on the Cowboys run defense is trying to do an effing thing.
No, they're doing too little. I would like them to try a little bit more if they're going to turn this thing around.
Right. Antonio Pierce is talking about players on the Raiders like Jack Jones making business decisions, i.e. not tackling. But there was a whole lot of that going on for the Cowboys against Derrick Henry. I get it. Derrick Henry's a big guy, but you're paid millions of dollars.
Yeah. You get paid to tackle him.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. I know.
But just you got to do it.
Everyone has bad days at work. All
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Sometimes you go up against a dump truck at running back. Andy Dalton, of all quarterbacks in the NFL, the best one in the league on Sunday. He had the first 300-yard, 3-touchdown performance for any quarterback this season, which is stunning. By the way, Bryce Young is just in timeout on the bench. Sure.
I don't like that. Oh, that makes him seem like a child, and he already looks like a child.
He does look like a child. After the game, Panthers guard Robert Hunt had this to say about the next Carolina Panthers game.
Hopefully next week at the home and in the bank, y'all come on out there. Don't run away. Take them damn brown bags off, and let's try to get this thing going, man. It's a long season. You know what I mean? Let's keep this thing rolling.
Good for the Panthers. I feel bad for the fans.
If not now, when would you ever get a chance to say that? So
exactly.
You had Robert Hunt, veteran in this league. He saw his opportunity to try to fire up. Hey, guys, let's go. I don't know. I think they're playing. Is it Cincinnati next?
They are playing
I think it's the Bengals.
I think it's the Bengals. 2-2. Carolina Panthers.
Dalton revenge game.
That's true. I forgot. That's his original team.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you see Joe Mixon laughing last night at the Bengals getting their ass kicked.
The Joe Mixon tweet just randomly laughing.
Yeah, it was like I think it was the whoa. Ew.
Yeah, it was like the kind of like ooh emoji.
The Bengals are 0-3 after Monday Night Football. Jaden Daniels made history against them. The Bengals got to just stop talking because they called the Washington Commanders offense going into the week a college offense. Well, imagine getting beaten handily by a college offense.
To be fair, Cliff Kingsbury, Washington OC, was a very good offensive coordinator in college.
He was.
That college, his college offense really worked, and it worked last night.
He's Joey Freshwater again. Oh wait, hang on. That's I always confuse Lane Kiffin and Cliff Kingsbury.
Cliff Kingsbury did not need an alias to hit the town.
Cliff Kingsbury probably still hitting the town. Yeah, that was a little bit of a brain fart right there.
Sorry.
It's got the Bengals on the brain. So the Bengals are 0-3. The Titans are 0-3. They lost to Malik Willis. Speaking of revenge games, my God.
Revenge. So much revenge this weekend.
Deshaun Watson and the Browns are 1-2 after a 21-15 loss to the Giants. They're getting crushed for a choreographed team celebration for a takeaway. This choreographed celebration happened with a flag on the field. The takeaway was overturned, and they lost to Daniel Jones. So, I mean, that's real rock bottom for the Browns.
Some grade A clownery.
Not quite as rock bottom as the Titans and Jaguars in the AFC South, but it's close. I mean, at the very least, you got this going for you if you're a Texans fan. You can't laugh at it, but you can do an under-the-table fist pump for the fact that Deshaun Watson looks like the worst quarterback in the league. The Titans look like the worst team in the NFL. And the Jaguars look like the team most likely to fire their head coach.
Mm-hmm.
You got that going for you at least.
But, again, head down until Sunday.
Right.
I will say about the Browns coordinated dance with the flag on the field. Do you think the guy who committed the flag was like, hope they didn't see it. I'll keep doing my 1-2 step, but I really hope they didn't see it.
Man. I hope so.
Or he thought he got away with it. I don't know.
It would be really funny if afterwards he didn't think anything happened. It was just an egregious penalty.
What? He does the palms up. What?
They got to stop with the team celebrations after a takeaway. You didn't score a touchdown. You didn't add any points.
I agree. No, I specifically the team celebration where everyone runs into the end zone.
Yeah.
Don't run to the sideline and celebrate. I'm okay with everyone doing the electric slide after an interception. But why are we running to the end zone to do this?
I don't know.
It's also confusing when you're watching a ton of games at once and you look up at red zone and the entire defense is in the end zone. You're like, oh, did they score? No,
right, exactly.
Interception at the 50.
Ugh. More in case you missed it over the weekend in sports. Arthur Blank inducted himself into the Falcons Ring of Honor. Congratulations.
Long time coming. Long time coming.
noted Falcons fans, Samuel L. Jackson, made the intro. I guess Samuel L. Jackson used to work in concessions based off of some Arthur Blank speech at the Falcons Stadium way back in the day.
Probably someone named Sam Jackson to work concessions.
That sounds more likely. Joey Chestnut was there.
Whoa.
Was Travis Kelce there? Because he's got to look washed these first 3
Yeah,
weeks.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him out there.
Kelce, I think, is out of shape because he's been partying. I heard that theory from Todd McShay on the Ryan Russillo podcast yesterday, and I buy into it. I feel like Kelce has had a long offseason with his girlfriend. He is a 2-time defending Super Bowl champion. I get it.
Yeah.
Just got to be in shape by the end of the year. Pull a Gronk.
I guess that's better than being washed up, which is what I thought. I guess that's a little bit more.
This is the spin
charitable.
zone. This is the spin zone you have for now.
All right.
And I think you could use it for a little bit of time. The Chargers lost their 4 best players to injury in a game, so the Chargers are back.
Full Chargers.
Full chargering. It's not quite back in San Diego. I miss that song. What a good song. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. And this is of note, in case you missed it over the weekend in sports. We wrap it up with this. Did you know that Caitlin Clark's first playoff game got 1.8 million viewers going up against the NFL?
Wow.
That is actually shocking.
Wow. That's like what a good college football game gets on a Saturday.
It is. It also, I mean, it's probably better than anything baseball related in September.
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably like an ALCS game. That's crazy. That's actually wild.
And on that note, that wraps up in case you missed it. Before we hit the road, the Astros got Fromber on the hill against Logan Gilbert for the Mariners tonight. I mean, we're not asking for much here. 3 runs should be able to do it against a team like Seattle. Can you get 3 runs without Yordan Alvarez, who's got a sprained knee and is going to be out at least for this series against the Mariners? At least that's what they're telling us right now. Sprained knee, any Astros diagnosis, any Astros prognostication of time missed. Hard to feel good.
Also, if they clinch the division, I kind of don't want them to play. If they clinch the division tonight, why is he playing in Cleveland? Or against Cleveland?
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want him to play the rest of the regular season unless you want him, I guess, to ramp up.
Yeah, maybe a tune-up. He's a DH. Tell him no sliding. No running, no sliding. Just take some hacks.
Could the Astros win a wild card series without Yordan Alvarez? Do you put him on ice for that too with the sprained knee?
I don't think the Astros are that good anymore.
They're not.
Where they can
I mean, he's been one of their best hitters this second half. He's been on an absolute epic tear.
Maybe with Kyle Tucker back, it's a little bit more possible. If you're getting good Kyle Tucker, get some Yiner hit. I don't want to think about this. No, we need Yordan back.
We need him back. They did have their best record for a while with Kyle Tucker as dealing with the shin contusion for 3 months and change. There you go. Yeah, Fromber, let's get a no-hitter tonight.
Yeah, let's again cut the chit chat a-hole.
Cut the chit chat a-holes.
Let's get this over with.
Because I don't want to wee in my mustard colored pants.
I don't want the Minute Maid clubhouse staff to have to take down all the plastic and all the champagne again. Let's just get this over with.
Did they have the plastic and champagne?
I don't think they had it out because they never led. The Astros weren't up, so they wouldn't have broken it out. But they definitely had it somewhere. They had it somewhere in the building.
Much like I'm over the team turnover celebrations, I think the Astros should be over celebrating a division title with champagne.
Yes. ALDS is the first time they can champagne.
I agree with that. When they make it to the first round of our playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. And on that note, guys, let's get to wrap up the program. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to our Twitchers, our YouTubers, our texters, and our callers. And most importantly to me. I never thank myself, but damn, I'm good. And on that note, after that pat on the back, so long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. It is a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Sound like you had a little gravel in the throat.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little
gravel
congestion.
In the throat. It's my bad. Happens
okay.
sometimes.
It is the season.
It
is
been
the
going
season
around.
for a little bit of crud. My doctor calls it crud.
The allergies.
Get the crud.
It's weird because in the Midwest, the hay fever is in August.
Hay fever? I thought that was like in the 20s.
No, in Midwest, it's a real deal that every year
I thought
they
that was
call
only in black and white.
Well, my parents started it, but people refer to it up north as hay fever season in August.
What was the potato famine like?
Jeez. This is how we start. Anyway, they call it hay fever up there. And to me, my allergies, if you call it whatever you want to call it, associated with hay fever or allergies, it hit me in August up there. It hits me like early September here, and then it doesn't go away for like a month and a half because they have the clear-cut 4 seasons. You don't have that here.
Did you use leeches to fix it?
Just keep going. Segment 1.
No, it's more bloodletting.
I wish I could do whatever you just said to the Astros offense yesterday. That was atrocious. What we saw from the Astros offense yesterday, they fall 6-1. People were mad. People are like already frustrated with the Astros yesterday because the way you lost Sunday didn't feel great. Yordan Alvarez news lingers throughout the day. Espada said he's going to have an MRI at 3:00, which guess they couldn't bother Yordan Alvarez to get out of bed before a 3:00 MRI. That was kind of weird, kind of funny. And then didn't really have an update. You play the game. You have a chance to, if you win the game, clinch the division. You have the champagne on ice waiting in the clubhouse. You got a bottle full of bubbles waiting in the clubhouse for you. And then you lose. And the offense doesn't perform well. You get the news on Yordan later that it is, in fact, a knee strain. Day-to-day, will not play the series, though. Espada's hopeful that they'll get him back before the end of the regular season. I'm hopeful that Yordan Alvarez will hustle less. But just a frustrating day from an Astro perspective yesterday, and you lose the game 6-1 in a game that slipped away late.
Yeah, and I mean, you rightfully should point the finger starting at the offense because of the fact that you got such a good pitching performance again from Hunter Brown. You know that Seattle's pitching staff, they are as advertised. They come in and the top of their rotation is really good. And Hunter Brown fought his tail off, and he battled and he pitched well. And only giving up 1 run in 6 innings should be more than enough for you to win, especially at home. No matter who you're playing, you had one opportunity that was really key to get at least 1 run in. You had a couple more opportunities where you could have gotten a rally, but the offense was flat. They were getting dominated for the most part, and you left a good pitching performance on the table, and now people are starting to get a little bit squirmy.
Yeah, and I think it's rightful to have that squirm because, you're 2 losses away from things kind of getting out of control, which we'll talk about in a little bit. The only, the real opportunity the Astros offense had, I thought, came in the 7th inning. You had 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, down 2-0 at that point, and then Victor Caratini strikes out, and then Jeremy Pena strikes out. A lot of people were very critical of his at-bat there, kind of chasing pitches off the plate, not a real competitive at-bat. Just kind of the way the Astros season is gone. It doesn't feel like a very deep lineup. It doesn't feel like, and I know that their numbers are fine. They're top 4 in the American League in runs per game. I think they still lead the American League in batting average. Their metrics offensively are fine. It just feels like they don't drive in runs in RBI situations as well as the other good teams in baseball.
You remember, even from early on, we were talking about the fact that you can look at it a variety of different ways in the early season, but their average was good. Their runners, their success rate with runners in scoring position, and that average was not so good. And you always, we dealt with this whole kind of Jekyll and Hyde all season long. Then we also dealt with when the offense was good, the pitching was bad, vice versa. And we never saw the perfect storm of everything come together. And yet here we are again late in the season. We're looking at it going, hey, now that Tucker's back and his swing's back and he looks like he's going to be potent offensively again, you lose Yordan and you're not hitting the ball as well as you had been with runners in scoring position because the Angels series, you're playing basically a AAA team. You put big runs on the board, but these are the true matrix of the test when you're playing teams like Seattle, and they didn't get it done. And now you're going to have to get it done without Yordan. And that's where guys, have to step up. Caratini's been pretty decent when he's been in the lineup, but there are other guys, Pena's hot and cold. Jake has been awful. And you got to start looking at it and going, how do you get better in those situations?
Yeah. I don't know if they have the answer. Like they just don't have, they're not great offensive players. Like they're
the
not.
other problem is when you had a guy, that could possibly. Gamble was a guy that came in. He was hitting the baseball. He was hitting the baseball better with the Astros than maybe anywhere he's been in baseball. And then unfortunately he gets hurt. Chaz struggling mightily, sent down. He comes up, gets a few knocks, then he gets hurt. So you don't have the options either that you'd like to have to be able to kind of rotate guys if guys are struggling, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I feel like Hayward's giving you what Gamble was giving you, though. Like Hayward's numbers are better.
Are they?
Yeah. I mean, Hayward's numbers with the Astros is 746 OPS. Gamble's 739. Like it's.
But Gamble's average was,
almost identical.
Wasn't Gamble's average significantly better?
259 versus 227. But I mean, Hayward has 3 homers in 21 games.
Yeah.
Gamble had 1 in 20 games. So it's like, from an offensive production value, they're kind of the same guy. And Hayward's a better defender.
Oh, no question. But, Hayward also caught one of those bombs off of a position player, I believe.
Did he?
Yeah, in the Angels series. He caught one late. But at the same time, look.
Okay, he's got 2 versus 1.
Yeah, but nonetheless, he's got more home runs. We knew he had more pop regardless. But you just don't have the kind of options you'd like to have when we've been talking all year about depth and having better player, a couple guys in the outfield to choose from. You're basically looking at Space Cowboys right now, and or doing something more drastic like trying
No, that's not fair. I mean, it's not fair to say they're using Space Cowboys. Jason Hayward.
No, I'm saying aside from Jason Hayward, if you were looking for anybody else that
they find help.
Yeah,
they've kind of quit on the Space Cowboys.
Yeah, and now they're in the
Shea
playoffs.
Whitcomb had a chance. Like he's not playing at all anymore. Zach DeCinzo had a chance. He's been sent down. Pedro Leon had a chance. He's been sent down. Like they kind of gave the Space Cowboys an opportunity and then they sent them all away.
Mm-hmm. And now you look at it and look, as much as I think Jason Hayward has a great arm and he's always been an above average defender, I don't know that Jason Hayward anywhere. He's a corner outfielder. I mean, I don't see him in center field in key games, but Jake's bat has been awful. But then on the flip side, Jake's defense is better than anybody you got. So it's just, again, it's that kind of lacking that ability to get the perfect storm to line up. You got Jake who can play D, can't hit. You got Hayward who's okay at the plate, but can't play center field. So, it's a struggle that I think they're going to deal with the rest of the season.
Yeah. What'd you think of Brown yesterday?
I thought it was really good. I mean, he's obviously going to battle. He had a couple of times where, I think that a little bit of a mental focus, but nothing like a little brain fart here and there. But overall, I like the way he competes. His fastball was up. They'd mentioned that. The fact that he likes these kind of situations, you knew that he wanted it. He knew what it meant, and he wanted to beat that team. And he gave you everything that you could ask for in a starting pitcher. With 2 outs, it's a shame because he battles his tail out to get the 2 outs, has a chance to shut down that chance to score a run, and then he gives out the 2-out base hit, and that was the first run of the game for him, and that sucked.
Yeah, I thought he was really, really good. It's kind of been who Hunter Brown has been for the Astros since he was taken out of the rotation for just 1 turn. He's been awesome since then. 1 run, 3 hits, strikes out 8 over 6 innings. The one critique is I hate walks. I hate walks. And then the only run that they scored against him was in the 3rd inning. And what happened in that inning after he got the leadoff man out? Back-to-back walks. Yeah. I hate walks, and the walks in that inning contributed to the only run that Hunter Brown allowed. But overall, very good. Since that relief appearance that he had in Detroit, 20 starts after that relief, that was the one that Javier got chased. 20 starts since then for Hunter Brown. 16 of those starts have been quality starts with a 2.31 ERA. The dude is a dude. Like, he is a dude at the top of the Astros rotation. He's not at the apex of the rotation because Framber Valdez is, but Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, I think collectively one of the best 1-2 punches in all of baseball. Hunter Brown is awesome.
No question. And when you started looking at some of the stats and graphics they were putting up last night again and where he ranks in terms of other pitchers in Major League Baseball, you kind of, because of the start that he had, you lose sight of the fact that he's been top 5 in a lot of categories, that he is, mowing guys down, that his strikeouts are really good, that he's settled in to be one of the better pitchers in baseball. He's fighting out, of a big hole all season long because of the way he started the season. But you can't, if you follow baseball at all, you can't look at Framber and Brown as a 1-2 punch and go, there's not a whole lot of teams in this league that can put any better. There might be guys you can put up against them, but those 2 guys have been pretty damn dominant, especially since about middle of June.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch his development this season. It gives you the confidence going forward that he can be at the top of that rotation. Alex says, Branham, who are you going to pay when it's that time, Framber or Brown? Neither one. Fromber will be up after next year. He's got one more year, and then Hunter Brown still has several years of club control. But I don't believe in signing players to huge contracts, especially pitchers. The Astros have signed 2 pitchers recently to team-friendly deals, and they have not paid off. Lance McCullers and Christian Javier. So just not my personality to do that. A lot of people were critical yesterday of Joe Espada not using his leverage arms once Hunter Brown left the game down by a run. Chance to clinch the division. What's Espada doing? Why isn't he showing urgency? And then the Astros bullpen was not very good in the final 3 innings, giving up 5 runs in that span. But what do you make of Espada's decision not to go to the leverage arms after Hunter Brown down by a run?
The Angel series was not very good for the back of the bullpen, and they got used a lot. And I'm fine in game 1 of the series when you just have to get one of these 3 games. I'm fine with the fact that maybe you just, made a concerted effort. You had a meeting or 2, and you just know that these guys need a day off. They need to rest. And so, we know how bad it was Sunday, but we know over the weekend and for the last several times that we've seen guys like Presley and Hader and even Abreu that they haven't been their on point selves. And so if your first game of this series, if you're going to give them a night off, I get it. Yeah, it was a tough spot because it was a 1-run game at the time. And the way it ended, it's easy to point fingers. But I think at a certain point, you got to rest those guys a little bit.
Last night was not a must-win. It was not a do-or-die game. It wasn't a playoff game. To blow your high-leverage guys up by a run is curious. Espada hasn't done that all year. Now, I'd rather use the leverage guys down by a run as opposed to up by 4 runs. Espada differs there. He wants to use his guys up by 4 as opposed to down by 1. But if you're managing that way the whole year, I think you should manage that way the whole year. It's kind of like hitting on 16 in blackjack. And the other aspect of that is both Brian Abreu and Josh Hader pitched on Sunday. So if you're using them on Sunday, then you're using them yesterday trying to chase a comeback down by a run in game 1 of the series. That means they're unavailable today. So let's say the offense doesn't go to work. Let's say Abreu and Hader do their job. Let's say that they combine, or maybe even use Presley, that those 3 guys after Hunter Brown shut down the Mariners lineup and the Mariners are up 1-0. Well, if your offense doesn't do anything against their leverage guys, then now those guys are burned, maybe with the exception of Ryan Presley, for their availability tonight. So I don't blame Joe Espada at all. I think we can have like a holistic conversation. Like, is it better to use the leverage guys down by a run or up by 4? I would argue it's better to use them down by a run than up by 4. But I don't think you should change your philosophy and your logic on September 23rd. Because to me, if you're gonna make that decision, that's gonna be your theory, your philosophy. You need to be consistent with that theory. I do not blame Joe Espada one iota for not using his leverage guys yesterday. I think it's a silly complaint.
And you're in a position of strength, right? Because you do have the lead, because you do have a pad, you have a cushion. You know you're not going to catch the Yankees or Cleveland, and you know that you have to be smart. These guys have been used a lot. Abreu has been used a ton. And lately their performances haven't looked as sharp as they have been when they've been at their best. And we need them in the playoffs to be big. So I'm fine with giving them that rest and then knowing that if you need them tonight or tomorrow, or you kind of split them up, that you have the ability to use all of them when you just need one of these games against the Mariners.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts on that. Also, let's get into everybody's talking about Astros playoff roster, Astros playoff rotation. Who are you carrying? What does your lineup look like? People are talking like they're plugging in their calendars. October 1st, 2nd, 3rd, wild card series begins. I think we've gotten way too comfortable with this playoff talk. Busy show. World Series champion Josh Reddick will be joining us at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about the Stros, his little home run derby he's got coming up too. Is he going to win that against some of these big names? Cash it or trash it. Film don't lie. Texans, are they Super Bowl contenders? Plenty to get to on the program today. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Some of us are no longer there. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joe on Twitter. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is a place you ought to be if you want to put money down on sports, and there's sports going on all the time. You got Stros and Mariners tonight, Major League Baseball. There's always a chance for you to get involved on whatever live sports are going on, always college football later in the week, and all the NFL games, soccer, golf. UFC, whenever there's something to bet on, you can go to mybookie.ag and you can be sure you can put money down on it and have a chance to win. And they're always taking care of their customers too. It's fantastic. Like when there's no games going on and you still feel like doing some gambling, you don't want to fly to Vegas. You don't want to drive to Louisiana. Just get on mybookie.ag. Live dealers standing by with casino games like poker and blackjack. And you can play from the comfort of your own home or on your phone, wherever you may be. Fantastic, because they also have a loyalty rewards program, MyBookie Plus. As you continue to use MyBookie and you use your rewards program, you sign up for the rewards program of MyBookie Plus, with the more you play, the more they're going to take care of you. You're going to get more chances to get better deals and more chances for them to take care of you throughout the process. Right now, they're also doing a deposit bonus. So if you sign up for the first time at mybookie.ag, you put money into your account based on what you put in, they'll put money on top of it, up to $1,000. You'll see it almost instantly. More money in your account means more games you can bet on, and of course, more chances you can win. Check it out today. Go to mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975. That's how you get the bonuses. That's how you truly cash in right away before you even play a game. Mybookie.ag is where I always tell you to go because you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Space Cowboys are in the postseason. It begins tonight. They're competing for the PCL championship against the Reno Aces. If you want to see the future of the Astros compete for a title, we're giving away 4 packs of tickets. 4-pack. It's a 4-pack. You and 3 others. 4-pack. Caller number 3 is 713-780-3776. You win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Sugarland Space Cowboys, and the Reno Aces tonight competing for the PCL championship. So call it 3 to 713-780-3776. 4 tickets are coming your way. All right. Are you seeing way too much of this playoff talk? And look, we're guilty of it. We've talked playoff rotation is going to look like this. We've even talked about what a 4-man playoff rotation looks like, which is a little bit, putting the cart in front of the horse. I think that's the thing. Like they're not guaranteed to be in the division series. They're not guaranteed to be in the wild card series. I mean, you're 2 games away, if you lose them, from probably needing to take 2 of 3 at Cleveland. Now, the Guards wouldn't have anything to play for. They'd be locked into their spot, et cetera, et cetera. But have we gotten too comfortable and way too comfortable with this guarantee playoff talk? Astros are in it.
Yeah, it's, you guys were the ones that kind of, when we were watching all of this, we're also mentioning the fact that, hey, at least there's a shot, even if they don't win the division, that they can get that last wild card spot. So it's at least there are 2 chances for you to still secure a playoff berth. But I think most people are under the assumption that they're going to win one of these games against the Mariners and or take care of business enough to win the division. I think that became a foregone conclusion with a lot of people. And I started to get a little uncomfortable after last night when everything started to go south and it blew up late in the game, going, okay, now you really got to kind of lean on Fromber, and I expect Kikuchi should pitch well too. But the Mariners are doing everything. It's all on the table, and you just don't want to give them any form of hope. You want to step on them when they're down, and you want to put this thing away. And right now, you're in a dicey situation because you look at Cleveland and New York. You wonder what Cleveland's going to do. You don't want to have to deal with that.
Go ahead.
That's fine.
No, I think we've gotten way too comfortable with the Astros are a lock, and look, we can't control anything. Like that's what we do. We talk on a microphone and kind of kick around things that might happen and project things that might happen and what things are going to look like. But all of a sudden, you're 2 games away from staring down the barrel at, we got to go on the road and take 2 of 3 against the second best record in the American League. Meanwhile, we're over here talking about, well, who's the number 4 starting pitcher? How many players are they going to keep on the wild card roster? Is Justin Verlander going to be on the wild? We've been way too proactive with that conversation than, quite frankly, the Astros deserve.
Yeah, maybe because of everything they've been through, or maybe because of the way they've turned it around, we got a little too callous and flippant and believed that, hey, this was, it was just destiny or whatever, that it was going to be, that they're going to be a playoff team and they're going to win the division. And it's a little bit, scary right now. It's some slippery ice that we're on because of the fact that, when we were talking about some of those things, there was the foregone conclusion Justin Verlander was going to get back to Justin Verlander, and he would probably be one of your top 3. And then all of a sudden, Kikuchi pitched well, Verlander hasn't, and that discussion continued. But along the way, you look at a team like Detroit that's playing really good baseball. You look at a team like Minnesota who's kind of hanging around. But at the same time, you're looking at those 2 teams thinking, we'll probably end up playing one of those 2 teams. You don't want to start climbing up that food chain to figure out that you got to go on the road and play a better baseball team, because you don't know when Yordan is coming back, and you want to be in a position where you get to the divisional round. And right now, everything's on the table.
Wild card round.
I'm saying
you just did it. You talked to you put the
cart
before the horse.
You want to be in a position where you can get to the divisional round, so you want an easier path.
Right. That's putting the cart ahead of the horse.
That's fine. Again, you said that's what we that's what we do. But
I'm saying we shouldn't. I feel like we've gotten way too comfortable guaranteeing that this team is in the playoffs.
I don't feel bad about saying it. I feel confident and comfortable. Like I've said all along, this roster is good enough to win a World Series title. And I think that, going into the playoffs, now this Yordan thing throws a little bit of a monkey wrench into it. But I believe that this team is going to get to the divisional round. I believe that they can go farther than that. And it's just, if the perfect storm finally does happen, they start putting things together. But yeah, I understand it, that I felt uneasy last night when that game blew up, going, oh man, don't let them take the first 2 in this series and make this way too interesting with 4 games to go.
I think it's already there. I think it already is interesting.
It is interesting, sure. But I'm saying, if they win tonight, and now, we know how good their pitching staff has been all year long. And then you got to hope that Kikuchi gives you another good one. And then
hopefully not. You're saying if they lose tonight.
Yeah, if they lose. Right. That's what I'm saying. But, because in Cleveland, you don't want to let 3 games, no matter who Cleveland decides to play and not play, you don't want to put it in the hands of guys like Justin Verlander, and Eric Getty's, dinged up now, but whatever.
He's dinged up.
Yeah, they were saying that he had a calf, some kind of.
Oh, yeah, he left the game. He was cramping.
Yeah.
He was cramping.
Okay. But regardless, I don't want to put it in the hands of those guys. Blanco's been good for 5. But again, I don't want to see that scenario play out. I'd like to give him some rest. I'd like to get this team ready for the postseason. But I can't feel great about that right now.
Yeah, it's I feel like we've we're counting. What is it? What's the other saying? Is it counting the chickens before they hatch, or counting the eggs before they hatch?
Counting
the chickens before they hatch. I feel like we're doing too much of that. Yeah, playoff roster, playoff rotation. I was arguing whether the Astros are going to keep 14 or 15 position players in the wild card roster after they lost yesterday. Won a game. 4-4-8-8. The Dynamo averaged more points than the Astros. Time to embrace the suck. Neither of those teams score points. The Dynamo score goals and the Astros score runs. Neither team scores points.
Yeah, you lost all points on that one when I read that as well. When I saw points, I'm like, it's not it.
The Astros lineup for tonight is out with Framber Valdez on the mound. Altuve at second, Tucker at right, Bregman at third, Yiner catches, Singleton's the DH, Caratini plays first, Pena at short, Hayward in left, Dubon in center. So that's the Astros 9 behind Framber Valdez as they try for the second day in a row to clinch the division.
So I get Jake sits, but then of the two guys at first base, they're basically saying Caratini's a better first baseman than Singleton?
I don't think that's why Singleton's DHing and Caratini's at first. That could be true. It could be true that Caratini's better than Singleton
Maybe because
at first
it's easier
base.
to flip them.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Yiner got hurt in the second inning and Caratini was your DH, and then he either Salazar's coming into the game or you're moving Caratini to catcher, which means you burn the DH. So I think it's more we view those guys as kind of equal defensively at first. Which one, if we're proactively, planning for the worst, which you should do as a manager, it makes more sense for Caratini to play first than Singleton. That way, if Yiner got hurt, you don't have to burn a DH, and then all of a sudden Fromber's grabbing a bat and having to hit the second inning. Or worse, well, probably not worse, or Cesar Salazar has to play, and you probably don't want to use the last guy on your bench that, in a game that carries perhaps divisional clinching ramifications.
Yeah, no, and that makes the most sense of all of it. But yeah, you do have to play. Not that you're on the defensive, but you have to play planning for the fact that if it's dicey and you've got to make moves, you don't want to lose the DH. And it's unfortunate to say this, but Singleton's played first base his whole career. Caratini, has been spot duty at best, but John Singleton's had his hiccups at first base enough that, you also, from a defensive perspective, you're not great at all defensively across the board with any of those three guys.
No, you're not. I think it's probably a wash. I think Caratini's fine there.
I think he's fine.
I think he has more range.
I think John should be better than the two of them, and he's not. And Yiner is definitely the nicest thing I could say is a work in progress.
Yeah, I think Caratini's better than Singleton at first base.
Probably right.
I think he's got more range. Picking's probably the same. Now, familiarity with the position, Singleton probably has more, but what are you trading off in range and all that
I also
stuff?
think he's a little quicker on his feet if
so?
he has to be to cover the base, or when Singleton got the hiccup the one time he fielded it, got caught in between, got beat to the base, and it cost him. I think Caratini, he's quick enough to get there.
A little bit more of an athlete. I wouldn't call Caratini like a great athlete, but when comparing two guys, I would say Caratini's more athletic than Singleton. I wouldn't call Caratini a good athlete, though. No. But more athletic than Singleton, yes. It's kind of pick your poison.
That's fair. Yeah, John's probably stronger and the bigger hoss of the two guys.
Sure.
But I think Caratini can move.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Maybe the Astros will clinch the division tonight. 713-780-3776. Are you regretting any of the contracts the Texans gave out this season? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We got a big one coming up Saturday night, 6 o'clock, TD-ECU Stadium. 18th ranked Iowa State, undefeated, comes into town as the Cougars look for the upset. The first Big 12 home game of the year. And U of H has a deal for you. The Family Night Special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Where else are you going to get this kind of family entertainment for just $80? Lock in the deal now, uhcougars.com/tickets, or just call 713-GO-COUGS. Not only is it a family weekend, but it's also Hispanic Heritage Game. So come out and celebrate on campus as the Cougars host those undefeated 18th-ranked Cyclones. First matchup on the gridiron between these two teams, and kickoff at 6 o'clock. Weather, by the way, is going to be gorgeous Saturday night at 6. A night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments coming up on Saturday. So get out there and enjoy the game. $80 takes care of a family of 4 with that Family Night Special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, only $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. That's 713-GO-COUGS to get your Family Night Special. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. World Series champion Josh Reddick will join us at 4 o'clock. Talk some Astro baseball, talk some home run derby. Is he going to beat the likes of some enhancers of the past? Film Don't Lie coming up a little bit later, too. Cash or Trash, Texans still Super Bowl contenders. And we'll get to our game balls. Game balls on a Tuesday after a pair of Monday Night Football games yesterday. Question I have, 3 games into the year. Are you regretting any of the contracts the Texans have given out this season?
I personally am not. I look at, as critical as I was yesterday about the fact that I didn't see the kind of effort I wanted to see out of Dalton Schultz. I think Dalton Schultz has been good here. I don't think that you grossly overpaid for Dalton Schultz. I think that, he's an above average receiving tight end in my opinion, and I'm glad he's here. So I don't regret that. And I think 3 games in, you can look at it and say Danielle Hunter is a guy I believe in, and I was excited when they signed him, and I don't regret signing him. And I believe that he's going, when we saw early in the season what he and Will Anderson, were doing and wreaking havoc on the edge on both sides, I felt really good. I know that people are prisoner of the moment. They're going to look at what happened on Sunday. They're going to look at John Grenard, and they're going to go, oh, my God, you could have had John Grenard and kept him and saved some money, a few $1 million. And is he better than Danielle Hunter? I don't think so. I still, when I look at John Grenard, I didn't have enough of a sample size to believe that he was going to be consistently who he was last season. We'll see. He's in a great fit, in a great system. He's playing well right now. I still believe in Danielle Hunter. Okay, John Grenard's had more than one good year, though. John Grenard's second season in the league. More injury, I would say. I don't think that he's had, whenever he's had down years in his career, and what you're saying is valid, but when he's had down years in his career, it's been because of injury. He had 8 sacks in 12 games in his second season. The season after that, he missed more than half of the year. Last year, 2023, he had 12.5 sacks in 15 games. Currently has 4 sacks through 3 games. So, like, the down years he's had in his career, rookie year was his rookie year. The third year, he played in 8 games. So I think that he's been productive whenever he's been on the football field. But part of why I'm signing a guy is I don't want to have injury concerns, especially when I'm throwing massive amounts of money at a guy like that. And if there's any kind of concerns about staying healthy and also, being consistent because you're on the field, then I'm gonna go the way of, if I'm looking between the two guys, I'm still glad they got Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter is far more durable than John Grenard. There's no argument there. John Grenard also, you're saving money for Danielle Hunter on the average annual, but it's more money when you look at Grenard's deal. Danielle Hunter 2 years, $49 million. John Grenard 4 years, $76 million. So $3 million less AAV, $3.5 million. Well, that's not right. $24.5 million is what Danielle Hunter's making. So it's 5.5. Less per year for Grenard, but it's more money overall when you look at the totality of the deal. I'd rather have Danielle Hunter. The John Grenard, the injury proneness, I think is fair. I don't love that Aaron Wilson reported John Grenard had a grade 1 ankle sprain last year, and John Grenard missed the 2 most important regular season games of the year. And I think Danielle Hunter is a really good football player, and I think the strength of the Houston Texans defense is their defensive line. I actually thought that they played pretty well on Sunday. So I don't regret the Danielle Hunter deal. And if we're asking the question Danielle Hunter or John Grenard, I'll take Danielle Hunter. I don't think that's the wrong answer at all.
I've got 2 that I regret right now, and obviously there's enough time left in this season for any regret to turn into the opposite. But right now, Dalton Schultz, he is a quality tight end. He's obviously had 4 seasons where he's been over 500, maybe even 600 yards as a receiver. He's a quality receiving tight end, but with the amount of weapons you have right now, he's just so, I hate to say it, but unnecessary in this offense. Like, he's just, I haven't watched a Texans game this year. Like, oh, Dalton Schultz is an integral part of this game plan. He's a part of the scheme. He's a key piece to moving the ball downfield. He's just a guy out there. And if what you're going to use the tight end is just a guy who occasionally catches the third down over the middle, they could have gotten almost anybody for that. So I have a little bit of regret there. And the other one, and this is mostly suspension related, but Danico Autry, you went out and paid him. You paid him for, in theory, 34 games, and he lost 6 right off the bat because of the suspension. What he is after that, we'll see. But if you lose 6 games off the bat, and then he comes back and he's just a rotational pass rusher on the edge, I have a little bit of regret there.
Yeah, but I mean, you didn't do that, right? You didn't know that was coming. You didn't
but
make
that's
that
not
deal.
really the question, though.
But,
Do
you
regret it?
realized that if when you went out and got him, you felt like you were fortifying and enhancing your line even more.
But you're coming from a different time span. We're looking back. You're looking forward.
I don't regret the Nico Autry's. I'm okay with the 6-game suspension a little bit more than most because I understand that there's attrition in football. Like there's going to be injuries in football. So when you sign him to the deal, I don't think that you should be expecting perfect attendance for any football player. Like right off the top, you should be expecting a certain amount of games the player is not going to play per year. Yeah, six is a bit more
right.
than that
expect,
average would be. But I think the Nico Autry is going to bring up the level of this defense. Like I think this so I'm willing to eat a few more games knowing that Danico Autry is going to bring up the level of the defense. Is why I'm still bullish on this defense. It's because you're going to hopefully welcome back Danico Autry that's playing at a high level. You're going to hopefully welcome back Christian Harris that at the end of the last season was playing at a very high level at the linebacker spot. So what Danico Autry is going to add to this defense, I don't regret the contract. Now, if he comes back and it's like, he's not taking the PEDs anymore, and all of a sudden he does look like he's 35 years old and is not very good, I'll reserve the judgment to change my opinion then. But I'm excited about adding Autry to this defense. On the offensive side, I agree with what you said, Brian. I do regret the Dalton Schultz contract. 3 years, $36 million for a guy you don't really go to that much. Dalton Schultz, 3 catches in game 1, 2 catches in game 2, 2 catches in game 3. You said he's their 4th best passing target. Might be 5th if you want to throw Joe Mixon into the mix. Also, what is the biggest struggle of this team offensively right now? It is blocking. And Dalton Schultz is a poor blocker. He looks disinterested a lot of the times. He gets beat a lot of the times. So if you have a passing trio of Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, I like what I've seen from Xavier Hutchinson. I think Mixon can help you in the passing game. Wouldn't this offense be better suited if you had like just a standout blocking tight end that are usually cheaper? And not only that, but you've committed to 3 years of Dalton Schultz. I think the 3rd year is like non-guaranteed, so you can get it out of it after year 2. But yeah, I think they're paying more than what Dalton Schultz is giving them. I too regret the Dalton Schultz contract.
I think there's going to be a time when you're right, Brian, to your point. I agree. The fact that there's so many weapons to choose from right now and so many mouths to feed that he's down the food chain. What I'm really worried about is he's one of those guys that if he's not getting CJ looking his way and he's not getting opportunities, that he gets disinterested the entire season. Because I do think that there's going to be a time down the road a little bit in this schedule where he's going to be a factor, where they're going to utilize him, where he can make some plays. That's why I don't regret it. But I understand what you're saying because, look, there are guys like that once they get paid and or if they're not getting their share of the load with the ball thrown to them, they can fade on you real quick, and that's sad.
See, I think it's a little bit of the opposite. And, I don't want to say that Dalton Schultz is dogging it per se, but last year he was playing for a contract. This year he's not. And I've seen some effort plays from Dalton Schultz. I've seen him trying to block in the run game where he looks extremely disinterested. I went back and watched the film this morning, and, that play that he fumbled it was ruled incomplete. It was fumble on the field. They overturned it to an incomplete pass. I hope for his sake and his effort that he was 100% sure that pass was incomplete. He stopped chasing the guy who recovered the fumble. I have not liked what I've seen on film from Dalton Schultz. I don't think he's that important to this offense. I think he is a weak blocking tight end for what is a weak blocking offensive line right now. And because of the strength of the receiving core, I think this team would be better suited if they had a better pass blocking tight end or even a run blocking tight end, just a blocking tight end in general.
Yeah, I think it's exacerbated by the fact that you lose Jordan, who's another guy that can be physical, that can be what he's not. But yeah, I hear what you guys are saying. I just believe there's going to be a time and times as we get deeper into this season where he is going to be a factor. And I still believe in his ability to catch the football. But you and I were both on the same page yesterday. That ball that CJ feathered in over the top to him where he alligator armed it, that was noticeable from the jump. When you go back and look at it again, it looks worse. And you're like, that's not what you're supposed to be doing as a guy that is going to be here for the next 3 years.
In worst case, and you hope it doesn't happen, but obviously if we're seeing that, CJ's seeing it too. And what I hope doesn't happen is CJ starts to have doubts about Dalton Schultz, because if he sees what you're talking about, Joel, with the alligator arms, he sees Schultz flash across the middle of the field, and there's that hesitation, he normally would let it go, but now he's got this thought in his head that, well, is Dalton Schultz going to be there for me? Is he going to lay out for this, or is he going to alligator arm this and it cause a problem on this play? I mean, for a guy that's already dealing with, offensive line problems, the stunts and twists, creating pressure in his face, if you then create just, half a second of hesitation when he should be going to Dalton Schultz, but now he doesn't do it because he's afraid that Dalton Schultz isn't giving max effort, then you're creating a whole other list of problems.
28 years old, which tight ends kind of, play longer.
That's fine.
3 targets in week 1, 3 catches. 3 targets in week 2, 2 catches. 5 targets last week, 2 catches. Not a good blocker. I don't think that this is $12 million well spent. Couple of texts on this. 0367 cornerbacks, low risk, but not worth it. And he's right. I mean, Henderson and Okudah have done nothing. Have they even stepped on the field?
I don't believe so.
I don't think they've even stepped on the field. So, yeah, the low risk, they're your 3. They're not even, Okudah's on IL. You cut the other guy. The other guy was cut before the start of the year. So, yeah, those were regretful contracts that have not helped you at all. 9198, I don't understand how fans can regret a contract. It's not our money. Dumb topic. Let's move on. I'll never understand how fans don't understand the complexity of a salary cap. And if you save $12 million for a player who's no good, you can spend that $12 million on a player who is good.
And you can also roll money over, which I don't think a lot of people understand as well at the end of the year, the money you haven't spent, and that's a pretty good chunk of money.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line. Josh Reddick, World Series champion, coming up at 4. Before that, though, I am sick and tired of how reckless the Houston Texans are with their players. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
9-5-4-7 in the second game. Schultz stood in the end zone, watched CJ get tackled, trying to score. He could have tried to block either guy that took CJ down. Dre. Schultz had a lot to say about Cowboys having people watching the team work out, but he doesn't give an all effort now that he's paid. I don't want to draw the final conclusion, but I've seen a lot of don't want to from Dalton Schultz after he got his contract.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we've seen it by more than just him. You hope it's not a trend that's going on anywhere else. But yeah, it's something to question. I get where you guys are coming from. I'm going to try and stay positive on the fact that he's going to step up at a certain point or two when you need him. He's going to be more consistent.
Is that enough for $12 million, though?
No, you're right.
If he steps up twice, is that enough for $12 million?
Just 2 games. I'm just hoping that he's going to take it to a level far better than what we've seen so far as they're trying to spread the ball around and they're still trying to get everything into their offense, I think, to some degree. And there's a lot of mouths, but I think that at a certain point, as we get later in the season, he's going to be more consistent.
So Joe Mixon did not play week 3. Dameon Pierce did not play week 3. Cam Akers saw a little J.J. Taylor, the British Bulldog, got his first carry. And then Aaron Wilson asking the D'Amico Ryans yesterday, if there's you'll hear Aaron Wilson, but he was talking about the running game, and he asked D'Amico Mutombo about the injuries to the running backs.
Do you have any hope that Joe and or Dameon could return to practice and see if they might have a chance to give it a go this week?
We'll see where those guys are as the week goes on.
D'Amico Mutombo. He was on it. He rejected Aaron Wilson's questions about the running backs. No. D'Amico Mutombo back out yesterday.
I think it's a lot different than what, Dana Brown gives you a lot of times. And I respect it. I respect the fact that whether it be from the Jags and their game planning to the fact that he just doesn't believe that everything is, fair game for the media, that he doesn't have to say it. He's not going to say it. And I respect it. I like the fact that keep it close to the vest, see what they're doing. I mean, if they practice, you'll know about it.
Yeah. D'Amico doesn't, D'Amico Mutombo. No.
Not today.
You're not getting that question off to me. I'm not giving you an answer there, but I will be very, very curious about the injury report tomorrow. Because Tank Dell hurt his hand wrist on the final series of the game on Sunday. And if Tank Dell loses a game because he was in the final series, I'm going to lose my mind. One thing that no one is talking about nearly as much as they should is D'Amico Ryans leaving his offensive starters in the game down by 27 points with 4:43 to play. And they played all the way to the end, all the way to that final drive. Every starter but C.J. Stroud was in the game. Why? This is another example of them being reckless with their players. Let's remember, Tank Dell last year used to block in the box. Where do you not want Tank Dell? Around a bunch of mountain of men in the box. Let's remember 2 weeks ago, Joe Mixon has what looks to be a high ankle sprain that forces him to go into the tent, that forces him to go into the locker room to get an x-ray. He comes back onto the field, not nearly himself. He carried the ball twice with an ankle sprain that at minimum cost him at least 1 game. Reckless with the players. And then again, it happened. It happened again in week 3. You left Nico Collins in the game. You left every single one of your starting offensive linemen in the game. You left Stephon Diggs in the game. You left Tank Dell in the game down by 27 points with 4:43 to play. Why? You threw a screen pass to Nico Collins, going to take a hit. Your offensive lineman blocking upfield. They're sprinting up the field down by 27 with less than 5 minutes to play. Diggs dragged to the ground. Diggs tackled by 3 guys. Tank takes a big shot. Diggs takes another hit. Tank catches a ball over the middle, lands weird on his hand wrist. Fade to Nico, almost runs into a first responder's golf cart up the tunnel. Nico then tries to catch a pass in the final play behind him and gets hit to the ground. What purpose is this serving? Why are your starters in the game down by 27 in week 3 with less than 5 minutes of play? And no one's talking about it. No one. Everybody's giving D'Amico Ryans a pass for this. And this is, again, another example of them being reckless with their players.
I don't disagree on what happened on Sunday. I mean, we've seen this across the league. And when it happens with other teams, it's normally called out pretty quickly. But if your quarterback's going to be out of the game and you know how much CJ means to this team, then the rest of the guys that are, especially your skill players, then the rest of your guys need to be out too. See if British Books can carry the football. See some of the young guys get some more reps. Hutchinson and those guys get some more reps at wide receiver. Do some things so that you can see some things, because at this point you're not coming back to win the football game. And I've always been on both sides of that, whether you're winning by that many or losing by that many. Get the majority of your key people out. Now, from the Joe Mixon standpoint, we've talked about that. I don't mind him being back in that game because that game wasn't over. It wasn't decided. And at a certain
Nobody
point,
missed this week.
But at a certain point, when the adrenaline's flowing and the coaching staff who's not there for all the exams and everything else are being told he's okay to go back into the ball game. And if Joe Mixon's saying, I want to go back in the ball game, then, and you want your running game to be what it was a week earlier, then I see them putting him back in the ballgame.
And he missed week 3.
I get that,
let's
but
tell
we
the
don't
whole
know
story.
okay, fine, Jeremy. He missed week 3. That doesn't mean the fact that during the game that they're going to shy away from playing him if they're being told he's okay. And I'm sure they asked him, and he was like doing his little warm up or trying to stretch out and everything.
The player's probably the worst person you can ask.
Exactly,
by the way.
but he got it from the medical staff too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put him back in the game.
The medical staff saying it's not broken and he's able to play. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, they're not going to say that he's not able to play. But we do know that it was an ankle injury that was severe enough for him to miss another game.
But it also means that whether they don't trust the other guys behind him or they knew in that game and the fact that they wanted, the Joe Mixon that they saw in week 1, they thought they could still get that from him.
On a sprained ankle? Badly sprained ankle? They're going to get that same guy in week 1?
They don't know how badly sprained it is.
What do you mean? They had to go to the tent to get medical examination. He had to go get x-rays up the tunnel. There's no way it's 100%. There's no way.
I'm not saying it's 100%.
But you said they're trying to get the same running game they were getting in week 1. How could you possibly get that for a guy who's less than 100%?
Because they can't go and sit and watch everything, but if they're told he's moving on it, the training staff watched him do that, the fact that the doctors say he's cleared to play, if I'm Bobby Slowick, then I want Joe Mixon in the football game. And so you're right. Joe, the player's always going to say, I'm good to go. I want to play, maybe, unless it's a guy like we're talking about if there's effort issues. But if he says he's good to go, and if I'm Bobby Slowick or D'Amico, I want Joe Mixon in the game if I'm being told he's okay.
I understand wanting Joe Mixon in the game. I don't think that you should want Joe Mixon in the game in week 2 at the expense of potentially losing him for further games in the future, which did come to fruition. We don't know if him coming back in the game had any impact in week 3. I'll admit that. We have no idea. But we know it didn't help. There's no way that it helped.
You're probably right. It didn't help. But at the same time, where you were in that game was basically the reason why. It wasn't out of reach either way, and you didn't feel comfortable enough to go to somebody else. So if you're being told he's okay, then I'm putting him in the game.
He also gave you nothing in those 2 carries.
No doubt.
He gave you nothing in those 2 carries. So the whole we're going to get a lot from Joe Mixon, he gave you nothing in those 2 carries.
Now, if you want to say after what you saw that you don't believe that he could give you what you got, then you want to make a business decision there, then I understand.
And maybe they did. I mean, he only got the 2 carries. To me, it's reckless. To me, it's reckless not having your starters in the game down by 27 with less than 5 minutes left to play. 713-780-3776. Josh Reddick participating in a home run derby at Constellation Field Saturday, October 5th. Going yard home run derby. We'll talk to him about his participation in this, and we'll ask him if he's going to win it, and we'll ask him about the Houston Astros and what's going on with the Astros as well. World Series champion Josh Reddick when we come back on the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, sports bettors, Brad, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer. A 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, a 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by World Series champion Josh Reddick. He'll be participating in the Going Yard Home Run Derby at Constellation Field in Sugar Land Saturday, October 5th. Cannot miss event. Roy Oswalt's going to be there. He's going to be throwing some BP. I guess he's a PO. He's a pitcher only. Andrew Jones, Rafael Palmeiro, Jose Canseco, Johnny Manziel, Antonio Brown, a few of the headliners, and, of course, our guy, Josh Reddick. Josh, I'm going to throw down a few bucks on this with Brian and Blankers here. Why should I throw down $100 on you to win this thing, Josh?
Well, I'm offended that you only throwing 100 down. First of all, shows zero confidence in your guy. I like that bet because I think the only problem I'm going to have is the man hosting it is Jose Canseco, because this guy, if you haven't seen, is still pretty big. He's a big human, and he still hits the ball pretty far. So, I haven't really hit a lot in the last 2 or 3 years since I came back from Australia. I've embraced the hanging up the bat and the cleats, but the last week or two I've been getting back in the cage, hitting off my pitching machine to get back into somewhat hitting shape to just, sit dead red and pull heaters. And I've got the Wizard Roy Oswalt under my belt. I got a career homer against that guy in the show, so I'm going to feel pretty comfortable against that guy throwing batting practice.
Are you telling me your experience with the Savannah Bananas, coupled with the fact that, you can ask for a random drug test, might help you get by the one challenger you've seen?
I might help me get by a few for just looking at the characters of what we're dealing with here. It just depends. It depends. Everybody's out. There people are out of the game. There's no telling what's going on in the world now. So I think the drug test is something that I think everybody's going to bypass on this one.
Josh Reddick joining us.
Fine. Let them use what they got. Let them use what they got to use, man. When I beat him, it makes me look that much better.
Yeah, why not? HRP guest line, Josh Reddick joining us. You can purchase your tickets to the Sugarland Space Cowboys website, so make sure that you do that. And it's not lack of confidence in you, Josh. It's more lack of funds in my bank account. I do work in radio after all. Josh, we were kicking this around yesterday. The Yordan Alvarez news is something it's frustrating, and it's kind of just part of the Astros season in 2024. If it's not one thing, it's another when it comes to the Houston Astros. People are thinking that I'm crazy. I want Yordan to hustle less. I know that sounds outrageous, but I don't need the big man trying to stretch out doubles. I don't need him stealing 6 bases this year. I want him to hit home runs. I want him to be in the lineup. Am I nuts for telling him to dog it a little bit?
There's pros and cons to statements like that, because he's such a big impact on that team and in that lineup that, you kind of would hope to see him kind of ease up a little bit more, especially considering his past injuries with his legs. So, I think that's just something where he's going to have to come to terms with, because once you get in that box, man, you get that ball in that gap, there's no stopping you. That adrenaline kicks in, got to push the limit, got to get that double to get in scoring position. It's really hard to kind of kick back on that, but if you understand the fact that how important your legs are in this game, he's going to have to step back and look at it and go, man, if I don't hit 100% sure double that I could just trot in there on, then I'm just going to have to trot into first base and worry about it from then on. I think that's just something that's going to help his career in the long run. And, obviously help out that team in the long run and the current run. So I think it's something that I think we all are thinking. But as baseball people and baseball fans, it might not be something that we want to say out loud. So I'll say it out loud for everybody. Yes, we probably want Yordan to slow down a little bit.
There you go. Josh, I'm curious, too, because of the fact that we've basically treated it as bad as the start got off for this team got off to for the start of the season, how they've turned it around and how people fear this roster when it's healthy, that we've started to kind of get ahead of ourselves a little bit and start planning for the playoffs, talking about which pitchers are going to be available, what your rotation might look like. But is there any level of concern after dropping that game last night that, hey, the Mariners aren't dead yet, and you don't want this thing to get too dicey with these 5 games left to play?
No, I don't think there's any reason to panic. They put themselves in such a good spot right now because you got to look at the big picture. Seattle's backs are against the wall. Houston's going to get in the playoffs. Only thing they're really worried about now is getting that division, and I think that's something that, is the last thing in that clubhouse's mind to be even panicked or worry about getting to that point. Granted, it's Seattle. It's magnified tenfold, 100-fold because of where we're at in the season. But, yes, look back in March, April, May, when this team was absolute garbage. Let's call it what it is. They were garbage, and they were just weren't getting it done. And what they've done to turn that around is just spectacular. It speaks volumes for not only what that team can do, but what that organization can do. Because I think the only concern going into it was the starting pitching. You know, your back end of your bullpen was set with your three guys. And, you know, really the starting pitching became the issue because you lose guys like Garcia, you lose guys like Christian Javier, you lose guys like Justin Verlander, and you're like, well, crap, there's a third of our rotation right there. And then you get some later news, and then now you got these guys like Blanco, those are no-hitter, is just absolutely shoving this whole year. You got guys like Eric Getty and Hunter Brown who completely turned things around from the first month and a half of the season. So I think that was really the only issue because we knew this lineup could hit. The lineup was never in question. And the crazy part is they had this big turnaround without their biggest piece in their lineup and Kyle Tucker. So that just goes to show you how deep and how great they do a job of not only getting guys ready for the big league, but just shoving them in there right away to succeed.
Josh Reddick joining us on the HRP guest line. You can catch him on the Shin. Does some pre and post game stuff. You can also catch him on Saturday, October 5th at Constellation Field in Sugar Land for the Going Yard Home Run Derby. You can get your tickets at the Sugar Land Space Cowboy website. You can go to timetogoyard.com, find out more information there. Josh, what do you think is the potential of this team once it does get to the postseason, if they do?
Oh, I mean, it's sky's the limit. I think they have all the abilities to make it all the way. They just gotta get hot. The playoffs are all about being hot and playing team fundamental baseball and doing everything right. When things start to go haywire and get out of hand, that's when, you know, the teams in the postseason take advantage because that's why they're there. You can't really give extra outs to teams like, you know, the Los Angeles Dodgers or teams like the Cleveland Indians. They're going to make you pay for it however they can, and especially in that postseason because every pitch matters. Everybody's on the edge of their seat. So they've got all the pieces to get it right. They just have to, one, obviously stay healthy and just make sure that they're managing everything the way they need to. Joe Spotted does a great job of managing that lineup and getting those pieces in there when he needs to. But the biggest thing for him is how he does his bullpen. And we know when the playoffs come into play, especially that first round, you truly only need 3 starters. You shove another one of your guys in the bullpen. That way you worry about 3 or 4 or 5 innings. 5 innings max in the playoffs in the first round is all you can expect out of your starters and just play matchups from then on. And they match up well. They've got, you know, 3 of the best back-end bullpen arms. And then when Taylor Scott's healthy, that's a completely different story because you got a 6th-inning guy as well who just doesn't give up runs.
Josh, you mentioned it. I was going to go to there next. Look, I think we all believe that, you know, the first 3 starters are pretty much set and you have a lot of trust in those guys. Bullpen has been taxed all year. Bullpen lately had some hiccups, including this weekend in that series against the Angels. And now you mentioned Taylor Scott, who's they're trying to get some rest for, who's on the mend. Neris hasn't looked good. And your big 3 in the back have had some issues. How concerning is that going into the playoffs?
I don't think it's any concern. I mean, I think you just answered the question right there because they are so taxed. I think they're just getting into those days in September where it's kind of hard. And when you look at it, you know, they're going to have to get that break. And I think that break in between the regular season and the playoffs is going to be a huge, big rest for them. But, you know, when the playoffs come into play, it's a different kind of ball game. You know, your adrenaline's a different rush. And especially when you're a relief pitcher, man, those numbers go completely out the window. Because those guys pitch on pure adrenaline, and you just worry about those guys when you need to. And I don't think they're having an issue, and, you know, there's pain pills. They'll figure it out. They'll get through the soreness, and they have pain. They'll find ways to mend that pain and go out there and perform if they're willing.
Josh Reddick joining us on the HR&P guest line. Josh, you appeared in tons of playoff games, 74 playoff games, 246 plate appearances in those playoff games. We in Houston have been very spoiled with the Astros getting to the playoffs. You obviously a big part of that, World Series champion in 2017. And you touched on it a little bit there. What is so different about postseason baseball versus the regular season?
I think it's just a different way for you to lock in as a player. Because everything matters, I think there's just that sense of urgency that, you know, you got to be focused 100%. There's no slacking off in any aspect, on and off the field. It's just about preparing yourself for that 7-game series and just going out there and giving everything you've got to get to the next level or get that win for that night when you're working on that task at hand. But I just think that, you know, the glamour, the media, and blows it up so much now with social media and everything. There's so much coverage now. I think it makes it harder to get that kind of locked in. But, you know, when it comes down to it, when that first pitch is thrown, there's nothing else in the world that matters in that baseball game at the moment. And I just think that when you're in a postseason game, you're just in a different level of tunnel vision.
Josh, look, I mean, we know you were an above-average, outstanding defender your whole career. You were a well-rounded player. You look at the Astros right now. Jake is struggling at the plate, but he's a really good defender. Hayward's a guy that looks like he's obviously been a huge shot in the arm for this team, but he's got some pop. He can hit. He's still athletic with a good arm. How do you draw the line when putting the lineup together and look at the defense going, I'm going to sacrifice a little defense maybe, but I'm going to put a better bat in the lineup in Hayward versus Jake's my guy in center field to play defense. Whatever he does on offense is just a bonus.
I think that with all the analytics in the game today, I think you play matchups at that point. And, if you're facing a tough righty who's hard on righties, then you give Hayward those at bat until you get to that, that late in the game where you used to see like the Jake Marisnik come in to center field and then the outfield completely shift and you take one guy out. So I think that's just a matter where it is. If you're, 7th, 8th inning, 9th inning up and that guy's, pretty far away from getting that last plate appearance and you're up by 2 or 3, you're going to focus on that defense. So I think it just depends. You get a tough righty, give Hayward the at-bat, tight game, Myers comes in for whoever you need to replace in the outfield, and vice versa. If you start Jake against a tough lefty, Hayward doesn't play against lefties anymore, so he's going to be down anyway. And then you wait for that, righty-lefty matchup later in the game to pinch hit, and then you just make your straight-up swap. So analytics become that big thing, especially with those guys.
Josh Reddick joining us on the HRNP guest line. He'll be headlining the Going Yard Home Run Derby at Constellation Field on Saturday, October 5th, being joined by Andrew Jones, Rafael Palmeiro, Jose Canseco, Johnny Manziel, Ori Oswald's going to be there. The Nature Boy, Ric Flair, a guy that you know well, Josh, will be there as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun that night. There's the old woo
there we go.
that you used to walk up to. I'm curious your perspective of Kyle Tucker. You saw him come up whenever he was a rookie, a young player. He's matured into one of the best right fielders in baseball. What have you seen with his development over the years?
Just growth within himself, growth in the game, and growth as a human. I mean, when he first came up, he looked like, we used to call him the pin because he looked like a bowling pin. Kind of lower half was skinny, thicker middle, and then it kind of framed out at the top. But he's really filled in together, just becoming a guy who knows how to get things done, knows how to play the game right now. Because when he came up, he just seemed a little timid. And, things were kind of tough with him because he came into such a great ball club. When you come up in the Houston Astros in 2017-18, those were some pretty elite ball clubs to make your debut against because you just got just guys everywhere just expecting greatness from the start. And I think it was a little much for him because, we all know who Kyle Tucker was in the minors. He was, one of the best baseball players in the history of the game in the minors. So he had all that attention. I think that coming up there and realizing that, everybody around him is great at this level, that he just got to go that far. But he's really turned into this complete hitter who doesn't swing at bad pitches, goes everywhere, goes left, right, plays gold glove defense as we saw. So he's really become into a well-rounded player who knows the game well.
Josh, let's get off and get onto one of your favorite subjects. Your Dogs taking on Alabama, this big game this Saturday. I don't know if you're going or not, but I know you're going to be dialed in. How your Dogs going to do against Bama? How you feeling about them to compete for another natty?
I tell you, man, it's always nerve-wracking when you're playing Alabama as a Georgia fan, no matter what year it is. But after watching that horrible game last weekend against Kentucky, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. On the road, I'm a little nervous. At home, I'd be feeling okay. But going into Tuscaloosa, I don't know. I'm a little nervous. I'm not saying I'm down on them, but I'll tell you what, they play like they did last week. They're going to get their you-know-what kick.
First time that Alabama is a home dog since George W. Bush was in office.
It's been a while.
Yeah, that's crazy. Josh, thanks so much for spending a few minutes with us, hanging out. We enjoy watching you on the Shannon. I know you're going to hit a bunch of dingers at the Going Yard Home Run Derby Saturday, October 5th.
Heck yeah, and thanks for having me, guys. Always a blast.
Josh Reddick, 2017 World Series champion. He, Andrew Jones, Rafael Palmeiro, Jose Canseco, Johnny Manziel, a certain letter there that you can drop in, Antonio Brown. And how many home runs is Antonio Brown going to hit in this thing? I don't know, but it's going to be fun to watch. JUCO baseball, King of JUCO is going to be there. Not King of Twitch. King of JUCO is going to be there. And the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. They got the Nature Boy. They got the Nature Boy out there. Willin, Dylan, Kiss Stillin, Jet Riding, son of a gun is going to be out there on October 5th at Constellation Field.
Limousine riding.
Gator boot wearing. I mean, we'll have so much fun
keeping these alligators down.
So much fun on October 5th. More information, timetogoyard.com. You can get your tickets now If you go to the Sugarland Space Cowboy website, just Google in Sugarland Space Cowboy, and you'll go straight to that. So I think they have a banner up on it right now, too. So thanks to Josh for coming on, and that'll be a lot of fun. Saturday, October 5th, the Going Yard Home Run Derby. Good conversation with the World Series champion. He got into Yordan Alvarez there. Yordan Alvarez is giving quotes in the Astros clubhouse right now. What is he saying about his knee? And was the news yesterday good news or bad news? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Alex on Twitch saying, no Booker T, boo. Booker T couldn't get it out of the infield. They knew who to ask. Brian shaking his head, no. He couldn't get it.
You're a terrible person, Jeremy.
He's a light hitter. He's a light hitter, the Booker T. I played golf with
There's
him.
no way Ric Flair is actually swinging a stick. Right?
No, he's just going to woo up and down the field.
That's probably right.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to keep his gator boots down.
I could see Ric Flair wanting to take a few swings.
Oh, come on. No way.
In a wrestling match like 10 months ago.
He's going to steal
Wrestling?
kisses from
Yes,
Johnny Manziel.
He damn near died like
He
3
almost
times
died.
in the
Well,
ring.
okay, right. So
Like legit.
right, and now he did a wrestling thing, which they can make sure that they monitor. He can hurt himself severely trying to swing a baseball bat.
It's way harder to wrestle a match than to swing a baseball bat.
At this point in his
harder.
age, okay, great. If he was in doing a real match, he wasn't doing like
Yeah,
a real.
he was doing
He did
bumps.
a real match.
Okay,
doing
but
bumps.
like it wasn't going to be like the kind of athleticism that they use with the guys competing. Now.
True. But I mean, he went through it. He took the bumps. He bled. He did his spots. It was
what he did in
it
that
was
match.
unadvised.
Way more difficult than swinging a softball bat. Way more difficult.
He's
And
way
I can
more
see him
experienced
trying to
at
do it.
doing what he did in that match.
Hold
than
on.
Trying to,
Are you literally debating this? That it's harder to swing a softball
no,
bat
I'm saying at his
than
age,
to wrestle a match.
it's easier for him to get hurt swinging a bat trying to hit a home run than what he was doing in that.
He was hospitalized for the match and had to stay in the hospital for several days, right?
He did. Yeah.
The last one?
Yes, the last one.
He almost died.
They did a big thing. Ric Flair's last match, and he legit kind of went out 3 times, and they thought he was dead.
It was like Mickey Rourke in The Wrestler.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
He's not going to be hospitalized for taking a couple of cuts.
Okay, you don't know that. If he's already gone through that, I would be concerned about him swinging a bat and hurting
but I think
himself.
he's stubborn enough to do it.
I've said a lot of mean things about Booker T. I don't think I've ever said anything as mean as what Blankers is saying right now, quite frankly.
I'm concerned about him hurting himself.
Are you concerned about Yordan Alvarez hurting himself?
Yes.
Yeah, he's currently hurt. Joe Espada said yesterday that the MRI shows that it is a knee strain. He's out for the Mariner series. He said he's hopeful that he could come back before the end of the regular season. He was asked, I think Sports MT might have asked him today, if today was the playoffs, would he play? Espada said he couldn't answer that. Yordan Alvarez in the clubhouse minutes ago. This courtesy of Brian McTaggart on Twitter. Yordan Alvarez said that he's able to walk much better today after not being able to put much weight on his knee yesterday, although he was in the dugout laughing and smiling. He is hopeful he can take some swings this weekend, but there's still some inflammation in his knee and he lacks mobility. Quote, time is going to decide.
Well, let's give him as much time as possible. Let's get the win you need, one of the wins against the Mariners you need tonight, and not have to worry about him and literally put him on ice. We know that he doesn't need any rehab stints in Sugar Land when he comes back. Let's just give him as much time as he needs to be ready for whatever is to come in the postseason.
He's Yordan Alvarez is a little bit extra. He can be a bit dramatic a little bit. Time is going to decide. Now, Yordan's great, so him saying this quote, I feel like he's going to hit 5 home runs in the wild card series.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it as long as he's able. If you pencil him in the lineup, then I believe that he'll do some good things.
Quote, time is going to decide. So he's hopefully can take some swings, still some inflammation, lacks mobility, stop sliding into second base, big man. We need you in the lineup. That's way more important than you taking extra bases. But do you think yesterday's news was good news? Again, Espada out for the series. They're hopeful that they get him back before the end of the regular season. Espada was asked if he thought this was good news. Espada said he does think the prognosis was good news. Do you think what we learned yesterday about Yordan's knee was good or bad?
I think it was good. I think because of the fact that immediately when you start thinking knees, you start thinking about MCLs and PCLs and ACLs and all the different things that can happen to a knee that can really, really, really put you on the shelf. Aside from a bruise, and I know that those can be very detrimental in the long term when we found out what the Astros were doing with bone bruises this year. But aside from just being like a bruise or, a wound that, he could come back in a day or two, I think this was very good news because I was thinking the worst and fearing that as good of a season as this has been, the way they've salvaged it, turned it around, and been encouraging us every single day, this would have been the one that I don't think that they could have gotten over.
I'm with you on that. I feel like without Yordan, their odds of winning the World Series without Yordan goes critically down. I wouldn't say it's 0, but they go down tremendously. I think it's good news too. I thought I was more on the bruise than the sprain. Turned out to be a sprain, so maybe there is some credibility to the wet infield for grabbing as opposed to softening a blow because they said it was a knee strain, not a knee contusion.
And I watched the replay several times, and I'm going, unless it was the initial impact.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, otherwise a strain or a sprain or anything like that, you would think you hyperextend or the knee would really get jolted like it does in football and other things. It was just the immediate impact when he went down, and that's why I always, go that route with the wet clay infield.
If it was a bruise, I think it would have helped it. But because it's a strain or a sprain, they call it a sprain.
I'm not sure which one they used.
Or either one are the same, right?
A sprain might be a little bit more severe than a strain. I think, but don't quote me on that. I just.
But it's still like ligament damage.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a bruise. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think that's like the wet infield, I think, is more like a decent argument because it's a strain or sprain as opposed to a contusion. Because I think if it was a contusion, he said sprain knee. If it was a contusion, I think it would have softened the blow. But sprain is like there's some little bit of jolting going on, which you can make the case, say that wet infield kind of grabbed at it and made it anchor as opposed to a gliding slide. Although Jordan probably had something to do with it too, because he does just kind of hammers his knee into the ground.
He does go down, and it's a whole lot of weight going down when he's going at that rate of a speed too. It's like bull in a china shop. Now you're not trying to stop it, you're trying to slide it.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a lot of impact on that joint.
And I knew Josh Reddick knew ball because he was like, yeah, he's let me say the quiet part out loud. Yeah, it's probably better if Jordan takes it easy a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this across sports when your best player, and you mentioned Barry Bonds, but you go across different sports, your best player gets a pass in a lot of situations where there's a chance that anything extra could cause any kind of an injury because he's so impactful and so necessary to the success of your ball club. We've seen it with Akeem and different Rockets over the years. We've seen it, even in football where you're not going to get mad at some of your, the best receivers in football, like even a Tyreek Hill that like to get down, make business decisions at the time. Those business decisions are extremely beneficial to your team too, not just his career, in making sure he stays on the field. We saw when you didn't do that with Tank Dell, what happened last year in a small sample.
Guess the date. When do we see Jordan Alvarez again?
Playoffs.
October 1st? What playoff?
When they get to the playoffs, that's when they're going to see him, unless it's absolutely necessary. Unless this thing goes completely sideways and they've got to get wins in the Cleveland series, that you could see him maybe in the last 2 games of the Cleveland series. To me, as long as they get this, they solidify the division, you don't see him till playoffs.
I think we see him once in Cleveland. I think we see him once
even if they wrap it up.
Yeah, I think he'll DH, and I think he'll get 2 plate appearances, and they'll pull him like a spring training game just to see some live pitches in the track. Because, I mean, the playoffs start, if you make it, they start next Tuesday. Mm-hmm. We're a week out of the wild card series beginning, which you can listen to the Major League Baseball playoffs and when the Astros play in them right here on ESPN 97.5. A week away.
Yeah, look, I would say that we've seen enough of him to know he doesn't need rehab stints. When he comes back, he seems like he is, as on it as he was before he left. So I'm not going to worry about all of that. But if push comes to shove, as long as the cards fall the right way and you don't need him, I don't need to see him until the playoffs.
Yeah. Virginia saying, remember when a teammate choked Harper for not hustling to first? That was Papelbon, and Papelbon's an idiot. But Harper was young. If Harper was doing that now, though, there's no one that would mess with him. If Jordan Alvarez was coasting to first base, no one's messing with him.
But the weird thing is that Harper's the kind of guy now that would bark at guys for something like that. He's done it, I think, even this year with some of the thing with hustle plays where he has a tendency to get on his teammates now. But yeah, he was that guy early in his career. Now it seems like he's that salty veteran.
Yeah. I mean, Harper still is going to coast. Like Harper on a routine ground ball to short isn't going to bust it to first base. Jose Altuve doesn't bust it to first base on routine double plays to short.
Yeah, Bregman doesn't bust it a lot either because that's one of the ones even my daughter points at all the time and goes, why isn't he running harder?
I don't really care, though, by the way. I don't want them to be like on a routine ground ball to short in a game on July 23rd. I don't want them to. I really don't.
I mean, we've kind of understood, too, especially with guys, even if they don't have a tendency to have leg injuries, but Altuve's had his, Bregman's had his. But you get it. The importance is the big picture and having these guys around as much as possible because where they do the most damage is when they're in the batting lineup. And we know what Bregman means defensively, too. If it means you get those 2 things and you sacrifice him trying to, get a knock out a hit, fine.
If you're one of my best 3, maybe 4 hitters, I want you to check out and not hustle during the regular season.
I appreciate Pena and the fact that but
he's not one of your top 3 hitters.
No, he's not.
He has to hustle to get hits.
But I was going to say he's top 3 in the league in terms of infield base hits because he's got the speed. I appreciate what Pena does, but I certainly don't expect Yiner and Jordan and Altuve and Tucker or Bregman to do that.
If Pena hit like Jordan, he wouldn't have that many infield hits.
Probably right.
He wouldn't because he knows he needs as many hits as he can get because he's not that great of a hitter. So let me hustle and run down to first base. Here was Reddick too, by the way, talking about saying the quiet part out loud about Jordan Alvarez coasting a bit.
Because he's such a big impact on that team and that lineup that, you kind of would hope to see him kind of ease up a little bit more, especially considering his past injuries with his legs. So, I think there's just something where he's going to have to come to terms with, because once you get in that box, man, you get that ball in that gap, there's no stopping you. That adrenaline kicks in. got to push the limit, got to get that double to get in scoring position. It's really hard to kind of kick back on that, but if you understand the fact that how important your legs are in this game, he's going to have to step back and look at it and go, man, if I don't hit 100% sure double that I could just trot in there on, then I'm just going to have to trot into first base and worry about it from then on. I think that's just something that's going to help his career in the long run and, obviously help out that team in the long run and the current run. So I think it's something that I think we all are thinking. But as baseball people and baseball fans, it might not be something that we want to say out loud. So I'll say it out loud for everybody. Yes, we probably want Jordan to slow down a little bit.
Woo! Josh Reddick, knower of ball. The guy played in 1,300 games. Like, Branham, you know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about.
Acknowledge me!
All right, 713-780-3776. Cash them or trash them. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I know ball, and I know Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest is back. Make plans for Saturday, October 5th, Sunday, October 6th for Oktoberfest on the Kima Boardwalk. It is so much fun. Go ahead and put it in your calendar now. German beer, German food, live music, cornhole tournaments both days, Stein holding competitions both days, costume contest, and much, much more. Go to KimaBoardwalk.com, figure out the schedule, figure out the day that you're going. Go both days. It's free for you to attend. Walk around. Doesn't cost you a thing. So head out there October 5th, October 6th, Saturday and Sunday. Beer tickets, beer steins, and food tickets can be purchased at the event or online today at KimaBoardwalk.com. So go ahead and lock in those plans now. Some great beer. Shiner Oktoberfest, Shiner Bock, Blue Moon, Belgian White, Yingling Oktoberfest, bunch more, but those are just some of the highlighters. Souvenir steins are available for purchase right now, KimaBoardwalk.com. And how about this lineup of food? Schnitzel on a stick. Oh, so good. German beer bratwurst, sausage on a stick, German potato salad, sauerkraut, soft pretzel with the beer cheese. Always so good. So get out there for great beer and for great food. Saturday, October 5th, live music from 1 till 10. Stein holding competition, cornhole tournament at night. Then on Sunday, October 6th, we'll have all that fun over again. Live music noon till 9. Stein holding competition at 5. And cornhole at 5:30. Go to KimaBoardwalk.com right now. See the full schedule of events, the concert lineup. Purchase your tickets now. Beer tickets, beer steins, food tickets, all right now at KimaBoardwalk.com. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
First one I got is that the Cincinnati Bengals, as bad as their defense looked last night, are still going to make the playoffs in the AFC.
Trash. 0-3 is a huge hole to climb out of. I think they've done it before. A different Bengals team. You mentioned the defense looking bad. They were going up against a college offense yesterday and looked that bad defensively. Their running game's not very good. I don't see them getting to the 10 wins I think is going to be needed to make the AFC. Maybe if they were in the NFC, AFC, not happening. Trash.
But look at their division. I mean, when you look at the division and the fact that the Browns aren't great, the Ravens aren't great, the Steelers I don't believe in.
The Bengals.
They are, but I don't know that they're going to be great or be what they were. They are now. Let's see what they are at the end of the year. I just don't believe in their quarterback.
3 games up, even if you're a better team in the last 14 games, you got to make up 3 games worth of ground. If that's a spoiler, it is in fact.
Trash.
Because, I'm trashing it. I'm a huge believer in Joe Burrow. You guys know I spent the entire offseason talking him up as the second best quarterback in the league. But they're 0-3. I'm out. I think they can rebound to have a respectable season. When get to 8 wins, get to 9 wins, but like Jeremy said, I don't think that's good enough in the NFC or the AFC. If it was the NFC, I could see them sneaking in, but I'm out on them for the AFC.
I think it's plausible. I think it's in play, but no, it's not going to happen. Blonde-haired, like what was that song? Was it Cindy
Lauper?
Cindy Lauper. What did she say? Blondes have fun or whatever.
Girls just want to have fun.
It wasn't blondes. Oh, well, whatever. Blondes aren't as good at quarterbacks in the NFL. It's better to have dark hair to be a good quarterback in the NFL than it is to have blonde hair.
Trying to think of the last blonde.
Terry Bradshaw,
Boomer Esiason.
Overrated.
Phil Sims.
Terry was overrated. Look at all the greats. Look at all the great quarterbacks. They have dark hair. Tom Brady, dark hair. Peyton Manning has dark hair. Who are the best quarterbacks right now? Pat Mahomes has dark hair. Lamar Jackson has dark hair. Josh Allen has dark hair. CJ Stroud has dark hair. It was a poor decision by Joe Burrow to turn blonde. That's the reason the 2024 Bengals aren't going to make the playoffs.
Trash it.
It's a blonde. I don't like the way that I like 2 Monday Night Football games. I don't like the way that Monday Night Football. I don't know how you trash that, by the way. What blonde quarterbacks have been good?
Trash it.
Trash.
You're trashing fact and evidence. Anyways, I like 2 Monday Night Football games. I don't like how they overlap each other as much, which got me back into my old tangent. I don't like how Sunday games overlap each other. You have all these great games that are going on at the exact same time. You should make these as standalone as you possibly can. Just like the NCAA tournament. The NCAA tournament became a lot more fun when they started to stagger the games throughout the day. So you had basketball game all day long instead of having every game starting at the exact same time. So again, the NFL should go to a staggered schedule model. How many games can there be in 1 week in the NFL? 16. Until you get to the bye weeks, there are fewer. But the most you can have is 16. You're going to have a Thursday night game. You have a Monday night game. You're going to have a Sunday night football game. The rest of the games, stagger the starts by 30 minutes, please. That way we can watch these exciting finishes in their own way instead of having to kick it around Red Zone channel or flip the channel back and forth. Sometimes regional restrictions. Sometimes we don't have Red Zone channel. Make all of these games on national TV. Start them at noon, 12:30, 1, 1:32, 2:33, 3:34, 4:35, 5:36. Every NFL game should have its own start time. That way the finish can be a standalone finish instead of all of them starting at once. Stagger the NFL kickoffs on Sunday.
I forgot how passionate you were on this.
This is such a good idea.
I've heard this one before.
Such a good idea. I do it once a year.
I'm for getting to see as much football as possible. I think that just with the viability of all the teams and the schedules, I could see it being 3 in a certain time frame, in certain windows, just because they want the primetime games to be so standalone with no overlap. But I'm for it. I would cash it because I want to see as much football as possible.
I think you trashed it the first time I said it.
I'm more likely to do it now because of the fact that with my time I'd running around and stuff like that, I'd like to, when I get back to the house, have games that still I can see finishes on.
Yeah,
Trash.
I'm gonna trash this. I trash it because I wouldn't go as far as you would. I like the idea of at least a little bit of a stagger because I liked what they did on Monday night. but I don't need every game having its own 30-minute window, because to me that's one that diminishes red zone. Because if you have games by itself in the clutch, then red zone isn't as interesting if there's only one game going on. I also think it would create chaos for fantasy football, setting lineups and checking if guys are in or out. So that I would hate. But if you did something to where you had, like, you go from 2 windows, noon and 3, to 4 windows, let's say noon, stagger at 1, and then 3, stagger at 4, I'd be in on that. But to have complete, like, every 30 minutes a new game is starting, I'd be out on that.
You didn't like the way college basketball did this in the tournament.
Yeah, but it's they have way more games. I think it's more necessary for them than it is.
You get to the round of 32, you have 16 games.
The only way I like the Monday night doubleheader is when it's like East Coast, West Coast.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't like even a half hour to an hour is not enough window for me. I'd like to watch as much of both games as I could on Monday nights.
5855 not going to work because of TV contracts. You would have to negotiate in the new deal, but you could. I mean, ESPN has ESPN, ABC, ESPN2. You stagger it there. CBS has multitude of channels, and they work with Turner. NBC has a bunch of channels as well, so it's doable. It would just have to be negotiated. Current contract, you're right. Phil Sims and Boomer Esiason says 0522. Those guys are bums. Bum. 5798. Go ahead.
No, I said both of them.
Yeah,
I was trying to think of the other ones.
5798. I'm cashing the blonde take. Mystery solved on why Trevor Lawrence has been trash. Great point. Doesn't Will Levis have blonde hair too? Blonde-ish.
Yeah, she's blonde.
Yeah, it's more blondish than dark. I know. That was a failure on my part. Maybe that's what threw me over the top. That made Will Levis made my hypothesis a theory into a thesis. I think that's how it works. What's your cash? Go ahead.
Isn't Brady Sandy Blonde?
No,
not
he's more
Sandy
dark.
Blonde. He's Sandy Brown, right?
He's more dark.
He's kind of a tweener.
Yeah, that's pretty dark. That's pretty dark.
I'm just saying it because he's the greatest of all time. So I'm
You're
trying to get a little something to go that way.
Yeah, Jasper said that I'm racist. Estimate. No, I'm not. I'm hairist is what I am. Dark hair.
And I'm Mexican.
Are better athletes. All right, what do you got?
Well, it's funny that we bring up blonde quarterbacks and Trevor Lawrence, because Mike Casher trashed it. And I came out and I thought of this while I was watching Trevor Lawrence just put on an absolute bleep show in Buffalo last night. Look, maybe this is way too optimistic, or maybe this is trying to hang on from what I thought of Trevor Lawrence as a collegiate prospect. But I think Trevor Lawrence is going to eventually, once he complicates things because he's got like a 4-year contract that the Jaguars can't really get out of. But whenever he gets out of Doug Peterson, wherever he gets out of Jacksonville, he's going to follow the path of a Geno Smith, of a Baker Mayfield. He gets with an actual offensive guru. Let's say he goes to Green Bay. Jordan Love's gone, hypothetically. I know that's not going to happen. But with an offensive genius that can mold quarterbacks, goes to a Kyle Shanahan, one of these places, Trevor Lawrence gets back to at least 90% of what we thought of him as a prospect and becomes a really good quarterback in about 3 or 4 years.
I'm going to trash it simply because I just think that with the money he's making and the fact that by the time he's done in Jacksonville, he's going to have another coach or two. They're going to keep throwing things at him. And I just don't believe, and I didn't believe in him all that much prior. And Jeremy and I have had these conversations in the past. I just didn't see enough to think that he was worthy of all the hype and the number 1 pick and everything that came bestowed to him when he came into the league. But I don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. That was ugly last night. I think he's relegated in his next job to being a backup by that point.
You don't think Doug Peterson's a great offensive coach?
I don't.
Huh. Okay. I think I'm going to trash it. I think that Trevor Lawrence is going more the Carson Wentz route, where he had some moments of really good play for a period of time early in his career. Carson Wentz, I believe, got paid as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he got a big deal in Philly. And then he kind of just faded away in his career, kind of a career backup, had some moments to start, really was very average at best. I think Lawrence is following the Carson Wentz path of riches, but very, very little production. Yeah, I'm out on Trevor Lawrence. It's sad.
That was sad last night, man. I mean,
he threw an interception to a myth. That's how bad Trevor Lawrence is.
Yes, he gave DeMar Hamlin his first ever interception.
It depends on how you position that, because other people on the internet positioned it even worse than that.
A ghost?
No, apparently it's a ghost, because Tua ran right into him, knocked himself out for 8 weeks, right. and now Trevor Lawrence is throwing the ball to him.
DeMar Hamlin's Dr. Death. He escaped death, and now he's killing quarterbacks.
Oh man,
it's 2 down. How many's left?
CJ Stroud plays the Bills in 2 weeks.
CJ Stroud in 2 weeks.
Can we rest CJ Stroud against Dr. Death Damar Hamlin? Eric the driver, Young doesn't start for the Panthers again this season. Also called it last week that Dalton would look much better in this offense. You're right about that. Andy Dalton looked like the Red Rocket.
Boy. What did he throw? 300 plus and a couple of touches
He's the
and
only
no
quarterback
picks.
this season to do it. Yeah.
So does Young start again this season? Cash or trash? He said he doesn't start.
I think he does.
I think he does too.
Whether it be by injury or at a certain point, they're out of it and they got to see what they have in Bryce Young again, that he'll start again.
If I see the injury aspect, that makes it an easy cash. But if you threw in the caveat of it would not be injury related, will he still start?
Yes, because of the fact that they're going to be out of it and Andy Dalton's not going to come back next year to be your starter, that they're going to see what they have in Bryce Young again.
I mean, I know it's 3 weeks in, so everyone's only a couple games out, but they are only 1 game out, and it is the NFC South. I mean, if Andy Dalton plays well and they're in the playoff race, I can't see them making the move. But if, like you said, they are out of it, then yeah, they go back to Bryce.
I kind of get the sense Canales doesn't like him. Look at the offense under Dalton and look at it under Young, night and day.
There's definitely evidence that says right off the top that if he's making that change that quickly, that he probably doesn't think there's enough to work with for right now.
What does Andy Dalton say about the dark light hair theory? Is he an outlier?
Where does ginger fall into the dark light hair scale?
I think it's an abnormality.
I think it's its own thing.
I think so too.
It's not applicable.
Yeah, 8576 cash or trash. Fromber 7+ strikeouts tonight. Feels like a prop bet to me. Yeah, Mariners strike out a lot. I'll cash that as well. Corey, cash or trash. The NFC East will have 3 head coach openings this offseason.
Mike McCarthy,
and I don't think they can get rid of. I don't think they get rid of Dable.
I don't think so either.
I think they give him a chance with another quarterback.
I could see Sirianni being gone.
Although Malik Neighbors might save Daniel Jones.
Sirianni, McCarthy. I think you can get 2.
We said 3.
Yeah, I don't think they get to 3.
I would trash.
See, I think Dable and Sirianni are on the fence, not guarantees. So I would say 2 is the number. I would, or maybe even 2.5, but I can go up to 3.
See, now the only thing that gives that a chance is the fact that Tepper's such a wild card, and he's been known for like quick hooks with coaches he just hired, that he might pull
Tepper.
Not Tepper. I'm sorry. I could see the Giants saying, look, we gave him enough of a chance. And in New York, the Mara family.
Me too, but I think he's 50-50. And I think Sirianni's less than 50-50.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So then how can you get to 3? I think 3 is possible, but I can't cash that because I think Dable's 50-50. I think Sirianni's less than 50-50. So it doesn't give me up to 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. The number's probably better at 2. But I think there is a chance for 3.
3209, cash this. Jordan is done for the year. The doctors are liars.
I think he's done for the regular season. I just said it. I don't think he's done for the playoffs.
And I'm going to trash this simply on a technicality. We never heard anything from the doctors. We heard from Spada, and they lie all the time.
About the MRIs and things, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm trashing this because I never heard from a doctor.
And did we ever see a press release? I never saw a press release from the Astros.
No, they never tell us what the doctor says. Nope. Brandon T, cash or trash. Astros clinch the division tonight.
I'm going to cash it.
I'm going to Branham foot in mouth this for the sake of the city of Houston and trash it because I am known to put my foot in my mouth and then things I say turn out to be false. They do not come to fruition. They turn out to be terribly wrong. So for the sake of Houston, I'm going to Branham foot in mouth this into existence. I'm trashing the Astros clinch the division tonight. That way we can bad take Boulevard me on Thursday. Be like, ha, you're an idiot. But I'm doing it for you, Houston.
Brian?
Well, I will cash it, but I think by Jeremy so obviously telling us he doesn't believe what he just said that he cancels out the idea of the foot and mouth jinx.
Cash or trash blanker. That's mean. Cash or trash blankers can't go a whole segment without saying the word fact.
Facts.
I don't know if you said
I
fact.
don't remember you saying facts.
I don't either.
Often.
I say obviously.
Jeremy says facts. I don't remember you saying it very often.
Why are y'all saying facts?
Oh, don't tell me this is good. Yeah.
2.1.
Y'all need to research what the red rocket means before you call Andy Dalton that again. I don't care. I know what a red rocket means. It's Andy Dalton. Pride and joy of Katy, Texas, baby. That's what it means.
His nickname is the Red Rifle, though.
Oh, that's right. I was going to say it is his nickname, but it is Red Rifle.
It's Red Rifle.
Red Rocket to me. Jasper, I've heard gingers don't have souls, so maybe Dalton wouldn't get the ghost treatment from Hamlin. Oh.
Ooh, he's
interesting.
He's
okay,
bulletproof.
Jasper.
Twisting it.
I see ya.
Halloween's around the corner.
Good one. See ya. I'm sticking to this dark hair thing, though. I think it's a good one. A film don't lie. Film don't lie. The Branham Batty. What I saw on film watching this one back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
U of H, Cougars taking on 18th ranked, undefeated Iowa State on Saturday, September 28th, 6 o'clock kick. It's going to be beautiful, beautiful Saturday evening. So get on outside, watch Houston, watch Iowa State, family weekend, Hispanic heritage game, a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. And they have a family night special going on right now. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. Where else can you get that sort of family deal to watch some underrated Big 12 football? Number 18 team in the country, Houston Cougars playing their first home Big 12 game of the year, looking for the upset. All that for just $80, and you're sitting outside in beautiful weather? I mean, it's a deal that's too good to be true. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets now. Come early, be loud, wear red. Going to give away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 4 to 713-780-3776. So caller number 4 going to Houston, Iowa State, Saturday at 6 o'clock to 713-780-3776. All right, time for the Branham Batty. Branham Batty, this is the alter ego. Turn on my football. What do they call it? Leatherheads? What else? What are other things they call football knowers?
Gridiron.
They don't call it seam heads is baseball. Leatherheads is kind of the old helmets. I don't know any of them. What are the cliches you give to football knowers? 713-780-3776. I just call myself the Brandon Batty whenever I turn the film cap on, whenever I turn the football side of things on. Here are some things I noticed, Blankers, watching because film don't lie. Film don't lie. The offensive line was worse on film.
Oh, no.
It was so much worse on film, Blankers, than it was in the game. Like the theory of you have 6 or 7 guys to block 5 and you're not getting it done because they're throwing stunts at you, because they're throwing games at you, because they're disguising their rush, because they're delaying the rush. The Texans were clueless defending games, and they have been. This isn't new. You just kind of ignored it in victory in weeks 1 and 2. We saw it in the second half against Chicago. We were talking about it with DJ. The offensive line was worse on film. They have no idea what to do when they're blocking games and stunts, even if they have more bodies. I saw 7-on-5 couldn't handle it, free rusher. 6-on-5 at least 3 times couldn't handle it, free rusher. They can't pass off assignment. Communication is poor. I don't know what the coaching looks like throughout the week, but that could potentially be poor. They have multiple guys that are being double teamed and allowing free rushers with games. They cannot handle it right now, and they're getting killed with it.
That's inexcusable for an NFL team. That is inexcusable for an NFL team, and that needs to be fixed immediately. And you're right. It's cohesion, it's communication, and we talk about it all the time with spots on the offensive line. It's not just about handling your area of the field and doing your job. It's how do you work in unison with the rest of your unit. That's extremely disappointing.
And because of the line being bad, I think you're seeing some collateral damage off of that, like some domino effects to that. Like we want a lot of 11 personnel because we think it suits this team, right? You have Nico, you have Steph, you have Tank. Okay, play 3 receiver sets, 11 personnel. You can't do that when you distrust the offensive line to protect because you want to go 12 personnel, play 2 tight ends to do what? To help the offensive line. So, like, you do have the personnel to play 11, but you can't do it because you can't block. So Bobby Slowick has to play 12 personnel to try to keep his quarterback upright.
Yeah, that's a scary proposition, and that's something that, whether it has to be addressed and maybe, I don't know if that means, enhancing the fact that do you need another blocking tight end? I mean, do you
want to see Irv Smith?
I think that if you already have one on your roster that has NFL experience, it can't be any worse than what you got. And because you lost Jordan, I really believe that you got to try somebody else there because Dalton Schultz ain't going to put his nose on somebody and be able to sustain a block.
And Cade Stover's worse.
Yeah, and he's just
worse
raw
than Schultz.
Yeah, he's raw.
As a blocker, he is
Right.
worse than Schultz at tight end too. Like Schultz had bad film blocking. Stover's was way worse.
Just go look at the Grenard plays alone, and he made him look silly.
How about the holding play on play 1?
Yeah.
Holding play
Tackled
on play
him.
1. And that was Grenard too. He was beat all day long. Grenard was running all over him. I thought other than poor offensive line play that the offense was actually okay. Like it was actually all right. Like they were moving the ball. There was multiple times like they were at the 25, 30-yard line, penalty, sack, and now you're looking at a long field goal. That happened on the first drive or the second drive with Kaimi. Like you were down inside the 25. You take a sack, Kaimi all of a sudden looking at a 50-something yard field goal and misses. You had multiple drives into their half of the field that got you nothing because once you got there, you either gave up a critical sack or you committed some penalties like 4 in a row.
See, that's where I think on D'Amico's comments afterwards and yesterday, I think there is some truth to the fact that they looked like they had plays that would move the football.
They did.
They had positive plays that way, but because everything was being drawn back and sucked back and sucking the life out of you because of the offensive line between the penalties and the missed blocks, you really couldn't get any momentum.
I thought Stroud actually played really good. I thought Stroud played really well considering the offensive line breakdowns. There was a couple of moments when he was trying to do too much. The second interception was one of those, like 3rd and 7, you're down multiple possessions. Like he tried to force a ball that led to an interception. Not a good play, but hey, in that situation, you can kind of understand the mindset. The first play of their second possession after he threw the first interception, that was tipped, not his fault. He had 2 checkdowns that were easy plays for like 5 to 7 yards that he normally makes 100 times out of 100. I think he was trying to get it all back in one play, looking for a deep ball, had to like scramble out, got like a couple of yards. I did notice he got a little bit gun shy. Like he's great with his anticipation throws. He makes a lot of throws before his receivers even like breaking, before he starts his cut, like when his receiver still has like outside leverage on a defender before he makes it, inside and gets inside leverage. I noticed he was a little gun shy on that, and I think it was because of the offensive line. So that stood out to me. And
because
then
that's the one that you mentioned that we talked about yesterday that I said it looked like he got happy feet per se because of the fact that it was just all day and it was coming from every direction. And to your point, that one that I keep referencing is that running back out of the backfield with a linebacker on him. And before the running back could even look over his shoulder to see where the ball was, he had a guy in his face and still put that ball the only place it could be.
Yeah, he made some great throws. Like, considering the pressure he was under, he made some great throws into the face of pressure. And I do feel like he got happy-footed whenever he was a beat late with the anticipation throws. So it was like the very next step. Like, I'm a little late here. Now I can't go to it. Where normally he's making that throw, but because of the offensive line and the pressure he was facing, he was a little gun shy. And then it's like, okay, that's not there. Let me take off. A few times he took some hits escaping, which I don't like him doing. There was a couple of times where he's like lunging forward, not even really for like the line to gain, not even really for first downs, where it's like, hey, Stroud, I need you for 17 games, man. I understand you're losing this game and you're trying to do all your might, but can we not take some of these hits that you're taking?
This is our Jordan discussion all over.
And
again.
I'm not talking about the sacks.
No,
like
no,
those,
I know the one you're talking about.
running.
He goes head first and he's lunging forward, but it's not to get to the line. And two defenders are converging on him. And it's like, slide right there. Just please just, make a business decision, but take the safest route possible because of the fact that he was under such duress all game. But because without him, it's like Jordan with the Astros. Without him, you are nothing.
Yeah, he was taking some hits I don't like him taking. And I admire the competitiveness, but I need you for 17 games more than I need your competitiveness when you're trailing in week 3. I threw some shade a little bit at Diggs yesterday for the Texans, like getting him numbers because he was playing at Minnesota. Diggs was great. Diggs was really good in this game. He was fighting for extra yards. I wouldn't say he was breaking tackles, but he was fighting some tackles to gain him an extra yard or two, and on at least 2 occasions got him the first down. So I thought that I threw a little shade his way, like, oh, Texans are giving him the football at Minnesota. He was really good. So my bet on that.
Different than CJ, same kind of situation, though. 2 guys converging on him on the right sideline, and he was trying to make sure he got the first down. And a lot of receivers make business decisions on a regular basis, head out of bounds or just hit the turf. And he split both defenders, put his head down, and got the yardage.
Yeah, and I admire that from a receiver. Like, I don't need my quarterback doing that, but I like it when my receiver does that. And then in terms of, like, what does this offense need to do because their offensive line is playing so poorly, I thought the quick pass game worked a lot. Like, it really worked well in this game. And if the Texans can't trust their offensive line, I think they need a lot more of the quick passing game.
Yeah, I question why they didn't try it more. Even to start the second half when nothing else is working, the fact that we talk about how many weapons they have and so many, even Cam out of the backfield can catch the ball and do some things with it. We saw it in the preseason. I questioned why they didn't just I think that they thought that was more of a getting to the point of an insurmountable lead way earlier than they had to. They were trying to get everything in chunks, whereas I think you could have created chunks by doing some of those short passes.
Yeah, they were looking for like a 6-run homer. And I think that, and especially going forward because of where your offensive line is at, I think the quick passing game has to be used way more often. And honestly, there were times where they did it and it worked. Illegal formation, back it up. And now you're looking at a 1st and 15 or a 2nd and 12 or a 3rd and 9. And it's like, okay, maybe not the greatest play to call with this down and distance.
Plus with Tank and Diggs both being so effective in the slot or in that intermediate pass range, you connect on a few of those. The defense starts to kind of collapse a little bit more. Now you can possibly look for that bigger play over the top with Nico.
Yeah. So give me a little bit more of that. Dre says Schultz is the opposite of Diggs. I think you might be right, Trey. I hate to say it, but I think you might be right.
I keep dwelling on, there was 2 of them, but the one that was so glaring was that one that CJ threw a beautiful ball to, but there was one on the sideline too, where he just had to give a little bit more effort, and it looked like he was just kind of like,
And the effort on the blocking side, not great. And then I mentioned earlier in the show, the effort whenever he was, he dropped the ball, it was ruled a fumble on the field, later overturned. His chase down was, it left a lot to be desired. All right, Texans lost this one by 27 points. It was a devastating loss. Did they lose Super Bowl contender status? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I got to tell you about the greatness that is Pro Dunk Hoops. Look, it's the season. It is the season. Pretty soon, we're going to be seeing a lot of basketball going on. Pretty soon, we're going to have good weather. You're going to be outside more. And if you want to be outside, you want to get some basketball in, you should get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. It's great. And with our new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. And for people like me, it's idiot-proof. Their accessories are next level. LED light kits for night play. You work during the day, kids are at school, only chance for you to play is at night. It's still a little bit hot, so you want to play at night. When it cools down, get an LED light kit. Backstop nets, you can not chase down the basketball. That's always annoying. Pull pad lettering and lots more. You can order everything online, too, including professional installation. That's right. The pros at ProDunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height. You don't have to worry about a box being delivered to your driveway and you have to assemble this 2,000-piece puzzle. The pros from ProDunk will do it for you, and they'll do it perfectly. Perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't lift a bone. Let the pros at ProDunk Hoops do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
4-6-3-1. I think Texans losing this one makes me think the schedule will probably have them losing a few more games than I thought. I think they win the division still, but they got to beat a good team before I'm ready to think they're ready for winning in the playoffs. I'm not changing my Texans win prediction. I had them at 10-7. I also had them at 2-1 through 3 games. I have them at 3-2 through 5 games. I'm not changing my prediction. Are you changing your prediction off of 10 wins?
I'm sticking right where I'm at. And
10 or 9?
9. I had 9.
I thought you counted them and you got to 10.
No, but I mean, I got to stick with what I put on film, right? I put the videotape and said 9. So I have to stick with it.
Which film, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, we did film that segment, and you counted up to 10.
Oh, okay.
So you had 9 or 10?
I'll say 10. I'll say 10 for the sake of I hope it's 10. And I still believe in this team. It's just I you guys know this, and Brian hates it more than anybody, but the schedule still concerns me deeply.
Yeah.
Because I had them started the season undefeated going to Lambeau.
Yeah. I think there's some winnable games there. Are you changing your prediction? Because you had them at 15 wins, Brian?
No, I think 16. So they're right on track. It's fine. They only lost the season. No, I had them at 11, and I too had them 2-1 through the first 3. So I'm not changing off
I
of
thought
that.
you took it to 12 after they looked good.
No, I think we did that name the tune thing, and I said 12.
Oh, you actually no. Joel's right. I had a cash or trash it. I think it was last week where I said they would get to 12 and win the division by 6 games, and thanks to Will Levis and Trevor Lawrence, the 6th game, well, Anthony Richardson also, the 6th game still feels really good to me. I'm not backing
Good
off
on
that
you,
at all.
Brian. Tape don't lie.
All right. All right.
We had tape on both of us.
Yep.
I just
true.
had 2 takes.
I saw a lot of people on Twitter after this loss saying that the Super Bowl contender talk needs to stop, that we can't say the Texans are a Super Bowl contender. Are we deleting the Texans from contendership of the Super Bowl based on this loss?
I'm not because I still love the roster. I still think there's a boatload of talent on this roster. I just think that, in every season, a little rain's going to fall and you're going to have a hiccup, and you can't judge a team, on one bad week. Now, the next couple of weeks are going to be real telling in terms of can they recover? Can they get rid of all the penalties? Can they improve the continuity of the offensive line? Can they do the kind of things defensively that they need to do, like they did against what we thought were good teams that maybe weren't so good? And can they do the things from an offensive perspective to kind of make sure that no matter what kind of defense you're facing, you can still be effective? I believe there's too much talent on this team not to think that they're not still an upper echelon team in this league that could be a Super Bowl contender. But I do think that this is a critical couple of weeks here to figure out where we go from this hiccup.
I just don't think many Super Bowl winning teams lose by 27 points. Like the texture's saying, it's the way that they lost. I went and looked this up. It has been done. It's been done 8 times, actually. There's been a Super Bowl champion that has lost by 27 points or more 8 times. Most recently, the 2020 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the 14 Patriots, the 12 Ravens actually lost to the Texans 43-13, went on to win the Super Bowl. 06 Colts, 03 Patriots, 94 Niners, 79 Steelers, 76 Raiders. So it's been done. It is possible. It just hasn't been done very often. Now, none of those teams lost by 27 or more again. It only happened once. No Super Bowl champion has ever lost by 27 or more points twice in a season. So I'm not ruling the Texans out from Super Bowl contendership yet. If they lose by 27 points again, see you, goodbye, season's over, at least from a Super Bowl contendership conversation. I think a lot of times, though, we get lost in just one single game. And I think that what you were saying is what matters the most. Losing a game in week 3 by 27 or 7 really doesn't matter. It is the way you lose it, but it's also how you correct those things going forward. The way the Texans are playing right now on the offensive line, they are incapable of winning a Super Bowl. It will not happen. They will be an early exit if they get to the playoffs. So that must be cleaned up. If they clean that up, I think their offense has a really good chance to be really good. But right now, it seems like they have a long way to go. So let's see how it gets coached up. Let's see if there's production there going forward. Like Titus Howard deleted his Twitter today. Okay, let's get serious, Titus Howard. Let's make that offensive line good. Can you stop having 18 penalties in a game? And that's really for the entire team. And then the defensive side, I actually like some of what I saw defensively. They're one of the best in the league at getting to the quarterback. The pressure statistics and analytics are very, very high. The coverage numbers aren't great. So it's kind of like, hey, and I don't think it's a talent thing there either, because I like Stingley. I like Lassiter. So it's maybe more of a D'Amico Ryans thing. So I don't care so much that they lost by 27. To me, it's more, okay, these are the areas that you're currently really bad at. And I think the offensive line is the biggest among them. They look dreadful offensively. They don't look like they're anywhere near a playoff team from the offensive line perspective. So it's how you clean that stuff up going forward. I still think they have the potential to be a very good football team. I don't think they are today. But we're not grading them how they are on September 24th. We're grading them how they are in week 17 and then going into the playoffs. They have a long way to go. I won't rule out that they can get there.
That's why if you're going to do one of these hiccups, it's better to have it in the first couple weeks of the season than when it starts to be at a critical time and now you're like in complete panic mode. But at the same time, I don't call for anybody's job, but I expect everybody to do their job. And that means no matter how you've been coaching up prior to this, and whether that means from an offensive line perspective and you just think you can figure it out yourself, or you consult with the guys like Bobby Slowick and also like your defensive coaches to figure out, hey, when he was showing me this, and I got to work on that. I don't care how it gets done, but it's not just the penalties, it's the coverage. And you said, even from the all 22, it was more glaring. It's figuring out how to not make those mistakes again.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. It is. It's like you're graded based on who you are at the end of the year, not who you are in week 3. Now, if the Texans are still playing the way that they're currently playing, they're going to have some serious issues at specific areas. 1117, they got their butts beat by Cleveland bad last year, then came back and beat their butt in the playoffs. That loss doesn't mean crap. They corrected some areas that needed to be corrected. Can they do it again this year? But then they also got beat badly by Baltimore the following week in the second half. 0979. If the Texans lose this week, the hate is going to get real, but they'll be okay. Yeah, if they lose at home in Jacksonville and lose back-to-back games, it will get pretty ugly.
Especially because how bad Jacksonville looked last night.
Yeah, you hand them their first win. 5155. It's not one bad week. It's one terrible week and 2 meh weeks. They couldn't put away Chicago or Indy. I'll agree with that. They were meh against Chicago or Indy. They showed signs of doing things that really good teams can do, but they didn't play consistently like that for 60 minutes. There's been more meh for the Texans so far this year than there's been good. I'll agree with that.
There's also been the big plays were there. They didn't completely execute them. We talked about the fact that there were drop passes and opportunities that the fumble inside. But that's what you got to clean up too. It's everybody's got to do better, and you've got to be more clean with the way you play the game because these little mistakes are compounding themselves into being big reasons why you look so bad on film and when you play games against decent teams.
2585, did you not notice CJ holding the ball a little longer than he usually does in that last game? I did. I just said it a few minutes ago. 3066 told y'all the Vikings were beating that, but they are the Super Bowl contender, not the Texans. Cash or trash, Vikings are Super Bowl contenders.
Trash it.
Yeah. I think they're a playoff team.
Trash. I think they right now, as much as I didn't think that they were when we were making our predictions and looking at them preseason, like unless the glass slipper falls off of Sam Darnold, they got weapons on both sides of the ball. They got great coaching, and they'll be in the mix for a playoff spot.
They're adding to the offense, too. Like, Addison hasn't played in the last 2 weeks.
Right.
He's legit. And then TJ Hawkinson's coming back this year and is one of the better tight ends in football. So, like, their weapons are pretty dang good.
It's just, we heard DJ Bieneme say at every point in his career, there's a point where Sam Darnold reverts back to being Sam Darnold of old.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, there's a ton of talent on that roster and great coaching.
Yeah, I think they're a playoff team. Super Bowl contender, I can't call them that. Now, NFC doesn't have elite quarterback play.
They don't have elite team play right now. Jeremy, you think about how bad San Francisco's been, and Philadelphia looks bad too.
Yeah. So maybe they are a Super Bowl contender. 8341, maybe all the Super Bowl talk has gotten in their head, and they need to realize that to get to the Super Bowl, they have to go out and perform every game, every quarter, every possession, offense and defense, and that gets them to the Super Bowl. I would agree with that. It's more be where your feet are one day at a time.
But I also think I go back to the whole adjustments, whether it's in game, in the middle of a game, in the first quarter, second quarter, or at halftime. Come out of the gates in the second half, noticeably making adjustments. We talked about just capitalize on the plays that are there. Just try and build one drive, doing something differently from the schematic things you're doing offensive line, but more so the plays that you're executing to show that you realized what they were doing to you and showing you, and you can adjust.
8789, can we please get rid of Slowick? I don't think Slowick's the issue. There's some things I'd rather Slowick do a little bit more. Like quick game, I'd like to see that a little bit more. But I don't look at that offense and I'm like, oh, Bobby Slowick's doing a terrible job. In fact, there were some things he did where I was like, that's pretty good stuff. I think the offensive line is ruining everything for the offense right now, quite frankly. Like, it's not like, and can Slowick draw some stuff up that's better? I guess, but he's running 12 personnel. He's pass protecting with 7 guys sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's taking him away from his full allotment because he can't trust his offensive line. If I'm pointing to offensive issues, Bobby Slowick's not the first, second, third, or fourth thing I'm looking at. It all starts on that offensive line.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't worry about Bobby Slowick. If anything, I think that, he and CJ are on the right page. It's just a matter of being a little bit more cognizant of the fact that what I was just talking about. When you play a dynamic defensive play caller with weapons on the defensive side of the football, you have to be willing to adjust and do some things that otherwise maybe you weren't even game planning for that week.
Yep.
And you can still be effective because you have too much talent.
6'4", the offensive line, those playing so bad.
The line is where I thought they had more talent than maybe they do. I believe in the receivers and the skill position players. The line really has me concerned.
I hesitate to say talent, though, because I think they're talented. I think it's production, and they're having a really tough time pass protecting for whatever reason. I think it's mostly communication, but I'm worried about Chris Strauser. Like all of you starting Bobby Slowick, I'm saying Chris Strauser. 6403, Houston fans have always been the quickest to get on and the quickest to get off the bandwagon. You're probably right there. 6302, do you think Sam Darnold told CJ Stroud post-game that he can't hold on to the ball like that and can't take those hits? Well played.
That's pretty good.
I like that. That is funny.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-3776. Let's give out some game balls. Who's getting game balls based on their week 3 performance? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the Neograft procedure, at PRP treatments. Look, he also does spa treatments, Botox, plastic surgery. He is a jack of all trades, and he does them all better than just about anyone. But at the same time, the one that I have personal experience is the PRP treatments and the NeoGraft procedure. He's the best. He got my hair back. If you have hair loss, you have thinning hair, you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you're fearful of going bald, and you think your only resort is going to be either a toupee or the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem, I'm here to tell you there's another solution, and that is Doc Linville. All you got to do, if you don't believe me, is get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. You listen to us, you want to talk to him, you don't pay a thing. No commitment on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, just you talking to them, they explaining to you what they can do, and you thinking about whether you might want to try it. I did both. I did the PRP treatments after I did the NeoGraft. The results, phenomenal. I got my hair back. My 8-head went back to a 4-head. I got my hair back, and I owe it all to Doc and his staff. You can get the information on how you can do the same. And essentially in Lawn Talk, you can make the same kind of correlation. If you just need it, you have hair there, it's thinner than it was previously, but you can still see it, and you know that it's there on your head. The PRP treatments is like fertilizing your lawn to make it thicker, stronger, and longer, and you don't need to go all the way to the NeoGraft procedure. If your hair's already gone, you've got bald spots, and Doc will be the one to tell you, then the NeoGraft procedure is a game changer. It's essentially like resodding your lawn, taking hair from where you're never going to lose it. And I found out from Doc, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter where you lose it otherwise, and it doesn't come back. So he takes some of that, puts it where you need it most. In my case, up front. Sometimes it's the bald spot up on top and back, but it gets you the results of your hair back. You see the follicles immediately when you get out of the procedure. And as the next 6 to 9 months go by, that hair is going to grow, get stronger, longer, establish the roots, not go anywhere, be with you for the rest of your life, and give you your hair back. Better coverage, better look. With that, more self-confidence. It's a game-changing experience. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Who are you giving game balls to after their week 3 performance? 713-780-3776. Lankers, who's your first game ball go to?
Well, let's give it to the NA. Let's give it to the guy that's not blonde or brunette. Let's give it to Andy Dalton and the fact that he did what I don't think anybody thought could be done, and that was get the Carolina Panthers a solid victory and not make any mistakes in the process. The fact that he threw for over 300 yards, he got multiple touchdowns, he didn't turn the ball over, and he made Canales look like he could execute the offense. I give him my first game ball.
You know the biggest testament that game was to, though? Bryce Young. That game was a bigger testament to Bryce Young than anybody on planet Earth.
You're talking about the testament that he can't play.
Yeah. Like if Andy Dalton, the Red Rocket, if the Red Rocket is doing that, you say RBI. If the Red Rocket is doing that, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, he's making the Panthers offense look good. You know what that tells me about Bryce Young? That he's a bum.
That's the most telling. You're right. That is the most telling sign. If it wasn't the new coach that's supposed to be the quarterback whisperer for smaller guys saying I'm done, then it is this.
My first game ball goes to the dark-headed Sam Darnold, 17 for 28. Only threw 171 yards, but 4 touchdowns for Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold gets a Bradham game ball.
My first game ball is going to go out to Malik Neighbors. Had a huge game. Best rookie wide receiver right now. Obviously, Marvin Harrison had the huge Week 2 game, but Malik Neighbors has outplayed him so far. And he helped the Giants beat the Browns, and I always enjoy with Deshaun Watson. Looks awful, loses a football game. So shout out to Malik Neighbors in the New York Football Giants.
That was a bad loss for Cleveland.
No, it really
you
was.
Lose at home
Who saw that
to
coming?
the Giants?
And was it like a 6.5-point favorite? I think they were.
That's a bad loss. Does Malik Neighbors save Brian Dable's job?
He's really good, man. He's making Vanilla Vic look competent now the last couple weeks.
I think if you're the Mara family and you realize, hey, with a different quarterback, Daboll can coach offense, and you got a weapon now, that at least another weapon that he can go to, and you're going to have draft picks. I think he saves his job.
Does he save Brian, or does he save Daniel Jones's job?
No way. No, he gone.
I don't know.
No.
Daniel Jones looks competent.
Was it ESPN or somebody did the comparison that if Daniel Jones came out as the number 1 pick with the hype that Trevor Lawrence had, they are almost mirror images of each other in their career over the last couple of years.
Sheesh.
That's bad news for Trevor Lawrence.
Ain't great.
Great. My second one goes to Derrick Henry.
Malik Neighbors, by the way, dark hair.
Derrick Henry.
Breaking news.
I mean, ran all over the team that everybody had kind of penciled in as the team that was going to go get Derrick Henry, and Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys now are eating crow, and Jerry's saying, I guess it's on me. But Derrick Henry just ran roughshod over the Dallas defense. We talk about the Texans making mistakes and having coaching issues and continuity, and where the hell was that? They were constantly outmatched on the defensive line. They couldn't stop the run, and Derrick Henry was doing his thing, stiff-arming people and bulldozing more and just running roughshod.
You remember who said he was washed after week 1?
Are you looking at me?
Oh, you said it.
I said he was a bad fit for the Ravens offense. So I'll eat that.
I think you said wash. You say wash?
I'll eat that L.
I don't remember that.
I think you said wash.
Did I say
I'm pretty sure you did.
He's a 30-year-old running back. Odds were in my favor.
Pretty sure you did. Not Derrick Henry. He spends $250,000 on his body and has dark hair. 25,
he doesn't eat a meal till 4 or 5 o'clock at night every
he says
day?
Occasionally he'll eat an avocado or a banana
before practice, and then he doesn't eat until 1 meal for dinner.
He's a big guy, too.
I think there's a this type of diet has a name. I think it's like the Titan diet or something like that. Funny if it is the Titan diet.
It'd be apropos for him.
I don't know if it's Titan, but
it's kind of like
maybe a Viking diet where you eat all of your calories in one sitting. You feast. You eat like 2,500 calories in one sitting.
It's kind of like when
there's a name for it.
What was it? We were talking about it a couple, like 6-8 months ago, about the fasting where you do the power fast.
Yeah, intermittent
fasting. There you go.
Yeah, it's weird diet. I wouldn't want to do it. Malik Willis gets a game ball. I'm surprised Blankers didn't say
it's on my list.
Malik Willis, dark hair, beats his former team, by the way. 275 total yards, 2 touchdowns. Here's my hot take. If I'm the Packers, I feel like Stetch, I would not play Jordan Love until I lost a game. And this isn't because I'm playing the hot hand Malik Willis. It has nothing to do with playing the hot hand here. It's buying as much time for Jordan Love to get 100%, because I don't want to put Jordan Love back when he's 90%. And he does more damage to the knee, and then you lose him for the year. So this isn't my Malik Willis is on a heater, play him. This is because I want to make sure Jordan Love gets right, and you can afford to keep riding Malik Willis because he's 2-0. Once you lose a game, then make the change.
I trash it only because this week, if it wasn't a divisional game, that they might consider doing that.
They're going to hurt. Grenard's going to ruin his life.
It's Minnesota, and it's at home, and I think they're going to play him this week.
You would sit Love this week?
I would sit Love this week. Yeah, I mean, because they pulled out 2 surprise wins that no one had them winning, they can afford to wait an extra week or 2. They're not out of it, which we all thought they would be by this point. My next one is going to go to the light-haired Bo Nix, who went into Tampa Bay, did throw a touchdown pass, but was very efficient passing the football, picked up around 50 yards rushing and ran in a touchdown for probably the biggest surprise of the weekend, going in and knocking off the undefeated Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, that's true. But Carolina and the Giants, we've already had most of the
Carolina
upsets,
was way up there, but Andy Dalton's obviously a tenured quarterback, and Bo Nix had done nothing, and the Broncos have looked awful.
You know the leading rusher for the Broncos was that game?
It's his name is pronounced. Oh gosh, it's oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Tell me,
is it pronounced funny?
It's pronounced
because it reads Batty.
It's not Batty. It's Bidet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we all thought because his name's come up in the fantasy community. We all thought it was Batty, but apparently he's told everyone it's pronounced Bidet.
Tyler, the Baytown Bidet.
Baytown Bidet?
Yes, yes, it does.
How does he lead the Broncos in rushing? That was weird. All right, next game, ball blankers.
Saquon, 147 yards and 2 touchdowns. I actually had 2 Eagles with as shaky as that game was. But your tight end goes for 170, Dallas Goedert, and Saquon gets you 147 and 2 touchdowns. Those are pretty good weapons.
That Dallas Goedert performance is out of nowhere.
Yeah, I had Goddard getting my game ball with Saquon as an honorable mention, but both were huge.
No doubt.
Both were huge. It was a big win for the Eagles. That was a good game.
Yeah, it really was.
Scoring.
Yep. I was surprised.
Not if you had the over like I did.
No.
The over was over very quickly.
Saints had chances. I mean, Jalen Hurts doesn't look great right now, but and then you've got there was a lot of dirty plays in that game. You saw that with Smith when he went down and his helmet came off and the guy speared him and then spit on him. They said there was some. I thought New Orleans had plenty of opportunities.
That was Peyton Turner. Go Cougs.
Oh, really? Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Our beloved Cougs.
I don't think he was actually. I think it was just stuff came out of his mouth. I don't think he actually spat on him.
It wasn't a close up enough to verify it, but multiple people were talking about it.
I say that with a smirk. I have no idea. I mean, it definitely looked that way. I'm not going to lie.
Dirty Cougs, man.
Not going to lie. Hey, I like violence. Josh Allen, dark hair, over 300 total yards, 4 touchdowns. Josh Allen looks good. Buffalo Bills look good.
Josh Allen could have had 8 touchdowns if he wanted it.
James Cook dropped an easy touchdown.
He could have 8 touchdowns. If they wanted to, the thing about it, the Bills are putting up huge stats. They really haven't had to play in the second half yet.
And they found a way to kind of control his turnovers by just keeping him within the framework of the offense. He's a leading candidate for MVP right now.
Yeah, he literally is. Yeah, no joke. My next game ball will go out to, I'm trying to find a light-haired guy on my list, but I can't find one, damn it. Terry McLaurin. I know the game balls probably should go to Jaden Daniels. He was great, but Terry McLaurin, someone who I've rooted to actually have a quarterback for a long time, and you could tell just how happy he was in the postgame afterwards. Like, I finally have a freaking quarterback. And, of course, he has the touchdown to put the game away where Jaden Daniels apparently saw 0 and decides, you know what, I'm going to throw it up to my dude Terry, and Terry came down with it.
What's the stat where they only haven't punted in 2 games?
They haven't punted in 2 games.
Yep.
No turnover. Yeah, it's no turnovers, no punts for 2 games.
Something like 15 possessions or something like that, but it's ridiculous.
Remember the Texans interviewed Cliff Kingsbury as their OC.
That's right. Cliff. Yeah, he's there.
They interviewed him. I would have given Daniels the game ball there. Dark hair, 293.
So
3
Terry.
touchdowns.
Dark hair.
I had Kyron Williams.
All right, one more round.
I had Kyron Williams. 89 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns, 27 receiving yards and another touchdown, 3 touches and 100 plus yards of total offense. Rams get the win against the Niners. That was a debacle of an ending, but kudos to him and the Rams.
Dark hair. Jonathan Taylor, 23-110-2. This is how the Colts have to win games. You see the Anthony Richardson interception?
Yeah, bad.
Oh my gosh.
Did he have 3 of them?
Yeah.
Oh, man. The one in the end zone was the one that was abysmal. I didn't think he got up to 3.
I think he had 2 or 3. At least 2, but or was it 3 the week before in Green Bay and 2 this week?
And he was like 10 for 20.
Yeah.
You have to run the ball. You have to run. No, he didn't throw any. He threw 2 interceptions. 3 the week before.
Yeah,
he was 10 for 20, 2 interceptions. The one in the end zone was awful.
Yep.
Awful. You have to feed Jonathan Taylor if you want to win games in Indy. Have to. All right. Was it my game? Oh, it was your final one, bro.
Is it on me? I'm going to give it out. This is to a combo of players, or maybe the coaching staff, but the way the Detroit Lions established the run and gave Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery all the work they could handle, combined for 39 carries for 188 yards. Didn't even have to score in the second half against the Cardinals because they controlled that game so well. I love to see Dan Campbell establish the run there in Detroit.
Yeah. David Montgomery was a beast in that one. So was Gibbs. That was another good game. That was a low-scoring game.
Yeah,
shout out to the under.
13, I think.
Yeah, I had the under on that one.
There you go.
You think Arizona sees that again? I think there's a game plan in the mix
There's
now.
a game plan to run in Arizona for sure. They also don't have any pass rushers. That defense is not very good.
But Arizona and Indy, the rest of the season, until otherwise proven different, are going to see a force feeding of running.
Yeah. 6302 game ball to Brandon Aubrey, baby. That guy's a freak. 65-yard field goal, and they did it with like 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Like, you only see that kick attempted late in the half. First half, second half, game winner, when the other team's not going to get the ball. They had the audacity to try a 65-yard field goal in just the middle of the first quarter, and he drilled it. That was stupid.
That 1 yard away from the all-time record.
Yeah, Tucker's got it at 66.
When do
I think
you
that
even
record goes
see
down
that?
this year.
When do you see a 65-yarder attempted in the middle of the first quarter?
No, you don't. You nailed it. It's
Well, the
at the end of a half.
Cowboys, I don't know if you guys remember week 1, they ended up chickening out of it. Shout out to Mike McCarthy for that one. But they almost attempted a 70-yarder at the end of the half against Cleveland. I want to see Aubrey try it. I think he can make it.
Brandon Aubrey is to kickers as to Steph Curry is to three-point shooting.
I like it.
I think before his career's over, I think he holds the all-time record for longest field goal.
3243 Will Levis. Branham can't talk. I hope you didn't like Bryce Young because Will Levis is better than Bryce Young. If you like Bryce Young, you can't come at me. 5798 Jawan Jennings should get a game ball. I don't give game balls to losers, so that's why I didn't give Jawan Jennings a game ball.
Yeah, same thing.
Touchdowns.
Same thing with me. That's the same way when you
It's
look
like 170 and 3. Yeah.
Yeah, tournaments and otherwise, with the exception of Jerry West one time, you don't give the game balls or the MVPs to losers.
Yeah. Good game, but a loser doesn't get a game ball. 0979 game ball to Justin Fields. Steelers are rolling, man. I didn't see that coming. Their
Me
defense
either.
is really good, and Fields is doing a good job. Good
And they
enough.
know how to use them, right? They're Arthur Smith, for as much as this was who he was in Atlanta and he got criticized for it, but he's utilizing his run game and he's getting the most out of Justin Fields.
Yeah, these skill players fit what he likes to do a little bit more than he did in Atlanta.
Justin Fields is the perfect Arthur Smith quarterback.
Yeah, he's perfect. Yeah.
I'm sure George Pickens doesn't like the Arthur Smith offense a whole lot, but it's working.
Neither
It's
do his
winning.
fantasy managers.
Man, that's tough. All right, those are our game balls. Let's get to our week 3 overreactions. What are you overreacting to now that week 3 is over in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now I want to tell you all about Stella Rosa wines. They have just a ton of different flavors that will go with just about anything you're serving. And especially now when we're in season and we're talking about having people over to watch games, college football, pro football, baseball playoffs around the corner, and you want people to come over. As important as it is to serve the right foods, and we know you got the chips and the dips, the pizza and the wings and all the finger foods, you're also going to want to get all the options in terms of the beverages that you serve. Sure, the beer and the hard liquor are great, but sometimes you want to pace yourself and you want something that's refreshing, that's really going to hit the palate well, that people are going to enjoy. And that's why I recommend Stella Rosa wines. You serve them chilled. There's a variety of different flavor profiles, and they all are going to go great with whatever food you're serving. And you don't have to worry about pacing yourself because they're going to do that for you. You can enjoy them throughout the day. You're not going to have too much, and you're going to just love the crisp quality taste that you get out of Stella Rosa wines. They're fantastic, and they're available at your local retailers, your liquor stores, your grocery stores, and you can pick up a couple of bottles, serve them chilled, and your people that you're coming over, your guests, are going to love them. You should check them out today the next time you go to your local retailer and grab a couple bottles for your next viewing party. People are going to love them. You're going to be the hero for bringing them, and you're going to understand that you can really spice up your party in a variety of ways, but you can really improve it with Stella Rosa wines. And always celebrate responsibly.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
What are your week 3 overreactions? 713-780-3776. What do you have, Blinkers?
Overreaction to me is the first one that I brought up for Cash It or Trash It. I just think that there's too much overreaction to the Cincinnati Bengals. I think they're going to make the playoffs. I think they're still a really good football team. I like more of what I saw against Kansas City in the fact that they looked like that they were in control of that game. I think they should just shut their mouths more and play better football than run their mouths before games and then get shown up. But I think with Chase and Burrow and the fact that they have a lot of talent on that team, I believe they're going to make the playoffs. I believe they're going to make a run. And I believe that all these people that are writing them off for dead may be speaking a little too soon.
Yeah, I just don't love their defense this year. Their running game with Moss and Brown, I think they took a huge drop off. Now, we've kind of questioned Jamar Chase. Chase was great yesterday, caught a couple of touchdowns. First time they had Higgins too. And then that Andre Yosovia guy, like that guy's going nuts. How good he's been. I just don't like their defense though. And they're 0-3, too much. Like I think they've dug their grave too deep.
It's possible. You think they miss Mixon now?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that though, like Shannon Sharp this morning was saying that Burrow needed to do more, that he wasn't good enough last night. He did everything he could possibly do last night. He didn't turn the ball over, threw for 300 plus, was all over the field. And Chase was good too. I'm not going to put the blame on Joe Burrow.
He needs his roots to come through, quite frankly. All right, I'm done. That's it. That's the last one.
I mean, they scored 26. I don't think if they had to punt, it wasn't very often. It wasn't like the Bengals offense played poorly. You mentioned Jamar Chase went off. I mean, you scored 26 at home. You would expect the defense to hold them under that and for you to get the win. So, yeah, I definitely would put that more on the defense than any offensive performance.
My week 3 overreaction, people are still telling me Trevor Lawrence is overrated. He's not even overrated anymore because how is Trevor Lawrence rated? Trevor Lawrence is rated as a guy who never lived up to the hype. He's rated as one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. If we're being honest with where Trevor Lawrence is rated by people who keep up with the NFL, he's no longer overrated. He's properly rated as a bottom third quarterback in the NFL. Now, is it, overpaid? Absolutely, he's overpaid. Did he not live up to the hype? Absolutely didn't live up to the hype. But I can't say that he's no longer overrated. I think he's rated properly because we've caught up to who Trevor Lawrence actually is.
No, I completely agree. I mean, you and I would get into this a year ago or so, and I just haven't ever been convinced enough to believe in him as being a guy that can be that guy. Do I love it because Jacksonville's in the division? They already gave him the monster contract. Now they got to live with it. Absolutely. But Trevor Lawrence, man, you got to be better. And I think the leash is going to get short here in a little bit. You got to figure it out quickly.
All right, what you got, bro? What's your overreaction?
I think the Cowboys are going to absolutely flame out here over the next few weeks. Just bad vibes. So they start off 1-2. Micah Parsons. So I kind of get the feeling Micah Parsons is going to talk his way out of town. The way he goes on his own podcast and other podcasts and trashes the team at times. I have a feeling if they start off really poorly, which I think they will, that they might decide to go ahead and move on. You look at their upcoming schedule. You're on the road. They're on the road. The next two, the Giants, who obviously just played well against the Browns. The Steelers are 3-0 after that. They got.
Could you say that with a straight face? They're going to at New York is a daunting game. You're saying that with a straight face.
The Giants played better last week. That's all I'm saying. I would say if it was in Dallas, I would mark that up as a win of the Cowboys. The fact that it's on a short week on Thursday in New York, I think that's a toss-up game. But after that, I mean, even if you give them a win against the Giants, you got the Steelers on the road, Lions, 49ers, at the Falcons, Eagles, Texans, at the Commanders. It's a more difficult schedule for the Cowboys than we would have thought. I think they're going to flame out here, miss the playoffs, and you can see a guy like Micah Parsons get traded.
I think the one thing that you really got to focus on here is, just like we're talking about with the Texans, you can have a bad week, but the way that the bad week happened, the fact that looks like there's a whole bunch of internal strife, a whole bunch of finger pointing, a whole bunch of people talking about guys not putting in the best effort, coaches need to do more. That thing could implode so quickly because McCarthy is not that guy that's going to be able to reel them all in and lead his men like that. I think the Cowboys could be in for a world of hurt the rest of the season.
They lost by 3 to Baltimore. I think y'all need to chill out a little bit.
Well, it's called
Chill
overreaction,
out.
Jeremy.
Chill out. They lost by 3 to the Ravens, who are one of the better teams in the NFL.
After
Yes,
the
they're
Saints
0-2.
used them all, dragged them all over the field.
It's a better reaction for last week than the fact that they
combo
lost.
platter?
Now, they did lose. They
Back-to-back
were
weeks they lost
losing
at
by
home.
quite a bit.
Yeah, they were getting strummed in this game too.
But they pulled within 3. Like I think that they'll be okay.
garbage
Now,
time.
do they miss the playoffs? I think that's certainly in play. But I don't think the Cowboys are going to flame out and trade Micah Parsons.
I don't think they're trading Micah Parsons.
Yeah,
I think they're going to. They got real problems.
And
I think they're going to implode.
I think they'll be competitive. And maybe not make the playoffs, but I think they'll be competitive throughout the year. Like they're a solid team. They're solid.
Talk about running game. Ugh.
Their running game is poor. I will give you that. Rico Dowdle, yeah, I think he'll come on and be okay.
If they let him be.
Yeah, they need to let him be because he's got a better chance of being good than Zeke does at this stage of his career. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, what's your overreaction?
Overreaction Tuesday, despite what everybody's saying about Justin Tucker, kicker of the Ravens, 3 misses so far in 3 games. He missed one against the Cowboys. He's 0 for 2 from 50-plus. He used to be automatic. He is not overrated. He is not overrated, is what people are saying. He still has some left in the tank.
He's not washed, says Keith. Kicker takes on the Killer Bees.
Who'd thunk?
I don't think he's washed. I think he's had a bad start.
I don't even think it's arguable. I think he's the best place kicker in the history of the league.
But that doesn't mean that he has a good chance of making a kick this weekend.
I would
That's
bet
back a
on
baseball
him.
card.
But I would bet on him.
Yeah, I don't think he's washed. I mean, everybody at some point in their career gets washed. I don't think Tucker's washed yet, even though he hasn't been his best.
Sometimes kickers have brain farts. We know how emotional and mental the kicking game can be. He's just lucky enough he hasn't really had one of those spells yet, but he could be having one now.
Yeah, I would say Keith is right there. 9229. I don't think I'm overreacting. The Titans will have the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft, and I'm a Titans fan. They look bad. Will Levis looks awful.
I think the surprising thing is the Patriots look better than we thought that they were going to look. But I think that Carolina and Tennessee are definitely in the conversation for worst team in the NFL.
The way Carolina looked, though.
Well, if Andy Dalton can do that for a couple of weeks,
I think they can win a few games.
Tennessee's defense is good enough that they should be able to win a couple of games, but Will Levis just makes a bunch of horrible decisions.
He does make some bad decisions. Brandon T, fans are overreacting to the Texans' loss last week. They'll be just fine in a playoff contender. Playoff contender, sure, because they're in a bad division, but I think that the areas of weakness for the Texans are worth your concern.
Yeah, I think that they basically, the way the season has started and with how bad the rest of the teams in the division, they're going to have to fight long and hard to lose the division. They're going to be a playoff team. But are they the kind of team that we look at and say can contend for far more than that? That remains to be seen because they got a lot to clean up.
5798 cash or trash. Parsons gets traded before the trade deadline. Trashing that one. Brian would catch it, though. He's all in on that. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What's your nomination for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Vanderford Air. Go to vanderfordair.com. They do so much for you. They do air conditioning. They do hot water. They do dehumidifiers within your entire house. They take care of everything for you. But the greatest thing, and when you're dealing with service companies, is they back up everything they do. They put everything in writing. They have a money-back guarantee, 100% money-back guarantee on everything that they do. And the guarantees are all over just for you. That's what you want when you deal with any company that's providing services, because a lot of times they'll tell you, oh, we can do this, we can do that, we'll replace that part and fix this, and it'll be this cost. And then at the end of the job being done, the cost is a lot more than you expected. There was nothing in writing to solidify it. There's a lot that you cannot get done or do once it gets to that point. That's why you deal with Vanderford Air, because they take care of everything for you. They put everything in writing. Say you have something wrong with your air conditioner. They'll write up a written estimate for you that will let you know what it will cost to repair and put in a new part. They'll also write up another estimate to tell you what it would cost to replace the entire unit. And it's in writing and it's set in stone. That's what you go by. At the same time, the guarantees start from the time you call them. From the time you call them, they are going to let you know that within 24 hours of you calling them, they're going to be out to see you to do what you need to have done. Not waiting days on end, not being at the back end of a call list, hoping that in a week's time they can get to you. Nope. Within 24 hours of you reaching out to them, they'll be at your door to take care of what you need. And once they start taking care of what they need, everything is backed up. The work that their people are going to do to install the part or put in the entire new unit, to the fact that the temperature is going to be exactly what they said, the parts are going to work exactly the way they're supposed to be from the specs that are given from the company, and that you are going to be pleased with everything that they do, start to finish, or your money back guaranteed. That's why you check them out. Check them out today. Put their number in your phone. Maybe you call them now because, there's still plenty of hot days here in the Houston area, and you want to make sure that nothing's wrong with your AC, or save that number in case you need it if something does happen. 281-557-COOL gets you to Vanderford Air, and they'll take care of the guarantees. 281-557-COOL or vanderfordair.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Soccer Matters at the top of the hour with Glenn Davis. Dynamo playoff update after a win over Austin FC. European updates with some severe injuries for certain players that are going to affect things. They shouldn't be running hard to the byline. Plus Coco Correa, Houston Dynamo goal scorer interview. Soccer Matters at 6, Hall of Fame with Brad Gilmore. And that sucker Booker T.
The guy that would dominate
coming
a
up
home
at
run
8
derby,
o'clock.
Booker T.
Wouldn't get it out of the infield. And then Space Cowboys over on 92.5 in the playoffs. AJ Blueball, the game one starter for the Sugarland Spacers. This is Framber Valdez's music. Could be a big day in the organization. Could get a game one win in Sugarland. Could clinch a division at Minute Maid. Framber 14-7, 285 ERA. Logan Gilbert, opposite of Framber, 8-11, 324 ERA. You nailed it yesterday with Hunter Brown, with the exception of one critical element.
I didn't answer that.
I think you did.
No, I said I hope they do.
We'll have to check the tape. I think you said it was good enough for a win.
I said 6-1. You said was a good enough a win. I said I hope so.
I think you said
Check
it's good
the
enough
tape.
for a win.
Check the tape.
We'll have to check the tape. We'll do that later. We'll do that in post. What does Framber do tonight?
He's going 7 innings of shutout baseball.
Is it good enough for the win?
Good enough for a win, Joel.
I hope so.
No fist
Yes,
riding.
they're winning tonight.
All right, there we go.
Get this thing behind
That's a Joel
us.
Blank guarantee.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Guarantee.
I brat them foot and mouth that they're not going to win tonight, and I'm doing it for the city. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. $8835 says that it's Coco Carrasquilla. Please, Jeremy. That's not what it says on my prompter. My teleprompter says differently. I only read what's on the prompter. I'm Charles Barkley, and I'm Ron Burgundy. I can only read what the prompter tells me. 8835. All right, what is your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
It starts with the Astros bullpen last night. I mean, there's a variety of different ways. We could just say the Astros again because their offense wasn't great either. But the Astros bullpen was awful after you wasted an outstanding performance by Hunter Brown. A one-run game was quickly turned into a game that was out of reach.
Yeah, I give the offense more blame than the low-leverage guys in the bullpen, though. Like, Espada went to the low-leverage guys because they were trailing when Hunter Brown left the game.
But those low-leverage guys are supposed to keep it somewhat within reach.
They're not very
exactly
good.
what they did.
I don't want to see any of these pitchers in the playoffs. And you probably won't in games that you're leading or are close. Like, you're not going to see Caleb Ferguson in a closer game that you're leading. You're not going to see Ord King in a game that you're leading or is close. And Seth Martinez got optioned down today.
Hey, you're not going to see Seth. Unfortunately, from where he used to be the last year and a half, Seth Martinez ain't going to be on this playoff roster.
Yeah, so like none of those guys I think are critical to the Astros playoffs. You might see them, but I don't think they'll be used in games that are within reach, quite frankly. I wanted to give it to the you see Dan Campbell was doxxed by his daughter's classmate.
Yeah.
Some dude on Snapchat.
That's how they found out where they lived?
Yeah. His the daughter's classmate, a man, a boy, he put it on Snapchat after they lost the game in the playoffs, posted the address.
Oh, I thought this was the new house.
No.
Yeah, that's
BS. It was announced that he was going to move. It was about a week ago.
Apparently that's
but we
old
found
news.
out the source now. Okay.
Yeah, he's already moved.
He's
Like,
already
moved,
in the new house.
He moved in the off season, but the doxer was his daughter's classmate after he was mad at the Lions. Yeah, it's a bad person.
And didn't he comment or something like say just kick the damn ball or do something that they should have done or
Said
spike
that he was
the ball
mad that they went for it.
Yeah.
And then people were showing up to the Dan Campbell house that night. Dan Campbell wasn't there, obviously, but his daughter was, so it spooked him. Scared him a little bit.
That's not good.
Yeah, the doxer. You're the car wreck of the day. What do you got, Brian?
One, hay fever. Two, the Bengals defense. I mean, you can't give up no punts.
What was the first thing you said?
Hay fever, because it's a legit thing up north.
Car wreck of the
Hay
day goes out to hay fever still being the thing. The next one, though, has to be the Bengals defense. No punts, no turnovers at home against a rookie quarterback when Cliff Kingsbury is as their coordinator. Not a great look for the Bengals defense.
What's wrong with Cliff?
Yeah, he's a
Why is
bit
Cliff taking
unimaginative.
strays?
He's a bit unimaginative.
What?
Trevor Lawrence has got to
punted
be
in
on
2
this list,
games.
too.
I know it's worked, but that's part of it's on the Bengals defense. That's why they're car wreck of the day.
He threw an interception to a myth. Threw an interception to Dr. Death, who has killed the career of Trevor Lawrence and has killed the career of Tua Tagovailoa.
And Trevor Lawrence has to be on this list.
Yeah, put him on the list.
He was awful.
It's fine.
I'm adding him.
Throw him
I'm
on the
just saying,
list.
I'm
You
adding
just
him
made the
to it.
list. I think Doug Peterson probably could be on this list.
The Jags, period.
Jags, period. Now they're going to win this weekend.
Oh, God.
So I can only read what the teleprompter tells me. Sounds like something that Laramie Tunsil would say. Well, just call me Jeremy
Now, by
Tunsil.
the way,
I like it.
Glenn came to your defense and says his name is Coco. That's all.
Oh, so he doesn't go by his last name?
I guess not. So it's just Coco. So you're fine.
So who was the genesis of this this read?
Copy and paste from Glenn's text.
So Glenn was the genesis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't try to infer soccer matters. I just take it straight from Glenn.
There you go. There you go.
Coco be here.
I
You want to hear the interview?
I just read the teleprompter. All right, what's winning?
Astros again.
I was gonna say Jags.
Lawrence?
Sure.
There you go. You guys broke the tie.
Dr. Death? Blonde-headed quarterbacks?
Blonde-headed quarterbacks. Yeah, okay.
So we're going Jags or Trevor Lawrence?
Jags.
Okay. Congratulations, Jacksonville. First win of the year. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian. He's blank on Brian. I'm Glenn Davis. Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, tonight we go 2 hours on Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the legendary Daspit Law Firm. For all the Daspit explosion in sports sponsorship, remember, he was my friend first as the presenting sponsor of this show, and we are grateful. Streaming at ESPN975.com. Call in number 713-780-3776. Listen, step up to the plate tonight, Houston Dynamo fans, European soccer fans. There's a lot going on in the world of soccer, and we got 2 hours of it. I got a couple of great guests I'm going to tell you about here in a second. And by the way, the Daspit Law Firm bringing you soccer talk. So remember them, 713 call now. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713 call now, and daspitlaw.com. All right, so we got Coco Carrasquilla on tonight. I'm going to ask him not only about the new role, the bicycle kick, the emergence of Panama and CONCACAF. I'm also going to talk to him about, because remember, this one cooled off. What about playing in Europe? Remember, that was a real hot topic, and I think a lot of people in Houston were convinced he was going to be transferred. He provided the one special play that was needed in the Austin game. We'll get into that tonight, but special plays are going to make the difference in the playoffs. Jason Longshore is the Atlanta United commentator. Why are you bringing Atlanta? Well, he knows MLS, but he also, this is the city now that will have the U.S. soccer training facility. Also, I wanted to talk to him about, is Atlanta United losing any relevancy? And then we talk about their owner, Arthur Blank. David Divertal, this is a Houston soccer connection. He'll join us tonight in the second hour. He is a former Houston Hotshot, which was the indoor team that played in the Summit. He was on the very first team, the expansion team. And we got an exciting announcement we're going to tell you about tonight. Give me your take, 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN. I enjoy the opinion, the debate. Don't be shy. This is also your show as you know it. You can get a Vine on here, a platform. I shouldn't have said the Vine. That was something, I think, who was that? Who came up with the Vine thing? Anyway, Austin behind the glass producing here tonight, munching on Little Patagonia empanadas. Picked up some of those before we came in. So we're living large here with Little Patagonia empanadas tonight here. Because, we have to fuel like a champion. Big thanks to the Killer Bees for promoting what's going on here tonight. By the way, we've been on the air since 2020, 2002, I believe. 2002 is when we were starting this show, and we're very proud of that fact. Quick word here. El Clasico tickets are available, lsse.net. This pits the two greatest football teams in Mexico together. Won more titles. Energy Stadium, October 13th. The two teams will provide a soccer celebration on and off the field. Great precursor to the 2026 World Cup. We'll see whose fan base is bigger, Chivas or Club America. October 13th, Energy Park. And you can also win them here tonight, so be ready at 713-780-3776. All right, let's get to some news off the top. Here's an interesting one. Dan Friedkin, the Friedkin Group, Houston, Texas, Gulf States Toyota. They now apparently are going to acquire 94% of Everton. They also already own Roma. So that's pretty interesting. Anthony Robinson, the U.S. left back, apparently is getting interest from Liverpool and Manchester United for a potential switch in the winter transfer window. Malacia, Luke Shaw, these guys have been very injury prone at Manchester United, and Liverpool in for him too. That would be a heck of a move for Anthony Robinson, who's clearly one of the most consistent performers for the U.S. national team. So he would make the jump from Fulham to Liverpool or Manchester United. Wow. Good for him. All right. So I think, Austin, we started tonight with a match that involved one U.S. international named Christian Pulisic. This was the Milan derby this weekend. Milan beating Inter Milan 2-1. Let's go to soundbite number 1. This is Christian Pulisic's goal against Milan.
وليزيتش يتقدم نحو منطقة الجزاء فرصة خطيرة جول 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 أول للميلان القطار الأمريكي.
So I took the Italian call, which is cool. Austin pulled that for me. I didn't want to use the U.S. call. We don't have the U.S. We don't have the English call, right? Or do we? No, because I guess the guy must have been doing it off a monitor because he really wasn't paying attention because Pulisic stripped a player and went off on this really direct run of conviction. And it just, to me, it didn't live up to it. So I wanted to go around and find Pulisic's goal call in Italian. So that was it. So he scores the first goal, but he stripped the defender in midfield. And then, runs right at goal, changes direction a little bit, gets right in there before he gets sealed off and gets the finish off. Spectacular. It's so great to see him evolving so well in Italy in the Serie A. And it to sit here and think that an American player is one of the stars of Milan. You think about that 15. It's pretty incredible. And an attacking player. For those who have a deeper lens, these are things that are really big moments for U.S. soccer. I'm looking forward to seeing how Mauricio Pochettino can get the best out of Christian Pulisic. 713-780-3776. Inter Milan ties it up through DiMarco. This is soundbite number 2.
كرة من باريلا تغيير جهة اللعب بطريقة ممتازة. دي ماركو ما أحلى الاستلام. لوتارو مارتينيز خطير. لوتارو مررها. هذه خطيرة. حطها بالجول. دي ماركو لا يخطئ المرمى. هدف التعادل للنيراتزوري.
So then at the very end of this match, we go, this is the final 2-3 minutes of this one. Matteo Gabbia, towering header, pounds it in. Milan gets the win in the Milan derby. This is soundbite number 3.
دفعت الميلان إلى داخل منطقة الجزاء بالراس. جابيا حسمها رأسية ولا أحلى. دخلت الشباك. نهاية الديربي بانتصار ميلان على إنتر بهدفين لهدف.
Gabbia's header, the game winner, and Milan takes a 2-1 victory over Inter Milan in the Milan derby. All right, let's go to Manchester City and Arsenal. We started off, this ends 2-2. We started off, Erling Haaland will score here to get things rolling.
That's brilliant from Savinho, and it's through to Haaland, and City in front already. What a start to the game, Haaland. And it's his 100th goal as well in 104 appearances and 9 minutes?
Unbelievable. 9th minute. He's got 100 goals in 109 games in the Premier League. Considered by all of you out there the greatest league in the world. 713-780-3776. Getting some calls coming in now. That's good to see. 713-780-3776. is the number to call in tonight. That's a remarkable piece of data. 100 goals in 109 games for Erling Haaland. Oh, okay. Calafiori will tie it up for Arsenal. This was the marquee game of the weekend. Soundbite number 5.
Martinelli, Walker was out of position, and here's Calafiori. It's a brilliant finish, but City aren't happy that free kick was allowed to be taken when it was. It's 1-1.
Somewhat controversial. That's Ricard Calafiori. And then, lo and behold, Gabriel, 45+1 with the header.
Savinho was pulled back by Trossard, and he knows what's coming, and there it is. So good on set pieces. They've done it again. It's Gabriel again. He got the winner against Spurs. How pivotal might that goal be?
Sending off for Arsenal in this one would complicate things. And then John Stones, and this is basically, I think, in injury time in the second half, 90+8. 90+8.
Trossard's foul on Bernardo Silva. Referee's not happy, and in fact it's a second yellow, and they're down to 10 Arsenal. Headed back by Foden, headed away, only as far as Guardiola. Good save. David Raya's Arsenal's man of the match here. Grealish into the area. Still City looking. Shot by Kovacic. And it's in! 2-2! Justice is served. The delaying tactics took us into the 99th minute. And John Stones has the equaliser.
Couple of center backs scoring in that game. Good synopsis there. So at the end of the game, there was a little bit of a fracas a couple things happened. First of all, Erling Haaland, after I think one of the goals, maybe it was his goal, I can't remember, took the ball and whipped it off the back of the head of Gabriel. At the end of the game, Haaland and Mikel Arteta. Now, remember, Arteta was the assistant coach to Pep Guardiola at Man City, now the head coach at Arsenal, doing excellent things. Mikel Arteta, I don't know, some kind of confrontation with Erling Haaland. Haaland was saying to Arteta, you got to stay humble. And then Gabriel stepping in to defend his manager, Mikel Arteta. I like that. I love that. I like guys when they protect each other. There's a few players in the WNBA who could learn a few things about protecting Caitlin Clark a little bit, but that's a whole nother story. By the way, if the Indiana Fever get eliminated tomorrow night, you will see the viewership and everything like poking a balloon. It's all going to nosedive. So I'm still stunned at the way the commissioner of that league, the refereeing, and all the people have, players, coaches, the nature of the envy and the jealousy and all the other things that have come along with this. It's been pretty sad in a lot of ways when you can't see the forest through the trees. I mean, the data that she's brought the attendance. By the way, the Indiana Fever outdraw the Indiana Pacers. 17,035, 16,528 for the Indiana Pacers. Nobody be paying attention to the WNBA without this girl. Sorry. I know it sounds harsh. I know it sounds maybe on the edge of being rude, but it's called the truth. And until we start putting the truth out. By the way, she gets poked in the eye by a player on Connecticut who hooks her hand down, spears her in the eye. It's obvious it's done on purpose. It's done in the very beginning of games. When you're trying to do something to an opponent, that's when you do it because the referee is less apt to punish you. Nothing even happened. There's no foul. Black eye. Very unnatural move. Clark comes out and says, no, it wasn't done on purpose because she knows not to inflame the whole situation. She said it didn't affect your shooting. Love it. It's not taking the bait. But the commentators were scared. They're so scared to tell us exactly what's going on and have an opinion. I mean, this was a flagrant foul, and it wasn't even talked about. We just move on. And that's, I'm afraid, where some of the commentary goes these days. We don't get people that are willing to stick their neck out and have an opinion on something, and it becomes boring. An analyst is supposed to tell us how and why things happen. An analyst needed to jump in there, or a play-by-play guy, and describe that play and not pretend it didn't happen. All right. So we got a lot of Dynamo talk here tonight. First ever win in Austin, a 1-0 victory. Coco Carrasquilla is going to join us on the show later on tonight. We got Jason Longshore. He's going to have a lot to say. And I hope you do. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in here tonight. All right, as we go to break here, got a pair of tickets to El Clasico. This is Chivas Club America, October 13th, Energy Park. Pair of tickets right now. Caller number 4 at 713-780-3776. You want them, come get them. You got a pair of tickets to El Clasico.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Well, you know, I love music, Cactus music. This is the Chemical Brothers. This is a great song. It's called The Golden Path. I think my friends at Cactus would be very happy that I played this song here tonight. Cactus Music, get over there. Great friend Quinn Bishop, vinyl, CDs. There's just a lot of things to look at in there. I mean, there's memorabilia, new and used vinyl. It's cool. If you haven't been in the vinyl game, you should get into it. It's fun. It's a lot of fun to put a needle on a record. The other way is easy. I get it. There's something about it's almost like grinding coffee beans and going through the process. And I personally like the pre-owned stuff the best. All right, 713-780-3776. That was the Chemical Brothers Golden Path. Hopefully the Dynamo are on the Golden Path. Right now, though, Barcelona is struggling. Well, they're 6-0, and you're going, why are they struggling? Well, they just had a huge injury. Barcelona thrashed Villarreal on Sunday. By the way, there could have been 10, 11 goals in that game. Villarreal could have scored a bunch. Could have been more. Gerard Martin, Sergio Dominguez, and Pablo Torre, all young players, like getting their first, second appearances. They're using a ton of youth under Hansi Flick. It was a crazy game. Should have had more goals. Biggest problem here is knee injury. Ter Stegen, he's going to be out for a long period of time, which means Barcelona now is going to have to go to Iñaki Peña, who is their backup. Barcelona B, 59 appearances. And we all know goalkeeping's a position that can win or lose you a game. 13 first-team appearances for Barcelona since 2022. He was once he took a loan in the Turkish Superliga to Galatasaray in 2022. But big moment, big break for him, big opportunity that could ultimately turn somebody's career in a different direction. Yet you've lost a goalkeeper you're very comfortable with. So Hansi Flick in his first year at Barcelona, the German, has that to deal with. Real Madrid won today. Barcelona still at the top of the table over Real Madrid Athletic Club, Atletico Madrid. And then Blue Crow Sports, Leganes is in 14th. Good defensive team. They're trying to find ways to score goals in La Liga after the remarkable promotion that they have gotten. By the way, I failed to mention Rodri, serious injury for Man City. Big piece up for the Ballon d'Or. Now, if there was ever a team that was going to be able to find a solution through depth, it is Pep Guardiola and Man City. That said, that's just it's a shame to see these types of players go down. It's just a total shame when these things happen. Here's Pep Guardiola, soundbite number 8, Man City.
Maybe I would have done the same. So you have to ask to Mikel what is the tactic. But of course, it was long ball every time from Havertz that is unbelievably strong. The second balls, they go really well for the second balls in front and behind. And that's why we didn't concede faults that we don't want it. And yeah, at the end, we were patient. We had the chances. We could not score. And yeah, that's all.
He was talking about Mikel Arteta of Arsenal's tactics. And it got a little direct towards Havertz when they went down a player after the second yellow card and tried to protect their league. All right. Now, we still have more when it comes to European updates, a couple of really good ones too. Turkish derby. Now, this is a good one. Galatasaray and Fenerbahce in Turkey in the Super League. This is one of the major derby games. You can throw Beşiktaş in there as well. But for those who know Turkish football, this is a huge rivalry game, right? This one was at Galatasaray. Galatasaray wins 3-1. Now, remember, Fenerbahce is coached by Jose Mourinho. And Fenerbahce had their chances. Edin Dzeko's on that team. They do have a few older bodies. He's trying to play, I think, a pressing game, kind of. But the Galatasaray fans started to mock Mourinho. And they did it, and I'm not sure I agree with this, through their official club, handle, posting on social media accounts, calling Jose the crying one. The crying one. They photoshopped a picture of Mourinho on a cover of a book, and then the title is in big letters, and it's called The Crying One. And then they go on to explain that you will be amazed at his crying. Mourinho skipped out on the post-match press conference, so I don't know what that means over there. So that's interesting. All right, I just wanted to relay this. I went up to Dallas this past weekend. I called a game for the ACC network, SMU against FSU. FSU is number 1 in the nation. They hadn't lost in 30 games. Now it's 31. Did the game with an excellent analyst, Marion Crowder, played at Georgia. 2 great programs, 2 excellent coaches. Brian Penske of FSU. They're the defending national champions, as I mentioned. Nicole Nelson of SMU. Now, these are both coaches that I have called some of their games when they were at other programs. Nicole, I think at Oklahoma, Brian Penske at Tennessee. But both are, again, examples of longtime contributors to the college game who have done it year after year. They've grown the women's game. They've grown women's athletic. They've stood up for the women's game at the college level. I will tell you, these players deserve a tremendous amount of credit. This game was in 93-degree heat at SMU. SMU is a gorgeous campus. If you've ever been there, you know that. It had to feel well over 100 degrees on the field. It was exciting. It was interesting. There were individual talents on both teams. There was excellent tactics put out. Wonderful testimony to the women's college game and to the work that many have done to cultivate and grow the sport. So it was a lot of fun. Drove back on Sunday night. But you do some of these games and you just remind yourself how long people have been working at coaching, how many students and youth they've affected. And look, in the college world of sports now with NIL and football programs and, changing conferences. By the way, SMU is now in the ACC. That seems kind of weird. Also seems kind of weird that Cal is in the ACC. Regardless of that, women's soccer and men's soccer to the NCAA is a tertiary sport. It's fact. But to see the effort put into the quality of this, and by the way, FSU had 4 players. Well, had 6 in total. 2 of them were back, but they had 4 U.S. players who were at the Under-20 World Cup in Colombia. And a lot of this is happening now with the 5th-year graduate student or the COVID student, international players coming over, the level of maturity and the quality of play. It was really fun to watch. There were great players on both teams. Really, really enjoyed it and enjoyed the call of the game with Marion Crowder. So fun stuff. There you go. NHL to Houston. According to Tillman Fertitta, he was talking. He said the NHL would be great in Houston. They want to expand. He was talking about the NHL. I saw that it was tweeted out by Randy McIlvoy and Will Kunkel. I'm sure other people put it out. But Fertitta went on to say that the price is too high right now and that he's hoping nobody meets the current price for the franchise so that Houston could maybe pick it up. By the way, Austin, you're a big hockey fan. You got a Minnesota Wild shirt on, right? Talk to me a little bit about what NHL to Houston would mean to you.
I would really like it. I mean, I was a former Coyotes fan until they moved up to Utah, and so it's been a rough off season. But I kind of wish they would have come to Houston now. because I could have at least seen the team I was rooting for the last 12 years.
Now, would you be a season ticket holder if they came? I mean, I know you would attend games, right? Because there's nothing like. I mean, hockey's great live.
I would strongly consider it.
Yeah, I would think you would. Who knows? If it comes, you and me will split one. All right. That way we can, we can't attend every game. You with your busy schedule and, me with my social calendar. Yeah, right. Okay. Anyway, I was a New York Rangers fan growing up. That's back in the days of Madison Square Garden when the Boston Bruins would come in. They'd hang a banner, just a white sheet from a bed, and it would be in red. And it would be these there was nothing artistic about it, nothing like soccer supporters groups with their tifos, just somebody who took a paintbrush and a red bucket of paint on a white sheet, a massive white sheet, and would just write Boston Blood. And it would be dripping down like a Halloween scene. That's the way it was back then. All about hockey. Now we've gotten a little bit commercial. 713-780-3776 tonight. I asked you to grade the Houston Dynamo via social media. You want to give them a grade? I want to get some Dynamo thoughts here right now. I'm going to start off by just kind of recapping the Austin FC game. But 713-780-3776. If you're out there, Dynamo fans, Dash fans, you can talk about a first win in a long, long time. A 1-0 victory, a fantastic goal in that game by Nagasato. Anybody's out there and want to talk about their team, we would love it, but it just seems like nobody really wants to talk about the Dynamo or Dash. So the Dynamo go up to Austin. Austin FC's having a real struggle. There's thoughts about the potential of Josh Wolf being removed, the head coach. But the Dynamo have never won going up to Austin. And I saw a nice group of Dynamo fans that made their way up there. Josh Wolf in trouble. There's rumors of Ronnie Delia, the former New York City FC manager, potentially taking the job, which you would say might have legs because Rodolfo Borrell, their sporting director, very much knows Ronnie Delia from the City Group. So the Dynamo go up there. The Dynamo right now are 8th in the Supporter Shield. It's pretty good. 13-8-9 record, 43 goals for it. I'm giving you the data. 33 goals against, 5-3-7 at home, but set a record for the Houston Dynamo winning an 8th road game. Now, I would not say they were dominant in this game. Let's be fair. I would say these were two very fatigued teams. One was looking for a special play to win it. The Dynamo got it from Coco Carrasquilla. It was a spectacular overhead bicycle kick. We'll talk to Coco about that a little bit later on tonight. But this is important. It's an 8th road win. The Dynamo, we've all gone through rough years on the road for the Dynamo, many, many years. The key is winning at home, and the Dynamo are now 5-3-7 at home. But if you look at their record, and listen, this is like every other team in MLS. There's a lot of teams with the same. You could say this about so many teams in MLS because of the parity. They've won 13 games, but there's 17 games they haven't won. If you think about it, 8 losses and 9 draws. 17 games, and a lot of those were at home, and a lot of those were draws. And I'm going to give you sort of my kind of encapsulation of the Dynamo up to now, what's working well, why we should be very excited, and also the cons, the pros and cons. Now, they're at Seattle next, and the fallback, they're going to make the playoffs. I mean, I'm not – this is a playoff team, and I'll explain to you why this can always be a playoff team, but one of the reasons is 62% of the teams make the playoffs. But there's another reason that has been instilled in a very deep way and in a good way by Ben Olsen and his staff. Austin FC had chances in this game. In fact, they had a lot of clear chances. Driussi hit the post, could have been tied up. So if it was tied up at the end, everybody's attitude would be different maybe right now. Or they might say, it's a good road point. I think we were all sick and tired of Austin FC in Houston. And I think Austin FC is in a critical period right now. I think they're The novelty's off. The shine of the new car's off. Yes, there's supporters groups there. Yes, there's been, people wanting the manager changed, which that's okay. It's called healthy pressure. You're allowed to do that. But there are a lot of empty seats on the side, and the atmosphere still was good. But you'll see that there, in that game, if you watched it on TV or you were there, a lot of the primo seats on the side were empty. They're going to have to recapture some momentum. We all know that when you don't sustain something and you don't do the work to sustain something until the soil, continue to push marketing, promotion, connection to your fan base, relevancy. When you give up on that and don't do that, you can nosedive pretty fast. Winning's a part of it too, no question. But this is what happened with the Dynamo. Sustainability never occurred for many, many years. After the titles, Oliver Luck takes off and wasn't sustained. And you could see every year a little bit going down to the point where now when it's, prior to Ted Siegel taking over, when it's 8 or 9 years of rough stuff for the most part, it's harder to climb back out of the hole. There's no question. So the Dynamo currently sit 5th in the West, 13-8-9 on 48 points. They are now only a point behind sinking LAFC, believe it or not. Whom wishes, I think LAFC might wish they weren't in the Open Cup final tomorrow so they can try and sort themselves out. But they are against Sporting Kansas City. That'll be a later game. And then we have the Champions Cup as well. Columbus Crew will take on Club America. Looking forward to that because Club America is coming to Houston to take on Chivas on October 13th. LSSE.net to get tickets. So when we come back, we're going to do a deep dive on the Dynamo. I want to get some phone calls on that. In fact, right now, let's give another pair of tickets away to El Clasico at 713-780-3776. Again, caller number 4. This is October 14th. LSSE.net is where you can buy the tickets. But caller number 4 at 713-780-3776 right now. You're going to get a pair of tickets courtesy of Soccer Matters and Lone Star Sports and Entertainment to go take in the Chivas Club America game, and that's going to have a World Cup feel to it. This is The Clash one more time. Caller number 4. You get the tickets. We'll take a break. John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, presenting Soccer Matters.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, this is Elvis Costello. The song's called The Goon Squad. Well, this could be a good song for somebody who's trying to injure somebody in a professional sports match. Goon Squad, Elvis Costello. Again, Cactus. I mean, my buddy Quinn would be very proud of this list tonight. You could suggest to me, by the way. So we got phones are lighting up like crazy when we put these Chivas and Club America tickets out. I mean, the phone lines are lighting up. So we're going to drop some Dynamo New England tickets tonight too, because your team is not officially in the playoffs, but I just don't see it happening. If you take a look at the standings, and we will a little bit later. But I said give the Dynamo a grade right now. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in. Let's get your thoughts on the Houston Dynamo. If you traveled up to Austin, maybe you've got a thought on the Dynamo as well. Would love to hear what you saw. 713-780-3776 is the number. Twyla Kilgore potentially could come to the Houston Dash as the coach. She stepped down as the assistant for the national team. Now that could be also. That also could be. That also might be Emma Hayes just saying, "Look, I want my own staff." I don't know, but listen, Twyla Kilgore was part of that gold medal winning team and had a part in it all. So she has stepped down as a U.S. national team coach. Maybe she's going to get a head coaching job in the NWSL. Okay, so let's go back to the Dynamo. Here are the pros, in my opinion, with the Houston Dynamo. And at any point, I would like you to call in to talk. So the Dynamo are extremely disciplined. They're competitive. They're together on the field. They are an excellent possession team. Excellent possession team. So the theory is you have the ball, somebody can't score. Opponent. The great possession game adds to them being the excellent defending team they are overall. Like I said, the Dynamo extremely disciplined, competitive, and together on the field. Their team shape is very narrow. A lot of teams play like that. Not all, but a lot do. And this helps them defend and not lose their compactness, and this avoids getting hit in transition because they love the repress, and the repress can prevent the transition and the counterattacks. Can't do it for an entire 90 minutes, but it's effective. And then when they get breached, Steve Clark has been there to make the timely save and has been very strong in goal. They are in every game for the most part. They are in every game. This is what this system gives you. This is the biggest thing it gives you. You are going to remain in every game. That's why you got a lot of draws. And like I said, the Dynamo have won 13 games. They also haven't won 17. But you could say that about a lot of teams in MLS, pretty much all of them, except the 4 elite teams at the top, which includes the likes of Miami, Cincinnati, and on Columbus. I mean, Columbus's body of work in recent times has been, I think, pretty remarkable. I hope they beat Club America. You Americanistas out there, it doesn't mean I'm going to stop giving tickets out for America Chivas, but I think that's going to be an interesting game tomorrow night. I think that's early, too. I think that might start at 5:30 Central Time. So those are the pros. The system is set up to keep you in all the games. Excellent team defending overall. Mentioned the data. The cons. The cons are we still have the same question we had last year. They still struggle, the Dynamo, in the final third to find goals. You asked in the offseason, are they going to find a goal scorer? We don't know yet. Everybody's high on Ezequiel Ponce. He doesn't get a lot of chances, and he may never get a lot of chances in this system. And I know some people have been a little bit harsh on Ponce. Ben Olsen seems extremely happy with him, but he does not get a lot of looks at goal. And by the way, I think he said in the press conference, hamstring. He mentioned that. Ben Olsen did. And then what about Hector Herrera? You got him out injured. Ponce, is he getting enough chances? Does he get enough looks? This is a tough system, I think, for center forward. Because when you have a fundamentally methodical buildup for large portions of a game, it means your center forward is going to be planted in and around the box with a ton of players around him. He's got to deal with two center backs. He's got to deal with a holding midfielder. It's hard to find space. And your work ethic maybe becomes more important from the system standpoint than actually scoring goals. The system, which, let me remind you, is a defend-first system. It's going to get you in the playoffs, I think, yearly, in my opinion. As long as the roster quality is maintained by Pat Onstad and Asher Mendelson and Ben, it's going to get you in the playoffs yearly. I ask you this question. Does it check the boxes of entertainment for you? Certainly, from a standpoint of possession, it's quality. I mean, this is the best possession team in the history of the Houston Dynamo. Imagine quality possession and being the best possession team in the history of the Dynamo, adding goals to it. Because this is not the most goal-dangerous team in the history of the Dynamo. That's a fact. Best possession team ever, no question. It is not the most goal-dangerous team in the history of the Dynamo. So that's the question. How do you take out of these games what you deserve and score more goals? Chance creation. To you, the Dynamo fan, does it check the box of entertainment? 713-780-3776. I love watching possession. I'd also like to see more balls hitting the back of the net at home. And I know Ben Olsen and his staff do. Imagine if that could be added. So let's just take the 17 matches that the Dynamo haven't won. Let's imagine that they got a few more goals, a few more timely goals, and you took an additional 9 points. You know, you'd be only 1 point out of first place in the West. And we can all go back to games and go, wow, at Shell Energy Stadium, the Dynamo dominated everything except getting the win. Oh, the Dynamo there's a lot of games you can pick out where there were points left on the table, a lot of points. And if those points were here right now, you're in the top four easy. And you may even be in first place. You flip 3 results and you got that additional 9 points. The Dynamo, in the methodical buildup, keep the game under control. They are the masters of trying to control the game. I think the only time it really exploded was that crazy Vancouver game where that was wild. The Dynamo won that 4-3. That was just one of those games where coaches have no way of controlling their team. And it's just kind of like, you got to sit down and just watch it because nobody's telling nothing's going to work here tonight. It's just up and down. It's transition. It was a crazy, wild game. But the Dynamo keep the team shape intact. They move together beautifully. They get up the field efficiently. And they ultimately, because they are fundamentally a little bit methodical in attack, and that's probably by design, opponents can get back behind the ball because of the methodical build. And Hector has a lot to do, Herrera, in controlling these games. And like I said, last year he was off the chains. This year, not as much, not making the special plays. They are not dangerous enough in transition. That would be something beautiful to complement the wonderful strength of their possession game. And when they do have those moments in transition, which don't come often enough for me, they're usually through Aliu, sometimes Griffin Dorsey. Usually Dorsey comes late, though, powering in to space on that side of the field with either Coco or Kovalchuk tucked in. They don't take the goals, though, when they get the rare transition moments. They are similar to last year, with the question still around the attacking third, creating more space and chances for people central in the penalty area, including a center forward. They are built on Aliu and Griffin Dorsey wide as their main threats. There's no question. And there is not enough of the special plays, I think, coming from Hector to the volume of last year. Now, nobody expected him to have the season he had last year. And then, of course, he had the injury. But imagine if a killer transition game or even an above-average transition game emerged to add to the possession game. Sadly, out of the Dynamo control, we lost something that was a lot of possibility that we, unfortunately, we were all excited we're not going to be able to see, and that's the loss of Lawrence Anali, who I believe might have been the surprise package that maybe the Dynamo could have unleashed here at this part of the season. Because when you make those changes, everybody's hoping, like Austin, when they add Usman Bukhari, they're hoping he's going to take them next level come playoff time. And as you've heard Ben Olsen, you've heard Josh Wolf, you've heard every coach in the league, and I know this from watching this league since its inception. Some people take to the league quickly, and others do not take to the league quickly, and they need time. And it doesn't mean they're not going to be more effective. It just takes differing time scale for certain people. The Dynamo are going to make the playoffs. The staff and the players are unified from the outside. We see it. The DPs are going to have to deliver more and be difference makers if they're really going to go deep. But being in every game will give you a chance. And being in every game and making the playoffs allows you to say, hey, you know what? You know, we're going to score goals by committee, or somebody's going to emerge, or, you know, that's not the case on the top teams. They've all got bona fide goal scorers for the most part. And the Dynamo are still hoping that's going to be Ezekiel Ponce. And we know he's a good footballer. You can tell he is, the way he carries himself. But will he score goals in this system? That's the micro look. The macro look is 2 years straight in the playoffs is good. Then again, 62% of the teams make the playoffs. This team has enough talent to do more. Can they catch lightning in a bottle and move through what is the unpredictable, crazy up and down nature of Major League Soccer? The emergence of goals, it's completely possible. They could make a run, but it all comes back to the final third in the area that games are won and lost in, and that is still not been answered from last year.